Chapter 1 Exile, A Journey to Cursed Land. Field foreseed a radiant smile awaiting the judgment from his father, the Count Court. His original name was Qin Hao, hailing from Thwagwolf Blue Star, and had traversed into this world merely 3 days prior. The good Nushu was a descendant of a count. The bad Nushu was profoundly unappreciated. Field, you were very dolthid, much like immaturely united for out of our own path, proclaimed as splendidly dressed Medali Gidman, his words lay said with uplifting phrases. However, the old count's voice was feeble, and his demeanor was listless, rendering his statement almost absurd. The eye so full present were filled with mockery. The count paused, momentarily distracted, and when he regained his focus, he could not recall where had left off. The original owner of this body had been an exceedingly kind individual, selflessly relinquishing the potion to awaken on his fighting spirit to Hedia under brother and the opportunity to studieth mage academy to hister. He could have entreated his servant with kindness. Logically, such a virtuous person should command respect. Alas, who was noble, and from the perspective of nobility, the original owner was beauty and an effectual fool. Next to the old count's a mature woman, Field's stepmother. A voluptuous beauty, she sat elegantly in the secondary tofty lord, gracefully lifting her tea cup to her lips before setting it down. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes glanced at Field, and the soon light accent to a tethi hybrigio vernos, as he hodula raised urchin, nearly jutting her jawat Field the nightfall territory off the vast north will bear barony, ample enough for to showcase our talents. Indeed, despite my utmost efforts to please Severion, I cannot escape a theft out of exile. Feeling slightly dizzy, the original owner had succumbed to illness after being bullied by Thecrode, leaving his mess for him to inherit. Field bit his lip, barely managing to steady his mind. Then, with a cold smirk, hate had how foolish the original owner had been to believe a thought kindness would suffice for survival among the nobility. His stepmother cast his interested glance downward. Harrius narrowed in disdain. Do you have any objections? Suppressing the frustration within, Field retracted his smiley and responded in a flat tone, as you wish, my father. His so-called father had been drained by his stepmother, obeying a command. Fool! Someone from the relatives burst out laughing, Lay said with a sharp and biting insult. The North was inhabited by both humans and orcs, rife with bloodshed, violence, and savagery. At a Cadeprier, the Holy Griffin Empire had utilized corrupting mists to slaughter 300,000 orc troops, and know it was likely overrun by filthy goblins and trolls. Of course, the North was 7 worse no. 300,000 orc soldiers, along with all the humans and animals in the North, had transformed into corrupted beings, forever lurking in the miasm of death, becoming synonymous with Helioniarth. The royal family had organized 3 campaigns to claimless territory alending total annihilation. The territory of South North existed Merlian, lands thought no Tevendogs would trudge upon. Most of the time, none even mentioned it. It was accursed land, and even worse, no even flaying serfs or criminals would choose to run to the Nightfall territory. No worries, I still have a connections. Field solidly reassured Dimsel phase a transparent map materialized before him, marked with a slowly moving green dot. Prepare yourself, the count said, appearing fatigued, his complexion pale. Field's stepmother supporteth the count, hernier light translucent sick nightgown lending a semblance of vitality to his withered form. Field persidis lipshisibling shadow received prosperous fiefdoms, while if I soldman merely uttered a few insipid words to dismiss him. Field would not acquiesce and immediately state his demands father, in idio your support developing Nightfall territory is no easy task. His stepmother's soft flesh pressed against the count's arm, her eyes narrowing with a seductive gleam. Gredis nata virtui of to nobility, Field do havio redi received more than enough, the count replied without hesitation. Family members nearby cast scornful glances without restraint. Doen gut with black hair and black aesis imply a disgrace to Theros family. Just a bastard. Black hair and blackies, one season fancy and nobility, had sustoholdani significance after the massive invasion by Eastern Amad sent the fall off the ancient kingdoms of Tinnersea. Field felt a surge of anger, his flashing with fury. The original owner's existence was indeed a consequence of the count's own actions. What must he suffer for it? His mother had been a maid in the castle, hailing from Addiston Teast, sold a rare slave of Benemidic trotters. After a night off drunken revelry, the count that father read the original owner. With a low status lacking the power of his mother's family, and having inherited some of her physical traits, Field was subject to disdain and ostracism. 500 gold coins, and do may bring along a personal servant to treat each Kildequally, the count declared, and was then hurriedly escorted away by his stepmother. Field was utterly disheartened while 500 gold coins sounded substantial. It was Moyama retroflamed he grand scheme of developing gay territory, akin to toothpicks stirring a cauldron, producing only a splash. Yet, it was better than nothing. Hey, Field, the Nightfall territory is a splendid place, perpetually shrouded in darkness, a fool in putrid land thought compliments your devilish eyes, his shelf brother approached with a grin, exaggerating his tone, Mithif is not nearly as fortunate tepurfulan city is infamous for its beer and goats. Field felt a blaze o fang arignat within him, his art simmering with rage. Festet of as fifways irrelevant as a transmigrator, Hewled find away. Budamaka's appearance set erect made Field wish to bear a the entire lineage of his brother. Moreover, this little brat's ability to harness fighting spirit was due to Field's own kindness, when his brother had initially displayed per talent, hiding in a corner and weeping while being mocked by others, it was Field who extended a helping hand. Get lost, Field shot back, refusing to entertain him. Do you remember the flacken Haradril? His brother, unfazed by Field's demeanor, leaned in with a sinister smile, whispering in his ear. Field narrowed his eyes, a smile flashing in his mind shows the girl the original owner Radaddard, whose lifeless body was later discovered in the Bacaliofa tavern. The original owner had been devastated, folly grave lay along ultimate lip-rishing, allowing Field to take his place. His brother licked his lips that was her struggle swore quite thrilling. Field's pupils contracted sharply, a wavy of shaw gripping a art. His brother, no one adult, had committed such a vile act. While the girl was merely a stranger to Field, the casual trampling of Anather's life left them feeling unprecedented revulsion. Chapter 2 A brutal beating, my brother is a chosen one. His brother's feature is twisty taunted, once you enter that corrupted land, there will be no chance of return. If I don't savor your expression I will feel regret. Field snails dug deeply into his flesh, his fiskra kingashi cold liest, have not provoked I a white jet me? Because you bestow Japan methought de med patushana fighting spirit. After consuming it still cannot bring I through to the fiercestier night, every one whispers behind me back, calling me a wasty it's our fault, you must have a poisoned it. Field felt tutorly disgusted that to smear lie juatoy or per talent. Ha, if I offend a lover he will snitch hair away and let countless vagabonds ravage her, oh but sadly have in a future, you bastard, his brother grinned triumphantly. Damn you scum, Field Sanger reachedite zenith the original owner had been too kind-hearted. Indeed, doing good deeds only breeds sinemi as it saxophone builds bridges and droid sunlit to encounter corpses, while lithosoha commit murder on Darson wear golden belts. Such shameless bastards must beto to lessen with ephists, Urius King Fordeth. A fierce ekni strikes in this brother flying, and Field immediately surged forward, delivering a kick to his brother's face, splattering blood across his visage. Every knew astonished the ordinary litisal Field they decabided such brutality. I detest being threatened. Seizing the opportunity while the guards were still in shock, Field grabbed his brother's golden curls, preparing to slam him into the ground. Suddenly, Heffelte tightening around his neck, his entire being lifted high off the ground. In an instant, that painful sensation of suffocation made Field acutely aware of death closing in. Watery outowing to me lord, Thuist Field was strikingly beautiful, with flowing auburn hair, but what druthi must attention waste the mysterious rune upon her forehead? A chosen one, Field was taken aback. In this world, extraordinary powers existed, and the Kile with chosen ones exceptionally unique beings with transcended fighting spirit and magic, possessing an array of unfathomable abilities, including combat, support, and construction. The unfortunate truth is, only women cold become chosen one as perhaps the gods of this world Wariel family. As Field teetered on Thebring Kofun consciousness, Heffelth himself spinning, followed by Escher pain in his back, realizing he had been thrown against the wall. Ha, you truly dare not kill. Ah, I will kill ya, his brothercode loudly, drawing his dagger. Field wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, acutely aware of the thuisnumage for its chosen ones. No longer willing to dally with them, he endured the excruciating pain and swift lighter net away to leave. To his astonishment, Hisiatobi appointed Dunjer brother Oriada possessed the protection of Fa chosen one, which hatened field sensi of peril. Devoid of the luxurita remained in having now antagonized this brother, field recognized the urgency to take action otherwise, Harisked being captured by his brother that Varinite, subjected to any form of madness and torment. One sigatherma strength he shall return to Rekevo Kupanual, field muttered, his gaze lowered, fury unabashedly flickering in his eyes. Under 90 years of compulsory education, there exists no cowardice. What, pray tell, is this bothersome green dotakentoafli on field pondered, contemplating themap visibayan latahim. It appeared on the day of your rival perapsides linked to the lordly aptitude. For every shadow, there I like t counterpart to chosen one's lords. By signinga contract wing chosen one, mutual feedback and growth can be achieved. Lords possess unique talents often related to their contracted chosen any and their domain. However, their urial sorora not ability is the texist independently of bothland and contract, yet still bestowdolent. The originalis naturally lacks such abilities, yet the transmigrated field possessed this rare gift. Of course, one cannot rule out a possibility of visual impairment such as floaters or cataracs and must wait to ascertain Heathruth, which is not far off, situated in Golden Eagle City. Having haste ligathera disbelongings, the butler hado redi collect the gold coincand was waiting with a fast full off desperalance deaths or vance for field's departure. Upon learning of the destination to the accursed land, the butler felt Zarito hang himself, yet knowing that suicide would not grant them intratoparadis, has steeled himself to mark towards his demise. Leadisprost, Field said, burdened with thoughts, lacking the inclination to for solicito his butler. Ashiapine Thagati Softy manner, a troop of ragtag armored cavalry appeared in his line of sight. From among them emerged a damon draped in a crimson cloak, wielding the England's esteemed Baron Field. I am Captain Connor of the cavalry, a signatus Urscourt. I trust we shall have a pleasant journey. The initial Rallionia, Connor. Field replied courteously, though alarm bells rang within him. Though designed de Sainscourt, Theban did like demeanor of the cavalry offered little line to offer assurance Field harbored doubts that might be murdered for his riches as soon as she stepped outside. Of course, such a possibility wasn't like Largus to Red Knights typically refrain from committing soft murder against nobility, as it would irreparably damage their future prospects. Field shrugged, perhaps they are here merely to supervise, to oversee my journey to the gallows. First, we must make our way to Golden Eagle City to procure supplies for the expansion of Nightfall territory, here solved, intending to investigate the Thenich de Green Dot. Golden Eagle City, the second largest urban center within Throsvamilai domain, boasted unparalleled commercial prowess. It had been besto duetipin Field's second sister, with annual tax revenue as reported lyriacking 100,000 gold coinsan astonishing figure in stark contrast to Field's meager 500. Traveling by carriage, Field spent the better part of the morning reaching the sprawling Kitty, which spanned 40 square kilometers. Unlike modern times, the soldiers girding Thesa to get slanged carelessly against thools, exchanging lujokis or horling insults of the lower class individuals attempting to enter, demand injects or bitant fees for admission. It was not until face pot the cavalry clearing up at head off Field the tanafasur abrupt lately up from Isiat. Quickly, Movathos reches aside, Annabulus passing through the aureas, you fools. The lethargic soldiers immediately straightened, cursing and shoving the commoner sand merchants to his side, ensuring a clear passage for the noble. The then did obsequious expressions as they bowed to Field. Although Field was not favored, Herman Ednable, and the common folk dared not offend him. Slowing hishers, Field made his way toward the location of the Green Dot. They got off icer hiva deseo for reliefus langasha didn't attract trouble, it would be splendid. Horizm collecting taxes swiley indulgent in off use wigs of full live wine, reclining in his chair to bask in the sun. Guided by the Green Dot, Field arrived at the northern section of T City, where the slave market lay. Oh, this accursed an nauseating blend of pig feed and excrement, Captain Canorgrimaced, repeated lifting the air before him, yet to no avail the follow dar permeated his nostrils relentlessly. Chapter 3, The slave's Field was tormented by the foul stench of the slave market, causing his nose to twist in discomfort. Those miserly merchants resembled vampires, unwilling to part with a single copper coin to give the slaves a bath. 5 or 6 slaves were crammed into a tiny cage, forced to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep in the same confined space. There was no privacy, no dignity, and due to their upbringing, they were even deprived of the right to end their own lives. In the cages exposed to the outside, many female slaves were devoid of even a shred of tattered cloth, their soft flesh laid bare for passers-by to gawk at. This was a marketing strategy, and a successful one at that, as every day, toothless old bachelors came to admire them. "Sir, are you interested in purchasing a slave, essential for any estate? They are all hard workers. Rare elven slaves are only 1,000 gold coins. Our new shop is open. Do come and have a look." Field, adorned in a well-tailored black robe and wielding a finely crafted long sword, possessed an appearance that bespoke wealth. The slave trader's eyes gleamed with excitement. They relished dealings with nobles, for nobles had substantial purchasing power, unlike the pitiful souls who merely came to gawk without any intention to buy you. Furthermore, the consumption of slaves by the nobility was astonishing, as they often returned as loyal customers to eye in the eyes of noble lords. Slaves were even less valued than their trained hunting dogs, easily disposed of at will. As Field surveyed the iron cages containing the slaves, he noted the lack of even the most basic spark of life in their eyes. Their disheveled appearances made it nearly impossible to discern gender, and their bodies bore the cruel marks of whips. Occasionally, a slave would meet Field's gaze but would immediately lower their head, trembling in fear. "How much?" Field inquired, his eyes scanning for the location indicated on the map. "Sir, the price varies greatly among different races," replied a merchant with a sharp, monkey-like face, rubbing his hands together. "Goblins, halflings, and pigmen are priced at 10 silver coins each. Beastmen are 20 silver coins, while orcs cost 60. If you seek a plaything, well, the price knows no bounds." The merchant leered as he pointed to a particularly captivating slave locked in a large cage, priced at 1,000 coins. She was extraordinarily beautiful, clad in sheer veils that revealed her alabaster skin. Yet her eyes were vacant, resembling those of a fool. This elven slave had been thoroughly abused by goblins, having borne at least 26 offspring. But she remains a sought-after commodity. I plan to send her to the auction house, where she will fetch far more than a mere 1,000 gold coins. Care to reconsider? "I have no interest in her," Field replied curtly. "What of the human slaves? Humans are intelligent and more obedient. Male slaves are priced at 40 silver coins, while females are 25, though they are primarily intended for labor. If you seek some amusement, I still recommend the elves. Even if not for pleasure, they make fine meat or can be used to create magical artifacts." A shiver ran down Field's spine. In this world, nobility was not the elegant, dignified presence often portrayed in dramas, but rather brutal feudal tyrants. Rumors circulated that elven flesh could enhance vitality, and the proud elves quickly found themselves on the dining table, even though they resembled humans closely. In the midst of idle chatter, Field pinpointed the location of the green. His gaze shifted to a corner cage, where a green dot hovered above, akin to a guiding marker in a game. It was a beastman, specifically a white wolf beastman, possessing crimson eyes, with ears and a tail resembling those of a wolf. At that moment, she lay motionless in the cold, damp cage, clad in coarse linen, occasionally glancing towards the merchant's waist where the keys hung. A rare prairie breed. Our slave-catching team expended considerable effort to breach their stronghold. Those damned savages have an incredibly strong fighting spirit, the merchant boasted, relishing the cruel reality. If you wish to play with a wolf beastman, you'd best bring a servant for assistance. Otherwise she might just bite. Some things are better left unsaid. Beastier girl. Field felt a surge of excitement. As a seasoned otaku from Blue Star, he had no resistance against the allure of a crimson-eyed beastier girl. Cautiously, like teasing a dog, he reached out to stroke her head. "Careful now," warned his steward Cow. Frowning, the beastier girl emitted a low, threatening growl, her scarlet eyes glinting with menace. Captain Connor of the Knightly Order was already prepared to draw his sword. "Lord Field, best not to touch her. I would prefer to avoid any complications before we reach nightfall. There is no need for such anxiety. She is rather adorable." Despite his words, Field was inclined to heed the counsel, retracting his hand. He perceived both defiance and despair in the beastier girl's eyes, endearing yet pitiable. Adjusting his attire, he inquired, "How much?" "Only 3 gold coins." The merchant, sensing Field's desire, closed his eyes and hiked the price. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, while 1 silver coin was 100 copper coins. Field maintained a stoic expression, narrowing his eyes. "You just said beastmen only cost 20 silver coins. Do you wish to toy with a noble? Oh, but she is special, is she not? Captured not long ago. I assure you she is untouched, and her beauty is unparalleled. She is also to be exhibited at the auction. Such exquisite looks. But alas, she is a beastman, an impure creature. Otherwise, I wouldn't part with her for less than 300 gold coins. 50 silver coins. do not test my patience." Field crossed his arms, speaking in a tone that suggested he was painting grand visions. "I am about to assume control of my territory, and the slaves I purchase will not be limited to just her. Will you conduct one transaction or many? I trust you understand the implications." The merchant's internal struggle was palpable, and the prospect of befriending a powerful noble with a fief was indeed enticing. With a clenched jaw, he relented. "That depends on how many you intend to purchase." Cao cast a puzzled glance at Field. In the past, Field would never have engaged in bargaining, only showing sympathy for the merchant's plight. After careful selection, Field acquired 100 human slaves and 100 beastman slaves. Including 120 men along with the beast-eared girl he had his eye on, the total expenditure amounted to 53 gold coins. "Sir, here is the sole contract for the slaves." All verified by the chosen contract, Field took the parchment, densely inscribed with names. "Indeed, this is a vow sworn in the blood of the slaves. Those who defy your will shall be reduced to ashes by divine fire." The merchant leered lewdly, handing over the rope tethering the slaves. "So, you may indulge as you wish. Have fun, my dear customer." I will. Field waves dismissively. After all, once he ventured into the cursed lands, if he did not enjoy himself, he would likely meet a grim fate. Chapter 4. The purchased slave. Field had contemplated acquiring more slaves, but his purse was light. To survive amidst the deadly miasma, disregarding the threats posed by monsters. Merely breathing necessitated reliance on the fog-clearing lanterns, a magical item exclusively sold by the church at exorbitant prices. Moreover, sustaining a group of over 200 individuals was no trivial expense. "Any luck securing a loan?" Field asked as he approached Cao, who had just exited the Merchant Association. Upon seeing Cao's expression, akin to that of a dead mouse, he immediately grasped the situation. "Apologies, my lord, even the greediest merchant, upon hearing your name, would not extend a loan to us." Cao shrugged. After all, the northern provinces were synonymous with hell. Even the Royal Expeditionary Forces had met with total annihilation. No merchant would willingly throw their money away. "Wait a moment, I received my appointment order today. How is it that merchants are so well informed?" Field had planned to secure a loan, believing that if he perished in the north, repayment would be unnecessary. And if he survived, repayment would be a trivial matter. Cao rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested in serving a noble about to face death. Had he not stumbled upon the affair between the countess's sister and the stable boy, he might have had a promising career as the steward of Golden Eagle City, or perhaps a tutor to the countess' grandson, instead of heading to the cursed lands to meet his demise. "Your second sister, having learned of your fief in advance, warned the merchants in the city that anything you purchase would cost 10 times the usual price," Cao replied, exasperation evident in his tone. "Furthermore, the merchants understood your sister's intent and will offer no conveniences." Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, he had not revealed his full name when purchasing slaves, or else the price would not have been a mere 50 gold coins. "Cursor, thank you very much, dear sister." He seated, his temples throbbing. "None of them treat me like a human, do they? The most frustrating part is that the original owner lived so long without a single copper coin to his name. A third went to the family treasury, and 2/3 were donated to the border fortress to purchase weapons against the corrupt creatures. A quintessential example of the impoverished nobility. Unable to secure a loan was one thing. It was a colossal loss for the short-sighted merchants. If Field shrugged it off, now he needed to procure some supplies for production. Field spent 180 gold coins on the necessary pack animals, farming tools, food, and books for the expedition, acquiring 17 old and weak pack horses. In the Middle Ages, horses were essential production resources, strictly controlled by lords. He ensured the food supplies were as ample as possible, enough to sustain modern individuals for half a month at a glance. However, slaves required far less. A single black loaf of bread daily would suffice, and even 2 loaves mixed with tree bark and sawdust could keep them kneeling in submission. Thus, the food would last around 35 days, more than sufficient. For magical items, he would purchase those in the border city, where the weary officers would sell them at discounted prices, much like the feudal armies of ancient times, who would readily sell off their soldiers' weapons and equipment, only to continue profiting from the empty coffers. Field originally intended to recruit some talents or mercenaries at the tavern. Unfortunately, upon hearing of the journey to Nightfall territory, they unhesitatingly declined. "That cursed place is no different from sending us to our doom. I advise you to flee to another country directly. Even the most tenacious cockroach would have to cover its behind to survive there." Echoing in his mind were the mercenaries' warnings as Field rubbed his temples, glancing at the beast-eared girl curled up in the hay-filled cart. He was curious about what peculiarities this girl possessed. After finding an inn, Field allowed everyone to rest for the night. The next morning, he summoned the beast-eared girl. "What is your name? Did you rest well yesterday?" Field scrutinized the 50 silver coin slave, amused by her bewildered expression. Ah, Ashina. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Ashina finally managed to utter her name. She had not spoken a word in a month. She had been anxiously awaiting the arrival of her fate, never expecting that she would have a day to converse normally. After a meticulous cleaning by the maids, the beast-eared girl transformed entirely. Her once tangled and dried fur became smooth and lustrous, her long snow-white hair cascading down like pure snowflakes, complementing her exquisite features. Exuding a quiet elegance, precisely the type of mature beauty Field admired. However, her constantly trembling wolf ears and tail clearly betrayed her unease. Upon stating her name, the green dot above Ashina's head vanished, replaced by a simple panel dot name, Ashina level, unawakened promotion path, chosen of the wolf cavalry status, malnourished, on the brink of collapse, please supplement nutrition. By the heavens, Field exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The green dot indicated an unawakened chosen. He was momentarily speechless, for the fact that the map could indicate green dots meant they would not appear just once, every year on September 1st. The nation's awakening day, every eligible female must undergo inspection. Although the probability of awakening as a chosen is exceedingly slim, given their value, it is worth the immense expenditure of resources, Field paced excitedly, his fists pumping, realizing that his abilities undoubtedly held immense potential. Perhaps this venture to Nightfall territory would indeed allow him to establish a foothold. Ashina, witnessing Field's strange behavior, mistakenly believed he was concocting a sinister plan to torment her. Causing her legs to tremble in fear as she nervously fidgeted with her skirt, she was uncertain about what lay ahead. In truth, after being purchased by Field, she had contemplated a violent retaliation. Even if the slave contract might backfire, she refused to die in humiliation. Instead, she envisioned fiercely biting the neck of her oppressor. However, the maid had pulled her away, undressing her, bathing her, scrubbing every inch until she was spotless. Never had she imagined someone would assist her in bathing since her birth. Even more astonishing was the clothing, made from soft, comfortable fabric that felt weightless against her skin, free of biting fleas and without the risk of scratching her delicate skin. Perhaps she had become a sacrificial offering to a demon. Ashina's thoughts spiraled, and she awaited the opportune moment to strike back. She would undoubtedly show these wicked humans what for. Fear not, I am not the type to derive pleasure from killing. I purchased you to expand my territory, Field said, lowering his voice to sound gentler as he casually leaned against a chair, his languid posture exuding no aggression. By the way, does this outfit fit you? The dress was a modified maid's attire, tailored to be more modern. The hem was cut above the knee, and the sleeves were short, although it lacked the essential black or white stockings. The sight of her smooth, pristine thighs and glistening toes was already quite pleasing, very fitting. Unable to bear the torment of speculation, Ashina spoke with a teasing tone, as though she had seen through Field's intentions. My lord, what would you have me do? The maids had indicated that her role was to accompany the man before her to bed. However, Ashina deemed this unlikely, for humans generally despise demi-humans. With animal ears and a tail, they regarded her as a tainted human, akin to a devilish hybrid born of a depraved union with a goat. Of course, to assist me in expanding my territory, as I just mentioned, Field replied matter-of-factly. Seeing Ashina's incredulous expression, he could only helplessly press his forehead and suggest, "Let us eat first. We can discuss further while dining." Upon hearing the mention of food, Ashina immediately calmed down, her stomach burning with hunger. Field found himself in a precarious situation, despite being despised by his siblings. It was not the worst of his troubles. The old count's health deteriorated day by day, and the vast fortune he held was soon to be divided, even if Field was not favored. The laws of the Holy Griffin Empire dictated that direct bloodlines were entitled to a share of the inheritance. This was akin to a version of the favor of the ruler from another world, dividing large territories into smaller parcels to prevent any single lord from becoming too powerful. Thus, Field's brothers naturally wished for his demise, and they harbored mutual animosity. Not long after the dinner bell rang, two demure maids entered, carrying sauced meat and honey bread. "Ashina, you have," the Field began, only to find Ashina had vanished, leaving him utterly bewildered. "I'm right here." Ashina sat quietly in the corner, adopting a duck-like posture. "What on earth are you doing?" Field exclaimed in shock. "Just sitting, waiting for dinner, my lord. Did I do something wrong?" Ashina's anxiety returned as Field strode forward, grasping her hand and leading her to the table. "Sit in the chair. It's time to eat." Ashina dared to perch on only a third of the seat, staring at Field for a long while, ensuring that this nobleman had not produced a whip or a flail. "You're not joking?" "I can eat this." She pointed at the aromatic meat. Field shrugged. "Of course." The poor beast-eared girl, realizing Field was not jesting, cautiously lowered her head and took a bite of the meat. In an instant, The flavors of spices and sauce exploded in her mouth, her taste buds, having been starved of meat for so long, danced in sheer ecstasy. This was the most wonderful thing in the world. Casting all else aside, Ashina quickly devoured the meat on her plate, licking the sauce clean. In no time, she single-handedly polished off 3 meat portions and 5 rolls, leaving her belly distended as if she were pregnant before finally surrendering to her appetite. Field offered a fatherly smile. Go on, eat up. You'll be working hard for me in the future. Even if I were to die now, I would be content. Ashina licked the remnants of sauce from her lips. Her wolf ears perked up with vitality. That's a bit extreme. I hope to cultivate you into a chosen. Field interlaced his fingers and leaned back in his chair. Naturally, he would not be so naive as to reveal that Ashina was an unawakened chosen. Opting instead for the term cultivate, you might be disappointed. The probability of becoming a chosen is minuscule, especially since I am a demi-human. I've never heard of any contract between a human and a demi-human. Ashina replied timidly. According to the records, the more prosperous the city, the higher the likelihood of a chosen emerging, yet even in Golden Eagle City, only 3 had appeared in a century, and among them 2 were noble women, and 1 was a clergyman. The chances of a demi-human becoming a chosen were even slimmer. They lacked powerful nations and prosperous cities, barely scraping by. Field chuckled lightly. How will you know if you don't try? I believe I can cultivate you into a chosen. If he failed to cultivate her, he might very well meet his end in the cursed land. Well, if it means I can have meat to eat. Ashina replied, licking her lips longingly. The subsequent 10 days passed swiftly on the road. In order to nourish Ashina, Field purchased copious amounts of meat and magical supplements in every city they passed. Ashina soon realized that Field was not jesting. Additionally, Field acquired a fog-clearing lamp, purification potions, and awakening crystals worth 150 gold coins. Field had done his homework. These magical items were essential for expanding Nightfall territory. They soon arrived at the final fortress leading to the northern province. Baron Bull's Kazan fortress, constructed from stone amidst towering mountains, was capable of withstanding the corrupt creatures, magical beasts, and fearsome orcs from the north. Oh, winter goddess, grant me the power to become a chosen. Ashina silently prayed to the deity of wolf demi-humans from the creaking cart. The past few days had felt dreamlike, riding in a noble carriage, savoring delectable meat, and even receiving the care and service of maids, though they were not there by choice and often grumbled, had rendered these days akin to paradise. As she pondered, Ashina touched her forehead, confirming that she was not feverish or delusional. The only aspect that perplexed her was Field's willingness to purchase precious potions for her to consume. She had never heard of a chosen being cultivated through potions. Perhaps it was part of some nefarious ritual, Ashina murmured to herself, but even if I were truly offered as a sacrifice to a demon, it seems worth it. Goodness, what am I saying? I truly hope I am a chosen. Otherwise Baron Field would be terribly vexed. Ashina could only pray silently. The butler, Cow, let out a desperate sigh, lamenting, I never expected that my final visit to Kazan Fortress would unfold in such a manner. Field, disregarding Cow's lengthy lamentations, sat astride his horse and gently prodded the butler's shoulder with his riding crop, inquiring with curiosity, Have you frequented Kazan Fortress often before? Cow rolled his eyes, responding, Indeed, you have always donated your living expenses to the villagers here or sent them to Baron Bull's treasury, allowing him and his soldiers to indulge in feasting and merriment. Well, Field replied, his lips twitching as he recalled the original owner's benevolent nature. He offered an awkward smile and involuntarily shrugged, adding, At least Baron Bull will be quite pleased to see us. The locals will commend us, making future visits to Kazan Fortress considerably more convenient. Chapter 6, The Corpse. The local residents were excessively enthusiastic. Given that the original owner had cultivated connections, Field might also reap some benefits from this in the future. Baron Bull and his son are notorious for, forgive me, I spoke too much. Cow hastily silenced himself, recognizing that disparaging another nobleman in front of a noble was tantamount to courting disaster. Even if the individual before him was known for his cowardice, he had once found himself in trouble for meddling and exposing a noble's infidelity, resulting in the loss of his prospects and banishment to the northern territories. Field wished to press further, but he noticed a sudden appearance of a red skull icon on the small map in his mind, rapidly advancing towards him. Could it be that someone has come to greet us? He mused aloud. Though he was no fool, the skull icon certainly signified something ominous. He promptly summoned his male servant to call for Knight Connor. If I may be blunt, the Baron is simply being paranoid. Connor chuckled dismissively upon hearing the servant's slightly anxious report. This is the most fortified section of the Empire's defense. Concealed behind the walls of Kazan Fortress. If there is danger here, I'll eat all the dung my warhorse produces. In Connor's mind, Field had already been branded as a desperate man clinging to his last struggles. I must inform you, my lord, that heading to Nightfall territory is under the joint supervision of Law and Family. We cannot waver at the last moment, as that would contradict the qualities expected of a noble. The servant, feeling intimidated by Connor's aggressive declarations, returned to report with diminished confidence. Field merely acknowledged with an oath, instructing the slaves to slow their pace. Connor, mounted on his horse, was reluctantly forced to lead the procession. Coward, how could the Earl sire such a feeble creature? Connor muttered under his breath. However, his expression swiftly darkened as they encountered the enthusiastic locals. A cacophony of howls erupted. Have they arrived? Field chuckled softly. Realizing that someone's dinner was likely to consist of horse dung today, amidst the exclamations of shock, Field maneuvered past the obstructing slaves, spotting a throng of pallid grayish eyes belonging to the undead. Clad in peasant garb, charging towards him with reckless abandon, pursued by a handful of normal humans, even from 100 meters away, the chilling malice and stench of decay assaulted his senses. These corpses were the byproducts of the northern provinces. What is happening? We haven't even reached the north yet. How can there be monsters? Captain Connor spat in frustration, cursing his ill fate. Just as he thought he could fulfill his duties, an unforeseen incident arose. Mount up, knights, prepare for battle. Even more disconcerting for him was having just mocked Field, which only served to inflame his fury. Connor raised his lance, feeling a deep reluctance, yet if he failed to fulfill his duty, he would be forever estranged from the upper echelons of society. 20 cavalrymen quickly formed a line, galloping up the slope on the right, then leveraging the downhill momentum to charge towards the horde of corpses. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. Field felt a surge of anxiety, keenly observing the thrashing undead, and shouted to the slaves behind him, "Link the wooden carts together, any brave men. Grab your farming tools and fight alongside me. I shall reward you based on your performance." The slaves remained unmoved, cowering behind the carts, trembling, or praying for a miracle. Don't expect anything from those worthless souls. The butler trembled uncontrollably, as if an electric motor were lodged within his legs, nearly soiling himself from fear. He grasped Field's robe, stammering, "My lord, let us flee, strategically retreat. There is no need to concern ourselves with these mud-soaked peasants. If they perish, we can simply purchase more." Field shrugged off the butler's grip, frowning. "You're frightened by such trivial matters. Perhaps it's best if you avoid the northern provinces altogether. Do you think I wish for this? The Earl personally summoned me." Cal wished he could vanish on the spot, his face flushed with embarrassment. Are there enemies? Ashina leapt down from the cart, her convalescence having transformed her from a gaunt figure into one with healthy flesh. Plump in all the right places. Were it not for the slave mark and maid's attire, she could easily be mistaken for a noble lady. My lord, I shall do my utmost to protect you," Ashina declared, raising her tiny fist, trembling like a kitten in the cold wind. That seems unlikely. Observing Ashina's wolf ears, which flopped comically due to her nervousness, Field felt a mix of amusement and gratitude. The sustenance he provided was not in vain. Unlike certain despicable individuals who, having consumed their own provisions, bore grudges against him. Help! The farmers sprinting at the forefront spotted their savior and rushed towards Field. With the horde of corpses trailing closely behind for glory, upon reaching a certain proximity, Connor's cavalry charged forth, rallying with fervent cries as they extended their 3-meter-long lances towards the clawing undead. Thud, thud, a series of nauseating sounds echoed as 7 or 8 corpses were skewered and sent sprawling to the ground, their putrid, purple blood gushing forth and soaking the earth. This was merely an appetizer. After the lance charge, the cavalry swiftly retraced their steps, wielding flails or sabers, and violently swung them from atop their steeds, splattering blood as the corpses fell like wheat being harvested. Some trampled underfoot, their chests crushed with a sickening crunch, creating a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The remaining corpses crashed into the barricade formed by Field escorts. Their brains reduced to mere decorations, they lacked any tactical awareness, mindlessly attacking the wooden carts. Good grief! The slaves jostled against one another, trapped within the encircled carts, unable to escape. The butler's predicament was hardly better. His nerves frayed, he was soaked in sweat and urine. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Though Field felt fear, it was not as exaggerated. Perhaps his penchant for apocalyptic novels and zombie films prior to his transmigration had prepared him. He had to take matters into his own hands. Lacking even a single soldier under his command, Field observed that while the corpses moved with agility and fearlessness, their mindless actions were not insurmountable. He resolved to act personally, as this body had at least acquired some basic combat skills. With a low growl, Field seized the opportunity as a corpse shoved against a cart, plunging his sword into its neck and yanking forcefully to the side. The corpse's head drooped like a branch struck by lightning, hanging limply against its chest. The nauseating stench of decay and fermented excrement surged into his nostrils, nearly inducing a retch, yet a thrill coursed through him. Within his soul, a warrior's blood flowed. Chapter 7. Hitting a wall. The Empire's strongest defense is unmanned. Killing the undead wasn't as daunting as he had imagined. Field's confidence soared as he flicked the tainted blood from his sword. My lord, be careful. Another half-bodied corpse crawled forward, attempting to bite Field's ankle. In a critical moment, Ashina seized a dung fork from the cart and stabbed it deep into the undead's back, pinning it to the ground. Well done, Field exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as he stepped back, his heart racing. He had narrowly avoided being bitten, though the toxin could be cured by the church's clergy. The cost was exorbitantly high. Without 100 gold coins, one could forget about treatment. Regaining his composure from the intense palpitations, Field let out a long breath, ruffling Ashina's hair in gratitude. As a token of my appreciation for saving my life, I shall reward you with a gold coin, Ashina. Ashina beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had never seen so much money in her life. Oh, really? But this is what I ought to do. The corpses were not like the terrifying zombies depicted in horror films. As long as weapons penetrated their bodies, they could be harmed. More undead surged forward, clawing and gnashing at the cart wall. Yet, the slaves at the rear recognized that the corpses were not formidable, unable to attack them through the wooden barricade. Moreover, their lord and the frail girl dared to fight back, prompting several men to seize farming tools and retaliate against the undead outside the barricade. Field was no less resolute, raising his sword to continue the fight. As blood splattered, numerous corpses fell beneath the onslaught of farming tools and Field's sword. Wow! Meanwhile, a scream pierced the air. One of Connor's cavalrymen, while maneuvering, was seized by a corpse masquerading as a village woman, yanking on his cloak with such force that he toppled backward, crashing to the ground. The sudden fall left the unfortunate rider motionless. Connor, livid, cursed loudly. Damn, useless. What infuriated him even more was that Field was not quaking in fear but was calmly directing the slaves, decapitate each corpse and pile the heads together, set them ablaze on the spot. Field immersed himself in the knowledge of corruption along the way. Those corrupted humans posed a grave threat to the environment with their decaying bodies. If left unchecked, they would soon become a new source of pollution. Furrowing his brow, Field hesitated as he gazed into the distant haze that blurred the horizon. Encountering such a multitude of zombies before even reaching the Nightshade domain was indeed an ominous sign. Although his family had deemed him unworthy and sought to exile him, pushing him into a pile of corpses felt excessively cruel. Thank you for your assistance, my lord, said the fleeing refugees, approaching him as if they had seen their long-lost father. Kneeling before him and kissing his boots, may the god of war illuminate your path. Field accepted their gratitude with composure and surveyed the ragged, beggar-like refugees, inquiring, where do you hail from? How could there be so many decayed bodies? Shouldn't those corrupted creatures have been kept at bay by the towering walls of Kazan Fortress? It is the death mist, replied one of the villagers. The haze from the north has seeped through the fortress walls, enveloping our village of Oak. Most of the villagers succumbed to the corruption in their sleep during the night, turning into corpses, while only we managed to escape. The villagers trembled in fear, recalling horrifying memories. Their bodies shaking uncontrollably. The death mist, said to be the source of corruption, mingles with the air. Once inhaled by flora and fauna, it swiftly kills the host and transforms them into corrupted monstrosities. Only those with lordly abilities or the chosen ones are immune. Furthermore, purchasing the church's repentance lanterns can dispel the mist, albeit at a steep price. Field had expended 50 gold coins to acquire merely 2. And that was due to the favor of the nobility. After quietly listening to their lamentations, Field furrowed his brow and asked, where is your lord? To my knowledge, every border fortress is overseen by a chosen one. Ensuring the mist cannot infiltrate, the Baron and the Chosen One went to investigate the cult's whereabouts. Only the Baron's son remains in the castle. Let us go meet the local lord. Once the group had gathered themselves, Field mounted his horse. To reach the Nightshade domain, he needed the local Baron's permission. Upon arriving at Kazan Fortress, Field was awestruck by the imposing stronghold. The continuous stone walls and cylindrical towers formed a robust and towering defense system, equipped with crossbows, catapults, and cauldrons of oil along the walls, rendering it nearly impervious to assault, even by an army of 100,000. The fluttering griffin banners spoke of the grandeur of an ancient empire. Yet the most pressing question remained, where were the people? Field was taken aback. The entire outer wall was devoid of life, as far as the eye could see. Connor, equally startled, turned pale. Could it be that the orcs launched a surprise attack? If they breach Kazan Fortress, the entire province would fall in an instant. That is unlikely, otherwise it would not be so quiet. Fortunately, after advancing a short distance, Field spotted torches ignited within the inner castle. Do not approach. Who are you? A voice called from the walls. I am the torchlight. Heads were visible, indicating a substantial military presence within the castle. A Field pondered why they had suddenly abandoned the outer military stronghold. I am Baron Field of the Ross family, en route to the Nightshade domain for my appointment. Please open the gates of Kazan Fortress and allow us to pass. The officer who called out appeared troubled and, after a moment's hesitation, summoned a young man, the son of Baron Bull. Absolutely not. My father has not returned. No one shall deceive me into opening the castle gates. Leave this place, or I will shoot. Hearing the resolute response from the castle wall, Field's lips twitched as he surmised that the young man was terrified, having been petrified by the corpses. He immediately shouted, "It is I, Field. I have previously donated to this place. Do you remember? I am not your enemy. What are a few measly coins? The entire empire sends money to the border. Who do you think you are for me to remember you, a filthy outsider? Coming here to disgrace yourself." Field gritted his teeth, nearly biting through them, as the goodwill of the original owner had gone to waste. Were it not for his lack of soldiers, he would have besieged the castle immediately. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, stating, "These villagers are those I rescued along the way." Before he could finish, he was met with a barrage of insults. "Damn it, are you suggesting that I have too much food in my castle? Who allowed you to save those foolish beings? Mind your own business. If you dare bring them one step closer, I will shoot." Chapter 8. Very well, I shall renounce my humanity. Field was stupefied. What sort of person was this? Frustrated, he felt displeasure mounting. The steward, Couch, shrank back, having initially hesitated to voice his thoughts. Both Baron Bull and his son were not good people. "Wait, you are the Baron of the Nightshade domain. Excellent, finally someone can serve as a buffer for my fortress. I hope you can survive a few more days, but when the corpses come for you, do not come to me. I will not open the door." Of the man on the wall, recalling Field, regrettably considered him merely as a strategic buffer for Kazan Fortress. Cow, unable to hold back, leaned in and whispered, "Young master, the only child of Baron Bull, Richard Bull, is known for his cowardice. We should avoid engaging with him." "You speak wisely. There is no need to argue with fools." Field's temper flared as he slowly retreated, thinking, "So this is how you wish to play, is it? I shall not be courteous any longer. You can open the gates to the Nightshade domain yourselves. It is quite safe there." Richard retreated back into the castle, barking, "Get out of my sight, you filthy outsider." The steward, wiping cold sweat from his brow, cautioned Richard, "Young master, is it wise to deceive them like this?" Silence. After retreating a sufficient distance, Field instructed the group to wait. "Now I understand why the corpses appeared here." He smirked, adjusting the sword at his waist. Fortunately, the orcs were also hindered by the mist, compounded by the constraints of the peace treaty. Otherwise, the Empire's proudest defense would become a laughingstock. My esteemed lord, we shall not disturb you any further." The villagers clustered together, awkwardly pushing one another, as they did not wish to incur Field's wrath, who seemed quite angry. Ultimately, they did not dare to flee directly but sent one person forward to bid farewell. "We are leaving. Thank you for your help." Field, in a fit of anger, though born in modern society, was not one to be trifled with. Lowering his gaze like a wolf ready to pounce, he coldly growled, "Did I grant you permission to leave? Your lord has abandoned you. You are now without a master, and thus I have taken you in. A perfect opportunity to replenish my labor force." "What? No, please, my lord, spare us. We are free men." The villagers were utterly unwilling, recalling Richard's earlier words about the Nightshade domain being a cursed land of death, a place from which none returned. "Releasing you is an option. However, a ransom of 5 gold coins is required for your freedom. I saved you, and this is what I am owed." Field unsheathed his sword without hesitation. "Either accompany me to the Nightshade domain or pay me. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to minced meat for the dogs. Do you hear me? Indeed, he is certainly a noble." Beside him, Ashina breathed a sigh of relief. Field's recent kindness had made her uneasy, as if she were living in a dream. Now seeing him embrace the ruthless demeanor of the nobility, she felt a sense of comfort. Like Ashina, the villagers were similarly affected, becoming compliant after the threat, kneeling and expressing their willingness to go to the Nightshade domain. After all, death awaited them regardless. They might as well take a chance. Pathetic wretches, Field thought, sheathing his sword. Exasperated fists are always more persuasive than words. "My lord, do not give up." Ashina cautiously approached to comfort him. Upon sensing his displeasure, Field glanced at her, momentarily taken aback, until he noticed her fearful expression, prompting him to quickly smile. "I am fine. I was just lost in thought." Continuing forward, as Field neared the fortress gates, he was startled by the vast expanse of skull symbols on the mini-map. Was this what Richard referred to as a safe gate? That damn fool, accepting payment without fulfilling his duty, now attempting to use the corpses to ensnare me. If I were to recklessly enter the fortress gate, I could easily be caught off guard by the hidden corpses within. Field was displeased but soon had an idea, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Since Baron Bull's foolish son had fortified the inner castle and abandoned the outer defenses, perhaps there was an opportunity for substantial gain. After all, no one would witness it. He resolved to act, for Field was no saint of principles of honor and decency held no value in dealing with these wretched beings. It was time to seize their money. Food, and women with vigor. With a flick of his cloak, he commanded, "Cow, do you remember the ones who dared to arm themselves against the corpses? Gather them all. If we lack 30, then recruit the strongest among them." Though Cow was timid, he was efficient in carrying out orders. Soon, 30 individuals of various races were assembled. Previously, some troublesome characters had been a nuisance. Field cast a glance at the distant, grim-faced Connor, brave knight Connor. "Although this is not my territory, as an honorable noble, I must assist the farmers here in slaying the corpses. Will you join me?" Field concocted a flimsy excuse. "Are you out of your mind?" Connor was taken aback. He had lost a subordinate while fighting the corpses. He remained agitated over the matter of the pension, and upon hearing the foolish Baroness' proposal to quell the tide of corruption, he could hardly believe his ears. "No, I have already brought you to the border of the Nightfall territory. We are now just a door's distance away. I must return to report to the Count." Connor resolutely declined, and as he spoke, he could not suppress his laughter, bursting into a hearty guffaw. "I apologize, but I believe that leading this motley crew to assault the undead would be no more effective than taking pigs along. At least it would leave the corpses well fed." Field wore a look of regret. "Well, I had thought you might come to share in the glory. Do not forget the laws of the Empire and the tenets of our family. You must arrive on time." After leaving a warning, Connor galloped away with the cavalry so swiftly that Field barely had time to remind him that the horse manure had yet to be consumed. "Are we truly going to provoke the undead?" the steward Cow inquired, trembling with trepidation. Field did not expect the steward to slay enemies and waved his hand dismissively. "You stay here to guard the slaves. Ensure they do not escape. If anyone attempts to flee, reduce them to ashes with the slave contract." His voice rang loud, causing the slaves to tremble in fear. Cow, however, felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Forcing the slaves to equip themselves with scythes, manure forks, and logging axes, Field departed alongside Ashina. After 10 minutes, Field veered into a deserted grove and, using the small map afforded by his lordly abilities, confirmed that the surroundings were clear before retrieving a beautiful crystal orb from the pack on the right side of his steed. Ashina's panel had already changed. She had been lost in thought. Merely to ascertain that she was not hallucinating. Chapter 9, Winter. The goddess's blessing. She had transformed from a state of malnutrition to one of suboptimal health, yet her dormant state had shifted to a state awaiting awakening. This meant that with the catalyst of the awakening crystal, Field could immediately obtain a chosen one. "My lord, is there something amiss?" Ashina asked anxiously, fidgeting with her small hands. "After consuming meat for 10 days. Her attitude towards Field had improved markedly. Before her capture, her days had been filled with hardship, foraging for wild grasses to eat. Now, encountering such an enigmatic noble, she found herself feasting daily. Perhaps this is the way of the wolf, full of unforeseen circumstances. "What is this?" "The awakening crystal, a treasure that cost me 60 gold coins," Field lamented, for he possessed only 500 coins in total each year. On the day of awakening, the Empire utilized such crystals to seek out the chosen ones. One awakening crystal could test nearly 1,000 individuals. "Ah, do you truly believe I am a chosen one?" Ashina was taken aback. "Let us not jest. Close your eyes, feel with your heart. I have received divine guidance. So there is no need for concern." Field fabricated a tale, then placed the crystal orb before Ashina. Though she did not consider herself a chosen one, she did not wish to disappoint Field. After spending these days in close quarters, she found him to be quite an extraordinary noble, at least treating her kindly. The moment her hands made contact with the crystal orb, countless blue starbursts erupted, coalescing into the elegant and ethereal figure of a goddess, the goddess of winter, who presides over ice and snow. The nearby demi-human slaves immediately recognized the apparition, for it was their faith. "Heavens, Ashina is actually the chosen one of the winter goddess." Thud thud, the slaves instantly knelt, trembling with excitement, eager to offer their hearts. It was Field's first encounter with such a spectacle, and he was drenched in sweat from exhilaration. This was a genuine miracle. The blue starbursts formed peculiar runes, and Ashina instinctively reached out to touch them. The light gradually converged, ultimately inscribing itself upon the back of Ashina's hand. Simultaneously, Ashina's physique transformed, becoming more statuesque, her legs perfect and flawless, her complexion fairer than snow. Exuded a chilling aura from her scarlet eyes, her features more refined than before, her beauty enhanced by a remarkable 30%. She radiated strength, disdain, and allure, a beguiling presence that seemed utterly natural. "I have truly become a chosen one. "My lord, how did you achieve this?" Ashina's mouth fell agape in disbelief, her expression filled with reverence for Field. It was known that the emergence of a chosen one held no forewarning. Even the empress of the Sacred Griffin Empire had merely ordinary offspring. The other slaves also struggled to comprehend. How could they, all mere slaves, become chosen ones after just a few days under the Lord's tutelage? They had initially believed Field was merely amusing himself. But it turned out he had genuinely produced a chosen one. Chosen ones are the will of the divine. The slaves speculated that Field must be favored by the gods. Their admiration for him surged instantly. "Just a small matter," Field waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty, before striding confidently in front of the crowd. "Now, who among you still harbors doubts about our expedition to the Northern Territories or my plans for expansion?" The crowd exchanged glances. "Who would dare? Trust me, as long as you fulfill your duties and complete my tasks, not only will I restore your freedom, but I will also ensure you live a life free from want," Field declared loudly. "Please allow me to contract with you," Ashina interjected eagerly. Earlier, Field had mentioned making her a chosen one to facilitate the expansion of the Nightfall territory. Of course, this was destiny in action. Field pretended to be a mystic. The contract was simple to forge. Ashina harnessed the power of the runic mark to establish a connection with Field, and the contract came into effect. After establishing the chosen one contract, Field produced the slave contract. Although the slave mark had long been purged by the chosen one's purifying abilities, Field still went through the motions, publicly tearing the slave contract and declaring Ashina a free citizen of the Nightfall territory. Ashina beamed, raising her hand as the runes transformed into a massive black dragonwolf, its formidable form leaping from the void, its body covered in jagged scales that shimmered with a cold light. Startling everyone, "What is this?" Field was momentarily taken aback. A dragonwolf, well, it must be the mount granted by the goddess. Ashina adjusted her hair, exuding grace with every gesture. "Furthermore, I have mastered numerous combat techniques upon becoming a chosen one." She might acquire peculiar treasures. Even if a chosen one fell in battle, the treasures could endure. The Ross family possessed a 6th-tier artifact lance, bestowed by the fallen chosen one known as the Blood Rose, from which the family name Ross was derived. Opening Ashina's panel. Name: Ashina. Level: 1st-tier chosen class, Wolf Cavalry Divine Skill, Frost-Piercing Lance Legion Skill, Howling Charge, increases the impact of cavalry under command by 100. Ashina's combat prowess sword. Her Dragonwolf mount could contend with 3rd-tier knight combatants. With newfound strength, Field felt emboldened. No longer would he be cowed by a stepmother or younger brother. They would soon be brought low. A smile spread across Field's face. "Now, let us visit the barracks and the armory." As they neared the city walls, Field spotted scattered skull icons marked on the map, which were moving. "There are some corrupted creatures here." Field unsheathed his sword. For aiding the local lord in eradicating corruption was an obligation every noble in the empire should fulfill. Lighting the fog-dispelling lamp purchased from the church, the sacred light swiftly dispelled the thick gray mist, alleviating concerns that the slaves might perish from the miasma of death. "I sense the power of the chosen one." Ashina pointed at the golden lamp in Field's hand. Field blinked. "Undoubtedly, it is a pity I do not know how the church produces these. It is a lucrative industry. Each lamp costs 25 gold coins and lasts only 30 days. Upon entering the pass, Field did not allow the disorganized masses to act freely. Instead, he instructed them to advance in formation. They were merely slaves forcibly conscripted, lacking military training, and thus moving as a cohesive unit was the most prudent choice. Ashina gently pushed open the door to the barracks, discovering 2 armored corpses. Though unarmed, likely caught off guard by the gray mist, "Eliminate them," Field commanded fiercely, his eyes drawn to the well-fitted armor on the corpses, hoping not to damage it. "Understood." Ashina kicked open the wooden door, leaping in with remarkable agility. Upon becoming a chosen one, not only would her physical attributes dramatically improve, but she would also master specialized combat techniques. Chapter 10, Survivors. "Let me communicate with you through blood and iron." The resounding crash of the door echoed through the gray mist, shattering the silence of the city walls and eliciting eerie wails from the surrounding undead. Noticing the rapidly converging skull icons on the mini-map and the faint roars in the air, Field involuntarily broke into a sweat. Before the corpses could mount an attack, Ashina swung her long blade, severing one's neck, blood splattering against the walls, casting the room in a hue of dark purple. Another corpse lunged at her, its face grotesquely torn, gaping wide enough to expose its ear. A single bite from this creature would surely take a significant chunk of flesh. However, Ashina effortlessly evaded, simultaneously twisting her long blade. Bolstered by terrifying power, the undead's head vanished, and blood gushed from the gaping wound, pooling into a crimson puddle in no time. Roar! Hearing the commotion, a horde of corrupted soldiers surged from the passage. their eyes rolling grotesquely as they crowded forth. The slaves wielded farming tools, swinging them aimlessly, yet none dared to step forward. The mere presence of the monsters was frightening enough, particularly with their heavy armor. "Damn it, just how many have been tainted?" Field cursed under his breath. Fire. Ashina summoned her dragon wolf, its massive form nearly blocking the entire passage. The twinkling magic energy swiftly coalesced, resembling a flowing river of stars. The dragon-bred wolf opened its maw and unleashed a massive surge of azure flames. The decaying corpses within the passage were instantly engulfed by the fire, leaving only a few writhing, contorted silhouettes visible. Such a terrifying power! The slaves, initially torn between fleeing and fighting, were taken aback by the sudden eruption of battle, which concluded in the blink of an eye. The few who witnessed the engulfed figures were left with nothing but the sight of ashes on the ground. Is this the power of the Chosen One? Alas, the spoils have been incinerated as well. A field swelled with determination. It was time to be bolder. Everyone should make a commotion to draw the nearby corpses in for extermination. At Field's command, the slaves complied by banging and smashing, allowing Ashina and her dragon-blooded wolf to dispatch the gathered horde of corpses. Soon Field had efficiently eliminated all the monsters near the barracks, granting him a deeper understanding of the Chosen Ones and now to search for valuable items. Field's eyes gleamed with avarice, particularly for weapons and gold coins, just as he sent the slaves out to scatter. One of them rushed over, brimming with excitement. My lord, we have found survivors. Field, however, did not share in the joy. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings with a complex gaze. Ashina, retract your wolf. Now is not the time to reveal our strength. Without sufficient time to develop, exposing the existence of a Chosen One would only invite death. His stepmother would undoubtedly send assassins after him, forcing Ashina to switch allegiances. Revealing himself to the slaves was not a grave concern. They had always been under his watch, and with a mere thought, he could send them all to their demise. Field contemplated. Perhaps the survivors knew where essential supplies were hidden. The survivors were hiding in a dark fortress within the city walls. As the main gate had been doused with purification potion, barely holding back the grey mist, hearing the sounds of living voices, they finally dared to open the door. Thank the Valkyrie. I thought we would be trapped for a week. At that point, we would have to resort to consuming our own excrement to survive. The bearded officer made a distasteful joke while straightening his attire, then turned to Field with a smile. Let me guess, you are the newly minted knight? I shall certainly report your achievements to Baron Bull. You are too kind. It was merely a trivial effort. Field tilted his head, curious about what lay within the fortress. But 2 soldiers obstructed his view. The 10 soldiers under the bearded officer were all stationed inside the fortress. Where are your attendants? The officer glanced at Field's slave soldiers, dismissing them as mere peasants wielding farming tools. Field shrugged. I am not a knight. I am Baron Field. Oh, Baron Field, the one without a single guard. When you sent someone to donate funds previously, they mentioned your name. The bearded officer's expression grew increasingly peculiar. And after a few changes in demeanor, he suddenly gestured to his subordinates, a smirk playing on his lips. Baron, I have long heard of your benevolence. I wonder if you could do us a favor? This tone felt off. With the original owner was indeed very kind, and Field raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. What do you mean? We were drinking, and in our intoxication, we forgot to light the fog-clearing lanterns, allowing the grey mist to infiltrate the barracks, thus losing control of the situation. This is quite a predicament. Baron Bull is exceedingly brutal. We will undoubtedly face execution. Is this something I can hear for free? So, Field wore a knowing smile. You wish to seek refuge with me? Ha! The soldiers erupted in laughter, tightening their grips on their weapons. We want to escape, but we require the entire fortune of a noble, and on top of that, killing you means no one will know of our existence for a while. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Field was infuriated, for his original intention was to recruit the survivors and locate supplies. Should they refuse to cooperate, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. But being provoked like this was particularly vexing. The bearded officer shrugged it off. If it weren't for the lack of fog-clearing lanterns, we would have broken out long ago. You are nothing, Field chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? The bearded officer raised his sword, observing Field's calm demeanor, his confusion deepening. In truth, I intended to loot this place. Now it is perfect. Killing you leaves no witnesses. Ashina, attack. Soldiers beside the bearded officer immediately surged forward, brandishing their daggers. In the blink of an eye, a ghostly azure figure darted past, and the soldier's arm was effortlessly torn away, as if it were a grasshopper's leg. Clang! The air seemed to freeze until the dagger clattered to the ground. The soldier fell, clutching his blood-gushing stump, howling in agony. My arm, my arm! The colossal azure wolf filled the entire passage, its armored body evoking dread akin to that of a tank. Monsters. The soldiers were paralyzed with fear at the sudden appearance of the beast. What is this? Wasn't Baron Field supposed to be a complete nobody, a total waste? The bearded officer was dumbfounded. He now wished to capture and flay those who spread such rumors, render them all crippled. Field licked his lips. The original owner was indeed a good person, but that had nothing to do with him. Slaves, here is your chance to steal your courage, 1 silver coin for each kill. Chapter 11, Despicable, the noble's passkey. This world is rife with bloodshed and treachery. Being too kind can lead to a swift demise, especially for a noble. Field had lost all patience and compassion for the scoundrels of this world. Let iron and blood speak for themselves. Treachery is indeed the noble's passkey. It became evident that humans attacking their own kind was far simpler than dealing with the undead. At least humans did not appear monstrous. A human slave screamed and lunged, pinning down the dismembered soldier, driving his scythe viciously into the soldier's neck and yanking it out, severing his head cleanly. The soldier's expression of terror remained frozen on his face. Well done, it is yours. Field's lips curved into a smirk as he tossed a silver coin to the slave. I permit slaves to possess their own property, and the more they toil, the more they earn. The eyes of the surrounding slaves turned crimson. A silver coin was no trivial sum. It could buy 100 loaves of black bread, extending their lives by 100 days. Instantly they were ignited with a fierce determination. With Ashina's giant wolf leading the charge, the slaves, undaunted, gripped their weapons and rushed forward. It was a veritable slaughter. In the presence of a chosen one, a meager number of fully armored infantry were merely a joke. The heavily armored soldiers were flattened by the wolf's claws, blood flowing from their crushed bodies, pooling into rivers. Ignoring the cries for mercy, Field swiftly dealt with the traitorous guards. He tiptoed, careful to avoid stepping on the severed limbs, and cautiously entered the dark fortress. This was a weapons cache. Upon seeing the fortress's armory, Field could no longer conceal his astonishment. Before him lay piles of armor resembling small mountains, exuding the scent of well-maintained tung oil. Neatly bundled nearby were racks holding standard long pikes, steel blades, and iron shields, while bows and crossbows hung on the walls and barrels of arrows encompassed various functions. They could easily equip 500 men to the teeth. Boasting 100% armor coverage. A baron could not possibly afford such an arsenal. All of it had been transported from various regions of the empire. Each year, the major lords were required to allocate a portion of their supplies and gold coins to support the construction of the borders, preventing the invasion of corrupt monsters and orcs. Just as a forward outpost, Castle Kazan boasted such an abundance of resources, one could only imagine the wealth of the several massive fortresses behind it. Have we struck gold? Ashina exclaimed, clutching a knight's bow with delight. This is merely a small fortune. Field was, in fact, elated. He waved his hand, urging, what are you waiting for? Arm yourselves. Yes, upon hearing they could don expensive armor, the group immediately rushed to untie themselves, donning suit after suit of armor. For the first time, these slaves felt the power of the armor, heavy yet providing an overwhelming sense of security. The only downside was that the slaves were too small. They wobbled unsteadily in their armor. This is for annoying me. Richard. Field rubbed his hands together and called over the first slave to engage in the fray. What is your name, my lord? I am called Lynx. Lynx appeared quite nervous. In an era of monopolized knowledge, the names of those at the bottom were often quite arbitrary. Of course, it was not possible to be too casual, should one offend a noble. The guillotine and hooves of horses would not be forgiving. I have a task for you. We shall rehearse it twice. Field pulled Lynx close, speaking in hushed tones and gesturing mysteriously, since he had already pilfered the weapons and equipment from Baron Bull. He saw no harm in pushing the envelope further. After sending Lynx away to lead 20 others, Field began to ponder the weapons before him. We must take all of it. I cannot bear to leave anything behind. Field paced back and forth. Ashina, have Cow bring everyone here. We'll send the equipment down from the walls, then return to collect it after we pass through the pass. They are now the equipment of Nightshade. Not enough. Merely possessing weapons and equipment would not satisfy Field. Venturing to Nightshade was a gamble, and he must go all in. Castle Kazan was supplied by nobles from across the nation, yet the villages under its jurisdiction would not relinquish a single tax. There were a total of 6 large villages responsible for providing supplies to the fortress, and due to the fertile land, they continuously supplied the baron's castle with cattle, sheep, wheat, and taxes every year. The gentle hills undulate in a continuous expanse, where a well-equipped contingent of soldiers, bearing the family banner of the Bull Baron, traverses through withered vines and tangled weeds, amidst the remnants of crumbled walls. Bullhorn Village, renowned in the region for its 2 towering watchtowers, which stand a mere 4 meters high, including the roofs, remains a point of pride for its inhabitants. These seemingly rudimentary towers, once occupied by hunters, offer a defensive bulwark against bandit incursions provided by the surrounding wooden palisade and the militia. Just last night, they had dispatched 3 corpses that had allegedly infiltrated from beyond the walls. My heavens! Even monsters have emerged within the fortress. This unsettling turn of events has stirred the elders' recollections of the fearsome orcs. A handful of villagers, clad in burlap, wielding pitchforks, and cradling bowls of vegetable stew, gather at the village entrance, engaging in idle chatter about whether the widow from the eastern village could withstand a few rounds with the green-skinned orcs, punctuating their conversation with raucous laughter. It's the Lord's soldiers. The villagers recognize the banner, yet remain unclear about the soldiers' intentions, leaving them in a state of confusion. Soon, the slave guards led by the lynx appear in sight, open the gates. Lynx curses, while the soldiers beside him obediently thrust their pole arms into the ground, the sound of their armored footfalls resounding, mimicking the nobility. Lynx bellows imperiously, "Do you wish for us to remain outside, drinking the cold winds, you foolish imbeciles?" The villagers quickly come to their senses, hastily bending over to usher the soldiers inside. My lord, is this regarding the corpses? Our village has repelled their attack, thanks be to the divine. And of course, our gratitude extends to you, my lord the Baron. Now we shall offer up a maiden to ensure your satisfaction. The village chief beams with a radiant smile, approaching eagerly, but his demeanor falters upon seeing Lynx. "This officer, I do not believe I have had the pleasure of your acquaintance." Lynx feels a surge of anxiety, yet recalls Field's instructions. When confronted with an awkward query, resort to cursing. "Curse your mother, you vile snake's lackey, spare me your prattle. I am here to collect taxes, not to make acquaintances, do you understand?" The village chief is doused in spittle from Lynx's outburst, nearly toppling over in fright at the unsheathed blade. "My lord, it is my fault. Farm tax, population tax, household tax, faith tax, land tax, exemption tax, breathing tax, what else is there? You know the taxes customary to the Bull Barony. The medieval tax system is exceedingly diverse. There is always a tax suitable for every peasant." Chapter 12, Tax Collection. "Though it is not yet time for tax collection, my lord," laments one farmer. Lynx, his expression impassive, replies, "Due to the incursion of corpses, safeguarding you has proven arduous. We require additional resources. If you have any objections, we can arrange for you to descend into hell." A field assigned him the task of tax collection, and if his ruse were to be unveiled, it would matter little. They could simply resort to plundering. After all, who among the Nightshade Barony would recognize them? Yet tax collection remains the safer route. The slaves lack combat prowess, and any clash with the militia could lead to unforeseen consequences. Pay up, deliver the full amount of taxes. The village chief grits his teeth, promptly instructing the villagers to bring forth livestock and grain, while donning a sycophantic expression. As for the maiden desired by the Baron, I shall present her as well. A maiden? Lynx furrows his brow. Field had not mentioned this detail, clearly indicating this was a desire of the Bull Baron. The slave guards, eager to refuse, are swiftly silenced by Lynx. To decline would certainly expose their ruse. "Very well, take her back with us." Before long, Bullhorn village is in an uproar, akin to boiling water poured over an anthill. 2 oxen, 4 sheep, numerous chickens and ducks, 5 carts of grain, a total of 7 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. The village appears to have been thoroughly stripped bare, resonating with cries and pleas. A year's worth of accumulated wealth vanishes overnight. Nobility is indeed terrifying. Lynx silently clicks his tongue. He too had been unable to pay taxes, forced into slavery. Whether the villagers had evaded taxes was of little consequence. They were merely a windfall. Might so many livestock. Field continues to direct the slaves in transporting military equipment and magical artifacts. At a separate location within the stronghold, he discovers 3 fog lamps coveted by the bearded officer, alongside a plethora of magical potions, predominantly healing elixirs, the total value of which is incalculable, yet surely exceeds 200 gold coins. With such bountiful spoils, Field is taken aback by the tax revenue Lynx returns with. He himself had not anticipated that a small village could yield such a fortune, likely due to exorbitant tax rates. Lynx has merely plundered 1 village, yet even 24 men could not lay claim to such wealth. Even cattle and sheep are included. It appears that in this cursed land, he need not worry about a lack of meat for the foreseeable future. The only discomfort for Field lies in the fact that he has effectively raided a village. Spare me the moral quandaries. Survival is paramount, he chastises himself, the advanced moral standards of Huagua proving ineffectual in the brutal reality of the medieval era. With his own survival at stake, he cannot afford to dwell on such concerns. Only by surviving can he hope to achieve anything. Moreover, the Nightshade Barony, located at the forefront of the Bull Barony, serves as a buffer zone. These provisions are rightfully his. Sustaining his subjects must be his foremost priority. Excellent. Each person shall receive a silver coin. Field encourages Lynx with a smile, generously offering his own resources. If you can gather a full gold coin for me, I shall grant you your freedom, allowing you to become a free citizen of the Nightshade Barony. The slaves erupt into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Genuinely feeling a glimmer of hope. My lord, shall we proceed to collect taxes from other villages? Inspired by Field's incentive, Lynx's enthusiasm surges. His eyes alight with fervor, he swiftly adopts Field's perspective, discarding any prior sympathy for the villagers. The Bull Barony's inhabitants have been plundered. Why should the Nightshade Barony's people feel pity? Field raises his fist, proclaiming, "Indeed, let us seize their gold with vigor. Aim to complete the collection by morning. We are pressed for time. Go forth, continue masquerading as soldiers of the Bull Barony to collect taxes, and I shall reward you. However, speed is of the essence. Other cities within the empire, unlike the cowardly Richard, will soon take note of the Bull Barony's plight and dispatch forces to eradicate the corruption. He cannot afford to be caught unawares. My lord, and this young girl," Lynx pulls forward a modestly dressed young girl, likely around 12 years of age. Do I appear to be some sort of creep? You dare bring me a little girl? Field's mind momentarily falters, a reprimand nearly escaping his lips, but upon observing Lynx's apprehensive demeanor, he suppresses his ire and inquires, "What is the situation? Why have you brought a child back?" "She was offered to the Bull Baron by the villagers. I suspect it is not a benign gesture. I had not intended to cause trouble, but brought her back to avoid raising suspicion among the villagers." "I beg your lordship's pardon, there is no need for punishment. You have demonstrated cleverness, Lynx. From now on, you shall lead the guard." Field is relieved by his own patience. The little girl bears no extraordinary traits, merely possessing a somewhat delicate appearance. After asking her a few casual questions, he decides to take her in. She has already learned of Field's true nature, making her return impossible, and she would likely fare poorly if sent back. The following morning, gentle sunlight pours down as Ashina awakens to the cacophony of clucking chickens, quacking ducks, and mooing cattle outside, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she lazily yawns. The fatigue from yesterday's battle has dissipated, and Ashina finds herself in a deep slumber, the soft mattress beneath her infused with the faint aroma of honeysuckle, a stark contrast to the damp, cold confines of a cage. Thank goodness the Lord chose me to be the chosen one. Lord Field truly is a remarkable man. Her slender legs intertwine, producing a tantalizing rustle, and she yearns for another hour of sleep, yet hastily rises, for Field has mentioned entering the mist today. "How did you rest?" Field observes the slightly mature lady rushing toward him, the playful rabbit nearly losing composure. "There is no need to rush. I am still planning our course of action. I rested well, my lord. You are busy." Ashina nods, feigning understanding, standing obediently to the side and wait. The northern province is vast, encompassing the Nightshade Barony, once home to prosperous cities and villages, now corrupted and rife with monsters. The core of the Nightshade Barony is a once thriving estate, owned by a female baroness, Sophia Starry Night, her starry city visible from the grand estate. With my current strength, the notion of constructing a castle from thin air is utterly fantastical. The best approach is to consume the grand estate and, from there, gradually reclaim Starry City. The map in Field's possession is an outdated version from 7 years ago. Many pioneering knights once envisioned reclaiming the northern province, bringing along servants and retainers, only to return with few survivors. Those who remain in the north have undoubtedly transformed into monsters, perhaps even bosses, proving to be nothing but a nuisance. Field silently grumbles. Thus, while the strategic plan appears splendid, the inherent risks are undeniably daunting. Chapter 13, Within the Fog, Part 1, My lord, all goods have been packed. The support supplies from last night, including 7 head of cattle, 20 sheep, a pack horse, and a myriad of other items, have all been recorded in your ledger and are ready for transport. Butler Kareem, dressed in respectable garb, bears a glum expression. No one finds joy in entering the north. They stand atop the city walls, gazing out. All that meets the eye is the grey mist stretching to the heavens, with nothing but fog beyond. He has contemplated fleeing, yet Field offers him no opportunity to do so. Under the insidious influence of wealth, the servile soldiers, akin to bobcats, have become unwavering loyalists of Field. Cam dares to assure that the moment he flees, he will be instantly slain by that wretched pack of sycophants, who would then be rewarded with a silver coin by Field. Those despicable lackeys, corrupting their very souls for the sake of money, have forsaken their lives. The steward inwardly cursed, such is the nature of slaves. Grant them a modicum of hope and favor, and they will eagerly offer their lives. By the way, my lord, Cow hesitated repeatedly, glancing at Ashina several times before he could not restrain his curiosity. That slave, apologies, I mean Miss Ashina, truly is a chosen one, is she not deceiving us? might she demonstrate a miracle? To bolster morale, Field had summoned everyone the previous night to announce the tidings of the Chosen One. Do I still need to prove this to you? Perhaps you should venture forth while I serve as your steward. Though I wonder, can you survive the Empire's onslaught? A Field thwarted Ashina's intention to summon the giant wolf, snorting disdainfully as he furrowed his brow at the disloyal steward, who had been perpetually uttering disheartening remarks. Were it not for the fact that he was one of the two individuals capable of reading and writing, Field would have relished the thought of relegating him to the role of a mere groom. It was time to reprimand him. Cao felt the weight of pressure, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and he uttered a sound of apprehension. Too intimidated to speak, his master seemed a vastly different person than before. Perhaps the pressure from his family was too great. It would seem so, for he too was reluctant to enter the cursed land, and the pampered aristocrat surely wished to avoid it even more. Cao's thoughts became a chaotic muddle. No objections, then let us depart. Field ignited the fog-clearing lamp, each one costing 25 gold coins. Every minute it burned was akin to tossing money into the flames. Gritting his teeth, Field stepped into the northern province, and the sounds and breaths of all living things abruptly vanished. In their place, only a terrifying silence remained. Raising his gaze, Field beheld the shrouded, grayish mists of death enveloping the surroundings. Eerie in its stillness, with not even the sun visible, prolonged exposure would evoke the sensation of being submerged in the deep sea. Even Field felt a twinge of anxiety and fear, let alone the slaves. Were it not for the corruption that would ensue upon leaving the fog-clearing lamp, and the fact that Field had publicly proclaimed the existence of the Chosen One, they likely would have lost their sanity and plunged headlong into the grey mists, only to be transformed into monstrosities. The ground was teeming with writhing, crimson-black tendrils, corrupted vegetation that posed no threat but could entangle the wheels, truly reminiscent of Silent Hill. Field forced himself to remain composed. Walking at the forefront of the group, allowing them to see him, guiding them onward, and instilling courage within them. After all, the timid nobles were present. What reason did they have to flee? Caw, roars echoed through the mist. Various strange cries resounding. The fog-clearing lamp illuminated a distance of over 100 paces ahead, while the roars originated from further afield, leaving the group with no sense of security. All around lay the ruins of shattered walls. With desiccated heads impaled by corroded iron spears upon the ground, Field even glimpsed a faded griffin banner. The Empire had dispatched numerous colonization legions, yet alas, they had all perished, becoming well entrenched among the locals. Gulp. My lord, fall back behind me. Ashina's crimson eyes warily scanned the right front, sensing an approaching monster. Soon a decaying corpse with half a face staggered into Field's line of sight. Whoosh! Ashina drew her bow and shot an arrow. Leaving a silver streak through the air, the corpse's head burst open like a watermelon, its body rolling twice upon the ground before ceasing to move. Be cautious, more monsters are charging in. On Field's mini-map, a vast expanse of skull icons appeared. Now that they had been discovered, he could no longer afford to speak in hushed tones. Following the previous strategy, they formed a barricade with the wooden carts, and the crossbowmen were ordered to fire. At Kazan Fortress, Field had acquired 80 crossbows and 100 standard imperial bows. Regrettably, among the slaves, only 2 or 3 could shoot arrows. Fortunately, the crossbows were quite effective, and he armed 20 archers. The cacophony of monstrous cries grew increasingly frenzied, accompanied by the sound of many feet trampling forward, a dark mass of corpses surging into view. With the aid of the mini-map, Field was aware of the monsters' positions nearby, yet the density was too great, forcing them into combat. Damn it, fire! Without needing to be told twice, the trembling slaves released their quivering bolts. The foremost corpses crashed against an invisible wall, immediately toppling 7 or 8 of them. Ashina, having stowed her bow, summoned the giant wolf, which charged forward though only at the first-tier Chosen level. The combat prowess of the Chosen was inherently superior to that of mortals. With her long sword dancing like a butterfly, she dispatched one decaying corpse after another. Whether by decapitation or by the dragon-breed wolf's claws, Ashina plunged into the throng of corpses, commanding the dragon-breed wolf to swirl and unleash flames, resembling a fiery tempest, incinerating the surrounding corpses into ashes. Could it be? It truly is the Chosen One. Cao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ashina had alleviated a significant amount of pressure, yet the tense atmosphere showed no signs of abating. The vision obscured by the grey mists, with decaying corpses constantly emerging, inflicted tremendous psychological strain upon the group. Kill! The bobcat growled, thrusting his spear at the oncoming corpses with all his might. 3 or 4 spears pierced the chest of a corpse, and with a swift motion it was flung to the ground as if it were a mere sack of rags. More of the corpses collided with the bobcat's slave guard, their fists and claws raining down upon the soldiers' shields and armor, producing a cacophony reminiscent of hammering iron. "What is that flying over?" Field noticed a rapidly moving skull icon on the map, now directly above him. Without hesitation, he dismounted, realizing that he alone stood at a precarious height, which was far too dangerous. Just as he steadied himself, before he had the chance to look up, he felt a gust of wind rush by. "Watch out above." Field immediately ducked down, drawing his sword to stab upwards. A fleeting glance revealed a Batwoman, bald and browless. Her grotesque visage lacked any beauty, save for her feminine form, while her arms were bat wings, and her legs ended in sharp talons. Chapter 14, In the Midst of Fog, Part 2. Her wings flapped, causing the two blobs of rotten flesh on her chest to sway grotesquely, utterly lacking in aesthetic appeal, and even repulsive to the extreme. With a single dive, she seized a female slave, the poor subhuman struggling and screaming in vain, as the others could do nothing to save her. In mere moments, the slave was torn asunder by the Batwoman, blood splattering and triggering a wave of gasps, while the Batwoman emitted a mocking, shrill laughter. "Shoot that hideous creature!" Field's rage ignited. Without needing further instruction, the furious crossbowmen raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of bolts and arrows. The Batwoman, caught off guard by humanity's ranged capabilities, was struck by 3 or 4 arrows and crumpled to the ground like a tattered rag. "How dare that monstrosity attack my subjects? Every single one of them is a life I have purchased," Field fumed, seizing a spear from the cart, disregarding any semblance of noble decorum, swinging it in a wide arc to crush the Batwoman's head into a pulp. In the chaos of vanquishing the Batwoman, a multitude of corpses surged forward, unimpeded by the crossbow fire. "Everyone get back," Ashina urged the power within her, and the black scales on the dragon-breed wolf's neck began to sizzle and smoke, a terrifying energy gathering that even warped the space around them. Boom! A ghostly blue flame erupted from the wolf's mouth, a wave of heat surging forth like a burst dam, engulfing a vast area before Field. The distorted silhouettes consumed by the inferno. Field even felt the surrounding gray mists dissipate significantly. So hot, the guards clad in armor were scorched from the proximity, grimacing in agony. The corrupted blood of the corpses dried up, adhering to their armor. Ashina stuck out her tongue, offering an apology. The consecutive flames obliterated a large number of corpses, leaving the remaining ones no longer a threat. The group successfully withstood the initial wave of the undead tide. 3 slaves and 1 slave guard perished, yet it was bearable. They rested for half an hour, with the women sent to retrieve arrows. Field took a water flask from the steward, gulping down several mouthfuls. The icy water invigorated his throat, awakening him to the reality of his situation. "Thanks to you, Ashina." Field reached out to ruffle Ashina's hair, causing her to blush, her wolf tail wagging like a propeller, as if she might take off. Ashina shook her head, feigning humility as she replied, "It is merely my duty," yet her expression betrayed her eagerness. "Praise me, do not stop. No wonder the northern province is labeled as a cursed land. Had the original master come, no, had Ashina not aided me, I might not have endured for long." Field felt a shiver of apprehension, yet quickly dispelled the negative emotions as he noticed new icons approaching his direction. A cluster of red exclamation marks. Could it be more monsters? No, their formation was too orderly, precisely 19 of them. Field furrowed his brow in contemplation, then called Ashina over, instructing her to prepare an ambush within the fog. Ready to adapt as circumstances demanded, Captain Connor and his band of brothers were also advancing through the mist. "This fog-clearing lamp seems on the verge of extinguishing. Damn it, why is that idiotic Baron's lamp so large while ours is but a meager light? The second miss is far too stingy. If she wants the donkey to work, she ought to offer a carriage." "Silence, you foolish donkey, be wary that your loud mouth does not attract the corpses." The people beside him scolded him nervously. "I sense something darting behind us." A vigilant cavalryman remarked, gripping his lance with evident unease, "We should take the opportunity to eliminate Baron Field before venturing into the northern province." "Rather than now," Connor sighed in resignation. "Do you think I desire this? To brazenly slay a noble would surely lead us all to the gallows." This was also the reason they had previously bid farewell to Field and circled back, seeking an alibi. Soon, Connor's cavalrymen discovered traces of Field. Fresh blood and corpses on the ground served as the clearest guide. The tracks of over 200 men were impossible to conceal. "Brothers, prioritize eliminating Field. Then we shall charge at the slaves to seize their fog lamps. The grey mist will soon claim us all." Connor's plan was remarkably sound once they arranged the formation for a cavalry charge. The men urged their steeds into a brisk trot. I could already envision Field's terrified pleas for mercy. Connor licked his lips, laughing unabashedly. However, upon catching sight of Field, his smile instantly froze. A 30-man fully armored guard stood firm, shields raised and spears poised, their gleaming pikes and the blood and entrails staining their armor signifying their formidable nature. Field remained sheltered behind a line of war chariots, 2 ranks of crossbowmen ready to unleash their bolts at Connor's cavalry at a mere command. Even without professional training, a 3-year-old could easily fire a crossbow, piercing through an adult's body with ease. Damn it, we've been spotted. Connor was taken aback, feeling like a fool. How could this be? Wasn't Field a coward with no foundation? Where did he acquire such guards? The cavalryman stirred restlessly. The ambush had lost its element of surprise and devolved into farce. Charge at the well-formed heavy infantry with pikes, or crash into that damned chariot line. We retreat. Connor yanked on the reins, his steed whinnying as it reared and turned. Suddenly, a massive black wolf, towering over 2 meters and as robust as a bear, appeared behind the horse, causing it to stumble in fright. Connor was thrown off and terror coursed through him. Damn! Before he could retrieve his weapon, a spear pressed against his throat, and a stunning wolf hybrid, with a bemused expression, fixed her gaze upon him. Connor knew that any movement would seal his fate. Worse still, his fog lamp had been taken from him. This was the slave that Field had insisted on purchasing. Connor immediately recalled the slave Field had been so determined to acquire, capable of maneuvering through the grey mist without a fog lamp. The men were dumbfounded. By the gods, what ill fate has befallen them to encounter a chosen one? Who could have imagined that Field would possess such an entity? Had they known, even 1,000 gold coins would not have lured them here. Ah, Captain Connor, what brings you here? You startled me. If Field did not directly command their death. Instead, he slyly rolled his eyes and casually spoke as if greeting an old friend. Are you worried I might not arrive on time? Fear not, expanding territories for our family is a noble's duty. Connor was rendered speechless, caught between life and death. Chapter 15. In the haze, Part 3, Field bore a congenial expression, like a spring breeze. Then you must be escorting us, correct, just as the chivalric code dictates, to praise the goddess of war. Connor was elated, thinking Field remained unaware of his true intentions, and quickly seized the opportunity. Ah, yes, indeed, that's splendid. Come down and share a mug of ale. We are about to set off, and you will have the chance to demonstrate your chivalry along the way. Field raised his hand, signaling Asina to step back. Then casually invited the cavalryman to drink. The cavalryman hesitated, feeling guilty yet hopeful. Confronting a chosen one head-on would likely result in total annihilation, and fleeing was not an option. Asina had seized Connor's fog lamp while incapacitating him. Without a fog lamp, charging into the deadly haze would be tantamount to seeking death. It appeared the Baron had not discovered their plans. Naturally, Field had always been foolish. Seeing Field's sincere demeanor reminded them of his previous kindness and weakness, leading them to entertain fanciful thoughts. After Field persuaded them to dismount, they nervously took a few swigs of ale, finally relaxing their taut nerves. My lord, I believe we should return to report. Connor sought an excuse to flee. Field nearly lost his composure. These fools truly thought they could deceive him. Your steeds have been requisitioned for my expansion. I shall return them to you upon nightfall. Field dismissively refused, then pointed toward the front of their ranks. You just said you would help us clear the way. Now let us proceed. Connor felt a sense of foreboding, urgency washing over him. I regret my decision. I apologize, but I must hasten back to report. I fear the Count is already anxiously awaiting. Ha, I see you are utterly clueless, Field sneered, signaling Asina. Suddenly Asina's massive wolf clamped down on a cavalryman's head, the sickening crunch of bones nearly drowning out all other sounds as the soldier's lifeblood gushed forth. His body convulsing violently from the unexpected assault, everyone, including Field's vassals, instinctively held their breath, gripped by terror. The brutality of the scene was overwhelming. I was wrong, Baron Field. Connor quickly capitulated, falling to the ground. It was your sister, Liz, who commanded me to do this. Shall I repeat myself, Captain Connor? Field replied with a smile. Lead the way, or die now. A chill ran down Connor's spine, penetrating to the very marrow. All notions of gentility were rendered meaningless. Previously, he had overheard other nobles gossiping that Field was as meek as a lamb. Bah, they were all liars. Connor cursed those deceivers vehemently. Under the threat of the guards' pikes, soon 18 cavalrymen without steeds formed a small square, leading the way in the front of the group. Meanwhile, Field's mini-map indicated a horde of corpses rapidly approaching. Taking a deep breath, Field gritted his teeth. Let us depart. Nightfall Keep lay in the southeast direction of the northern province. With the aid of the mini-map, Field circumvented the majority of monsters, taking 3 days to finally reach the Grand Estate. The relentless tide of corpses had seemingly rendered Nightfall Keep uninhabitable, as evidenced by Connor's trembling hands, his blade dulled, and his expression vacant, resembling a marionette. The continuous onslaught had pushed him to the brink of collapse. Among the cavalry tasked with clearing the way, he remained the sole survivor. One must admit, being a captain required some skill, yet he had also been torn in several places by the corpses, his flesh rotting, drawing him closer to death. Give him a swift end. As Field's words fell, Asina released her bowstring, an arrow striking Connor dead, after which slaves skillfully advanced to scavenge his belongings. We have arrived at Starry Night Manor. What a journey it has been! A field sighed in relief upon spotting the manor's entrance. A chorus of cheers erupted from the men. Thanks to Asina and the minimap, Field could confidently assert that without the minimap's enemy locations, they would have never made it here. The ceaseless hordes of corpses would have utterly overwhelmed them. It was evident that no living soul had tread here in ages. Asina approached and tore away the thorns enshrouding the manor's grand door. The screeching sound of rusted hinges echoed as the door crashed to the ground. Asina leaped aside like a cat, squinting her eyes awkwardly. It seems the door needs some repairs." The imposing European iron gates, with their elaborate stonework and statues, along with a garden of ornamental flora, despite now being corrupted by the grey mist, still hinted at former opulence. Two slave guards moved the fallen iron gate aside, and through the decaying plants Field glimpsed the remains of humans, corpses, and other unknown creatures. Starry Night Manor sprawled over 30 hectares, approximately the size of 40 football fields. It included a swimming pool, gardens, farmhouses, woodlands, barns, a wine cellar, stables, villas, and a central main building. It was utterly ostentatious, for Baron Sophia was a figure of significant power. Not just in noble title, years of family accumulation and fixed assets were undeniably impressive. This was merely a baron's domain. It was said that the Empress of the Griffin Empire owned a vast estate spanning 500 hectares. In a Mary Sue novel, it would not be surprising if a protagonist awakened from a bed the size of a football field, as such a scenario could very well apply to the Empress. With ample space, the number of monsters was also considerable. Corruption had persisted for a decade. Places like the barns and stables held no value. Field retrieved the manor's map, comparing it to his mini-map. Similarly, the garden, being ornamental, held no worth. Should we then proceed to clear the main building, or perhaps occupy one of the villas? In addition to the main building, the estate boasted 3 smaller villas for the lord's relatives or guests. Asina appeared quite excited, as it was her first encounter with such upscale accommodations. The slaves were even more animated, whispering to one another, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. For those of lower status, having worked in a noble's villa, even if merely sweeping, would be a lifetime's worth of boasting, a glorious tale to recount to their children on their deathbeds. Field gazed at the distant main building for a moment, the shattered windows shrouded in shadows. Suddenly, he felt as though something was watching him, as if a heavy weight had abruptly pressed down on his chest, making his breathing quicken. There might be a great terror lurking within the main building. It would be prudent to refrain from provoking it. Field swiftly averted his gaze, rubbing his temples as he glanced at the small map, which was marked with numerous skull symbols. However, the most conspicuous feature was a gigantic red dot located in the basement of the main building. The skull signified corrupted monsters, but what did the red dot represent? Presumably, it indicated another creature of malevolent nature. Chapter 16, The Grand Winery, the first stronghold. My lord, why do you appear so troubled? Asina approached with her bow and arrow, a playful smile dancing in her eyes. It was perplexing, considering that they had just endured the most challenging moments before arriving here. Why did he now seem to wear a troubled expression? Waving his hand dismissively, Field wished to avoid spreading anxiety and discouraging the already faltering spirits of his companions. He feigned a teasing demeanor, playfully pinching Asina's wolf ears. It is not that I am troubled. Rather, I am contemplating whether to personally provide a massage for my illustrious benefactor. Hey. Ashina's charming face flushed crimson, her red eyes quivering in shock as she stammered in response, upon seeing Field's playful expression. She quickly realized she had been jested with, and huffed indignantly. My lord, you are truly excessive. I was merely concerned for you, and now, I shall not speak to you. Field rubbed his sore neck. Thank you for your concern, but it is time we find a place to rest. I cannot endure another moment in this creaking carriage. The incessant noise is giving me a headache. We must secure a shelter. Having a place to shield us from the elements would be immensely beneficial. Even if the buildings here are in a state of decay, after examining the map closely, Field declared, let us seize the Grand Winery. Asina, its primary structure is made of stone, which will not easily deteriorate into ruins. The Grand Winery lay to the southeast of the main building, surrounded by vast, fertile fields once used for cultivating black pearl grapes for winemaking. Of course, those sprawling vineyards were but a memory. Now, the farmland was infested with writhing black tendrils and decaying corpses. One could still faintly discern the outlines of grapevines and trellises, remnants of a time when this land produced the empire's most renowned black pearl wine. The women had diligently cleared the farmland, ensuring no trace of filth remained. Though the writhing appendages and flesh seemed terrifying, they posed no real threat. Field kicked aside a mass of corrupted flesh sprouting several eyes. These grotesque entities had once been charming little creatures before the encroaching grey mist. Very well, my lord, the slaves hesitated. Complete this within 2 days, and I shall reward you with 10 copper coins as wages. This land will one day provide our sustenance. Field unveiled his masterstroke, permitting the slaves to earn money. Their eyes brightened, and they hastily wielded their farming tools against the corrupted beings, their efficiency skyrocketing tenfold. The steward, Perry, rolled his eyes at the sight of the slaves. Only our Lord could be so merciful and generous. It would be far simpler to just hang them if they refused to work. At that moment, the freedman brought over by Field approached. My lord, you are being rather fanciful. The land is already poisoned. Even if we eliminate all the monsters, it will remain unfit for cultivation. Some villagers voiced their doubts. One stamping his foot in frustration, causing the soft earth to sink beneath him, forming a puddle of purple water. Look, it resembles a toxic swamp. Oh, this wretched stench is more unbearable than a widow's unwashed garments after 3 years. The slaves exchanged bewildered glances at these remarks. Field's benevolence seemed to have emboldened some to overstep their bounds. Lowering his gaze, his tone devoid of emotion, he stated, "This is my command, it is not a discussion." The villagers, still loyal to the bull baron, struggled to comprehend. "But, my lord, what you are doing is utterly pointless." Field's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. The mountain catguards immediately unsheathed their blades, the sound of swords being drawn echoing through the air. Though it was the likes of Connor and others who bore the brunt of this journey, the slave guards had also been tempered, exuding a hint of martial ferocity, realizing they had questioned their new lord. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, collapsing to the ground in fear. The atmosphere remained tense for half a minute until Field waved his hand dismissively. It was not his intention to display authority for the sake of it. Rather, he understood that without a solid foundation in this lawless land, he could not maintain control over these individuals, and might as well hang himself. "You too shall assist in the clearing. The eastern lands are all yours. And for those who deem me a fanciful fool, you shall receive 5 lashes." If Field imposed a minor punishment, recognizing the necessity of their involvement in both cultivation and clearing, the villagers, now drenched in sweat, felt as though a great weight had been lifted upon hearing Field's words. Yes, of course. They began to eradicate the corruption, causing the monsters to emit high-pitched wails in response. Truly, it was a scene straight out of a Lovecraftian tale. Field inhaled sharply, a wave of nausea washing over him. Prolonged exposure to this cursed land could drive one mad. He needed to ignite the flames of civilization swiftly, starting with the winery. 2 Farmers wielding torches pushed open the doors of the winery, and a foul, decaying odor assailed them. Field nearly retched, covering his mouth and turning his face away. Be cautious. There are many footsteps on the second floor, Ashina said, unfazed by the stench, having endured worse during her time as a slave. "This large room is ours to claim, and it may contain flammable materials, so we must avoid using fire." Ashina nodded obediently. "Leave it to me." With a shield clutched to his chest, Field drew his longsword. "Form the pike line, prepare to meet the onslaught." Though they had not undergone systematic training, the soldiers had gleaned some tactics from recent battles, and a small formation quickly took shape. Field took a deep breath, striking his sword against his shield. "Hey, fellow villagers, we bring warmth from our community." A resounding roar erupted from the darkness, accompanied by the anguished cries of monstrous beings. The sound of hurried footsteps resonated like a drumbeat, as grotesque creatures with twisted forms surged forth from the inky blackness, the clash of flesh and metal ringing out. Ashina, alongside her wolf, held the line against the oncoming horde. With her spear, she effortlessly dispatched the corrupted corpses, while the massive wolf, akin to a tank, remained unscathed despite being swarmed by the decaying bodies. Had Field not prohibited the dragon-blooded wolf from breathing fire, the battle would have been swiftly concluded. "Oh, goddess above!" A soldier in the front line pierced a corrupted corpse but stumbled back, losing his balance, only to be overwhelmed by the throng of rotting bodies. Clad in armor, he crashed to the ground. Disoriented, with a low growl, Field stepped forward, his longsword cleaving through the head of a corrupted creature. This was not an animated tale. The darkened entities were merely creatures clad in human skin without armor to protect them. The razor-sharp blade sliced through sinew and bone, severing the entire head from its shoulders. "Thank you, my lord." The soldier stared in terror, his trousers damp with fear, having narrowly escaped an intimate encounter with the monstrosities. The sheer gratitude and respect he displayed toward a nobleman were unmistakable. Chapter 17. "Oh no, I'm truly doomed." "Thank you, my lord," the soldier muttered dazedly. A Field grasped his arm, hoisting him back to his feet. Delivering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Cultivating suitable soldiers is no easy task. I await the day when you shall shed your status as a slave and become true warriors, perhaps even knights." The soldier's blood surged with excitement. Previously he had regarded Field's promises as mere fanciful dreams or noble jest, yet now, he felt an undeniable distinction between Field and other nobles. "For Lord Field, we charge forth." The surrounding crowd, ignited by fervor, frantically wielded their pikes to reap the corrupted beings. Before long, the once cacophonous horde had been eradicated, and Field counted over 70 corrupted corpses. He inhaled sharply, but the acrid stench in the air quickly overwhelmed him, prompting him to close his mouth. He pondered, must so many be involved in the winery's work? Why did the Empire not inform the northern territories to evacuate when the death mist was unleashed? Forget it. It is not my concern. Not wishing to dwell on fruitless inquiries, Field pressed deeper into the winery. After traversing a considerable distance, he discovered the grand brewing room. He fantasized about finding ingredients like rock candy or wheat. However, reality shattered his unrealistic hopes, revealing a horrific sight: the corpse of a grotesque Batwoman, her lifeless eyes wide open, her body violently torn from neck to groin, with her innards vanished without a trace. The barley had been wasted, originally intended for brewing beer. Field noted that scattered around were remnants of what could still be termed barley, now writhing slowly after a decade of decay. He marveled at the peculiarities of corruption. Perhaps it was not merely a curse from demons but a form of peculiar radiation. Ashina's mind momentarily malfunctioned as she pondered Field's new vocabulary. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Be careful, something is approaching rapidly. So swift was its advance that Field scarcely registered the skull symbol flashing on his map. Clang! The soldier stationed ahead changed countenance, instinctively glancing up at the ceiling. In an instant, the shield he held shattered into fragments, sending him sprawling backward in disarray. A creature resembling a licker from a certain video game emerged where the soldier had just stood, its elongated tail and snout revealing its origin as a mutated rat. With a shriek, the rat monster swiped its claws menacingly at Field. He felt a rush of wind, the massive claws looming ever closer. Not a chance. At a critical moment, Ashina deftly maneuvered the dragonbreed wolf to stand protectively in front of Field, curling its massive form to shield him completely. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks, as the dragonbreed wolf braced itself against the claw strikes, enduring the assault without emitting even a grunt. Faced with the colossal wolf, the creature was momentarily taken aback, glancing at its own claws, once formidable weapons that had now only managed to tear away a couple of bloodied scales. With a swift motion, the dragonbreed wolf delivered a powerful slap, sending the rodent monster sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, the lynx and others launched a fierce assault with their short swords and polearms, but the rodent monster, relying on its thick hide and robust physique, merely sustained superficial wounds from the barrage. It swung its long limbs effortlessly, sending 7 or 8 warriors flying as if they were mere dust. It is worth noting that the guards were clad in full armor. Even if the leather was not heavy, the combined weight of man and armor exceeded 100 pounds, yet they were dispatched with such ease. A fallback. This exceeds the capabilities of ordinary creatures, Field commanded, raising his shield and quickly seeking refuge in a corner, cursing himself for forgetting to bring a crossbow. Against such a resilient monster, only a crossbow bolt could potentially breach its defenses. It was best left to Ashina. The rodent monster rose, intent on seizing a guard as a snack. You shall not succeed, Ashina declared, channeling her power into her spear, her entire demeanor radiating intensity. The formidable force propelled her spear through the air, piercing the rodent monster's body as if it were mere parchment, becoming lodged between its bones. Had the terrain not been restrictive, Ashina might have charged with the giant wolf, delivering a blow that could have cleaved the creature in two. The rodent monster let out a pained cry and swiftly retaliated with its claws. A boom! The giant wolf collided with the rodent monster's chest like a high-speed train, interrupting its attack and sending it sprawling, exposing its vulnerabilities. This was a third-tier corrupted creature, and in such a confined space, only a third-tier human wielding fighting spirit or magic could hope to slay it, or through the aid of fortified crossbow artillery. Fortunately, the chosen ones were far superior to the average individual. Ashina, with her first-tier chosen combat prowess, was more than capable of overpowering it. Frigid penetration spear. This was Ashina's inaugural use of her divine skill. Gathering starlight in her grasp, a spear coalesced, resembling a swirling azure dragon. Infusing it with immense divine power, she launched the spear with a fierce motion. The divine technique struck the rodent monster, and blood erupted forth. Bones shattered, and chunks of flesh were obliterated against the walls. At last, it is resolved, Ashina murmured, her complexion pale and breathing heavy, revealing her fatigue. The battle concluded in a flash, yet the peril had been suffocating. Field exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you were here. That last portion of venison shall be yours. Long live the Lord. Upon hearing the mention of venison, Ashina's tail began to sway excitedly, drool escaping uncontrollably, her previously aloof demeanor vanishing. However, she patted her chest and generously declared, I only require half. the Lord has worked hard too. Field felt greatly reassured. The mini-map indicated that the monsters in the Grand Winery were nearly eradicated. Marked only by sporadic little skull icons. To be safe, Field first led the injured out, administering medicine before guiding the regroup team to thoroughly cleanse the Grand Winery. By 9 o'clock that evening, the cleaning was nearing its final stages. The entire Grand Winery lay in ruins, debris strewn about, with wind seeping through the cracks, stirring up clouds of grey dust. The sole consolation was that the overall structure of the winery had been preserved. The first and second floors had been thoroughly searched, yielding nothing of value, only some dark, decayed timber that could be repurposed for constructing shelters or kindling. Below lay the wine cellar, my lord, the guard announced as he approached. Disregarding the thick layer of dust on the cellar door, straining to pull it open, revealing a shadowy staircase before them, Field swallowed hard, nervously rubbing his hands together, muttering incessantly, "May the Bodhisattva bless me. May God protect me, let me find something of use." A plethora of oak sherry barrels lay piled in the dim cellar, some crushed by the debris, with dried water stains scattered about and signs of rodent activity. Chapter 18, The Limited Edition Wine. Upon witnessing the disarray in the wine cellar, despair washed over Field, yet fortune smiled upon him. After a brief search, he uncovered an unopened wine barrel, knocking gently on the wooden barrel. A deep, muffled sound resonated within, quickening Field's heartbeat as joy illuminated his face. However, fearing it might be a false hope, he feigned nonchalance. "Open this barrel. I hope it is filled with fine wine and not tentacles." The grey mist would corrupt living flora and fauna, but inanimate objects would not transform into monsters, provided the wine was properly sealed. The guard struggled to pry open the barrel, and with a pop, the rich aroma of wine wafted freely into the air. In a place rife with decay and monsters, the exquisite scent of top-tier wine was a surreal experience akin to finding shrimp in a restroom. "This is it, the Black Pearl wine, long since discontinued in the Empire," Field exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, pumping his fist in the air and instructing the eager guards beside him, "Summon my steward, Cow, to tally the number of drinkable barrels here." Noticing Field lost in his revelry, Ashina cautiously advised, "My lord, even fine wine should be consumed in moderation. Many lords have met their downfall due to excessive drinking, lingering in taverns and places of debauchery." "Do not worry, Ashina. I have no intention of indulging in these wines." If Field preferred iced tea or cola over alcohol, of these rare vintages, discontinued for a decade, were liquid gold. Once transported to the capital of the empire, or even to any nearby city, they would yield a tremendous influx of gold coins. As for their exact worth, that depended on the quantity available, yet Field was certain that those of high status would be clamoring for such fine wines. With a delicate finger pressed against her lips, Ashina appeared contemplative. "Since the Black Pearl wine is so precious, we might also consider brewing our own now that the Starry Night Winery is in our possession." "You make a valid point, though that would only be feasible under conditions of safety." Entrusting the wine cellar to Cow, Field finally had time to assess his domain. Centered around the winery, the land he occupied was roughly the size of a primary school playground. As long as no grey mist loomed overhead, people could freely move about, truly making it their territory. What lay within the territory was of little importance at present, as it was all corrupted plants and creatures that needed to be eradicated before any further considerations. Now, the true challenge was just beginning. Field circumnavigated the outermost path, observing that many corrupted creatures had been cleared away by the inhabitants, revealing a semblance of normality. The citizens had herded the grotesque, corrupted beings together. These monsters lacked combat capabilities, yet their mere existence was a blight. The discarded wood from the winery's cleanup was perfect for this purpose, as it could be ignited after being thrown into the heap of monsters. The anguished cries echoed like a cat in heat, accompanied by the hissing of flames, as thick plumes of grey smoke billowed from the bodies of the monsters. "Heaven's Valkyrie above, these fiends' minions have finally been purged!" exclaimed a maid, dramatically patting her chest. Meanwhile, the working female slaves cast envious glances. To be able to enter the castle, feast on the leftover delicacies of the noble lord, and enjoy luxurious rest periods was enough to stir jealousy among the slaves. "Scissors, I need you to do something." After surveying his territory, Field intended to meet with his servants before issuing new decrees. "My lord, you say?" The maid Scissors' smile instantly vanished, akin to a startled grasshopper, her loud voice falling silent. Despite Field's previous displays of cowardice and ignorance, he remained an object of admiration for the common folk. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with expansion matters, neglecting many aspects. Now he realized the vast chasm of class disparity that existed in this world. He recalled an amusing incident involving his late father. A rival noble had plotted to ambush the family's merchant convoy, but a farmer fortuitously stumbled upon the ambush site and promptly informed the count. The count then turned the tables, leading to the enemy's catastrophic defeat. Logically, the farmer should have been rewarded with gold, but upon the count's return, he executed the farmer publicly, reasoning that the peasant's filthy shoes, tainted with excrement and mud, had sullied the count's carpet. In the eyes of the nobility, the commoners were akin to excrement, and slaves were even lower. Field was no saint. He would neither overturn the existing order nor fully assimilate into the role of a complete feudal lord. As long as my subjects can live well, that is sufficient. Field mused. Of course, under the condition that they remained obedient. Scissors, gather all those who serve me. I have something to discuss. Yes, my lord. Scissors promptly adjusted her apron and hurried off. The steward was the first to arrive, as he held the highest position among the household staff, and it was only natural for Scissors to notify him first. My lord, the count of barrels has yet to be completed. It will require at least 2 more days. The steward Cow arrived panting, appearing rather gaunt, with hardly any flesh on his thighs, suggesting a life of hardship, yet he received the highest wages in the territory, earning 5 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. Moreover, matters such as procurement and accounting were entrusted to him, allowing him to significantly multiply his income with a little ingenuity. Typically, 1 copper coin in the empire could purchase a loaf of black bread, rye bread that might even contain wood chips and tree bark. Unlike the bread envisioned by modern individuals, the black bread is as hard as stone, and gnawing at it could well result in broken teeth. The proper way to consume it is to soak it in hot soup until it softens, and then eat it while adhering to the coarse grains of salt that are laden with impurities. The flavor bears no resemblance to the fragrant aroma of wheat, nor does it possess any sweetness. It is a mere combination of saltiness tinged with bitterness, yet, despite being such a wretched sustenance, many toil throughout the day and may not even earn enough for 2 loaves, ultimately relegating them to the status of slaves. The maids, male servants, and cooks all earn a daily wage of 15 copper coins, amounting to 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins over the course of a month. Before long, Field encountered his servants, 2 maids, 1 male servant, and a cook. In modern society, possessing 2 or 3 servants is a remarkable feat, but in the Middle Ages, Field could only be considered a destitute noble. His sister, the woman who sought to crush him with cavalry, had a retinue of 20 male servants, responsible for tasks such as chopping vegetables, butchering meat, leading horses, and even manicuring nails. Field's divine gaze swept over each individual, and they all lowered their heads to avoid making eye contact with their lord, as such behavior would be deemed disrespectful. Chapter 19. The initial establishment of the territory and planning for the future. I still did not know the name of my male servant. Field inquired of the steward. My lord, his name is Wagon, he is 16 years old, and his parents are farmers. The cook is named Dish, and the maids are Scissors and Sparrow. In this world, only those who possess knowledge or extraordinary powers are bestowed with pleasant names. For instance, Field's full name is Field Ross, with Ross meaning rose, yet simply calling him Ross is more fitting. Much like President George W. Bush, whose full name is George Walker Bush, one could translate it as George Walker Shrub. But that sounds rather peculiar. My lord, do you have any commands? Wagon, having been called out, spoke with a quivering voice, fearing he might be dismissed for having slacked off for 10 minutes while mopping the floor yesterday. The temporary bedding you prepared for the cart is quite soft. Had it not been for your efforts, I might have been jostled to pieces on this journey. Field's tone was light-hearted as he snapped his fingers. Cow, reward Wagon with a silver coin. Hiss. The others immediately cast envious glances, for 1 silver coin equates to over 6 days' wages. Wagon initially froze, then his face broke into a look of ecstatic joy, collapsing at Field's feet to kiss his boots. Oh, divine one, thank you for your generosity. Good fortune to you, lad. Scissors pouted, clearly displeased, thinking that making a bed was no grand accomplishment, as she could also warm a bed. Wagon silently vowed never to slack off again, not even for a minute. Once a month, there would be a selection process, and anyone could earn a silver coin as long as they performed well. Everyone had a chance. I have been observing the cook crafting delicious dishes and the maids tidying the rooms, and I see it all. Of the crowd breathed heavily, exchanging glances, each detecting the fervent competition in one another's eyes. A slight smile graced Field's lips. Henceforth, their work efficiency would be ignited by the promise of silver coins. Most importantly, there would arise instances of reporting and snitching, which Field required, as solidarity among his subordinates might not always be beneficial, potentially leading to collusion against their lord. Very well, you may return to your tasks. Field smiled at the crowd, gesturing for them to leave. They promptly exited, yet the steward hesitated, taking a couple of steps before returning. Field, puzzled, inquired, "What is it, my lord?" Though it may be inappropriate to say, as your steward, I deem it necessary to offer you some advice. Cow, since entering the Twilight Territory, had transformed from one who incessantly complained to one who worked diligently. Field raised an eyebrow. Speak freely. It concerns the issue of races. You seem to have provided the demi-humans with an avenue for advancement, promising them the possibility of becoming freemen, yet, demi-humans are different from us. They are foolish. Apologies, but aside from Lady Ashina, it seems unnecessary to grant freedom to the others. Field pondered for a moment. We now dwell in a cursed land, surrounded by death. There is a saying, when in Azyria, one must act like an Azyrian. Our twilight territory should have its own regulations. Tomorrow, I shall announce a unified decree, and then you shall understand. That evening, Field took out paper and pen to draft a farming plan for the twilight territory. He inscribed, in characters only he could decipher, plunder and exploration. My territory is devoid of resources. To develop swiftly and accumulate production materials, relying solely on 200 people is utterly insufficient. Even the land is rife with toxins. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. My lord, it is The voice of Ashina came from outside. Field's plans required Ashina's support. Come in, I have been awaiting you. Good evening, my lord. Ashina, clad in a short maid's outfit, posed with her long, slender legs in a bashful manner, her face displaying a hint of shyness. Having escaped the hardships of enslavement, her cool, jade-like skin was finally revealed. In truth, even her feet were quite cold, her long fair toes exuding a sense of beauty. What can I do for you? Uncertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination, the atmosphere suddenly grew intimate. Field smacked his forehead. No wonder Ashina appeared so bashful. Summoning a young woman to his chamber in the dead of night would provoke thoughts in anyone. Ahem, it concerns the development of the territory. Ashina's restless hands immediately fell to her sides, and she sighed with relief, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. My lord, I lack management experience and may be of little help to you. Before becoming a slave, Ashina had merely been a free citizen. The daughter of a wolf demi-human hunter, she could neither read nor write, nor manage anything. Fear not, you can learn. I shall teach you step by step. Besides, you are a chosen one, which bestows upon you a natural advantage. The greatest leap in social class in this world is to become a chosen one. In one moment, one might face execution, yet in the next, become a chosen one, with local nobles promptly declaring one innocent and treating them as a guest of honor. After all, the divine do not err in their selections. This is also the reason the lower classes are reluctant to rebel against their lords, for everyone has the chance for social ascension. As long as a daughter or daughter-in-law becomes a chosen one, they will naturally lead lives of ease and comfort. I have resolved to plunder my brother. Field's words were a bombshell. Ashina was taken aback. Is this something I am permitted to hear? Very well, I shall support you unconditionally. Confirming that Field was not jesting, Ashina contemplated for a moment. You are not a cruel and malevolent person. I can sense that when she was still a slave. Field had never mistreated her or engaged in any despicable acts while she slept. On the contrary, Field was the most unique individual she had ever encountered. He maintained equality even towards demi-humans. Did he even harbor a slight affection? This may have been a misperception, but without a doubt, Field was a gentleman. Thank you. Field poured a cup of red tea for Ashina, saying, this matter is rather lengthy. He recalled the fierce and twisted gaze of his brother, which haunted him. His brother had threatened to annihilate those he cared about, and Field was not the sort to be easily manipulated. A fierce counterattack was imperative. Moreover, preparations must commence immediately. The reasons will be revealed to you gradually. I need your assistance in training a light cavalry unit, specifically designed for plundering. Field's dear second sister had provided him with 20 warhorses, which were now perfectly suited for the task. After finalizing the plan, Field convened a meeting of all the territory's inhabitants the next day, even requiring the attendance of every slave. Each individual present would be drawn to the wooden box beside Field, which was brimming with silver and copper coins. Field did not commence with a lengthy speech but instead produced a list. Members of the guard, according to the names I have called, step forward to claim your rewards. 1 silver coin for slaying a single corpse. I speak with conviction. Chapter 20, New Regulations and the Expansion of the Army. Consequently, Field personally distributed the rewards to the members of the guard, and these former slaves were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. How could they not be moved? The slave who had captured the most prey, Hammer, had earned 17 silver coins, a sum many would never accumulate in a lifetime. Even Field's maid felt a pang of jealousy. The others cast envious glances at the coins in their hands. Had I known, I would have joined the guard when it was first formed. How unfortunate that I was not chosen back then. Originally timid individuals were now stomping their feet in frustration. Listen up, my fellow inhabitants. I now announce the development plan for Twilight Territory, which concerns your futures. With the allure of wealth, the slaves perked up their ears, listening intently, more attentively than they would have to a priest's prayers. First, if you wish to escape your slave status, earn me a single gold coin. Do not rush to despair. I dare say that in the territories of other lords this would be impossible, yet in Twilight territory it is quite simple. Behold the valiant Hammer, 17 silver coins in a single day. Having heard Field's praise, Hammer puffed out his chest with pride, even standing on his toes. This was the first time in his life he had been commended rather than insulted as a foolish donkey or simpleton. It was hard for him to believe that it was the Lord himself offering such praise. Oh, Divine One, I am truly fortunate. Today must be my lucky day. Hammer reveled in the envious and admiring gazes of others. Feeling elated, Field's lips curled upward. The previous rule remains: slay a single corpse, and you shall receive 1 silver coin. Furthermore, I will issue a series of non-combat tasks such as farming, building walls, repairing, or other duties, for which I shall also provide rewards. Slaves lack initiative, and Field is in dire need of free men. Free men not only do not require oversight in their daily sustenance, but they also contribute to taxation and possess the motivation to acquire skills. An intense debate erupted among the crowd, prompting Field to directly announce the second point. Second, regarding racial issues, I prefer not to intervene as long as the fundamental laws are not violated, although I am not a subhuman. My beloved chosen one is, so I urge you to cast aside your prejudices and look around at the deathly fog that surrounds us. Do not let baseless reasons lead to the demise of all. Field paused, expressing his fondness for subhumans. Provided they are diligent and untroublesome, they shall be my good subjects. Through recent interactions, Field observed that subhumans are not like certain races, who merely indulge in laziness and cause destruction. Thus, he is quite willing to accept them. Furthermore, beast-eared girls are truly adorable. Ashina's eyes reddened, as she felt a sense of respect and equality. Thirdly, in future prayers, include Ashina's name. This point left Field in a quandary for a long time. As he aspired to build a more scientifically advanced territory, however, the texts indicate that the power of the Chosen One derives from faith and the prosperity of the city. Presently, Ashina is a first-tier chosen. To advance to the second tier, she requires a substantial amount of commanding belief. Field remains skeptical, for if power were to be elevated through faith, then the Pope's realm, with its widespread followers, would undoubtedly be the most formidable entity. Yet that is not the case. The Holy Griffin Empire has surpassed the Pope's realm in terms of high-end combat strength, let alone other powerful nations on the continent. Regrettably, there is no control group, nor the confidence to experiment freely. Let us proceed according to the experiences of those who came before. Subsequently, Field once again summoned slave soldiers, offering no wages but providing 3 meals a day, with income solely derived from slaying enemies. In stark contrast to the previous lack of volunteers, a dense crowd eagerly surged forth to enlist. Field did not accept all applicants indiscriminately. He pointed to the edge of the territory. Those wishing to join the military must run 5 laps around my domain, and I will select the best based on performance. Additionally, I am quite democratic, and you may withdraw at any time. His casual remark caused 6 individuals to abandon their aspirations, as they were clearly idlers. Content with a single black loaf of bread each day, even the most basic obedience eluded them, revealing their intent to merely scrounge for food. Field shook his head. He had no need for such soldiers. The remaining individuals gritted their teeth and began to run. The newly recruited slaves were of significantly lower quality than the first batch, most frail and emaciated, resembling skeletal warriors. By noon, the last one finally completed the run. Observing the final, staggering figure, Field felt a strange joy rather than anger. Physical condition can be improved, but tenacity is irreplaceable. After eliminating 2 who attempted to outsmart the system by running fewer laps, Field secured 23 soldiers. He reallocated all the wolf subhumans from the original 30-person guard to mix with the new recruits, forming a 20-member raider cavalry, while the remainder constituted a 33-member guard unit. Should any nobles or knights arrive, they would undoubtedly be astonished by Field's actions. Training commoners into an army was already madness, let alone slaves foolish and ignorant, timid and cowardly. They lacked even the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder, suitable only to fill the enemy's moats. Yet Field took the matter seriously, organizing them into units and even providing armor and equipment. The steward glanced at the recruited skeletal soldiers, his mouth agape in disbelief. He approached Field and candidly stated, "My lord, the previous 30-man guard was already absurd, and now you've expanded the scale, even allocating precious warhorses to these lowly slaves, who will likely consume the valuable mounts. Do not be alarmed, Cow. Observe the performance of the Lynx and Hammer. They have performed admirably, and we owe our current position and the establishment of a foothold to them. This is merely a desperate measure. When faced with true challenges, they will undoubtedly scatter, Cao pointed skyward, earnestly declaring that a true soldier must be born into a military family, mastering various military skills and weapon techniques, while also possessing noble character. Field rubbed his temples, convinced that this fellow had been brainwashed by bards and novelists. What else should we utilize? We are surrounded by monsters, naturally, we should hire mercenaries and adventurers, Cao replied as if it were obvious. Mercenaries, those unreliable individuals, Field worried they might turn on him. History has repeatedly shown that only warriors drawn from the populace can form a potentially formidable army. Thank you for your suggestion, but I intend to give them a chance. Field rolled his eyes and asserted with an irrefutable tone, Cao, provide the soldiers with an extra meal, 1 additional egg each of this afternoon. I shall take them out to eliminate monsters. They will demonstrate their worth. With personnel scarce in the territory, Field dared not take everyone away, lest the base be obliterated. Chapter 21, Rum Village, More Monsters. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Field led the slave guards into the fog. Indeed, within the grey mist, it was challenging to grasp the concept of time, as the surroundings were perpetually murky. Only at night did it transform into a darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand. Ashina rode at the forefront on a giant wolf, clearing the path, her eyes seemingly enhanced to observe the world with greater clarity. Following her were Field and his newly formed slave guard. Progressing slowly through the thorny flesh and blood tentacled woods according to the map, we would soon reach Rum Village, once a bountiful provider of vegetables for the city. Regrettably, all I see now is decay. Ashina placed her hand above her eyes, straining to see further. Be cautious, 7 corpses are approaching from the right front. I believe they are the villagers of Rum. Let the newcomers gain some experience. Seeing Ashina's relaxed demeanor, Field recognized that the approaching corpses were mere trifles. Perfect for the new soldiers to witness bloodshed. Several new recruits gulped audibly, instinctively sensing the need to flee, yet they dared not move with their lord behind them. Thoughts of the delectable eggs buoyed their spirits. As many of the slaves had never tasted eggs before. At noon, when they consumed the eggs, several did not even have time to chew, hurriedly swallowing them whole, with a few choking on their bounty. Despite this, they all felt joy.to relish this pleasure. The slaves were willing to risk their lives. Suddenly, a figure resembling an ancient corpse from Lulan burst forth from the fog, entirely unclothed, with its emaciated, repulsive chest sagging to its abdomen, and its body covered in slime. The seasoned slave guards raised their polearms, stabbing from various angles to pin the corpse down. Come, pierce its skull, or stab its chest a few more times. Steady hands, do not overexert your body. Lynx generously shared his experience, then dragged a weak-legged recruit to face the corpse. The new soldier raised his polearm several times, yet he lacked the courage to stab, and even urinated his trousers in fright at the shrieking corpse. It's a demon, a demon. One new recruit trembled. Field, having seen numerous zombie films in his past life, noted that the slaves had not, and they believed that demons inhabited the corpses. Fearing that a misstep could lead to a curse, act. Do not be a cowardly quail, Field shouted, determined not to let fear take root among the soldiers. For fear is contagious. Soon more would see the corpses as demons rather than beings that could be slain. Even if they were demons, I, along with the chosen one, am here. What is there to fear? Demons can be slain. With a scolding from Field, the soldiers finally extended their polearms, albeit with closed eyes, nearly stabbing themselves into the corpse's embrace, but they took the crucial first step after completing this task. The new recruit's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. See, it wasn't difficult, nor was there any curse. Field pointed at the corpse on the ground, snapping his fingers cheerfully. As long as they maintain their distance, they are easier to handle than foolish deer. As more corpses approached, emboldened by the first demonstration, the remaining new recruits also summoned their courage to attack. After swiftly dispatching this batch of monsters, Field led everyone onward, quickly reaching the outskirts of Rum Village. What is the matter with these corpses? Field pondered, observing the shaking skull symbols on the minimap, scratching his head in confusion. Were they engaged in some kind of dance? My lord, I can handle the corpses of Rum Village myself. It is too dangerous ahead. I can go alone. Ashina's gaze darted nervously, her pale face inexplicably flushed. This peculiar demeanor piqued Field's curiosity about what Ashina had seen. Let us go take a look. Field stroked his chin. Well, alright, Ashina stammered. Upon witnessing the explosive scene before him, Field immediately regretted his stubbornness. A horde of grotesque corpses was engaged in a bizarre activity in the village's fields. The scene was utterly chaotic. Though they had decayed beyond recognition, they seemed to instinctively engage in movement. Field was rendered speechless, covering his face as he mused. I must have traversed into an H-game world. No wonder the female corpse was completely unclothed. The soldiers were also amused, erupting in laughter, as the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Boom! Ashina could no longer contain herself, promptly directing the dragonbreed wolf to perform a cleansing fire. As space contorted, searing blue flames engulfed most of the distorted figures. The crackling sounds of shattering bones resonating incessantly, until all that remained was ash. Several decaying corpses, nearly human silhouettes, screeched as they surged forward from the rear. The hammer reacted instantly, his towering frame leaned slightly backward. Akin to a bow drawn taut. As the corpses drew near, a shield bash sent one of them sprawling, followed by a merciless trampling that crushed its frail ribcage, rendering it motionless. The soldiers, unwilling to be outdone, recognized these staggering cadavers as mere walking coins. Amidst the chaotic thrusts of their long spears, the unarmored corpses fell, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies. Together, we surged into the village, careful not to stray beyond the reach of the fog-dispelling lamp. Field felt a tingle of excitement, yet he clutched the vital fog-dispelling lamp. Otherwise, he too would have relished the chance to slay a few for the thrill, with each corpse falling into pools of blood. The soldiers advanced steadily. Field distinctly heard the rhythm of their footsteps converge, culminating in a resonant drumming, a natural cadence. Once mastered, it imbued each individual with a sense of collective strength. Initially hesitant, the new recruits soon succumbed to the infectious fervor, joining the slaughter. In no time, the majority of the corpses in Rum Village had been vanquished, leaving the ground littered with putrefying bodies, exuding an unbearable stench. A Field reached the village's center, where a dilapidated well had collapsed. He placed the fog-dispelling lamp there, and scarcely 5 minutes after issuing the command to rest, he noticed a sudden surge of red skull icons on the minimap. Caution, there are monsters here. No. Many of them. Without hesitation, Field prepared to order a retreat, but the enemy moved with remarkable speed, swifter even than a galloping horse. My lord, we must flee. I see. The sentry responsible for the watch rushed in. His words cut short by Field's interruption. Leaving Rum Village now would mean colliding directly with the enemy. Our immediate priority was to find a defensible position. Chapter 22, Crisis Averted. Discovery of an odd vegetable. My lord, please don't stray too far from me. Ashina grasped Field's arm, lowering her voice. I am confident we can break through. Understanding her intent, Field nodded. I will, but until the very end, I am loath to retreat. Let us abandon the cart here and ready the crossbow. Field had learned from past experiences and had brought crossbow bolts. A gnome-like creature vaulted over the crumbling wall, landing atop a soldier, its elongated arms reaching out as it opened its enormous mouth to bite, the sound of its gnashing teeth echoing menacingly. The soldier, startled, struggled vigorously yet failed to dislodge the creature. Fortunately, Ashina responded swiftly, drawing her blade and cleaving the monster in two. This a corrupted monkey, with its long limbs and tail. It was undoubtedly some form of simian. If receiving a signal, the entirety of Rum Village erupted into chaos. Gnome-like monsters leaping about wildly, creating a dark tide that surged forward. Field forced himself to remain calm, quickly scanning the mini-map and calculating his next move. A single misstep could spell doom for everyone. Run towards the southeast. There is a large courtyard there. 1, 2, 10. More and more gnome corpses leaped over the ruins of Rum Village, entering Field's line of sight. Loose the arrows. At Field's command, the soldiers had eagerly awaited this moment, unleashing a volley of crossbow bolts that erupted in splashes of blood as the leaping monkey monsters collided with an invisible barrier, their bodies crumpling to the ground. Clear the path. Ashina waved her hand, urging her dragon-breed wolf forward, spewing forth deadly flames as it advanced. Ashina herself took up the rear, and when 5 monkey monsters lunged simultaneously, she darted out, her cavalry sword slicing through them in a flash, leaving 5 halves cascading to the ground in a spray of blood. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted one monster scuttling low, attempting a surprise attack. Ashina lifted her delicate, alabaster leg and brought it down forcefully upon the creature's head. With a sickening crunch, its skull burst open, eyeballs popping out. Seizing the moment Ashina had created, Field led his men swiftly into the courtyard, where the nearby soldiers had already piled stones and decaying furniture to barricade the entrance. This place isn't safe. We must retreat further and defend behind the buildings. Field glanced again at the mini-map. The flow of red markers seemed endless, yet the sole comfort was that the monsters were not pursuing him but rather running towards another direction. Merely passing through Rum Village blocked the gate. Take turns resting, they are simply passing by and will soon move on. Field rallied the troops, with the dragon-breed wolf, Ashina, and the army. Blocking the entrance was not a daunting task. Soon, the corrupted monkeys unleashed a furious assault, yet Field's formation stood firm as a dam, allowing the soldiers in full armor, bolstered by heavy shields, to withstand the onslaught. The monkeys could not breach their defenses. Ashina's massive wolf was like a fire-breathing tank, its thick armor impervious even when entangled by the corrupted creatures. The only drawback was that Ashina had been forced to dismount, becoming an infantryman. Field panted heavily, his heart racing. The infamous reputation of the Cursed Lands was not unfounded. His survival until now was largely due to luck. He needed to erect towering walls, quickly rubbing his temples. Field felt relieved that the monsters were not heading towards the Grand Winery. The group provided mutual cover, managing to hold out for half an hour before the tide of monsters began to wane. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Ashina withdrew her long blade, shaking the blood off, acknowledging that even as a chosen one, her strength had limits. This was the largest horde of corpses she had encountered in Nightfall Domain. Thankfully, the last of the corrupted monkeys fell, leaving the area devoid of monsters. "You've worked hard," Field observed Ashina, drenched in sweat, feeling a pang of sympathy. Not only did she have to hold the line, but she also had to deal damage and alleviate the defensive pressure on others. It was thanks to her presence that no soldiers had perished. It could be said that everyone else was merely hindering Ashina's efforts. Yet training the soldiers was essential. Ashina playfully winked. "Humph, no meal is without merit." "Thank you, Lady Ashina." The soldiers chimed in, their expressions shifting from wariness to genuine reverence. Unlike the peculiar humans of Earth, the people of this world did not harbor resentment towards demi-humans, viewing them as abominations, hybrids of beasts and humans, unclean entities. After a 30-minute respite, the group resumed their efforts. Field prodded the corpses with his sword, curious about their anatomy and the purpose behind their movement. Rum Village had endured a decade of decay. Most houses had collapsed, windows shattered. What was once a village had become a vast garbage heap, leaving Field with little hope. After the break, they formed groups of 5 to scavenge for loot. Anything useful could be taken. Nightfall Domain was in dire need of essentials like pots and utensils. Even scraps of wood held great value. Placing the fog-dispelling lamp in the village center, Field surveyed Rum Village, contemplating whether it could serve as a stronghold. After a round of exploration, Ashina returned to report, "My lord, I noticed a peculiar plant emanating a green glow in a nearby farmstead. I sensed magical energy. Oh, let us investigate." Field sprang to his feet, the allure of magic captivating him. Was it a treasure from the novels? Arriving at a house on the village's western side, its main structure had collapsed, yet the courtyard's outer wall remained intact. Built from stone rather than a flimsy fence. Field's eyes immediately caught sight of a small patch of green plants shimmering with specks of light, as if infused with the essence of life. He approached, curious to examine it closely. It resembled freshly sprouted vegetables. Field extended his finger to poke at it, and an odd scent wafted into his nostrils. "Rechu." Field sneezed violently. Ashina, witnessing his reaction, chuckled lightly. "My lord, be careful not to touch strange things. Are you all right?" Noticing Field's dazed expression, Ashina's concern deepened, and she rushed to check on him. The veins on Field's forehead throbbed violently, beads of sweat forming on his skin. And a certain part of him reacted immediately. He caught a whiff of Ashina's delightful fragrance. Unable to control himself, Field instinctively seized Ashina's wrist. Chapter 23, The Devil's Plant. Ashina was taken aback before Field lunged at her, burying his face in her neck, inhaling the unique fragrance that only a chosen one could possess. Then, Field fervently pressed against her. Her waist was soft and slender, fitting perfectly within his grasp. "My lord, please don't do this." Ashina felt the warmth of his breath against her neck, her eyes darting in panic. Though she protested verbally, she did not push him away with any real force. She even had to suppress her overwhelming divine power, lest it erupt and inadvertently harm her lord. As Field's breath tickled her skin, Ashina felt a tingling sensation run down her spine, her legs growing weak. In the next moment, Field's hands began to wander. How had things escalated to this point? Ashina found herself both amused and exasperated, struggling against the pleasurable sensations coursing through her while also managing her divine power to prevent it from going awry. Trying to multitask only heightened her sensitivity. "This cannot continue." Biting her tongue, Ashina sought clarity and swiftly retreated. Though inexplicably comfortable, no, this thought is rather peculiar. After all, excessively extreme content is not something that appeals to everyone. That plant is problematic. Amidst the gray mist, it surely harbors only malevolent entities. Ashina deeply regretted her actions, wishing she had incinerated that suspicious object sooner. My lord Field, where are you? The guards, having discovered Field's absence from the village center, were now frantically searching for him. Good heavens, a flustered expression instantaneously appeared on Ashina's bashful face. In her flurry, she broke free from her restraint, channeling divine power to the center of Field's brow. The pure divine energy immediately dispelled the effects of the magical plant. "Ugh, I feel dizzy." Field, supporting his head, gradually regained consciousness, with the primal urges within him subdued by reason, observing Ashina's face flushed to the point of nearly dripping. Yet she feigned nonchalance, pretending to admire the scenery. I'm fine. As the guards approached, Field waved his hand, signaling them to wait outside. It seems I have yet to examine that little green vegetable. Furrowing his brow, Field sensed a familiarity with this situation. Shaking his limp arm, he bent down, reaching for a specimen. So this is a magical plant? No, by the goddess of winter. Ashina was nearly rendered speechless. If this were to happen again, she might not be able to maintain her composure, and she might even need to change her dress upon returning. How could she allow Field to be subjected to such turmoil again? You have already studied this. This plant is exceedingly dangerous. With no other choice, Ashina whispered into Field's ear, recounting all that had transpired. What a perverse plant! Field was taken aback, but soon sighed, lamenting the fact that he had no recollection of it. What do you mean by lamenting? I was utterly terrified. If this plant devours souls, what shall become of our territory? Ashina exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Even if it sought me out, it wouldn't resort to this. Cough cough. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Ashina promptly fell silent. Yes, let us burn it. As long as it is incinerated, the devil's scheme will be thwarted. Gritting her teeth, Ashina's crimson pupils seemed to ignite, reminiscent of fervent villagers participating in a witch-hunting assembly. Field chuckled at Ashina's flustered demeanor. There's no need to rush. One must approach new phenomena with patience and tolerance. Just imagine, what would happen if this were given to horses and cattle? Ashina's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her hands forming a V. How perverse! It cannot be crossbred. Cattle and horses cannot, but humans and demi-humans can. Field burst into hearty laughter, clearly amused by Ashina's discombobulated reasoning. It was a matter of livestock breeding. With the presence of such herbs, breeding livestock would become significantly simpler. As long as the number of cattle and sheep increases, we shall have an inexhaustible supply of meat. Field snapped his fingers in delight. The magical resistance of divine chosen ones is quite formidable. Scholars from the royal court have conducted experiments revealing that ordinary divine chosen individuals can withstand 35 to 70 of magical damage, while those specialized in defense can even achieve total magical immunity and may rebound spells. Field handed Ashina a jar, instructing her to collect 3 specimens along with the soil. The monetary haul, however, was dismal. The guard searched every nook and cranny of Rum Village, uncovering a total of 21 silver coins and 87 copper coins. The village was too impoverished. We were certainly not the first visitors. Field picked up an old silver coin, gently brushing away the dirt, revealing the coin's exquisite engravings. It was expected that during the war between the Empire and the Orcs, both sides would raid Rum Village. Hence the scarcity of currency. As for the other spoils, there was a barely usable chair, a box, a dozen broken pottery jars, and a large pile of firewood dismantled from the furniture within the houses. Fortunately, the return journey was smooth, with no interruptions from monsters. As they stepped into the territory, Field was greeted by a refreshing sight. The fields were devoid of writhing tendrils and flesh, appearing as if they had been thoroughly cleansed. Only the toxic soil remained, along with the ashes of decayed creatures. My lord, we have eradicated all corruption within the territory and incinerated it to ash. The slave displayed a servile expression, hunching over. Field, seated upon his horse, surveyed the surroundings and nodded. Well done, each of you shall receive a reward. The slaves beamed with joy. The next task is to repair my grand winery, clearing away the remnants of corruption, replacing the rotting wood, and mending the collapses and holes. Field had long since devised a plan, as residing in a drafty place still permeated with the stench of monster urine was a torment to the body. Even if Field's dwelling was the finest in Nightfall territory, but my lord, I am not skilled in carpentry. Field paused, seemingly forgetting this detail, and called out loudly, is there anyone skilled in carpentry? Stonemasonry, or blacksmithing? A hush fell over the crowd, and the steward cow bluntly stated, my lord, those with skills are all free men, slaves are of no use. Then let us recruit some. I plan to visit the city beyond the grey mist. What is the nearest city? Yes, Maple City in the High Castle province. They must have what we need. The steward appeared regretful. Every city has its own guild of craftsmen, directly governed by the lord. They cannot be recruited merely with money. Moreover, I doubt any craftsman would be willing to come to Nightfall territory. I shall go myself. Field shrugged. He was accustomed to Cow's objections without offering solutions. Chapter 24, Awakening the Lord's Talent. Just in time. I can take some wine to sell. I will label them as rare treasures, though they inherently are, and coupled with their bizarre tales, they will undoubtedly sell well. Just like the treasure of a dragon, Ashina seemed to grasp the concept partially. Field snapped his fingers. Precisely, Ashina, even a boot found in a dragon's lair is guarded by the dragon. Furthermore, we are not lying. Those fine wines are indeed protected by formidable corrupted creatures, even though the corrupted beings have no interest in the wine. Ashina covered her mouth, giggling incessantly. There is no rush for the carpentry. First, let us clear out all the rubbish from the grand winery, removing the decayed equipment and stones from the collapses, and then clean thoroughly. I estimate this will take 3 days, and upon completion, I shall reward each of you with 20 copper coins. My lord, you are truly generous. As Field's generosity was a widely accepted consensus among all in the territory. Outside Nightfall territory, even free men working for a month might not earn 20 copper coins. For Field, those coins would soon find their way back into his pocket, rendering them trivial. He even looked forward to the slaves quickly becoming free men, as only free men had the right to marry and bear children. Likewise, free men were obligated to fulfill many important responsibilities, such as paying taxes. Lost in thought, Field suddenly felt an intangible force surge within him. Though his power did not increase, he immediately sensed a difference. He had advanced to a first-tier lord. In fact, entering into a contract with a divine chosen one provided the possibility of becoming a lord. Field already possessed the talent of a lord, so this progression was entirely natural. In this world, there are not only extraordinary knights, mages, or divine chosen ones, lords can also possess levels. However, their offensive capacity is rather limited. Lords can perceive the general state of their territories. Name, Field profession, Lord Territory, Starry Night Winery and surrounding farmland. Contracted divine chosen, Ashina population, 217. Development level, 1, barely nothing. Happiness level, -32, despondency and oppression. Environmental value, -89, filled with corruption. Uninhabitable, probability of divine chosen appearance, 1 in a trillion. Lord talent, minimap, detects surrounding lifeforms. Exclusive talent, status panel, visualizes biological attributes. Exclusive talent, prosperous domain, dispels the death mist within the territory. Accelerates the dissolution of corruption. Additional talent of divine chosen, beast domestication, easier to cultivate war beasts within the territory, provided by Ashina. Ceiling, advances 50 wolf cavalry to first tier, provided by Ashina. Field's eyes lit up, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips as he laughed heartily. My lord, what are you laughing at? Ashina scratched her head, looking curious. Oh, nothing, just recalling something amusing. Field instructed someone to extinguish the territory's fog-dispelling lantern, startling everyone who thought he had lost his mind. Well, I won't frighten you anymore. Raising his hands, Field chuckled. I have mastered the Lord's talent. I can ensure the territory is not eroded by corruption without the fog-dispelling lantern. The crowd was skeptical yet dared not refute him until Field extinguished the lantern, and when the mist did not encroach even slightly, they finally relaxed. What followed was sheer jubilation, with nearly everyone immersing themselves in celebration. After all, the fog-dispelling lantern could only last about a month. As long as the Lord had no funds to purchase from the church, they would face demise at any moment. However, with the Lord's fog-dispelling ability, they had truly secured their foothold in Nightfall territory. Tonight, everyone shall enjoy an extra meal, receiving meat soup and 2 loaves of bread each. A Field announced with a spirited tone. Saving a fog-dispelling lantern amounts to 25 gold coins. This is a significant profit of 250,000 black loaves. Long live! The crowd cheered with glee. The maid Scissors shouted with her booming voice, this is magnificent news. No wonder I dreamt last night of my grandmother smiling at me. My Lord Field, you are truly a born noble, with the blood of a lord flowing through your veins. Field felt a sense of embarrassment from the overwhelming praise he received, and immediately addressed Cow, saying, please prepare a serving of honey cake for my maid, my male servant, and the cook. My goodness, my lord, we have very limited honey cakes. Cow, ever the provocateur, exclaimed. The maids can simply eat the leftovers of you and Lady Ashina. That is already the finest fare in the entire territory, no need for any extra servings. The scissor maid, her teeth grinding with indignation, seemed on the verge of pouncing on Cow, eager to scratch his face. Typically reticent, the maid Sparrow also felt a surge of anger. All right, since everyone is in high spirits, Scissor, why are you still standing there? Go to the storeroom and distribute the cake. Field was never one to be stingy with such trifles. Long live our lord, cheered the 2 sweet-toothed maids, their joy akin to that of 2 little sparrows, as they scampered off to the storeroom. Cow sighed, silently calculating the supplies of the territory. To the southeast of the northern province lay the Morning Breeze province, where Field's inexpensive father resided, while to the southwest was the High Fortress province. Further north from the northern province lay the home of the orcs. Field resolved to visit the High Fortress province, a land boasting 5 earldoms, predominantly mountainous. Sitting at the wooden table, he frowned slightly at the creaking window. Nonetheless, he endeavored to maintain his inner calm. Carefully, he opened a book entitled Mists and Death, a tome valued at a staggering 10 silver coins. Authored by the renowned imperial scholar and explorer, Lucas. On the first day of September in the year 147 of the twin calendar, today was meant to be a national day of celebration. The day of awakening, however, for the future of the empire, I, Lucas, have resolutely entered the forsaken and cursed lands of the northern province. Fortunately, I am not alone in this venture. I am accompanied by 2 royal chosen ones. Along with the fallen noble Darren and his chosen daughter, Field leisurely picked up a piece of sliced apple from the plate before him and tossed it into his mouth, savoring its sweet juices that delighted his palate. Invigorating him to continue reading, accompanied by 3 stunning beauties, this journey promised to be filled with enjoyment. Although the royal chosen ones were fearsome 5th-tier entities, it would not hinder my visual indulgence. In my youth, I had visited the 3 outer baronies of the northern province, Cloud Vale, Night Vale, and Morning Vale, all of which were splendid locales brimming with fine wine and beautiful women. Now, however, they were rife with corruption, among which were the frequent attacks by hideous bat women, likely the remnants of fallen women, as evidenced by the distinctive tattoos and jewelry lingering on their bodies. My guard, Steelfork, bravely attempted to gauge the depth of a batwoman. Truly a valiant and fearless soul with an adventurous spirit, may the goddess bless him. Chapter 25, Bloodshed. The night attacker Field suddenly expelled a half-chewed piece of apple from his mouth, laughing heartily. How absurd that someone would dare to assault such grotesque female monsters. Aligned with modern preferences, it seems that any female will find admirers. Wiping away the tears induced by his laughter, curiosity peaked within Field. Could corruption engender reproductive isolation among individuals? Poor Steelfork ultimately succumbed to the rot of his lower body, his once mighty sparrow transformed into a grotesque tumor, departing this world in agony. Corruption is, after all, the curse of the devil. Steelfork may never ascend to paradise, except for the chosen ones. I believe no creature can withstand such curses. Field closed the book, the pervasive sensation of its content momentarily dissuading him from further reading. Lucas could only be considered an adventurer or explorer. As a scholar, he lacked rigor. Not all beings are incapable of resisting corruption. At the very least, plants can. Field recalled the green plants collected from Rum Village, which were neither flesh nor tentacles. A scream pierced the night air, causing Field to jolt and nearly topple the steaming cup of tea he had raised to his lips, scalding himself and rendering his garments damp, a challenging predicament to dry in the Night Vale. Glancing at the small map, he noted the absence of a skull symbol. It seemed yet another fool, unable to control their baser instincts, had caused trouble. Rubbing his temples, Field acknowledged that when slaves mingled, instances of violence and coercion were inevitable. Even the whip could not alter their nature. Slaves had no rights to procreate. However, the vast majority were too famished to even consider legacy. My lord, a hurried patter echoed from the corridor as male servant Jug frantically knocked on the door. Come in, what is it? Field peered out the window, finding the outside still shrouded in darkness. The torches below flickered, revealing only a few panic-stricken faces beside them. It seemed matters were more dire than he had imagined. Jug fell to the ground, trembling as he spoke. My lord, our territory is in grave trouble. Anxiety gripped Field, though he maintained his composure. Do not panic. Explain what trouble we face. Robbers, armed bandits have attacked our territory. Jug, still young, could barely contain his terror, his hands shaking on the ground as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Several slaves went to the fields to relieve themselves when they were suddenly ambushed by bandits emerging from the mist. They killed 2 and captured a female slave. Field stepped forward in astonishment, asking. They retreated instead of continuing their assault. Yes, they left immediately. By the gods, Field swore, their retreat signifies a degree of intelligence. To encounter bandits in this forsaken, toxic wasteland, what could be more ludicrous? Perhaps it is my beloved stepmother and siblings. If they were to acquire information about the chosen ones, it would be perilous. Field glanced again at the small map. Noting no anomalies, this reminded him of Connor's cavalry, who only revealed their presence at a certain proximity, indicating the limited range of the small map's warnings, applicable only to chosen ones and corrupted beings. Inform the others to take refuge in the first floor of the Grand Winery. I shall pursue. Field retrieved his longsword from the rack and descended the stairs swiftly. Ashina was already downstairs examining the corpses, and upon seeing Field, she immediately apologized. I am sorry to disturb your rest. Allowing the enemy to infiltrate our territory is my failure. It is not your fault. Without walls, it is hardly unexpected for the enemy to breach our defenses. Ashina had fought fiercely throughout the day, and it was only natural to overlook the enemy in her fatigue. Crouching down, Field tugged at the tattered, foul-smelling burlap clothing of a corpse, tilting his head in confusion. The angle of the abdominal wound is surprisingly upward. Were those bandits dwarves? Indeed, quite peculiar. Ashina mused, rhythmically tapping her smooth chin, her thighs quivering slightly as she maintained focus. Perhaps they are not human but rather those detestable dwarves. Field's earlier unease began to dissipate. The situation might not be as dire as he had imagined, at least not fatal. Ashina, can your wolf detect the enemy's trail? Using a dragon-blooded giant wolf as a mere hound seemed absurd. Ashina slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Take me with you. I must see what manner of creature dares to assault my territory. Field gritted his teeth, unlike the original owner, who was benevolent. He intended to smash their heads. Ashina, well acquainted with Field's temperament, smiled. Of course, I shall be your sword. The giant wolf sniffed the corpse a few times, its eerie blue slit pupils fixating on the northeast direction of the night veil. The enemy fled that way. Fortunately, they had not headed south. The enemy likely was not human. Clanging and clattering, about 10 disheveled slave guards emerged, some still struggling to don their armor, their eyes still heavy with sleep. Field forced a smirk, wanting to scold them but refraining. Do not expect soldiers of this era to be as disciplined as those of Huagua. Undoubtedly, the guards had slept soundly, so much so that Field was ready to depart while they remained ensnared in dreams. Guard the territory, do not allow the enemy to strike again. Field had no intention of taking them along. Speed was of the essence, and by the time the troops were assembled, the enemy would likely have vanished without a trace. However, disciplined training must be prioritized. A lazy army possesses no combat effectiveness, unable even to safeguard their own territory. Ashina hoisted Field onto the giant wolf. With his small map in hand, the risk of ambush would be significantly reduced. The stability of the wolf's back surpassed that of a horse, and upon mounting, Field immediately felt a sense of comfort. Riding a horse was not difficult. Once one steadied themselves, it became astonishingly simple. Even easier than riding a bicycle. After all, a bicycle lacks intelligence, and many equestrians could even doze off while riding. Ashina's dragon-blooded wolf was even steadier. Its rugged scales did not prick at all, automatically retracting to form a seamless fit akin to modern craftsmanship. Let us depart. With that, they rode the giant wolf swiftly into the mist. The world around them blurred rapidly as the wind howled past their ears. The speed of the wolf's gallop was astonishing, akin to a subway. In just 4 minutes, Ashina located the enemy amidst the dense, corrupted forest. Chapter 26, Mist Goblins. I see them. Ashina's red pupils shimmered with magical light within the mist. The enemy was regrouping in a clearing, toying with the corpses of female slaves. How I envy your ability to pierce the mist. All I see is darkness before me. After signing the contract, the Lord becomes immune to the toxins of the death fog, yet remains unable to pierce through the grey mist. Before Field lies a vast expanse of whiteness, leaving him to ponder what manner of creature is assaulting his territory. A horde of diminutive beings, perhaps dwarves, yet they do not appear particularly stout. Are they formidable enough to pose a threat? If not, it would be wise to advance alongside the guard. No matter, they are merely ordinary life forms. Ashina, sensing the warmth emanating from Field's chest as she presses against his back, involuntarily emits a soothing purring sound from her throat, though she maintains an air of nonchalance, asserting that they should simply trample over them. For the adversaries remain blissfully unaware of their presence. Field cautiously unsheathes his long sword, striding to make as little noise as possible before lowering his voice to declare, "Then let us annihilate them." A howl brimming with murderous intent pierces the stillness of the fog, shattering its eerie tranquility. The response to the wolf's howl is a cacophony of frantic, high-pitched screams. At that moment, a multitude of red exclamation marks burst forth on Field's minimap. Indeed, only non-corrupted beings harboring hostility towards him will trigger such alerts. Whoosh! A flurry of javelins pierces the fog, hurtling towards the duo. The giant wolf swiftly evades, transforming into a blurred figure that glides effortlessly past. If the enemy can see them, then hiding in the mist proves futile. Field ignites the fog-clearing lamp, instantly clarifying his vision, revealing writhing tendrils and vines around him, along with the grotesque remains of various decayed corpses. Yet, what captures his attention most is the group of diminutive creatures. To be precise, a cluster of goblins adorned with large noses and sharp teeth. Unlike ordinary goblins, these little fiends possess milky, lifeless eyes and skin of a sickly yellow hue. The enslaved woman who had been captured, having traversed the death fog, has succumbed to its lethal grasp. Her body now stripped and tortured, the left side of her abdomen, ravaged by corruption, is riddled with grotesque tumors. And Field, averse to such sights, can only cast a fleeting glance before nearly succumbing to nausea. Upon spotting the humans, the grey goblins begin to dance and taunt. They possess immunity to the fog. Which is far from encouraging news. Recognizing the goblin's form, Field comprehends that the Grey Goblins are the surviving species filtered through the death fog's deadly criteria. If one escapes, it is permissible to let it go. The rest must be exterminated. Ashina, unabashed in her murderous intent, replies, "Understood." With a swift motion, the giant wolf materializes above the foremost goblin, and Ashina, her face flushed with indignation upon witnessing the slain enslaved woman, accelerates the thrust of her lance. With a sickening thud, the unfortunate goblin is impaled in the chest, blood erupting forth as it is sent flying by the force of the wolf's charge. Crashing to the ground like a tattered rag, its bones shattered. The goblins are numerous, numbering over 30, clad in ill-fitting armor as they surge forth like a tide of yellowish despair, armed with rusted spears. They attack from all directions, some reckless enough to leap forth in an attempt to drag the riders down. Such folly! The anticipated defeat of the goblins is merely a creation to amuse the masses in imperial tales. Before the terrifying might of the Chosen One, the goblins, at least the ordinary ones, stand no chance whatsoever. Without the need to breathe fire, the giant wolf rampages through the oncoming goblin tide, while Ashina continuously thrusts her lance. Each strike claiming the lives of one or several goblins. Blood spreads, seeping into the soil of the northern territories, pooling in small crimson lakes in the low-lying areas, as the wails and shrieks intertwine with the peculiar Cthulhu-like terrain of the northern province. Resembling a scene from Hell, the goblins, having suffered immense casualties, begin their desperate retreat, yet they foolishly expose their unprotected backs to the highly mobile wolf cavalry. Ashina does not immediately slaughter them all. In fact, a mere breath from her dragon-bred wolf could annihilate these rat-like beings. Drawing her long blade, she leisurely pursues the fleeing goblins. Field seizes the opportunity to swing his long sword, cleaving through the retreating goblins and reducing them to mere chunks of flesh. Soon, only one goblin remains, and Ashina pursues it from a distance. Creatures consumed by fear often lose their capacity for reason, instinctively seeking the sanctuary of safety. As they traverse into a forest, Field discerns from the minimap that there once existed a pebble path here, frequented by countless travelers and merchants a decade ago. Safe and efficient, however, after years of corruption, he sees no trace of the past. Instead, a string of bones along the roadside convinces Field that he is on the right track. Within the dense thicket lies a camp, overrun with corrupted brambles that writhe like wriggling worms, now serving as the goblins' optimal dwelling. This tribe of goblins is known as the Blackwood clan, a name their leader holds dear. They are the descendants of noble beastmen who embarked on a grand expedition to assault the human stronghold, the sacred Griffin Empire. Had they not tasted defeat, the vile humans might have brokered a pact with demonic forces, unleashing the death fog that slaughtered every living being in the northern expanse. Otherwise, he would already be in a warm and cozy human city, toying with the princess. Thankfully, the resilient goblins have adapted to the corruption, evolving into grey fog goblins, and there remains a chance to breach the accursed walls of humanity, capturing some to propagate their kind. The goblin leader fantasizes. The hurried footsteps disrupt his reverie as a yellow-hued goblin stumbles into the scene. "Boss, we have discovered a human encampment," it exclaims in a tongue only they can comprehend. The goblin leader beams with delight. "By the beast god's grace, where are they?" I must, before he can finish. His smile falters, for a towering wolf, over 2 meters in height, stands defiantly in view. Damn it, it was you who lured the enemy here. The encampment houses over 100 goblins, their combat prowess inferior to that of the previous 30. Field surveys the scene, his mind racing with questions. What do they consume? Corrupted plants. Yet now is not the time for ecological studies. With a wave of his hand, Field cedes, "Burn them all to ashes. How dare they assault my subjects? These are no ordinary goblins." A heavy-handed approach is warranted. Chapter 27, Eradicating the Goblin Menace. The scales on the giant wolf's throat immediately release a torrent of steam, followed by a surge of heat that distorts the very air around it. The searing temperature engulfs the goblin camp, instantly dehydrating the surrounding corrupted flora. The goblins fare even worse, caught in the flames, writhing in agony as they twist into contorted forms, while the rest scatter in panic. Field recalls his childhood memories of pouring hot water on ants. Flames sweep through the encampment, igniting goblins one by one, their anguished cries filling the air. Many are struck directly, reduced to charred heaps of ash, while others, in despair, await their doom, retaliating with javelins and stones. Aya, the goblin leader, flanked by 7 or 8 loyal followers, brandishes their spears as they charge at Field. Whoosh! The foremost goblin collapses without a sound, its entrails spilling from a gaping wound in its abdomen, the arrow that felled it embedded in a nearby boulder, its fletching still quivering. Ashina, disinterested in directing the giant wolf's attacks, draws her bow and swiftly fires at the goblins. The charging goblins have no time to consider escape, as they fall one by one to the silvery streaks of light. Before long, all the goblins in the camp are slain, the earth scorched and cracked, littered with grayish ash. These goblins were clad in armor, clearly not of their own making. Field suspects there are treasures worth exploring nearby. Remaining focused, he rummages through the remnants, picking up a rusted scrap of iron that seems to bear royal insignia, though its condition is so poor that even scrap collectors would turn it away. The intricate and ornate patterns faintly suggest it was once a royal shoulder plate, now worn as a helmet by the goblin. Field flicks it with his finger, rust cascading to the ground. What was I expecting? This armor is nothing but a pile of rust, devoid of value. Disdainfully discarding the debris, Field continues his search through the goblin camp. In this era, the notion of antiques does not exist. My lord, I suspect there are more of their lairs nearby. It is strange not to find any younglings within our territory. Let us search thoroughly. Uncovering treasures is secondary. This goblin horde must be eradicated completely. Field's expression turns grave. He does not wish to leave behind a brood of creatures harboring animosity towards him. Eliminate the roots, lest they sprout anew. Ashina tilts her head, sensing Field's heightened vigilance towards the goblins. Despite their apparent frailty, yet, upon receiving the Lord's command, she diligently scours the surroundings. True to their predictions, a careful search reveals that goblin younglings are hidden within a burrow not far from their territory. Tearing aside the brambles that obscure the entrance, Field bends down to enter. The entrance is small, but once inside, he discovers a spacious interior cluttered with debris, particularly heaps of armor and weaponry, all in a state of disrepair. The pungent odor of rust mixed with excrement fills the air, though Field has learned to ignore it, as the scent of corruption is hardly more pleasant. A cacophony of squeaks echoes as a mass of goblins, each the size of a weasel, huddles together, numbering at least 100. Had they remained undetected, they might have regained their strength within a month. Beside the goblin were two grotesque female deer, and unsurprisingly, these two deer were none other than the goblin's own mothers. The goblin lacked females and was compelled to seek other creatures for reproduction, which occurred at an astonishing rate. Could they be a species immune to the deadly haze? Field's eyes sparkled as he approached the deer, but upon noticing the mouths and eyes adorning the backs of the deer, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. They were merely corrupted beings. Benign in nature, Ashina covered her mouth and chuckled, stating, "Such peculiar goblins are indeed rare. The death haze is not something to be casually immune to." This assertion held truth. Otherwise, the Empire would have long reclaimed the vast northern provinces. Something felt amiss. Could these goblins already reproduce through corrupted beings? Field suddenly grasped this realization, gasping in shock. With corrupted beings ubiquitous, if the goblins were to capture a significant number of female corrupted entities, it would pose a tremendous threat to the Nightshade territory. This was indeed a concern. Vigilance regarding the goblins would be essential henceforth. Ashina unsheathed a long sword from her waist. The dragonkin wolf was too large to enter, necessitating their own intervention. Let us act swiftly, she urged. Field picked up a rusty hammer from the ground and, like a gopher, smashed all the little goblins into the second dimension, then delivered a final blow to the two corrupted deer, sending them to hell. After surveying the spoils within the cave, Field discovered a trove of tattered armor. Transporting them would be laborious and pointless, thus he opted to leave them behind. However, one locked ironwood chest caught his eye. "Have you seen the key?" Field searched around. With a playful wink, Ashina replied, "Of course, my lord." Nonchalantly extending her delicate hand, she yanked the iron lock, along with the corrupted moss clinging to it. "Free, all right, you're impressive." Field inhaled deeply, cautiously opening the chest, praying it contained neither a triggering bomb nor a mimic. Fortunately, his mundane fears did not materialize. The first thing that greeted his gaze was two banners, one faded griffin standard, and the other an unfamiliar emblem adorned with eyes and a hexagram, resembling a noble family crest, much like the Rose family banner, which depicted an abstract rose composed of symbols and lines. Field had no desire to wield that banner, as it appeared somewhat effeminate. Beneath the banners stood a row of sealed, slender wooden tubes. Carefully prying open the lid with a knife, Field discerned that inside was a rolled parchment. Ashina's eyes lit up, her wolf ears perked. "I sense we've stumbled upon something intriguing. Could it be a long-buried royal secret, or perhaps a treasure concealed by some noble?" Field shared her curiosity. The antiquated griffin banner and royal armor indicated this was equipment left behind by the royal army. The parchment surely contained something fascinating. Gently extracting the parchment, Field noticed a flame motif on it, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Ashina merely glanced at it before squinting in disappointment. "I can feel the magic flowing. I suspect this is not a treasure map." Indeed, upon unfurling it, he found it filled with indecipherable symbols. It was a magical scroll. No wonder it seemed so familiar. His sister had attended the Mage Academy and brought home scrolls that resembled this style. Speaking of which, Field, who had been itching to try it out, aimed at the carcass of the corrupted deer and unfurled the scroll. Chapter 28, the magic scroll. Whoosh, a massive surge of flame erupted from the scroll, igniting both corpses. The fire crackled as it consumed the corrupted deer. However, that was the extent of it. The used scroll lost its magical sheen, utterly transforming into mere scrap paper. There were no flashy effects, nor the cataclysmic hellfire of the dragonkin wolf. Field felt as though he had witnessed a lackluster fire-breathing performance, even less impressive than a gas canister exploding. I seem to have squandered 10 gold coins. Field realized belatedly, breaking into a cold sweat. Though the damage from the magical scroll was minimal, a first-tier magical scroll typically fetched around 15 gold coins, while an antique scroll was valued at about 10 gold coins, not a trivial sum. Ashina, sticking out her petite tongue playfully, smiled brightly. How could it be a waste? We've gained insight into the power of magical scrolls. Just as you said, the truth comes from practice. Besides, this is my first time witnessing a magical scroll. It's rather fascinating. This little girl was quite perceptive, providing herself an out. I merely mentioned it in passing. I can't believe you remembered, Field replied, touched by her optimistic attitude, as he gently patted Ashina's head. The chest contained 24 magical scrolls, excluding the one Field had used. They could expect to sell the remaining for approximately 230 gold coins, a bountiful haul indeed. Scavenging had its own charm, Field mused, as he could make a substantial profit from a mere stroll. Given the unique environment of the North, adventurers daring enough to venture here were rare, hence many treasures remained intact upon returning to the territory. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Field unscathed. After all, if something had befallen their lord, they would have faced the deadly haze that very day. Furthermore, Field was an exceptionally good man. The slaves thought to themselves, wishing for him to remain their lord forever, as even a half-full meal would feel like a divine blessing. Ah, a gobliness head, exclaimed the knowledgeable freeman, Dogclaw. I've seen these filthy little creatures in the big city. They can even mate with sows and produce a horde of goblins. Indeed, these were the very monsters that had attacked the territory. Field casually discarded the goblin's head onto the ground and wiped his hands with a handkerchief. We have avenged the fallen, may they find solace in the embrace of the goddess. Long live the Lord. Thank you, my lord. The slaves expressed their heartfelt gratitude, overwhelmed by the respect for their right to life, relishing the relief of not having to fear being slaughtered by vile monsters at night. Although Field's motives were not rooted in human rights, but rather in eliminating threats so that the slaves could work effectively, it did not diminish their appreciation. Typically, lords cared little for the lives of their slaves. Their concerns revolved solely around whether to have apple porridge or cherry porridge for dinner. Dismissed. Return to your rest, Field declared, feeling fatigued himself. After resolving the goblin issue, he snapped his fingers and suddenly recalled an important matter: the lackluster performance of the guards during the goblin attack. The patrolling guards had been hidden away, sleeping in some nook, while the rest merely rested, indifferent to the situation. Had it not been for the male servant, Clay, rousing a few guards, the entire territory could have been razed without a single one of them appearing. Strengthening the military presence of the territory was crucial. It was unacceptable to feel insecure even while sleeping. Relying solely on Ashina's efforts would not suffice to oversee the entire territory. After devising a plan, Field recorded it in a script only he could decipher, then lay down on the bed. The dilapidated floor and windows of the Grand Manor creaked ominously, and unpleasant drafts wafted in through the cracks in the bricks. The house needed urgent repairs. Field despairingly covered his ears, burying his head in the blanket, which retained the faint scent of civilized society. The next day, after enduring a restless night, Field finished his breakfast of bread smeared with blueberry jam and gathered all the soldiers, including those who had yet to learn to ride. Stand straight, Field barked in a stern voice. The guards, aware of their poor performance from the previous night, shrank back in fear, some nearly wetting themselves, believing they were about to face execution, yet they dared not speak. Furtively glancing at Field's face, hoping to glean some hint of his mood, Field had initially intended to drag the negligent fools out and administer 30 lashes before everyone. However, seeing that many of them appeared emaciated, with visible ribs, and struggling to remain upright in their armor, he ultimately abandoned this unrealistic notion. Forget 30 lashes, just 10 will suffice. That would send them back to the womb. Even if they survive, they'd be incapacitated for months. To save them would require precious potions, resulting in a loss for myself. Most critically, if I were to kill them, the pool of suitable soldiers among the remaining slaves would dwindle even further. Rubbing his temples, Field consoled himself, recognizing that the guards were subsisting on merely 2 fist-sized loaves of rye bran bread a day, devoid of wages, freedom, or wives. Reflecting on their perspective, Field realized he too would be reluctant to exert effort. The guards who patrolled the territory had run 6 laps, while those who had not assembled had run 3. This was their punishment, and they should not entertain thoughts of shirking their duties. A collective sigh of relief escaped the guards, with some even breaking into laughter. Though they did not understand why their lord was so keen on running, it was far preferable to the prospect of being whipped. "I love running," one of the guards chuckled, dropping his weapon and unfastening his armor. "Wait, put on your leather armor before running. Furthermore, each of you must carry a weapon," Field emphasized, without allowing them to display expressions of despair. He added in a voice laced with devilish persuasion, "If you manage to complete this before noon, everyone will receive a share of smoked meat. Supplementing our nutrition is only fair. Smoked meat? My goodness. What did I just hear? Is today a festival, our esteemed lord?" The complaints that had previously resided in their stomachs vanished, transforming into eager anticipation. The soldiers swiftly donned their leather armor, seized their weapons, and began to race about madly. The scene was lively, drawing the attention of the nearby slaves tending to the corrupted fields. The remaining dozen or so exchanged glances, their mouths watering at the thought of smoked meat. Until finally, one brave lynx spoke up cautiously, "What about us, my lord? Can we run too?" Field surveyed the surroundings, noting that only the elite among the guards remained. Many had slain over 10 corrupted corpses, prompting Field to raise an eyebrow. "You need not flee. You were among the few who gathered last night. The smoked meat is your due reward. I have a new training exercise for you, called Standing at Attention. If you perform well, an additional reward of an egg awaits you. At the mention of eggs, a chorus of eager swallowing ensued. In Chapter 29, Training at Attention, when Field last treated them to eggs, many had barely chewed before greedily swallowing them whole, nearly choking in the process. The scarcity of food had left them yearning for protein, and many dreamed of savoring the taste of eggs. They had not expected such a cherished reward to arrive so swiftly. It's quite simple. Follow my lead, Field instructed, demonstrating the stance used during military training in Huagua, patiently correcting each individual. Field held high expectations for these exceptional guards, as they would likely form the backbone of the future military structure. After completing the corrections, Field had a servant bring forth chairs and took out an hourglass for timing. "Stand firm for half an hour, and the egg shall be yours," he said, revealing a devilish grin. Hammer, awkwardly adjusting his stance, did his utmost to stand perfectly upright, his hands clumsily resting at his sides, feet splayed at an angle. This may have been the sort of absurd performance favored by nobles. Having heard that nobles enjoyed watching clowns, Hammer speculated that he might resemble one, but for the sake of the egg, he deemed it worthwhile. Was there any task more exhausting than hauling bricks or mining? Soon, Hammer experienced the true horror of standing at attention. The farmland of Nightshade had not fully recovered from the purification potion, and Field's lordly abilities, resembling a muddy mess after a rain. Hammer felt as though he could scarcely maintain his footing. To the onlookers, it was not the land that was at fault, but rather the trembling figures of the soldiers, whose legs quaked like soft noodles. As they felt the weight bearing down upon them, the guards realized that standing was no trivial undertaking. The tingling soreness felt akin to the agony of lugging heavy loads all day. Cold sweat trickled down Hammer's brow as he silently urged himself on for the egg. Several guards silently repeated the mantra, determined to endure despite their wobbling bodies. Field's lips curled into an involuntary smile as he glanced at the hourglass. Indeed, the motivation derived from material rewards was compelling. After leisurely finishing a cup of red tea, Field finally declared a break, and the guards collapsed like limp dolls, relieved. "My lord, such a genius approach. This is how they should be treated." The steward Cow had finished counting the wine cellar and approached with a still wet report. Upon witnessing Field's torment of the guards, he mistakenly believed Field had grasped the essence of nobility, to regard people as less than human. Cow felt an immense relief. "You two understand the power of discipline." Field was taken aback, his posture becoming suddenly serious. The implications behind standing at attention were not easily comprehensible to a medieval mind, and he had not anticipated such progressive insight from his steward. Cow, puzzled, rubbed his nose at discipline. "I meant that when dealing with slaves, one ought to employ various methods of torment to ensure their obedience." "Oh, well, then there's no issue," Field said, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. He reclined lazily against the back of his chair, a mischievous smile appearing. "This is not torment, it is training. They are performing admirably, and I have decided to reward them with eggs at noon." "Eggs? More for the slaves?" Cow was struck dumb, frozen in place, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. "My lord, this is your second instance of such absurdity. Slaves should be fed lashes, not eggs." While he could begrudgingly commend Field's creativity in shoving gleaming gold coins into the gnarled hands of an ancient witch, the idea of giving eggs to slaves caused Cow to feel genuine distress. He would swear that Field's actions were utterly bizarre and sensational throughout the entire empire. Even the most notorious wastrels in the imperial capital would not indulge in such extravagant folly. Seeing his steward fidgeting and tugging at his collar for air, Field found amusement and reassured him, "This is a land of curses, and thus cannot adhere to the norms of ordinary regions. The rules here will be entirely new, and I trust you will adapt. By the way, how is the tallying of the wine progressing? I came here precisely for that." Transitioning to serious matters, the steward produced the results and excitedly reported. "According to the standard sherry cask tally, we have 3 barrels of barley wine, 7 of honey wine, 7 of olive wine, and 24 of black pearl wine. Additionally, we discovered a precious sparkling wine, namely champagne. But only 1 barrel, far better than I anticipated." "Splendid." Field rose, pacing with excitement, his heart racing at the thought that he laughed heartily. "The main priority now is to convert them all into cash. Only when they become gleaming gold coins will I be at ease. Should a monster infiltrate and wreak havoc, those coins would be lost. Cow, allocate a portion of slaves to load provisions for 40 men for 10 days, also oversee the feed for the horses and make sure nothing is overlooked. I shall personally visit Maple Leaf City to engage with the local nobility and secure a market for the wine. Isn't that a bit too perilous? The death fog is no laughing matter. We are unlikely to have the same luck as last time. Encountering a massive tide of corpses could lead to disaster. My lord, wouldn't it be better for the chosen to lead the way?" Cow suggested, discreetly glancing around to ensure Ashina was not present before exhaling in relief. He harbored no fondness for that fearsome half-breed and believed they had only just settled in Nightshade. Everyone needed the Lord's leadership. Field sighed with resignation, recognizing that his absence would pose a greater danger. If Ashina were to fall, Field would be unable to safeguard the Grand Winery without a small map. Ashina would undoubtedly encounter vast hordes of corpses, multiple waves, no less. Field understood all too well the perils of the northern territories, akin to frolicking in an ocean of rotting corpses. A single misstep could spell doom. "This is an order, you need only execute it diligently." Field waved his hand dismissively, turning his face away, unwilling to elaborate further. Cow was one of the few literate individuals within the territory, but that did not imply he possessed acumen in governance. Sending the chosen to negotiate would only broadcast to the entire empire that Field, a despised and unsupported young baron, held valuable chosen. Regardless, Field could not afford to lose Ashina, nor could he expose her to outsiders. "Wait, what are those two up to?" Woodfield noticed 2 female slaves whispering to one another as they ventured toward the outskirts of the territory. Perhaps it was a secret among women, or maybe mere gossip. Or possibly a conspiracy. The likelihood of conspiracy was low. Without fog-clearing lamps, only a direct awakening as a chosen could allow one to venture outside. They were likely off to slacken their duties. A situation with which Field was well acquainted. In Chapter 30, issuing new decrees and heading to High Castle Province, the 2 women, differing in kind, had indeed formed a friendship. Field nodded, pleased, contemplating whether to use them as exemplary figures for promotion. And thus stealthily followed. However, in the next moment, Field regretted his impulsive decision. The 2 women squatted down together, their legs forming in shape, revealing their mud-streaked and filthy posteriors as they unabashedly relieved themselves. Field's pupils dilated in shock. Unable to believe his eyes as he exclaimed, "What then, my eyes, they were brazenly defecating in the street. Was there no law? Is that strange?" Cow asked, scratching his nose, not even furrowing his brow. He was thoroughly accustomed to it. The lower classes were simply that dirty. The steward remained unfazed. In the sacred Griffin Empire, and indeed across the continent, such occurrences were commonplace. Roads, streets, and even hallways were filled with excrement, flies buzzing, and rats frolicking amidst it all. Even the maids serving Field would sneak off to relieve themselves in dark corners of the house, for the outside was frightfully dark and terrifying. Cow mused privately, perhaps the Lord simply enjoyed peeping, but felt too embarrassed to admit it in his presence. Moreover, Field had purchased a plaything before arriving at Nightshade. Although that plaything had become a chosen, Cow firmly believed it was merely luck. After all, what noble wasn't a bit twisted? Having been preoccupied with territorial matters, Field had forgotten this reality. Pressing his temples in an attempt to lower his blood pressure, he suddenly recalled that the medieval era was a time of chaotic sanitation, which had even led to widespread outbreaks of the Black Death. His travels had relied upon tall steeds, which had prevented him from noticing the filth within the territory. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Field resolved that as a modern individual, he would not permit the medieval malaise to manifest within his domain. Unsanitary conditions would breed disease and incite plagues like the Black Death. The steward, unable to comprehend, asked excrement and, viruses, What are those, Macau? I am about to enact a significant law. From now on, no one shall relieve themselves in public spaces, and all waste must be disposed of in designated pits. Field gestured with his finger, then clasped his hands behind his back. You will ensure that everyone remembers this decree. In the future, anyone found in violation will receive a warning for the first 3 offenses, followed by fines, 1 copper coin for a slave, 3 for a free person. Fines? Cao's eyes lit up instantly. You truly are an economic genius. Field furrowed his brow, remarking, it's merely a fine. What does it have to do with the economy? Numerous lords have already imposed taxes on breathing and blinking, yet you are the first to introduce a tax on excretion. Truly a genius idea. If implemented, it would yield substantial daily income. The steward, overjoyed, found solace in Field's talent for extortion, which rivaled his previous extravagance with eggs. Cao quickly set aside his previous concerns, realizing that the finances of Nightshade territory could endure for some time. This is precisely what nobility ought to undertake. Cao respectfully bowed, proclaiming, you exemplify the essence of a noble. Field waved his hand in silence, instructing, proceed with the execution. He then resumed the training of the guards. It was not until noon, when Ashina returned to the territory, that Field finally granted respite to the howling, pleading guards, allowing them to partake in a meal while summoning the freshly arrived Ashina. How did the trip to the granary fare? Field inquired, revealing a small map where the skull icons marking the granary had been entirely erased, presenting a remarkably tidy appearance. Ashina playfully stuck out her tongue, languidly stretching in a manner both charming and graceful, and quipped, thanks to your efforts, the eradication of the decaying corpses went exceedingly well. The only unfortunate aspect was that the granary contained nothing of value. The heaps of wheat have completely rotted, and even the granary has partially collapsed. Ashina produced a pouch containing a sample of the granary's wheat. This was to be expected. You should rest now. After numerous battles, Field recognized that sending ordinary soldiers alongside Ashina only served to complicate matters for her. Thus, he devised a plan to split their forces. Ashina, with her formidable combat prowess and agility, would frequently strike to clear the surrounding clusters of corpses, while the guards would focus primarily on training, dedicating their remaining time to eliminating the smaller groups of lingering cadavers. Field himself would oversee the soldiers' training and occasionally tend to Ashina's legs and ears. With clearly defined roles, each individual appeared to have a promising future. Thus, Field spent a week in Nightshade territory, expanding the eastern woodland by 5,000 square meters, though merely the size of a modest football field. It was still a commendable achievement. Expanding the area of effective control presented challenges, necessitating the use of fog-clearing lamps to disperse the local mist, followed by the guards exterminating the corpses, and then the slaves would remove all traces of decay, including vegetation and small animals. Only after completing these tasks could Field's lordly abilities permanently safeguard that land, ensuring that no new corrupted creatures would invade. Field had already discerned a pattern. Watch it. You fool, be cautious when lifting that barrel of wine. If you're so reckless again, I'll ensure my boot delivers a firm kiss to your backside and stuff your head into a sow's dung. The steward's furious roar echoed from downstairs. It was time to journey to High Fortress Province. Field set down his quill, stretched, and the maid, Scissors, promptly presented his coat. Nightshade territory lacked any food sources, and the available provisions were depleting rapidly. Acquiring food from the fields would likely take considerable time, thus imports through trade were necessary. Upon descending the stairs, Field encountered the guard captain Lynx, who stood rigidly alongside the other guards, though their formation appeared somewhat disheveled. Field was exceedingly pleased. The additional rations were not wasted, and at least the guards no longer looked emaciated. My lord, we aspire to be your shield, Lynx proclaimed loudly, filled with admiration for Field, the benevolent lord. Take us with you. Ha, you have always been my shield, but now I need you to protect the territory, Field replied, patting his shoulder. For this journey, he would bring only 3 guards, armed with hammers. However, Ashina and her raiding cavalry would accompany him entirely. With a divine chosen 1 in 20 cavalrymen, it was already a commendable escort. After carefully outlining the defense matters, Field turned to depart. True nobility lies in the great, a benevolent lord with a spirit of valor. Lynx reflected, acknowledging that ordinary lords would not venture multiple times into the perilous mists of death. Chapter 31, The Perverse Lord. The steward's fancies. Indeed, I take pride in being able to protect my lord and his possessions. One of the guards nodded in agreement, yet the steward Cao was filled with trepidation, silently praying. The male servant Jar offered comfort. No need to worry, Lady Ashina is incredibly powerful, and the winter goddess will surely protect our lord. Cao rolled his eyes in irritation. What do you know? I am concerned about what might transpire when we arrive at Maple Leaf City. You must understand, that city also possesses a divine chosen one. Ha, but we are not going for war, it is merely trade, surely there won't be any conflict. Jar's confidence wavered under Cao's apprehension, his voice diminished. Moreover, I trust in our Lord's charisma, he will be fine. Field's recent conduct had indeed won the servants over. You are merely a male servant, Jar, there is much you still need to learn, the steward remarked with a smug smile. Maple Leaf City's official faith is that of the god of love and ecstasy. And their divine chosen one, the exquisite dancer, has risen from the brothels, captivating countless nobles who willingly offer all their wealth and bodily fluids. What, such a thing exists? Jar was taken aback, blushing at the mere thought. Otherwise, how do you think Maple Leaf City, a remote border town, can be so affluent, possessing numerous potion formulas and an irreplaceable commercial status? Do you believe it relies solely on the personal abilities of Baron Maple Leaf? Let me tell you, last time our lord went to check on a slave using the restroom, how perverse, if the local lord were to have the dancer use her divine powers on our lord. With his self-control, surely, cough, I digressed. In Cao's view, Field was merely hunting for beauty, perhaps engaging in a scenario of indulgence and forgetfulness. Jar fell silent, praying in silence for their esteemed lord not to be corrupted by evil. Wait a moment, did I speak out of turn? Cao suddenly felt uneasy, realizing that if his words reached the ears of their lord or Ashina, he might find himself demoted from steward to stable hand. Or worse, observing Jar's innocent demeanor, Cao broke into a sweat, fearing that Jar might spill the beans. In truth, Field was reluctant to venture further to trade in Maple Leaf territory, but Baron Bull's foolish son likely still had the fortress gates barred. And Field had plundered from Bull territory. He had no desire to gamble on that. The Baron of Maple Leaf was a wealthy magnate, profiting immensely from the magical plants in his territory. And Field was confident that Black Pearl grape wine would fetch an excellent price. My lord, must you personally attend? Ashina lamented as she polished her gleaming sword, sighing at Field's insistence on personally traveling to High Fortress Province. You could leave it to me. The journey is perilous, and I would safeguard your properties with my life, ensuring nothing goes awry. That is precisely what I fear. I do not require you to risk your life for gold. Gold cannot procure divine chosen ones. Field gently patted Ashina's head, flushing her cheeks a rosy hue. He patiently explained, furthermore, I need to personally visit Baron Maple Leaf. The products from Nightshade territory require the consumption of that affluent noble. There was another reason Field did not disclose, his ability to sense the nearby monsters. Without him present, the merchant convoy would repeatedly encounter hordes of corpses. Field ignited the fog-clearing lamp and hung it on the carriage. And the merchant convoy set off with the hooves of the warhorses clattered rhythmically on the road, accompanied by Ashina, the raiding cavalry, 3 guards, 20 slaves tasked with transporting goods, and the maid Scissors, who was responsible for Field's well-being. Upon leaving the Starlight Winery, the group seemed to plunge into hell, surrounded by twisted vegetation and ominous shadows, as if a demon could leap forth at any moment. The slaves glanced around in fear. Although they were responsible for transporting goods, Field had still equipped them with long spears for self-defense. This road is dreadful. Field was particularly averse to the corrupted surface adorned with small tentacles, which would slow the carriage's movement. There was an opportunity to repair the road. Ideally, a concrete route connecting Nightshade territory directly to Maple Leaf territory could be constructed, before he could lament further. Numerous red skull icons began to converge rapidly. Be cautious, they are coming. Field inhaled deeply. Rowo, Ashina's giant wolf roared, charging forward with remarkable speed, swinging its lance down with ferocity, instantly creating a downpour of blood and cries as the corpses fell like harvested wheat. Red and white fragments scattering across the ground. The dragon-breed wolf then shook its head, unleashing a wave of ghostly blue flames that evaporated large swathes of the decaying bodies of the remaining cavalry. Swiftly drew their swords and spears, valiantly launching an assault on the horde of corpses. Despite their brief training, the demi-humans were natural cavalrymen, quickly grasping the essence of mounted combat. For Lord Field, charge! The cavalry surged forward. On Field's small map, the red markers vanished at an alarming rate, while more red dots began to close in. Come on! Field's spirits soared as he unsheathed his longsword. Maple Leaf Fortress was also one of the Empire's border fortifications, boasting formidable defensive capabilities, equipped not only with crossbows and catapults but also a multitude of mage towers. From afar, the floating magical crystals were visible everywhere. As the throng passed through the grand gates of Baron Maple Leaf's border fortress, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them, dispelling the incessant grey mist to reveal a vibrant world. Good heavens, those knights emerged from the very fog. Local soldiers, their accents unmistakable, gestured towards the fully cloaked riders. whose steeds were similarly draped in ominous black, evoking an aura of terror. Such a sight was rare. Surely they were adventurers or members of the Imperial Reconnaissance Corps. Observe the filth of corrupted creatures smeared across their attire. Close the gates promptly. We cannot allow the monsters from the fog to trail in. The commander cleared his throat, welcoming all to the Maple Leaf territory, wishing them a pleasant experience. Thank you. Field had not anticipated such an effortless entry. He had prepared a pouch of gold coins as a toll but found it unnecessary. He exhaled in relief, thinking he might face some difficulty. The cargo of Durama consisted of 10 barrels of black pearl wine and a crate of ancient magical scrolls, which Field feared would soon become nothing more than rags if he delayed further. If only trade routes could be established, he would not need to make this journey himself throughout the perilous journey. Field had deftly avoided numerous large-scale zombie hordes and vanquished several smaller ones. Otherwise, his arrival at the High Castle province would have been impossible. He incurred minimal losses, nearly half a cart of grain overturned in a ditch. Chapter 32, A Land of Decadence and Corruption. Simon Maple Leaf's special reception, harmonized. Of course, much credit was due to Ashina's bloody battle. She was now curled up in the wagon, swathed in a black cloak, exhausted from the fray, while her dragonblood wolf had been retracted, and she now served solely as a maid. The demi-humans stood out too prominently in the Holy Griffin Empire. All demi-humans were enslaved. To avoid drawing attention, Field decisively cloaked them to conceal their identities. Continuing westward from the Maple Leaf Fortress for a day led to Maple Leaf City, a picturesque city nestled against the mountains. This place, too, was a blossom upon the decaying branches of the empire. Before even entering Maple Leaf City, Field sensed the opulence that lay within. The walls, a mere 3 meters high, were adorned with flowers and silken banners, and there were hardly any guards posted. A few scattered sentinels congregated, guzzling wine, their greedy and mocking gazes sweeping over passers-by. In stark contrast, the distant Mage Tower and Adventurers Guild drew the eye. Merchants and travelers thronged the area, and before entering the city proper, vendors were already hawking drinks, tobacco, and snacks. While Maple Leaf City lacked significant defensive capabilities, it was a premier den of iniquity. The entire empire knew that Maple Leaf City was akin to a gluttonous courtesan, eagerly awaiting suitors, whether they came with sweet words, academic or magical, glimmering gold, merchants or nobles, or outright aggression, military might. The defenses were feeble, allowing for unfettered indulgence. The streets brimmed with entertainment, brothels, gambling dens, and culinary delights. The only unwelcome guests were those with empty pockets, as evidenced by the throng of beggars loitering at the city gates, many of whom were disgraced noblemen stripped of their fortunes. Such extravagance. After a moment's pause, Hammer managed to dredge up a word from his depleted vocabulary. Indeed, but the Nightfall territory will soon surpass this in splendor. Field brimmed with confidence, having witnessed the grandeur of great cities in his past life. Maple Leaf City seemed to him merely a bold tourist attraction. Presenting his identification and entry fee, Field breezed into the city. Greetings, darlings. What a tiresome journey you must have endured. Sister here is both considerate and gentle. For just 10 silver coins, I shall be your sweet delight today. Field was taken aback by the audacity before him. Soldiers stood entranced, their mouths agape, faces flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly absurd. No wonder Maple Leaf City held such a notorious reputation. Field had never encountered such a spectacle in his 2 lifetimes. This, indeed, was the city gate. Clearly the woman before him was an exceptional software hardening engineer, possessing remarkable professional skills. Field felt a surge of heat wash over him. He had heard tales of Maple Leaf City's depravity, but to witness such revelry upon entering the gates was beyond expectation. Truly a place favored by the goddess of love. Ahem, no need, Field said, waving his hand after feasting his eyes. My lord, this place is infested with devils. I would rather confront the loathsome corrupted creatures. The maid's cheeks flushed crimson, her hands fidgeting. Ashina emerged from the wagon, casting a disdainful glance at Field and lamenting, my lord, do you wish to indulge in merriment first? We can wait for you. Do not doubt my integrity. I am not a man of indiscretion. Patting Hammer on the shoulder, who was eagerly surveying the surroundings with longing, Field jested, Hammer, your name is quite misplaced. Perhaps it should be Iron Rod instead. Hammer sheepishly scratched his head. My lord, I wish to spend a bit. I want to polish my spear. How much have you saved? In the Nightfall territory, slaves could possess personal property, a privilege granted by Field. However, they could only save, not spend, as there were no avenues for expenditure. Even taverns were non-existent. Among them, the guards saved particularly quickly. Slaying a corrupted corpse netted a silver coin, a lucrative bounty outside the northern territories that would leave many clamoring for a chance. 47 silver coins, Hammer replied with pride. Save it for now. this will not be your last visit to Maple Leaf City. Once you become free men, you may return to indulge," Field encouraged, preferring to dangle future goals before them to inspire their labor and productivity. "Rather than squander it on momentary pleasures, Ashina, go with the cavalry to procure some delicacies to fill your bellies, then rest at the inn outside. I shall pay a visit to the local nobility." Maple Manor was one of the few noble estates located within the bustling urban center of the empire, and Baron Maple Leaf, Simon Maple Leaf, was a man who reveled in gaiety, unperturbed by the din of revelry or the threat of assassination. After presenting his calling card, Field waited at the manor's entrance for a while. "Handsome Baron Field, I am a maid of Maple Manor, here to escort you within. Your merchant caravan is kindly requested to use the side entrance." A striking woman, nearly clad in silken swimwear, bowed deeply to Field, nearly exposing all her charms. "Only those of noble blood could enter through the main gate. I trust you will understand." Field rubbed his temples. Inhaling deeply to calm himself, this Baron Simon was utterly unashamed in flaunting his preferences. "Please lead the way." Upon entering the manor, the maid swayed her hips, guiding Field through a labyrinthine path into a hall adorned with opulent decor. A cough escaped him as he was enveloped by a cloud of steam and smoke, nearly mistaking it for a return to the northern province, almost reaching for the fog-clearing lamp. "Don't touch that. Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you enjoy a little fun," giggled several women frolicking in a hot spring. Field cast a glance, his blood pressure skyrocketing, not out of malicious intent, but because a chance encounter with Baron Maple Leaf's wife would spell disaster. As he turned to leave, the deep yet somewhat comedic voice called, "Ah, Baron Field, you needn't be coy. These are your attendants, meant to please you. Feel free to indulge. Good heavens, this fellow knows how to host." But Field remained unfazed. Should he engage in indiscretions with the maid, resulting in an offspring, Simon would undoubtedly dispatch assassins to eliminate him, for according to imperial law, the inheritance would belong to the child within the maid's womb. The Nightfall territory and Field's assets would fall under the joint dominion of Maple Leaf territory. The maid accompanying him chuckled mischievously, kneeling to unfasten Field's garments, after awkwardly extricating himself. Field adjusted his robe, straightened his collar, and declared sternly, "Thank you for your kind offer, Baron Simon, but I have come to pay you a visit and discuss a business proposition." Field was well aware of the renowned name of the enchanting dancer. He had no desire to be beguiled, losing all his worth and winding up on the streets, even though the maids persisted in their enticing postures, having grown accustomed to the allure of the divine. He found no interest in mere mortal charms. Chapter 33, The Wine Deal. Field's fairy tale. Your father was a valiant noble, the Crimson Rose of the Ross family, whose legendary tales resonate throughout the empire. Simon began with pleasantries, despite the fact that the two had no real connection, and the old count's first chosen had long since perished in battle against the elves. "I greatly admire his bravery. I hope to meet him one day," Simon declared, reclining amidst two scantily clad maidens, his pale, freckled face marred by blemishes. After finishing his words, he pouted to suck the cherries from the maiden's hands, chewing leisurely, before audibly spitting the pits onto the maiden's pristine skin, which elicited nothing but delighted giggles from them. Such decadence was no surprise to Field. Many nobles indulged in such excesses, having grown accustomed to the ease of acquiring their desires since childhood. Their thresholds for pleasure were exceedingly high, requiring ever more stimulation to attain joy. As long as he was not provoked, Field remained indifferent. At Simon's gesture, Field took a seat, reciprocating the courtesy. "You are the most adept noble I have encountered at managing a territory. The prosperity of Maple Leaf City is beyond my previous experience." "I appreciate your candor." The two engaged in noble pleasantries for quite some time. To be honest, Field, you have inherited your family's valor and wisdom. Few can traverse the cursed lands and emerge unscathed. Simon laboriously sat up, gesturing for the maidservants to depart, signaling the end of their idle chatter. He then rose, proclaiming, "Let us retire to the parlor for our discussion. Since you hold these frivolous adornments in disdain, I shall not press the matter further. Perhaps you would find delight in elves or mermaids. Alas, I am currently devoid of such treasures. The last batch was transformed into dishes and acquired by other nobles." Field felt a wave of nausea but maintained a stoic expression as he replied, "You even possess mermaids. Of course, next time I shall invite you to an intriguing underground banquet, where I assure you all your peculiar tastes will be satiated," Simon remarked, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "Now that is something to anticipate. Truly you are a baron of Maple Leaves." Field responded with hearty laughter, though his interest in the underground banquet was minimal. As a vendor, he naturally felt inclined to flatter a Field, then expressed his gratitude, stating, "I owe my safe return from the Shadowland to my soldiers and the goddess's protection. I am quite astonished to have emerged alive." It seems fortune has momentarily favored me, Simon clapped in admiration. I do enjoy dealing with those who are fortunate. Upon entering the exquisitely decorated parlor, Field's merchandise had been inspected and delivered to the estate. And one could already glimpse the sherry cask outside the door. What are these? A hammer. To present the monster to Baron Simon for inspection, Field did not hasten to sell his goods but instead summoned a guard to bring forth a skull. This was the skull of a mutated rat from the Grand Winery. Its size comparable to that of a young man's torso, adorned with horns and sharp teeth, resembling a demon of the region, bearing a sinister grin. This was the first extraordinary creature I encountered in the Shadowland, a corrupted giant rat demon. Its fur burned with purple demonic flames, its claws could effortlessly rend even the thickest scales, and its roar could unleash the wails of vengeful spirits. My vanguard was incinerated by its infernal flames with merely a glance. 7 of my knights, trained with utmost care by the Ross family, reduced to mere cinders. Simon inhaled sharply, stroking his chin. The Maple Fortress has yet to face the wrath of such rat demons. They indeed appear perilous. Nobles seldom valued facts, instead placing greater importance on prestige and reputation. Field lifted the skull, his expression betraying lingering dread, as he fabricated a fairy tale, saying, "This monster passed through my ranks 7 times, vanquishing all who opposed it. There was simply no means of countering it. Can you fathom such despair? I could only pray for a miracle." Simon nodded. "It is akin to consuming the last of the honey while having no reserves left. In the face of death, it was the goddess who responded to me. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck that wretched beast, allowing my knights the opportunity to slay it. Thanks be to the goddess." Simon listened in rapt awe, tracing a prayer symbol of the goddess upon his chest, feeling the remnants of fear. The northern provinces are synonymous with hell. The church and the royal family have made numerous attempts to conquer it to no avail. To return alive from there is indeed a miracle, indeed, yet for the tranquility of the empire and the sake of precious treasures, I am willing to take risks, Field replied with a shrug. Loosening his collar to cool off, particularly regarding the rare treasures like the long-lost vintage of Black Pearl wine, which had not been available for a decade. This greedy rat demon was also a discerning creature, fiercely guarding the exquisite wine. My heavens, did I hear correctly? Black Pearl wine, the Royal Banquet's exclusive vintage from 10 years ago. Simon's eyes sparkled. Quickly, allow me to behold those rare vintages. I can hardly contain my excitement. Nobles are oftentimes powerless against precious items. While Field's acquisition of the wine was not particularly challenging, adding a touch of difficulty verbally elevated its price significantly, enhancing its prestige. As he pried open the cask, the rich aroma of the wine filled the room, and Simon eagerly tasted it, subsequently revealing a look of ecstasy. "This is the flavor. You see, my father kept a bottle in his collection, allowing me to sip it only last year on my birthday. That velvety smoothness, I wager my father would be consumed with envy." Field chuckled. "Of course, a noble beauty requires the company of noble patrons, and fine wine deserves to be savored by those of noble character. Even in modern times, individuals prefer to purchase items with history, such as the simplest of offers. Family, I bring you benefits, goods worth 900 million. I forced the owner to discount to merely 9 coins, who would not rush to buy. I believe I have found a kindred spirit. I shall purchase these exquisite wines," Simon unabashedly declared, summoning a servant to whisper a few instructions. "Just a moment, Baron Field, I must confer with my advisor regarding the pricing. This is no trivial transaction. Please take your time." After a brief discussion, Simon proposed a price of 500 gold coins per cask, precisely the amount Field required for his venture to the Shadowland. A standard sherry cask holds approximately 500 liters, with 1 liter equating to 2.1134 pints, and a serving being 1 pint, while noble wine typically costs around 25 copper coins per serving. Thus, the price for an ordinary wine cask hovers around 26 gold coins and 41 silver coins. In auction settings, the exclusive Black Pearl wine could fetch prices 20-fold, generally fluctuating around 550 gold coins. However, auction houses would take a cut of 10% and a portion of the product tax owed to the nobility, meaning that through an auction house, one could expect to net a maximum of 400 gold coins. Field was selling it as a package, and by directly approaching nobles, he avoided any taxation. The price of 500 gold coins was already exceedingly generous. My friend, may I procure that rat demon's skull for 20 gold coins? I wish to display this valiant trophy in my collection. Of course, Field feigned distress as he struggled to suppress a smile. His tale had evidently moved Simon. In truth, that wretched rat demon had barely lasted 3 minutes before Ashina, rendering it of no value to him. Field raised his thumb, asserting, "A noble identity requires an exceptional collection. I believe it carries with it the weight of a miracle." After traversing the merchant route and acquiring 5,020 gold coins, The haul could only be described as extraordinary, yet Field did not foolishly take all the coins with him. Rather, he paid a cost of 30 gold coins to deposit 3,000 coins in the grand vault established by the royal family in Maple City. This gesture served to demonstrate his sincerity in collaborating with Maple City, as well as to safeguard against potential highway robberies. Field was acutely aware that despite Simon's ostentatious demeanor, he likely felt the sting of loss in private. Perhaps already scheming to reclaim his riches. Maple City profits, Maple City spends. One must not expect to bring it all home. Baron Field, it has been a pleasure trading with you. The maidservants have prepared the bed and drawn warm water to the appropriate temperature. It is time to indulge in the nature of man, certainly not with those unscrupulous maidservants. As Field anticipated, after spending a significant sum, Simon could no longer restrain himself, shaking his belly fat while affectionately linking arms with Field. I wager you have never encountered the exalted chosen one. Field mused internally. My chosen one is something I can casually indulge. She is utterly delightful. Coughing, he replied, indeed, I have not encountered one. The chosen are treasured rarities. So few in number, Simon boldly stated. Maple territory boasts a singular treasure. Come, I invite you to behold it. One you have certainly never laid eyes upon. The rare treasure of the Kingdom of Daughters is the king of the Kingdom of Daughters. Surely the rare treasure of Maple City cannot be the dancer who can spell with both horse and rider. Field's lips twitched. It was evident that after spending 5,000 gold coins, Simon was eager to recoup his investment. Cough, perhaps another time. Field awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and diverted the subject. Baron Simon, might I inquire if there are direwolves for sale in Maple City? I require a sizable number of them. As Simon pulled Field upstairs, he replied, direwolves? Those rare creatures only appear in the nomadic Khanate. They are not easy to find. Field's physical constitution far surpassed Simon's. The ailing noble had been drained by wine and pleasures. And Field easily broke free from Simon's grasp. He took a few steps back, coughing twice to ease the awkwardness. The northern provinces are rife with corrupted flora, writhing tentacles, and meaty masses. Horses can easily become ensnared. I require mounts more suited to complex terrains. Moreover, direwolves are quite impressive. They will serve as a symbol of my bravery. Knowing he could not retain Field, Simon merely shook his belly fat. I will ensure the merchant caravan keeps an eye out for direwolves. No one would refuse gold coins, even cubs will suffice. I assure you I can offer a price that will satisfy you. Should Simon indeed procure them, who else would purchase in bulk but Field himself, who contemplated bargaining down the line? Field's lordly skills allowed him to appoint 50 first-tier wolf cavalry in one go, but he needed direwolves to do so. They would be a formidable asset. Additionally, the genetic lineage of dragon-bred wolves must be preserved, as they represent immense wealth, akin to the royal griffins derived from the founding emperor's sacred griffins. The treasures left by the chosen are not limited to artifacts but can include animals, techniques, or magical energies, all of which are valuable. I must return to the northern provinces to expand. It feels as if treasures and glory are beckoning me. Field bid a brief farewell and turned to leave. Not long after Field's departure, Simon displayed a pained expression, groaning as he trudged toward the guest room. Oh, my beloved coins, so small, so pitiful, so enticing. Oh my, everything has slipped away from me. Is there anything worse than this? Except for that time my long loaf broke. Upon entering the guest room, Simon casually pulled open the door, revealing a captivating figure that seemed to enchant the very marrow of my bones. Clad in a diaphanous garment, she posed alluringly, having waited for quite a while. I had expected the dashing Baron of Nightfall. The woman spoke coolly, though her attire was provocatively revealing. Her eyes, however, remained exceptionally composed. Furthermore, what you possess is not a long loaf, but at best, a mere maggot. It seems I have failed. Baron Field shows little interest in women, preferring adventure and the appropriation of the gold coins that rightfully belong to me. Despite the sarcasm directed at him, Simon did not lose his temper but rather lamented that had he known better, he would not have allowed those unscrupulous maids to entice her. He might have thought I lacked alluring qualities. He should have let me take the lead directly. Who could have anticipated that a business deal worth 5,000 gold coins would materialize? How infuriating that the North still harbors hidden treasures. Isn't it all just corpses and tentacles? Perhaps I should send someone to assassinate him. Your stinginess has resurfaced. Long-term business yields greater profits. Others are saving money to demonstrate their sincerity. Now is not the time for murder. Especially not within the confines of Maple Leaf City. Simon appeared as forlorn as a 200-pound child. Very well, you are right. Your utilitarianism has startled him. What a charming little boy he is. I wish to possess him. The woman seductively licked her lips, reclining against the soft cushions, securing her right hand with shackles. Her eyes glinted mischievously as she added, or perhaps he has unique tastes. Nobles often harbor peculiar preferences, some favoring handsome young men, others children, and there are even those who relish the spectacle of slaughter. Thus, Simon, instruct your servant to inform him that on the 15th of 3 months hence, Maple Leaf City will host an underground masquerade ball, and he must attend, as it will undoubtedly cater to all his desires. I did mention it casually. Simon shrugged. The woman replied matter-of-factly, then let us officially extend an invitation. The ball in Maple Leaf City welcomes any individual of value. Well, in truth, I doubt he will last that long. Luck does not favor him eternally. The corrupt monsters of the northern province are no trifling matter. Many a chosen one has perished within. Chapter 35. Seeking talent, the woman languidly swayed her delicate arms. That would be for the best. Did he not deposit a portion of his gold coins with us? The deceased are not protected by royal law, and when the time comes, there will be no evidence to contradict. We can simply devour it at will. However, this clever and considerate young boy, I truly cannot bear to see him perish. At the very least, I must savor his flavor first. Having said that, the woman shackled her feet, a peculiar flush gracing her face. Inject the orcs in the basement with frenzy-inducing potion and bring them forth. I have already bound myself and guarantee that the rampaging divine power will not crush them. Simon wiped the cold sweat from his brow, expressing concern. Do take care not to exhaust all the orcs to death. These robust beings are hard to come by now, especially since the northern province was devastated by the grey mist. The price of orc slaves has skyrocketed. Do you have any idea how much I've spent on orcs? This is the price for making me wait in vain, merely a trivial cost. Simon Field exited Maple Leaf Manor, the sunlight soothing his nerves. The issue of money has been resolved. Now it is time to procure supplies. Focusing more on food and livestock this time, due to the unique environment of Nightfall, even after eliminating pollution, the land remains infertile, and agricultural yields are meager. Field planned to establish a ranch primarily for raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, as their manure would effectively enhance soil fertility. It is worth mentioning that the prices of goods vary across every city in the empire. A copper coin can buy a loaf of bread in Golden Eagle City, but in the impoverished regions of the Western Mountains, it can only purchase the aroma of bread, with the shopkeeper merely allowing you to savor the scent. Maple Leaf City, being a hub of service industries, shows little interest in warfare. The number of slaves is exceedingly low, allowing only the procurement of human slaves, primarily women and children, with the price of strong laborers exceeding 3 times that of women. Food and fodder constitute the bulk of purchases. With no output from Nightfall, Field must sustain the entire territory. Currently, it is not Field exploiting the subjects, but rather the subjects exploiting Field. Only Field possesses the modern perspective. Other nobles would never engage in such a losing venture. Before making purchases, I must first recruit some talent for management and internal affairs. Field rubbed his temples. There were only 2 literate individuals in the entire territory, and Kawa's management abilities were rather mediocre. Additionally, there was a shortage of craftsmen, as the Grand Winery was in need of repairs. Having organized his thoughts, Field addressed the guardhammer. First, take the gold coins back to the relay station. Then join me at the tavern. The tavern serves as a marketplace for talent in the medieval era, and is also one of the most informative places. After completing his tasks, Field arrived at the tavern in Maple Leaf City. Pushing the door open, the place was filled with a cacophony of noise, with people of all shapes and sizes gathered, boasting of their glorious deeds. Some played cards or engaged in games of chance, and everyone seemed to be laughing heartily, though those smiles were merely masks worn on their faces. Who knows how despondent they would become once the alcohol wore off. Dressed in a black noble's robe, with a finely crafted long sword at his waist and 3 guards behind him, Field's entrance startled the crowd, silencing them as they regarded him with bewilderment, assuming he had come to apprehend a fugitive. 3 mugs of barley beer. With a flourish, Field tossed out silver coins, leaving the remainder to you. Upon hearing that Field was not there to arrest anyone, the tavern erupted back into its previous clamor. Good sir, thank you for your generosity. The barkeep reverently set down a wooden mug, his smile radiant as a chrysanthemum, eagerly collecting the silver coins. 3 mugs of barley beer cost merely 15 copper coins, and Field had given far too much. Do not rush. I wish to inquire about some information. Please tell me about the Empire's recent significant events. Field bestowed the drinks upon Hammer and the others, as he personally had no interest in the coarse, sour barley beer. Have you heard about the arms theft incident in Bullhead territory? Count Nibelungen has already begun the investigation, and of course, the unfortunate Bullhead Baron will face severe punishment. However, I am curious as to who could so stealthily abscond with over 2,000 sets of armor. Only the devil could accomplish such a feat. Over 2,000 sets. Field frowned. I have only managed to find 500 sets myself. Nibelungen likely inflated the numbers, seizing the opportunity to balance the accounts, yet this is a good thing. If the count reports the truth, it indicates he is determined to uncover the perpetrator, but by inflating the figures, it suggests he is seeking to profit himself, and he will likely end up randomly executing some bandits to settle the score. The tricks of the nobility revolve solely around their own interests. Field smiled slightly. Excellent. Is there anything else? Another significant event. A fifth-tier artifact has been stolen from the Imperial royal family, a trophy from those detestable heretics. The Eye of Longing, said to be capable of bewitching hearts and turning normal individuals into their puppets. The heretics have grown so brazen, related to their massive westward crusade. The gateway and shield of the prosperous Inner Sea, the capital of the Purple Gold Empire, has been besieged for a month. And as for the other cities of the Purple Gold Empire, they have all fallen. Anything else? Field showed no interest in this news, for it bore no value to him. Remaining in Nightfall, whether a theft occurred or not, was of no concern. After all, I did not steal it, and I lack the capability to covet a fifth-tier artifact. The barkeep wiped the mug in his hand. That's all, but if you are dissatisfied, I can offer you another mug of barley beer. I wish to find some individuals to assist me in my endeavors. Do you have any connections? Field was not interested in drinking. The barkeep wore an expression of instant understanding, whispering, "There's a pockmarked man? A true desperado. For just 20 silver coins, he could even assassinate his own parents. Or the Rabid Dogs Mercenaries, a band of complete lunatics, who take pride in feasting on the hearts of their enemies. Their price is exorbitant, and without 30 gold coins, they won't lift a finger, but they have a reputation for murdering their employers, so you must be cautious. I do not want assassins or mercenaries." Realizing the misunderstanding, Field waved his hand. "I am not seeking to assassinate anyone, rather, I require capable individuals. Specifically, I need those with practical skills, such as management, architecture, herbalism, or craftsmanship. That is indeed unusual. Do you not wish to seek the offspring of other nobles? Nobles generally recruit knights or retainers for management tasks. Do not be misled into thinking retainers are a lowly profession. In truth, this is the exclusive channel through which nobles gain an advantage at the starting line. Retainers are often second sons of families who go to other lords to learn martial skills and knowledge while assisting the noble, becoming familiar with the trade. Let me think. There is one who is competent in management, the Wardentate. Who can read and write. However, he is a pedantic fool who refused monetary bribes and insists on upholding justice. Hopelessly foolish. In the end, he was conspired against by his subordinates, and now he has lost his job and is drinking alone. That sounds acceptable. Field nodded. Chapter 36. Needing the economic advisor of his brother. There is also a horse thief named Doom. That rascal sneaked into the Lord's backyard at midnight and mounted the stallion, escaping the gallows through clever arguments. A bold pervert. Perhaps you could appoint him as a diplomatic advisor. Field nearly overturned the table. The horse thief. Nightfall lacks labor. As for diplomacy, I cannot engage in alliances with corpses. Heaven forbid he sneaks into the stable at night and mounts my beloved warhorse. Let us discuss Tate instead. Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow. After gathering the information, Field approached Wardentate without ceremony and took a seat. "I am Field, the Lord of Nightfall." Field, with his fingers interlaced, spoke earnestly. "I require an individual proficient in management, one who is literate, particularly someone capable of overseeing slaves and discerning subtle shifts in the atmosphere. I am uncertain of your professional capabilities and whether you are fit for this role." Tate, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, appeared remarkably resolute. "I possess literacy, having learned from an elderly monk in my youth. Yet the issue lies in the fact that my expertise solely pertains to managing prisoners. At least there is common ground. I shall offer you a salary significantly above the market rate, 3 times your previous wage." "That would require one to have a life to spend it," Tate replied. "I have a wife, a daughter, and a mother. The northern provinces are hardly a place for human habitation. It is an absolute death trap. Nightshade is undoubtedly perilous, but complacency may prove even more hazardous." Field shrugged. "Having heard that your unwavering integrity had offended many during your tenure as an enforcer, and your colleagues are not particularly fond of you, I suspect the local gang has long prepared for retribution, especially against your family. They dare." Tate's eyes reddened with rage as he slammed his wooden cup, beer splattering across the table. "Your reaction confirms my suspicions. And deep down, you are aware of it as well." Field recognized that he had struck a nerve. "Let us venture to Nightshade. It may be a den of corruption, yet it could potentially be preferable to a realm steeped in decay. Furthermore, let me clarify, the northern provinces are not an absolute death sentence. At least I am still alive. You have persuaded me," Tate muttered despondently as he worried that thugs might target his wife and daughter. "I wish only to escape. perhaps a remote cursed land is my true refuge. Subsequently, Field assessed Tate's knowledge. About a quarter of an hour later, Field chuckled heartily, placing a gold coin on the table. This is a relocation fee. Find me at the inn outside the city by noon tomorrow. Tate was nearly blinded by the gleam of the gold coin. He had not anticipated that this noble would so readily part with such a sum after a brief conversation. This is far too generous, indeed. I am quite affluent, Field asserted boldly. This is my sincerity. Do not disappoint me. Very well. Tate ceased his chatter and swiftly departed. My lord, I've heard you are in search of talent. A provocatively dressed woman leaned in. Field cast a glance, his attention immediately diverted. Cough. Yes. Do you have a recommendation? Field instinctively replied. The woman approached Field, gesturing to her bosom. Toss a silver coin into my treasure, and I assure you it will be worth your while. Field, momentarily dazed by her forwardness, quickly stood up to maintain a respectful distance, then extended a silver coin into her hand. Miss, I seek only valuable information, not frivolous pleasures. Please be serious. He was a man who could refuse even the most enchanting dancer. Certainly not one to be ensnared by her wiles. The woman shifted awkwardly, experiencing for the first time the sensation of earnestness and chivalry before speaking. Very well, my lord, I have a carpenter client, an old friend named Greyhound, whose craftsmanship is exceptional. He wishes to seek his fortune elsewhere. Perhaps you could recruit him. Where might I find him? Field asked eagerly. He has gone to the Merchant Guild in search of work. The streets of Maple Leaf City, much like those of Nightshade, were rife with refuse and excrement, the stench of decay overwhelming. Field rubbed his nose. Since arriving in this world, he had not experienced a single day of comfort. Greetings, I seek Greyhound. I hear he is in search of work, and I believe my territory has a position for him. Field approached the receptionist at the Merchant Guild. Oh, you are somewhat late. He has already been recruited by the merchant and economic advisor, Kutch, and is set to depart for Fulren City to construct stables for Lord Adrian Ross. Adrian Ross, Field's brother, was also the deranged noble who had killed the original owner's beloved. The receptionist spoke respectfully, then paused, pointing behind Field. My lord, Kutch has arrived. Perhaps with sufficient gold, you might procure that carpenter. Field turned to see Kutch's eyes wide with terror. Kutch was a refined merchant clad in a long-sleeved linen shirt and leather boots. Even his woolen cloak could sustain a commoner for 2 or 3 months. You, Kutch stammered, as he clutched his son. By the Valkyries above, can you see him? Good heavens, did Field return as a ghost after venturing into the northern provinces? His son appeared equally bewildered, rubbing his eyes and stretching his neck, incredulous. Do not make such a fuss. Field stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at the middle-aged merchant. I am not dead. Are you surprised? Kutch was flabbergasted. In his recollection, few who entered the northern provinces emerged alive, particularly without the protection of an army or a chosen one. Thus, upon Field's entry into the northern provinces, the Ross family had presumed him deceased. They had even vacated a room to serve as a temporary guest chamber and invited friends and family to hold a memorial for Field, where they celebrated late into the night. Damn it, I must inform Lord Adrian, Kutch whispered. Though as a seasoned merchant, he managed to maintain a facade of polite smiles. Oh, thank the goddess for your safe return, esteemed Baron Field. While his words were pleasant, the old man failed to even offer a basic greeting, displaying utmost insincerity. I am equally glad to see you, my brother's economic advisor. Field smiled, not holding Kutch's rudeness against him. Kutch patted his chest. You remain as kind as ever. I do not know what brings you to the Merchant Guild, but if I can be of assistance, I shall certainly oblige. Lord Adrian would also be eager to help. He often speaks of you. Chapter 37, The Merchant's Mockery. Ignoring the pleasantries, Field nodded and replied without hesitation, I need a carpenter. I have heard that Greyhound has been recruited by you, since you were willing to help. I would appreciate it if you could relinquish Greyhound to me. Alternatively, I would be willing to purchase him. My territory requires a skilled woodworker. Kutch's lips twitched. I was merely being polite. You cannot be serious. That may prove impossible. Fulren City urgently requires a carpenter to construct stables. Without stables, the livestock industry of the territory may suffer significant losses. You would not wish to see your brother's territory suffer, would you? Very well. Field pouted, feigning disappointment, looking as pitiful as a 200-pound child, while inwardly he smirked. Kutch nearly burst into laughter at Field's expression. Still the same weakling he has always been, he tarnishes the noble blood of the Ross family. Kutch maintained a stern demeanor, attempting to console him. Selflessness is a virtue among nobles. You have always been an exemplary noble, then you shall have your priority. After all, I am particularly fond of my brother. Field shrugged, casting a lingering glance at Kutch before turning to leave. Ha, what a cowardly fool. Father, did you see his pitiful expression? He resembles a sick dog. Kutch's son, Lance, could no longer contain himself. As soon as Field departed, He burst into laughter. He does not even dare to fight for a carpenter. Lower your voice, he is still a noble. We must maintain a semblance of humility. Cooch dismissed Field with little regard. Shifting his hefty belly as he analyzed, Field likely did not enter the northern provinces. I suspect he merely snuck here for revelry. This needs to be reported to Lord Baron. A living Field could claim a significant portion of the inheritance. The old earl had been nearly drained dry by Field's stepmother, so the opportunity to divide the inheritance must be imminent. As Adrian's economic advisor, Cooch's wealth would increase alongside Adrian's. A simple manipulation of the accounts could provide him with wealth enough to enjoy for several lifetimes. But what if he truly entered the northern provinces and emerged unscathed? After all, a fortune is a fickle thing. Cooch nodded. He may have gone out to procure supplies. Lance, send someone to ascertain his movements. I shall load up quickly and depart by tomorrow morning. Yes, father. Lance grinned slyly. Meanwhile, Field retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket, upon which was inscribed a shopping list. He needed to purchase slaves. As the manpower in Nightshade was woefully inadequate, additionally, magical items, fabrics, and food were required. Alas, he was lacking in every regard. Just as the money began to warm in his hands, he was casting it into the fire. As Ironhammer observed Field perusing the list nonchalantly, he took it upon himself to defend his lord and boldly inquired, "My lord, what shall we do about the carpenter? Shall I give that old beast a thrashing and reclaim him?" "I have a plan. Let the bullets fly for a moment." Field smiled faintly, not wishing to elaborate. "For now, let us procure the fog-clearing lantern." "Very well, I shall follow your lead." Ironhammer scratched his head. Puzzled, as he did not comprehend the metaphor about bullets, Field made his way to the church, where those capable of collecting taxes from royals and nobles were undoubtedly wealthy. The church's walls were adorned with exquisite stained glass, depicting the tales of the god of light. Under the reflection of sunlight, these glass panes shimmered radiant and colorful. Upon locating the elderly priest, who seemed entranced by the curves of a nun, Field inquired, "I require fog-clearing lanterns and purification potions. How much do they cost?" Field cleared his throat. The old priest was startled. "Ahem, oh, you are the lamb seeking the blessings of the divine. Welcomed. I must clarify beforehand that the fog lantern is not merely a matter of gold. It is a matter of devotion and atonement. The fog lantern requires a donation of 25 gold coins, while the purification potion demands a humble offering of 1 gold coin. May the goddess of light bless you." Such exorbitant profits, undeniably outrageous. Field had calculated that to swiftly eradicate the corruption from an acre of farmland, 3 purification potions were necessary. Moreover, the fog lantern could only be effective for around 25 days. Simply by staying in the territory to purify the farmland, Field would burn through more than 20 gold coins daily. The purification of wells was even more daunting. It was estimated that 80 purification potions would be needed for safe consumption. This was still the result of Field not fully committing to the cultivation. "Very well, I shall take them all." If Field had no desire to engage with the charlatan, but these unique products were solely available through the church. A secret even the royal family did not possess. The old priest's eyes lit up, the earlier annoyance dissipating like smoke, his smile deepening the wrinkles on his face, reminiscent of the bark of an ancient locust tree. "Wait, I am willing to offer more." A large-nosed man entered, producing a certificate of gold coins. "I am prepared to donate an additional 10 gold coins to the god of light. Please grant me all the divine gifts." The priest paused, his face glowing with joy. Good, good. I can feel your increased piety. 20 coins, Field said, maintaining a stoic expression. The large-nosed man responded with a smirk. 21 coins. 30, 31. Very well, it is yours. Field decisively conceded, furrowing his brow as his mind raced. Could this man be a pawn of the church? It was quite an unfortunate day, having not consulted the almanac before venturing out. Regardless, Field was unwilling to suffer a loss. The price of 30 gold coins was already exceedingly high, yet he could not guarantee that he would have such exceptional luck again to discover Black Pearl wine. However, the items I desire are not so easily snatched away. Regardless of whether you are affiliated with the church, if you wish to take my possessions, be prepared to pay the price. Watching the large-nosed man take away the goods, Field discreetly handed a small pouch of gold coins to the guards, whispering a few words, and then nonchalantly resumed his shopping. Just as he turned the corner, Field heard the uproarious laughter of the large-nosed man behind him. Did you see his expression? More amusing than a circus clown. Lance, the son of Kiki, rushed out from an alley, his eyes sparkling. Isn't it delightful to toy with a noble? A splendid experience indeed. I shall inscribe this on my gravestone, and my children will take pride in me. The large-nosed man, hands on hips, chuckled with satisfaction, but soon felt a pang of fear. Lance, but he is a noble. Could this truly be without consequence? Of course, there is nothing to fear with the protection of Baron Adrian. What is there to worry about? Field is known for his cowardice. When Baron Adrian toyed with his beloved, did he not emerge unscathed? Ha, how amusing! The two exchanged malice-laden banter for a moment. Lance, grinning, elbowed the large-nosed man's back. Jesting, let us continue to tease him, but we must return the goods afterward. If my father discovers I have appropriated such a sum of gold, he will surely have my head. Chapter 38, Selling Scrolls. The merchant's second disturbance upon arriving at the Mage Association. Field intended to sell some magical scrolls. These scrolls had seen better days, and Field worried that if left unattended, they would merely become a pile of worthless paper. This old magical rune must be from 8 years ago. It is efficient and powerful, but alas, time has eroded much of its potency. A wizard dressed like Gandalf examined the scrolls carefully, placing down his crystal. And kindly stated, I will take them all for a total of 100 gold coins, only 100. Field, possessing considerable wealth, found such a meager sum unworthy of his attention. Acquiring a single magical scroll typically cost 15 gold coins. And here there were 23, anything less than 200 gold coins was non-negotiable. The wizard stroked his beard. Please, do not rush, these scrolls are far too old. The newer the magic, the better. As a form of energy, time only diminishes magical potency, and these runes are outdated. Contemporary magical scrolls are far more efficient. How scientific. I had thought magic, like in fantasy novels, grew stronger with a GE. In this world, however, the evolution of magic merely renders the old obsolete. Much like how no one wishes to use an abacus once computers emerged. 150 is my final offer. Field's face turned pale. The wizard, after inspecting the scrolls, declared, deal, consider it a friendship. Is this a spellbook? It seems excessively priced, Field remarked, curiously lifting a lavish book titled Flame Robe, marked at 320 gold coins. This is a rare quick-cast spell, a one-time consumable, tapping the book lightly with his staff. The wizard patiently explained, if you drop a drop of blood into this recess, you will automatically master this new spell. The runes within the book are magical patterns. There is no need to comprehend them. Field was astonished. Is it truly that simple? Why not? His spells are meant to understand the mysteries of nature and communicate with the rules. Simplicity is paramount. Wizards are human too. No one enjoys poring over a pile of antiquated relics. However, possessing the knowledge is of no use without magical energy. The wizard kindly warned. Field had no magical power whatsoever. In the entire Nightvale territory, only Ashina possessed extraordinary strength, and even that was divine power. It seemed the spellbook would be of no use to him. Bring me the Book of Avian Sight. Field glanced at the figure leaning over, a subtle smile gracing his lips. An intriguing choice. This spell must be cast upon a bird, allowing you to experience the joy of soaring through the skies. Priced at just 200 gold coins. I shall buy it. I am quite interested in flying. Field decisively reached for his coin purse. I offer 201 gold coins. The large-nosed man once again intruded. This time, the wizard paid him no mind, merely casting a glance at the large-nosed man, stating coolly, this gentleman was here first. Field silently commended the wizard for his integrity. A conscientious merchant indeed. I'll add 10 gold coins. I want this book. The large-nosed man grew anxious. The wizard, uninterested in the foolish man, turned to see Field frantically blinking, signaling him, all right, but you must pay now. The wizard, puzzled, quickly complied with Field's cue. Field feigned urgency, exclaiming, I refuse to believe you can pay. The large-nosed man promptly produced a merchant association certificate, slamming it onto the table. With Baron Adrian's deposit guarantee, then I shall have the luminescent aurora. Field replied, his expression darkening. I will add another gold coin. The two played off each other, and soon the large-nosed man deducted 300 gold coins from Adrian's deposit, leaving him sweating profusely. Just then, the guard who had gone to handle matters returned. Very well, you win. Field chuckled, taking a couple of steps toward the exit, then turning back to say, congratulations, enjoy this delightful experience. Just as Field stepped outside, the large-nosed man shouted, refund everything. This spellbook is far too expensive. The large-nosed man wiped the sweat from his brow, nearly toppling under the weight of 2,000 gold coins was a near catastrophe. If Baron Adrian discovered this, he could only imagine the consequences. The wizard's expression soured. Are you mocking me? I am the chief wizard of Maple Leaf City. You seized an order from a noble guest, and now you demand a refund? I see someone wishes to be transformed into a sow by magic and served at a commoner's table. Can I settle for the original price, then? The premium was courtesy of you, esteemed wizard. The large-nosed man quickly backed down. Wizards were not to be trifled with. The wizard scoffed coldly. Since you purchased under Baron Adrian's name, you will need him to authorize the refund. Very well. The large-nosed man shrank back, waddling out with a hefty stack of quick-cast spellbooks, nearly toppling over. As soon as he exited, he muttered, damn old stickler. If Adrian finds out, I'll surely be flayed alive. I must consult with Lance, you scoundrel, how dare you toy with my wife? Brothers, let us slay him. A furious roar erupted from the crowd, followed by a chorus of screams. The large-nosed man, busy loading the spellbooks onto a cart, perked up at the sound. It was a delightful notion that someone else was faring worse than him. However, he soon beheld a terrifying sight. Kill this bastard! A dozen or so ragged beggars, wielding rusty knives, pounced upon the large-nosed man, bringing him crashing to the ground. One pockmarked fellow, his mouth filled with broken teeth, stabbed at the large-nosed man's neck with a knife. Blood erupting like a fountain amidst the cacophony of screams, the large-nosed man wished to scream, but his trachea was brutally severed, leaving him to emit only a wheezing gasp. Regret flooded his mind. The large-nosed man was left with nothing but endless remorse. At that moment, he understood that after he had purchased the church's supplies, Field had immediately hired these mad assassins to kill him. A typical malevolent noble, he had once enjoyed a happy family life, but that wretched Lance had incited him to provoke the nobility for sport. This time, he was truly doomed. Indeed, it was far too easy for a noble to eliminate a commoner. Even those thugs might not face severe punishment, a mere bribe of gold could secure their release in no time. After all, the deceased do not provide gold coins, but the living do. Lance, I curse your mother. With a slight convulsion, the bearded man lay unblinking in death. The stableman, the guards, and 2 laborers met a grim fate, surrounded by frenzied marauders who stabbed wildly with their tetanus-riddled blades, soon collapsing into pools of blood. Chapter 39, The United Nobility. The caravan of Fulon City women shrieked in terror, pushing forward to witness the chaos, while the timid fled in the opposite direction, turning the already cluttered and filthy streets into a veritable maelstrom. Field smirked, nodding at Hammer. With their armor clinking, Hammer and his companions swaggered into the crowd, leading away the horses loaded with goods belonging to the bearded man. Meanwhile, Lance, with eyes wide and bloodshot, watched in disbelief. Everything had been part of his plan, so how had it spiraled so suddenly out of control? That foolish Baron, curse be he, what a disaster of those funds. Lance realized Field's intentions, cold sweat trickling down his back. The sum he misappropriated was no trifling matter, and now all of it had fallen into Field's hands. When Baron Adrian found out, he would surely flay him alive. Lance muttered to himself, I merely intended to toy with him. No, it wasn't even that, it was merely a matter of fair commercial competition. How could he resort to such despicable tactics? Amidst the chaos, Lance spotted Field standing on the steps. Is this amusing? Field mouthed. Then gestured with his hand as if wielding a knife, tracing it across his neck. With Lance's expression frozen in shock, Field turned away with an air of nonchalance. Let us not procure supplies for now. We shall head outside the city. Additionally, keep an eye on Kuchi's movements. Stretching comfortably, Field's heart swelled with joy. Today was a splendid day, netting nearly 2,000 gold coins. Indeed, once liberated from the shackles of mundane morality, gold would flow in torrents. How dare he try to repulse me? It is time to deliver a minor shock in this commercial skirmish, the imagined commercial battle. Business elites relying on wisdom and strategy to engage in riveting games of wits. The reality of commercial warfare, solving problems directly with a bit of money. My lord, the one earlier was the pockmarked fellow. It cost a total of 8 gold coins. I swear by the goddess, I executed your orders to the letter, never once mentioning your name. The guard ingratiatingly handed over the remaining coins. Excellent work. Field rewarded him with 2 silver coins. The other guards were envious. Earning 2 silver coins just for delivering a message was indeed a lucrative opportunity. They resolved to appear more frequently before the Baron in the future. The next day, at the border of Maple Leaf City, Kuchi's caravan advanced swiftly laden with valuable goods, the hooves of the horses producing a pleasing sound on the cobblestone road. While the extraordinary knight Gareth sat astride a handsome black northern steed. Baron Adrian must be incredibly wealthy to possess such an abundance of magical potions. Gareth stared enviously at the wagon, as if he could hear the delightful clinking of crystal vials of potions colliding. If only I could possess a box of magical potions, I could easily ascend to the rank of a 3rd-tier knight. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier for 2 years, but due to the scarcity of wars in recent years, he had no opportunities to amass wealth and had to idly serve as a guard in the caravan. Blast it! Suddenly, a voice of cursing erupted from the wagon, startling Gareth. He stared at the wagon for a long while, confirming Kuchi had not emerged, and breathed a sigh of relief, having feared his muttering had been overheard. Kuchi, pale-faced, shouted angrily, Why did you provoke the Baron? Then why must we leave Maple Leaf City immediately? Lance did not answer directly, his face etched with defiance. Because this is the territory of Baron Simon. What more do you want? To mock Baron Simon. Forgive me, father, but we should report to Baron Simon and then capture Field. Lance was indignant, asserting that he had witnessed the murder of the big-nosed man firsthand and could testify if necessary. Do not mention the big-nosed man. For nobility, the death of a commoner is no different from that of a rat. Moreover, you fool, do you know the consequences of falsely accusing a noble? The entire continent would not tolerate us. Even if it were not false accusation, the nobility would automatically consider it as such. Kuchi gasped, clutching his head, his mind buzzing with pain. I did not expect you to be so foolish. It seems the life of luxury has rendered you oblivious. Even daring to view yourself as part of the noble class. Nobility excels at uniting. Do not be deceived by their apparent infighting. When faced with an attack from the lower classes, they will unite remarkably. Only after they have crushed the lower classes with warhorses and lances will they greedily engage in their internal strife over the spoils. This is a matter of class determination. If Field were to be overthrown by the lower classes, the authority of other nobles would be immediately undermined, leading to the emergence of a second and third noble brought down by the lower classes. Unlike the loosely organized lower classes, nobles genuinely assist one another in times of need. This was also why Field, when he had nothing, received no mockery from slaves or servants. At most, the steward dared to grumble. Kuchi seemed to age 30 years in an instant. Do not be deceived by my authority before the commoners. Other merchants respect me. With a single word from Baron Adrian, I could be hanged that very day, without even waiting for the night to pass. You are no different, if you truly expose Field. The first to die would be you, followed by Adrian and Field, discussing matters of profit. Lance felt a chill run through him. Terrified, he asked, what shall we do? First, let us return to Fulan City and inform the Baron that Field is still alive. Baron Adrian will deal with him. As for the 2,000 gold deficit, I must consider whether to manipulate the accounts or claim that Field sent men to rob us. Robbery. Field could not possibly have the capacity to rob us. And moreover, Sir Gareth would not assist us in fabricating evidence. Lance remained unconvinced, insisting that Field was a treacherous scoundrel. Had it not been for your oath to the goddess, I would have always considered Field a coward. I never expected him to resort to murder. Even Kuchi found this reasoning absurd. It is well known that Field lacks a solid foundation. You were simply too foolish, thinking yourself clever by provoking him. Thunderous sounds erupted. What noise is that? Before the two could peek out of the wagon, they heard the extraordinary Knight Gareth say, there are thieves attempting to rob our Fulan City caravan. They truly do not know their place. Unaware that I am here, Kuchi stepped out of the wagon and immediately spotted 20 middle-tier cavalrymen, clad in black cloaks and wielding lances, prowling on the right flank of the caravan. The fierce wind howled, occasionally revealing gleaming scales and armor beneath the cloaks, reminiscent of the ringwraiths from the Lord of the Rings, sinister, cold, and exuding an aura of slaughter. How dare you call this a band of thieves? Kuchi instinctively wanted to curse, but seeing Gareth's nonchalant expression, he immediately relaxed. Phew, I was too anxious. With a second-tier combat knight present, there is no need for concern for extraordinary powers. Ordinary cavalry truly resemble mere thieves. One touch, and they perish. Chapter 40. The robbery. A first-tier knight can single-handedly take on 5 ordinary heavy cavalrymen. A second-tier knight should have no issue facing 20, not to mention they have knightly attendants and caravan guards, who, armed with crossbows, can hold their ground for a while. Kuchi steadied himself and commanded with authority, halt your advance, safeguard the goods, and prepare for battle. The others in the caravan, lacking combat energy, were already thoroughly frightened by the sight. Immediately scrambling to fetch weapons upon hearing his command, the guards primarily wielded short spears and swords. It had been a long while since I engaged in battle. I have been itching for a fight. Gareth could hardly contain himself, yearning for the glory of combat. He kicked his horse's belly and charged forward, eager for the enemy to hold out a little longer. The attendants beside him followed suit. Oh, just as they were about to engage, the terrifying wolf howl pierced the air, and Gareth felt his steed shudder violently, its momentum abruptly halting. He had to reach down and soothe its mane to calm it. What is this? Gareth sensed an overpowering and chilling presence. Within 3 breaths, a massive wolf ascended a hill, surveying the crowd below with regal authority. Its body was covered in thick, glossy scales, and its menacing form seemed poised to devour whole. Its savage gaze sent shivers down the spines of the caravan's members. Ashina, also cloaked in black, sat atop the giant wolf. Now was not the time to reveal her identity, but her presence immediately plunged Gareth into terror. For his combat energy trembled. The chosen one before him, regardless of level, was irrelevant. A first-tier chosen warrior, if of the combat type, could certainly slay a third-tier combat knight. A chosen one, damn it, what in the world is happening? Although every cell in his body urged him to flee, the pressure was overwhelming, yet Gareth's knightly spirit forbade him from retreating. Moreover, he still hoped to escort the caravan for profit. If he fled once, his value would plummet. He bellowed, "Kuchi, you fool, quickly get the caravan moving, I can only buy time, for glory." Gareth gritted his teeth, brandishing his lance and urging his steed for glory, the 5 attendants beside him also gritting their teeth, followed suit. Ha, a distinguished chosen one, actually participating in a robbery. Gareth's shout was infused with powerful combat energy, and even his voice reverberated painfully in their ears, as long as they pledged loyalty to Baron Adrian. Wealth, servants, and resources would all be at their fingertips. Gareth hoped to make the chosen one feel shame and retreat, for it was indeed a rare event for a chosen one to engage in robbery. Chosen ones, wherever they may be in the Empire, could gain entry into noble castles with just a word. However, Ashina displayed not even a modicum of interest in responding, while the dragon-blooded wolf slightly lowered its posture. Akin to a bowstring drawn taut, poised to unleash its power, Gareth issued a low growl, acutely aware that his adversary had no desire for negotiation, and promptly lifted his spear, mounting his steed to seize the initiative. Suddenly, the dragon-blooded wolf expelled a torrent of searing flames, instantly reducing the surrounding earth to charred ground. Alarm bells rang within Gareth's mind. He immediately gripped his spear, tendrils of white fighting spirit emanating from his palm, enveloping the weapon in a formidable aura that radiated intimidation. With a resounding crash, Gareth swung his spear with wild ferocity, striking the fiery column, causing flames to scatter in all directions, yet his complexion paled as his internal organs trembled violently. Is this the combat prowess of a fighting spirit knight? Quite impressive. Ashina's wolf ears twitched. Engaging in combat with a fighting spirit knight for the first time felt exhilarating. Suddenly, her crimson pupils constricted sharply. A sense of imminent danger surged within her. Without hesitation, she urged the giant wolf to evade, and despite its seemingly cumbersome size, it vanished in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, Gareth, enveloped in white fighting spirit, charged forward with the speed of a high-speed train, his formidable weight, armored in heavy plate and mounted on a warhorse, converging into a single point of immense power that crashed into Ashina's former position, creating a deep crater and sending debris flying. Cursed be it, she evaded. Gareth seethed with rage. The high-level combatants had already clashed. The captain of the raiding cavalry, Silverclaw, instinctively glanced toward Field, who was observing from a distance, and then raised his spear. Charge, leave no survivors, kill, kill. These cavalrymen, though having trained for a short time and lacking in skill, were undeterred by their previous victories against hordes of corpses, for compared to the grotesque and twisted undead, they held no fear. They galloped fiercely toward the merchant convoy, 20 riders surging forth with the ferocity of 200, an unstoppable force. Kuch, having run trade for the Ross family for many years, had encountered countless brigands and even the mercenaries of unscrupulous nobles, but he had never witnessed a chosen one leading a charge with an entire battalion of elite armored cavalry. The sight of the cavalry's onslaught startled Kuch. Urgency gripped his heart. Could it be Baron Maple Leaf leading the assault against us? I'd heard tales of his insatiable greed, but this is utterly barbaric. Fire the arrows. The hastily assembled young men scattered arrows in a haphazard manner. Unlike the flimsy armor depicted in cinematic portrayals, the full-plate soldiers possessed a terrifyingly robust defense against arrows. After a cacophony of metallic clangs, the majority remained unscathed, continuing their advance without losing an ounce of momentum. Only one unfortunate soul was struck in the calf by a crossbow bolt, tumbling off his horse. Before a second bolt could be loaded, the distance of 100 meters closed in an instant, and the cavalry, propelled by their charge, crashed into the convoy. A young man wielding a crossbow was the first to be impaled by a lance, his shoulder shattered to pieces, and the riders behind him trampled him into a bloody pulp. Flee! The young men finally realized they had been led into a trap by Kuch. They were merely helpers transporting goods, hoping to earn a few coins, yet had inexplicably become meat shields. Kuch had initially intended to use cannon fodder to absorb the cavalry's strongest charge, but he soon regretted it. The morale collapsed in an instant, the young men disintegrating into chaos, discarding their weapons and scattering in all directions. This flight only served to disrupt Kuch's own guard, and the guardsmen lost any will to fight. The wolfmen were born cavalry. Witnessing the enemy in disarray, they drew their long blades and began to slash and stab indiscriminately, their elevated position allowing them to inflict damage with mere gestures. The unfortunate souls who fell were immediately trampled underfoot by hooves, reduced to a bloody mess. Help, I want to go home, die, kill them. Chapter 41, The Pillage, Part 2. The sounds of slaughter, weeping, and wailing unleashed the primal instincts of all present. After a brief confrontation with Ashina, Gareth heard the anguished cries of his comrades behind him, and upon witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of the cloaked figure before him, his rage ignited. He summoned all his strength and launched a furious assault against Ashina. While his retainers attacked from all directions, dull and uninteresting. I shall send you back to the embrace of the goddess. Ashina felt a wave of boredom wash over her, though a second-tier fighting spirit knight could wield special techniques. He ultimately proved too feeble. With the winds howling fiercely, Ashina advanced rather than retreating, swiftly thrusting her spear and unleashing a torrent of deadly precision. The spears danced like a galaxy of stars. Typically, Ashina allowed the dragon-blooded wolf to engage in battle, as it excelled at dealing area damage and swiftly dispatching the undead. However, as a chosen one, her own combat prowess was unparalleled. This is bad. Gareth could only perceive a myriad of shimmering stars before him, a surreal spectacle. By the time he realized these were spear strikes, blood erupted in sprays, suspended in the air like a crimson tapestry. Refusing to fall. So swift. This is the power of the divine. The retainers, rendered incredulous, fell from their mounts, lifeless, blood soaking the ground. Gareth, heart heavy as ash, felt himself pierced by a dozen spears. His body turned cold. And he fell from his horse, only to be seized by the dragon-blooded wolf, which tore apart his armor and began to feast, crunching away. The wolf, those imbued with fighting spirit, were mere delicacies. The grey dog cowered beneath an overturned cart, desperately covering himself with cabbage. Dear goddess, this is truly terrifying. Please do not let them find me. I would offer up anything. With a final gasp, the last merchant guard fell into a pool of blood, leaving only a few rough-clad workers and a handful of maidens alive. Halt. Field trotted over on horseback, commanding the bloodthirsty cavalry to cease. The cavalry, now unrecognizable, their once gleaming armor stained crimson with blood, radiated an aura of chilling malevolence resembling demons. The soldiers who had witnessed bloodshed bore an entirely different demeanor from those who had not. After tallying the losses, 3 raiding cavalrymen were injured, 2 having fallen from their horses due to poor riding skills, and were now bedbound. No one had perished, as each wore excellent armor, rendering typical weaponry ineffective against them. It was no wonder that in ancient times, hoarding armor was a capital offense. Field mused in silence, then nodded to the others. 1 head for 1 silver coin. You have all performed admirably. The injured need not worry about medicines and provisions. I will take care of it, having acquired a substantial stock of potions during the raid on Kaka Mountain Fortress. Long live the Lord. The crowd was deeply moved by his words. The next order of business was to tally the spoils. I am the economic advisor of Baron Fulan City. Please do not kill me. Silence. Silver Claw shot a fierce glare at Kuch, seizing both him and his son as if they were nothing more than dead dogs. Dragging them before Field cloaked in black, understood that noble reputation was paramount. If anyone witnessed him engaging in pillage, it would severely hinder his future business endeavors. We meet again, Field said with a dangerous smile. His voice calmed. Itsu, Field. Upon seeing Field's face, both men froze, their expressions locked in shock, mouths opening and closing as they struggled to articulate their astonishment. Speak of my brother, regarding military strength, defensive arrangements. And the chosen one. Kuch detected the malice in Field's tone and instinctively recoiled. What are you planning? Did he not vow to kill me and my beloved? Field interlaced his fingers, calmly uttering chilling words. And I am one who believes in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You scoundrel, he is your brother, you both share the blood of the Ross family. Kuch shouted. Smack. Silver Claw delivered 2 sharp slaps, knocking out 3 of Kuch's teeth. Show some respect. How amusing. You permit him to kill me, yet not the other way around. Before opposing me, be prepared to face death. Field waved dismissively, asserting that it mattered little if Kuch remained defiant. He had myriad means to extract information. I will speak. Lance cried out. Adrian possesses 1 4th-tier knight, 12 3rd-tier knights, and a total of 500 troops, capable of summoning 3,000 militia during wartime. A formidable force. Most importantly, Adrian is aided by a 2nd-tier chosen one, known as the Flame Butterfly Allison, a rapid spellcaster commanding an extraordinary mage unit, with astounding combat capabilities. Of course, Adrian can only wield a fraction of that power in the short term. As the knights are loyal to the old count, and Adrian, as the newly appointed lord, is merely a fledgling who cannot command them, the two, having abandoned all pretense, divulged all secrets. Field nodded, acknowledging his brother's strength. For now, victory over him was unattainable, and returning to Nightshade territory to cultivate was of paramount importance. I have spared your lives. Field turned his horse around and signaled Silver Claw with a gesture across his throat. Kuch and his son hastily attempted to stand, but before they could take a step, they were kicked down, steel blades descending mercilessly. I curse you to hell, they screamed. Field shrugged. I have spared you. But I never said my men would, and do not forget to sever their heads as a finishing touch of the scene left Grey Dog and the others dumbfounded. The once mighty Kuch was dragged away by fearsome soldiers, stripped of his clothing, and mercilessly stabbed a dozen times. Damn it, what string did I pluck incorrectly to even consider leaving Maple Leaf City? The Greyhound, in despair, wet his pants, yearning to return to a day prior, wishing to slap himself twice in frustration. Yet the imagined blade did not fall, as Field, mounted upon his steed, declared, "You have been conscripted. Those with skills, step to the right." "And who, pray tell, is the Greyhound?" Almost everyone hastened to the right. Even those who possessed no skills whatsoever. Conscription and skills. The Greyhound paused momentarily, only to be followed by a surge of elation. Did this mean he would not have to die? "I am the Greyhound. What are your commands?" "My lord, I am willing to do anything." The Greyhound promptly leaped forth, disregarding the large damp patch on his trousers, and knelt before Field. "I am the Lord of Nightfall, and I have heard whispers of your exceptional carpentry. Should your performance meet my expectations, life will be far superior to that in Maple Leaf City. Moreover, you two." Field gestured towards the remaining 7, 3 of whom were still Kuchi's maidens. It was rather absurd that this old servant had more attendants than him. Death would not be in vain. Chapter 42. The spoils of plunder. Encountering the church, the cavalry had begun to sort through the spoils of war. Silver Claw opened an exquisite wooden chest, and the sight of neatly arranged crystal vials nearly blinded him. But he exclaimed, "My lord, you must see this. So many potions." Field hastened forward, and even with his worldly experience, he could not contain his laughter. "These are not mere potions, but magical elixirs, the specialty of Maple Leaf City. Magical potions infused with combat energy." Magical potions. As Ashina observed the Lord's joy, she too smiled, lifting a vial of the potion to her eyes, the brown-red liquid swaying within. Suddenly, a look of doubt crossed her face. "Surely this cannot be something peculiar. We must not allow the Lord to come into contact with anything strange akin to that evil plant incident that turned people into lecherous fiends. To cultivate combat energy, one must consume this substance, just as Gareth had done earlier. To become an extraordinary knight, one must first ingest awakening potions, followed by the magical elixirs for training. However, these potions come at a steep price, often exceeding 50 gold coins per vial, making it a heavy burden even for knights. This results in a widening gap between the powerful and the wealthy, as the affluent can purchase more potions to enhance their strength, quickly creating a divide among the extraordinary. Yet, for the chosen, magical potions are of little use, serving merely as a supplement, akin to a casual beverage. They hold no value for Field either, as he had already surpassed the age for awakening combat energy. Let's examine the other goods. Field rubbed his hands together in anticipation, akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery. After half an hour of battlefield cleanup, Field acquired 2 chests of magical potions, totaling 60 vials, along with 327 gold coins, armor and equipment for a second-tier combat knight, a cart full of silk, a crate of healing potions, 12 pack horses, and an assortment of other items, estimating a total worth of 5,000 gold coins. "We are all family. What is mine is yours." Field unceremoniously seized the entire caravan. Indeed, one cannot attain wealth without unexpected fortune, just as a horse cannot thrive without nighttime fodder. Casually sending out recently trained cavalry for a bout of plundering proved just as rewarding as risking the transport of rare vintage wines. As for his brother's reaction, he hardly cared. After organizing the spoils, the group returned to the waystation outside the city, where Tate awaited. "I thought you might have changed your mind." Tate exhaled deeply, despite the guards Field had left at the waystation urging him to be patient. He had sold his house and could not settle until he met the Baron. With a rare touch of humor, Tate remarked, "I thought I might be able to pocket a gold coin." Field laughed heartily. "Then you would miss out on 10,000. His family dismounted from the donkey cart, bowing to Field. An elderly woman with a headscarf and prominent rabbit teeth was clearly Tate's mother. Tate's wife was rather plain, even described as somewhat unattractive, with dark skin and widely spaced eyes that seemed not to recognize each other. However, Tate's daughter was strikingly beautiful, her skin fair as snow. Adorned in a blue gown. After nodding and smiling at them, Field stated, "Let us procure supplies. The slaves we purchase will be entrusted to your management. I believe you will not disappoint me." Tate felt uncertain but, realizing he had no way out, boldly declared, "Please leave it to me, my lord." Thanks to his brother's support, Field saved on purchasing fog lamps and purification potions, thus directly acquiring 300 slaves, 200 of whom were men. The reluctance for war in Maple Leaf City had rendered slaves scarce, and those purchased were predominantly the old and weak. The remaining goods were chiefly essential grains and fodder, ensuring sustenance for the territory for 3 months. alongside 5 cattle, 20 sheep, 2 war horses, 25 pack camels, and various noble furnishings and garments. The total expenditure amounted to 1,970 gold coins, with livestock being the bulk of the cost. It truly was an era where livestock surpassed humans in value. Additionally, Field acquired 3 carrier pigeons, the kind that could. Fortunately, Tate demonstrated a degree of managerial ability, dividing the slaves into robust men and women, children, and the elderly, distributing different goods among them, significantly enhancing the team's carrying capacity and preventing the group from becoming unwieldy. It seemed the wages were well spent, Field mused. That day, they set off, resting overnight upon reaching the border of the High Fortress province. The following morning, Field emerged from the tent, surprised to find members of the church present. A squad of holy knights, 30 in number, radiated waves of combat energy. Additionally, there were 20 nuns, clad in austere and modest habits. Not the modern ones that exposed their arms. Field could only see their faces, with not even their ears visible. The slaves knelt before them as the nuns tirelessly preached. Unlike the common perception of religions in Huagua, which focus on encouraging goodness and collecting donations, the church in this world not only collects taxes from kings but can also excommunicate them, unleash divine punishment upon heretics, and commands a prosperous nation comprising 3 provinces in the fertile southern Inner Sea region. In name, including the Holy Griffin Empire, there are over 100 nations, with the official faith being the Church's goddess of holy light, also known as the Mother of all gods, yet, whether she truly is a mother remains unknown. As no one has ever seen a god, the only miracles are the chosen ones, the rest can be fabricated. Regardless, Field spoke freely, devoid of any psychological burden or apologies. We do not wish to interrupt your rest. The nun explained with remarkable emotional intelligence. Very well, I can accept that explanation. Field shrugged. Wait, are you Sir Field Ross? A nun clad in a pristine white robe gazed at Field in shock. Goodness, you truly survived in nightfall. Thank the goddess of holy light, this must be a miracle. Field displayed a puzzled expression. You know me, all things are miracles. A gentle, melodious voice echoed from behind the nun, who immediately stepped aside, respectfully standing to the side. The speaker was also a nun in white, but with a radiant angelic symbol on her forehead, signifying her as a chosen one, specifically a chosen one of the goddess of holy light. I am Eliza, a third-tier chosen one from the church. When we passed through Rose territory, we heard of your endeavor to develop Nightfall and prayed for your success. A third-tier chosen one possesses terrifying combat prowess. It would not be an exaggeration to say she could single-handedly constitute an army. Field instinctively feared she might expose Ashina, but Eliza did not even glance at Ashina. It seemed the chosen ones could shield one another from detection. Chapter 43. A conversation with the nun. Field had previously noted that the small map would not display already contracted chosen ones, even if Ashina did not conceal her aura. Field could not find her symbol on the map. If not contracted, the small map would mark their location. However, once contracted, they would vanish. No wonder my fortune has been so abundant. It turns out a beautiful nun has been praying for me. Field closed his eyes and bantered. Having never received any assistance from the church, and Ashina was not a chosen one of holy light but rather a chosen one of the winter gods among the demi-humans, Field stepped forward with a dignified smile. Have you found my expedition team solely for the purpose of preaching? Not merely that, esteemed Baron Field. We hope to collaborate with you. Eliza clasped her hands together, the soft cotton-like mass swaying enticingly yet reverently as she spoke. Field felt a bit dizzy, squinting as he inquired, please elaborate. Our mission has always been redemption and purification. Baron Field, you are isolated and vulnerable in Nightfall, constantly facing the threats of the deceased, while your people are but lost sheep. However, the church can establish a chapel in your Nightfall and set up a garrison for church warriors. I believe this is an excellent proposal that would alleviate your defensive pressures. Though Eliza employed a highly persuasive tone, Field found her words increasingly peculiar. Were it not for his excellent expression management skills, he would have furrowed his brows in incredulity. Was this not tantamount to stationing troops? Inviting deities is easy, but sending them away is difficult. With such a formidable third-tier chosen one, should she settle in my territory, it would undoubtedly become hers in an instant. Furthermore, during Field's initial visit to Nightfall, he had received no support from the church whatsoever. Now that he had secured a foothold, the church came sniffing around, displaying utter shamelessness. I apologize, but I must decline. In fact, we have yet to establish a firm foundation. If you wish to offer assistance, providing gold coins and fog-clearing lights would suffice. My subjects and I shall undoubtedly pray each night, extolling the graces of the goddess. In light of this, let us discuss it further at a later date. Eliza wore an expression of profound grievance. Very well, Discussing it later is not out of the question. Field patted his head, dispelling his distracting thoughts. By the way, Sister Eliza, where are you headed? Perhaps we could travel part of the way together and even share a carriage. Field shamelessly suggested, envisioning the possibility of escorting them to the battlefield, thereby benefiting from the power of the Chosen Ones in clearing the hordes of corpses that plague the Nightshade domain. However, should they wish to proceed to their own encampment, that would be a different matter entirely. Eliza, with her toes wrapped in white silk, was well aware of Field's intentions and promptly declined. There is no need for such a detour. Purifying the monsters is, after all, a trial and spiritual discipline bestowed upon us by the goddess. We appreciate your kindness. Field pouted. What a pity. By the way, are you journeying to the northern province solely to exterminate monsters? That is part of the reason, but our primary objective is to recover a lost artifact. Eliza traced a peculiar pattern across her chest, her gaze laced with sorrow. To fend off the orc invasion and to rescue the corrupted beings. The Church has repeatedly dispatched armies and chosen ones, with many of our sisters perishing in the northern province. As messengers of the divine, it is imperative that we reclaim their artifacts, lest they fall into corruption. Upon the death of a chosen one, their soul and divine power remain within their weapons, transforming them into artifacts. Though these artifacts will degrade over time, ultimately becoming mere dust, our destination will not pass through the Nightshade domain. So we graciously acknowledge your goodwill. How many artifacts are there in the northern province? Are there any in the Nightshade domain? Field's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but upon noticing Eliza's displeased expression, he adopted a tone of feigned sympathy. Oh, what I meant to say is, perhaps I could assist you in your search. If you find any, we could exchange them for more fog-clearing lights and purification potions. Thank you for your generosity, but we cannot fulfill either of your requests. The artifacts belong to the God of Holy Light, and the fog-clearing lights and purification potions are not mass-produced, they are derived from the well. Let us just say their production is minimal. Field remained undeterred. So do you possess the coordinates of the Imperial artifacts? Are there any within the Nightshade domain? I do not know, Baron Field. I still hope to establish a church in the Nightshade domain. Eliza sensed Field's persistence and, refusing to relent, gently grasped his arm, a tender presence enveloping him, akin to a powerful wind that transported one to the embrace of nature. There will come a day when my expeditionary group has firmly established itself and can sustain itself. I shall certainly inform you then. Field shamelessly continued to savor the moment, yet unflinchingly painted a picture of unattainable dreams for Eliza. Should I be too forceful in my rejection? I fear repercussions. Though the likelihood of such is negligible, the Church's influence has waned significantly in recent years, with various empires striving to extricate themselves from its grasp. If they were to act against the nobility again, their downfall would be imminent. After conversing for quite some time, they failed to reach any consensus. Select 50 robust slaves, arm them with spears. We are to enter the Grey Mist. After announcing his orders loudly, Field mounted his warhorse and slightly bowed towards Eliza, bidding her farewell. Charming sister nun, farewell. Eliza gracefully mounted her steed, leaning against its powerful frame, wishing for the protection of the Holy Light. The return to the Nightshade domain was no simple task. Compounded by the presence of slaves and captives, totaling around 350 individuals, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering a horde of corpses. As Field had anticipated, upon entering the northern province, the cumbersome transport caravan was immediately besieged by an unrelenting onslaught. Corrupted corpses roared forth from the ruins, decaying forests, and the earth, grotesquely charging towards them. Oh goddess, what am I witnessing? Living demons. Tate and the slaves shared identical expressions of panic, glancing back in a futile attempt to find their way, only to behold the oppressive grey mist that obscured the sky. Tate had an inkling that they had stepped into a perilous situation. Previously he had heard tales of the northern province being rife with monsters and death, but he had dismissed them as mere abstractions, lacking the visceral shock of first-hand experience. However, Tate promptly fell silent. Not due to his psychological fortitude. With a swift motion, the Black Knights beside Field unsheathed their cavalry sabers, and more terrifyingly, the blades were not gleaming but stained with dried, reddish-brown blood, along with yellowish-white grease. It cannot be more than 2 days. Tate, drawing upon his years of managing death row inmates, instantly recognized that those blades had only recently claimed lives, and they were not averse to claiming more. Slaves, maintain order, no running. Tate dared not be the one to stand out. He simultaneously sought to calm the slaves while casting worried glances at his family escort. Chapter 44, Arrival at the Encampment. Do not panic, kill any who flee. The cavalry captain, Silver Claw, brandished his long blade, barking orders in a chilling tone. What bewildered Tate was that the cavalry had no intention of attacking the corpses. Instead, they encircled the slaves much like shepherds herding sheep, ready to slaughter at the slightest provocation. How brutal these cavalrymen are! But what of the corpses? Tate's mind raced with questions. A deep, azure light flashed, and a colossal black wolf leaped forth, not pausing for even a moment. The giant wolf swiftly weaved through the horde of zombies, effortlessly crushing or slicing them apart with its claws. The onlookers stared in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their fear. Was there a giant wolf in the ranks? They had not seen it before. Accompanied by crackling flames that danced like arcs of electricity, a blue fire surged from the wolf's mouth, rapidly expanding geometrically as the draconic wolf swept back and forth. The sounds of the flames scorching echoed like firecrackers in the ears of the spectators as the advancing horde of corpses was completely cleared away. What is happening? Tate felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, his mind struggling to keep pace. "It is my contracted chosen one," Ashina Field clapped Tate, who was still in shock, on the shoulder, gesturing towards the maid. Ashina, who stood beside him, and then addressed Tate, "Get the slaves organized. We must move swiftly." But Tate found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts stumbling. Field actually had a chosen one as a maid? Even in the affluent Maple Leaf domain, there was only one enchanting dancer who had been chosen. What had Field done to attract the loyalty of a chosen one? No wonder Baron Field dared to enter the Nightshade domain. He had the protection of a chosen one. Just as the adults often say, this is just the beginning. Field's maid, Scissors, stifled a laugh, her eyes narrowing playfully. "Even I am not worried. What is there for you to fear as a man?" Tate awkwardly scratched his head, feeling humiliated by the maid's mockery. "Quickly gather your wits. The more efficiently we act, the lower the chances of being surrounded by the horde of corpses." Field glanced at the small map, observing a multitude of skull icons becoming increasingly agitated, which caused him to feel an unsettling sense of foreboding. The horde is becoming more active. Damn those corrupted creatures, it feels as if they are endless. "Hurry, we must get the slaves moving." Field's tone intensified. While breaking through the horde was perilous, remaining stagnant was akin to awaiting death. Tate gritted his teeth, casting aside all hesitations. "Yes, my lord." Countless corpses surged forth from the grey mist, only to be incinerated by the draconic wolf, followed by an unceasing wave of corpses akin to moths drawn to a flame, with no end in sight. Field's fears materialized. By the time they reached the Grand Wine Estate, 39 individuals had perished due to the assaults of corpses and monsters. 1 warhorse had broken its leg, 2 pack horses had been bitten to death, and 7 goats had been sacrificed to lure the horde, resulting in substantial losses. Fortunately, the food supplies remained intact, and no cavalryman had perished. Tate's expression darkened to the point where he could be mistaken for Cole, as this journey had surpassed all previous moments of peril in his life. His daughter and wife dismounted the cart, trembling with fear, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, remaining huddled together in a state of shock. To claim that he did not regret venturing into the northern province would be a blatant lie. Throughout the journey, the attacks from the corpses had been relentless. Had it not been for their entry into the grey mist, which rendered retreat impossible, Tate would have gladly slapped himself and turned back. Upon arriving at the territory, Tate was taken aback by the sight before him. He had initially assumed the northern province to be desolate, only to find Field's castle equally dismal. Strictly speaking, it resembled a drafty wine estate. No, it was entirely a wine estate. Fortunately, the well-armored guards and the formidable presence of the chosen one, Ashina, offered him a glimmer of hope. Field's mood was likewise grim. Compared to the first expedition, the losses this time were exorbitant, particularly without the benefit of human shields. The complete annihilation of Connor's knightly order had facilitated Field's initial arrival at the Grand Estate. This venture was overly ambitious. A troop of 300 was excessively large, rendering them vulnerable to attacks. Rubbing his temples, Field attempted to adopt a more optimistic outlook. At least the food had been successfully transported back. The good news was that during his prolonged absence, the territory had not suffered any attacks. The slaves had begun tilling the fields, and the first batch of farmland had been purified and was immediately put into production. Although the land was barren, it was far better than leaving it fallow, lacking plows. Their efficiency was woefully inadequate. As Field rode towards the Grand Wine Estate, he surveyed the surroundings, observing the slaves haphazardly digging holes in the fields with shovels or their bare hands. A stark contrast to his previous impressions of farming. The absence of field ridges signifies their lack of understanding of ridge cultivation, and they do not even possess ditches to demarcate the fields. The Nightshade territory is home to several cattle. With the aid of a plow, the land could be tilled swiftly. However, it matters little, as the quantity of farmland is limited, and the slaves, relying solely on their physical strength, can still accomplish the tasks at hand. This also ensures that everyone has something to do, preventing them from indulging in the mischief of harassing women or engaging in brawls. The entirety of the Nightshade territory is composed entirely of slaves. Tate was astounded. Field was the most unique lord he had ever encountered. Not entirely a small plot of land south of the Grand Winery has been allocated to free citizens. About 10 individuals whom I have brought in a Field spoke candidly, stating that there were few secrets in the Nightshade territory. After all, without the mist lamps ordinary folk would find it impossible to escape. Tate's jaw dropped as if he could swallow an ostrich egg. Thus, this place is quite suitable for you, akin to a grand prison, with the haze serving as the confines. Your role is to act as my domestic advisor, preventing slave uprisings and allocating their labor. It truly resembles a prison. Tate's lips twitched, yet there is a distinction. They are human beings, and I intend to allocate a portion of their labor time for reformation, such as cultivating new skills or altering some of their bad habits. Field glanced at the excrement on the ground, his brow furrowing once more, particularly at the indiscriminate defecation. It seemed his initial decree had yielded minimal results. Fortunately, the weather was not warm, otherwise Field might have struggled to sleep. Tate had recovered from his earlier fear and was now surveying the surroundings. The slaves working nearby, upon spotting Field mounted on his tall steed, immediately abandoned their tasks, rushing forth to kneel and pay their respects. Next came the patrolling guards and Cow, who was meandering through the fields. Upon seeing the returning contingent, they hastened over, brimming with excitement. Thank heavens, Lord Field, you have finally returned. Cow was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly bursting into tears. Wishing to rush forth and kiss the horse's hooves, he had been extremely worried that Field might have slipped away alone or perished on the journey, which would spell disaster for him. Chapter 45. One must face reality. Indeed, it was largely due to Ashina and the valiant warrior's fierce protection Field refrained from mentioning the matter of the small map, as it was a personal secret. Ashina's eyes appeared somewhat heavy, her beautiful gaze rarely revealing a hint of languor. Engaging in nightly battles against the undead, even a chosen one could feel fatigued. Nevertheless, her wolf ears swayed with pride, indicating her good spirits. Without uttering any sweet words, Ashina merely nodded at the crowd. Recently she had grown fond of Field's calm demeanor, seldom displaying her lively side in front of others. Only in private did she enjoy playfully teasing Field. We are willing to lay down our lives for our lord. Upon hearing Field's praise, Ironhammer and the others immediately straightened their backs. For some reason, their lord had a particular penchant for seeing others stand tall, and since he liked it, they were eager to oblige. Ironhammer struck his blood-stained right hand against his breastplate. Thanks to the benevolence of the winter goddess, our beloved lord is protected. Very well, after venturing out, you've all become more sycophantic, a bunch of bootlickers. Cow rolled his eyes in disdain, yet a smile also graced his face. Each returning soldier increased the safety of the territory, allowing him to sleep without fear, even to the point of daring to venture out for a bathroom break. My lord, if I may speak candidly, please refrain from taking such risks in the future. I pray nightly trouble to the point of sleeplessness, Cow exclaimed loudly. This time I will not leave the territory for a while. While Maple Leaf City is splendid, it pales in comparison to my dilapidated domain. It ultimately lacks the warmth of home, and the journey is far too arduous. Field waved his hand, instructing that accommodations be arranged for my advisors and the free citizens first, and then a section of land be allocated for the slaves to reside. Situated adjacent to the former slave encampment, Field was temporarily too exhausted to undertake more tasks. Several days of frenzied combat and intense map observation had left him utterly drained. The cavalry would have a 3-day leave. And Ironhammer, you too shall rest for 3 days. Cow, please organize the free citizens to prepare meals for the slaves, distributing 2 loaves of bread and a portion of vegetable soup to each. I would not want them to survive the wave of corpses only to perish from hunger. The 30 or so deceased slaves were mostly the elderly, whose legs had slowed, and Field felt a pang of regret. Such a waste of labor power. Upon returning to the Grand Winery, Field felt the air freshen. Despite a lingering hint of mildew, it was far more pleasant than outside. The stone walls revealed their original hue, rather than being sullied by dark purple remnants of decay. The interior was somewhat damp, but evidently the maid Sparrow had not been idle, ensuring the Grand Winery was thoroughly cleaned. The premises were also devoid of excrement, which he had previously encountered in abundance. He was unsure which servant had been too lazy to step outside, opting to relieve themselves indoors. Fortunately, with Field's rising authority, that individual no longer dared to act thus. Or perhaps it was simply that he had cleaned it himself. Let me not catch you at it. Field pondered who the culprit might be. Should it be one of the maids, they would receive a sound spanking. After enjoying dinner and a comforting bath, Field reclined lazily in an armchair adorned with cushions, every cell in his body relishing the relaxation. The newly acquired furniture transformed his room into something quite refined. At least the tables and chairs were replaced with high-quality furnishings exuding noble elegance, alleviating his worries about creaky chairs. Field retrieved the magical tome of flame robes, although he possessed no magic. His curiosity about it remained unquenched. A knock resounded on the door. Not perturbed by the interruption, Field returned the tome to the shelf and cleared his throat. Please enter. My apologies for the disturbance. Lord Field. The visitor was Tate, known as the Warden. Nicknames were common in this era, and Field had often fantasized about acquiring titles like Iron Rod or Muscle Devil, as they sounded quite impressive. My lord, I have come to ascertain your thoughts in order to manage the Nightshade territory more accurately. Tate had not rested. Instead, he had traversed the entirety of the Nightshade territory, the distinct odor of sweat clinging to him, revealing his evident anxiety and concern, pondering whether this year's focus should be on taxes, population, or grain. These matters were of utmost importance to the nobility. Your transition into work mode has been swifter than I anticipated. Field nodded in satisfaction. Given his previously grim countenance, akin to that of a gorilla, Field had suspected he might strike. Tate spoke earnestly. One must confront reality. My family is now bound to the Nightshade territory, and therefore, I shall exert every effort. I would not wish for my children to perish at the hands of the undead. Excellent, but the forthcoming focus of our work shall not be on taxes, grain, or population. Field sipped his red tea. The dilapidated conditions of the Nightshade territory presently preclude any significant output, even if we set a hard target of collecting 100 million gold coins daily. It would amount to nothing more than hollow rhetoric. Field had no interest in engaging in such pretense. The first priority is to gradually reclaim the corrupted farmlands and houses, organizing manpower to eradicate the signs of corruption. As the Lord, I possess the domain talent. As long as we cleanse the corruption thoroughly, the miasma of death shall not permeate our territory. Field paused momentarily, then continued. Secondly, we must educate the slaves, transforming them into obedient laborers equipped with specialized skills. Ideally, they should all become free citizens. I wish to enlighten them, and you should be the expert in this matter. However, I must caution you, though some slaves may appear pitiable, a portion has committed numerous illegal acts in secret. We must organize this swiftly to advance our efforts. Nobility resides in humanity, not profession. Similarly, the base is also humanity, not circumstance. There exists oppression even among slaves, which is rather ironic. Tate was taken aback. You possess such precise guidance concerning management, and your insights are remarkably clear and forward-thinking. It is truly astonishing. Goodness, he looks so upright, yet it turns out he is quite adept at flattery. Field chuckled. Is this not a fundamental ability? Not at all. At least I have never heard of it. Typically, lords focus on this year's taxes, grain, or military affairs, families, and noble maidens. You are the first to be concerned about the affairs of the lower classes. Oh, Field lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a pleasant sound. He relished the act of tapping the table while pondering, thanks to the wisdom of the Huagua people and advanced modern education. Even the seemingly mundane actions Field undertook appeared incredible to those of this era. Chapter 46, Ineffective Decrees and Fertilizer. Additionally, my lord, I believe the Nightshade territory requires proper housing. The slaves are perpetually crammed into tents made of rotten wood and tattered cloth. Which is not the worst of it. What is more concerning is that even the free citizens lack housing, which could incite dissatisfaction among the populace. Should you care about their opinions, this issue will require time to resolve. Field withdrew a backup map from the shelf and handed it to Tate. Once I reclaim the eastern forest in Quarry, the housing issue may become feasible to address. Furthermore, I need to plan the site selection. Here is the map for you. Please share any ideas promptly. Indeed, my lord. Tate felt a sense of trust and support, while the Nightshade territory was, in comparison to Maple Leaf territory, akin to a slum. There seemed to be something new beginning to sprout here. The following morning, the maid brought forth pudding, white bread, and goat's milk. The territory lacked dairy cows, only possessing beef cattle. Fortunately, goat's milk was also decent, albeit in limited supply. As for Ashina, she donned a noble gown adorned with lace trim, a purchase made by Field in Maple Leaf City, slightly modified to align with his aesthetic sensibilities. Although Ashina cherished her maid's attire, she opted not to wear her work uniform today, taking advantage of her day off to wear a dress instead. The sight of Ashina in her gown nearly rendered Field bashful, and it took considerable mental fortitude for him to regain his composure. Her long hair cascaded loosely around her shoulders, and with one hand propping her face, her enchanting, untamed eyes, half-closed yet sparkling, exuded a captivating allure, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. The white stockings clung elegantly to her flawless legs. Exuding an air of nobility and grace, while her crossed legs revealed an enticingly mysterious area, this era had stockings, though not of the sheer variety we see today. Rather, they were thicker, allowing only a hint of flesh-tone sheen. Devoid of any vulgar exposure. Ashina's posture was anything but the rigid demeanor expected of a noblewoman. Her toes, ensconced in stockings, playfully swayed in flip-flops, while other nobles might deem such behavior disrespectful. Field delighted in Ashina's uninhibited nature as a wolfkin. Choosing to impart only selective noble and modern etiquette rather than adhering strictly to feudal dogma. After all, this was the Nightshade domain, and Field was the one in charge. "What do you need me to do today?" Ashina lazily inquired, using a silver spoon to scoop a mouthful of pudding, her face lighting up with satisfaction. After savoring the sweetness, she blinked her large eyes and suggested, "How about a treasure hunt? It would be wonderful if we could unearth more valuables." Having previously discovered wine and magical scrolls that significantly enriched the Nightshade domain, Ashina had become somewhat enamored with the idea of treasure hunting. "If we don't go today, perhaps you would be willing to accompany me to the grassroots level." Field frowned as he finished his sheep's milk, which was rather unpalatable, particularly with the chef's addition of salt. Ashina paused, repeating the peculiar term grassroots. "Ahem, it means to oversee the work of the farmers and slaves," Field clarified. Without a moment's hesitation, Ashina replied, "All right, let's go together." Upon departing the Grand Winery, the disheveled slave camp came into view. Though it was currently empty, as the slaves had been sent out to work by Tate early that morning, slaves did not receive breakfast, nor did they have time for meals. In truth, even free folk seldom partook in breakfast. As it was deemed a luxury, commoners in the Middle Ages typically had 2 meals a day. The midday meal was formally observed, referred to as breaking the fast, and was accompanied by prayers of gratitude to the deities. Dinner was more casual. Field had noted that what was termed dinner was often a late-night snack, as free folk consumed little at night. Breakfast, regarded as a light meal to break the fast, was generally reserved for the nobility, who had to adhere to proper etiquette, such as not taking breakfast back to their chambers and washing their hands with a basin and towel before each dish. Of course, none of this mattered much, as Field continued to eat according to the customs of Hogwood. "I regret not having ridden a horse," he mused. Just a few steps into their journey, Field found himself exasperated, covering his face as he noticed the feces littering the path. While excrement could enrich the soil, it required proper composting. It was evident that his previous orders had fallen on deaf ears. Scanning the area for Cow and finding him absent, Field turned to the maid, Scissors, and instructed, "Go fetch that old fellow Cow, and bring along someone from the free folk who can articulate their thoughts." Before long, Cow approached, looking quite embarrassed, accompanied by an elderly man known as Old Turtledove. Old Turtledove, originally a villager from Bull Domain, had been brought over by Field and had subtly become the new village head. Capable of addressing minor issues among the free folk, such as neighborhood disputes and family conflicts. "Good day, sir," they both greeted, bowing in unison. "Good day," Field replied with a smile before inquiring, "Is the issue of public defecation still proving difficult to resolve? Please share the challenges you are facing." Cow, looking sheepish, responded, "There are simply too many of them. Moreover, each one is as foolish as a pig. The moment my advice escapes my lips, their dense heads forget it entirely. Furthermore, they dismiss verbal counsel, claiming they are first-time offenders. Indeed, even in modern times, when certain elders misbehave, verbal admonishments often fall on deaf ears. He could extend benevolence by giving them 3 chances, but with hundreds of individuals, that amounted to a considerable burden on the Nightshade domain. Having exhausted his patience with gentle words, it was time for decisive action. Field yearned to confiscate their tools of mischief. "From today onwards, I decree that anyone caught defecating in public will be punished. A free folk will incur a fine of 1 copper coin, and if they cannot pay, they will receive a lash. Slaves will face triple the punishment, 3 copper coins or 3 lashes. With no warnings given. Field's expression darkened. Additionally, organize the children and women among the slaves to collect feces daily and pile it together. What a cleanliness-obsessed noble, Old Turtledove thought to himself. It's merely excrement. I fail to understand why such effort is expended to gather it. Shall we sculpt a statue from it? Do you employ fertilization and composting in your farming? Field inquired, turning to Old Turtledove. "Fertilization," Old Turtledove replied, looking bewildered. "We water a weed, and catch pests, of course, with the most important task being praying to the goddess for a bountiful harvest." Field's lips twitched. It was no wonder that the populace of this era was sparse. Yet they faced hunger, as the soil would lose its fertility if crops were planted repeatedly without replenishment. "You ought to use fertilizer," Field insisted, gesturing to the fields. "Pile up the excrement and use it to irrigate the crops once they are planted." Goddess of the harvest, what have I just heard? I ought to tear my ears off. Old Turtle Dove rolled his eyes, nearly suffering a stroke had it not been for the presence of the Baron before him. He surely would have raised his fists in protest. Chapter 47, From Farmland to Kitchen, a comprehensive overhaul. Just moments ago, he had thought Field was a noble who valued cleanliness. It turned out he intended to spread filth over their food. How extravagant, how absurd, to cover the divine gifts of the goddess of abundance with vile refuse. Such an act would be sacrilege, inviting dreadful divine retribution, such as locust plagues and droughts. My lord, you must be jesting. Old Turtle Dove exclaimed, his face flushed as he rambled on about agricultural practices. We are professionals in farming. I have toiled in the fields all my life, how could I possibly not understand? Field had no intention of debating with the old curmudgeon. He simply waved his hand. Perhaps you are correct, but I will have the slaves cultivate the land according to my specifications. This is an order. My lord, only magical beings and the chosen of the gods can influence crop yields, Cow interjected, wary of letting Field have his way with such an important matter. You must continue to pray. And the goddess will respond. The gods again. Field rubbed his temples in frustration. The existence of chosen ones and magic indeed represented treasures in this world, yet they also stifled production and technological advancement. The most prevalent issue was the lack of diligence in labor, leading to a significant decline in initiative. When crops failed or lives were impoverished, the populace often attributed it to their lack of piety, subsequently donating to the church in hopes of divine miracles. I understand that magic and chosen ones can affect yields, but the Nightshade domain cannot rely on that. We must seek alternative solutions. Ashina, with her purely military background, offered no assistance in production matters. This is my command. Compost the excrement and irrigate it in the fields. Additionally, when planting radishes and cabbages, employ the ridge cultivation method. For wheat, loosen the soil twice to ensure the land remains level. The ridge method has many advantages, including improved aeration, fertile soil, and loosened ground. However, Field refrained from elaborating as he had grown accustomed to dealing with these old-fashioned individuals. This is my decree. The fields cultivated by slaves must adhere strictly to my requirements. While you may farm as you wish with only 10 or so free folk, they could not cultivate much land, making them suitable for reference. As you wish, Old Turtle Dove replied, though his face betrayed reluctance. Nevertheless, the land belonged to the nobility, and Field had left room for them to cultivate without fertilization. Before crossing over, Field had spent part of his childhood in a rural area and possessed a basic understanding of agricultural knowledge. Naturally, even if that knowledge did not apply to the current fields, it was a negligible loss. As the Nightshade domain's land was unlikely to yield much, subsequently Field personally guided several slaves in creating a barely acceptable ridge before he was satisfied and departed. Would the Nightshade domain be filled with wheat and vegetables by next year? Ashina asked with curiosity as she glanced back. One can only hope, but it certainly won't be enough to feed everyone. We will still need to rely on imports. If only we could cultivate meat, she lamented, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, her interest piqued by the thought of meat. Field, as a carnivorous being, nodded in agreement. Indeed, although vegetables can also be made delicious, it's just that my chef has not yet experimented. Or perhaps his meat dishes are rather mediocre. The current methods of cooking were exceedingly lackluster, such as stewing fish heads in cream, boiling cabbage into a mush for hours, or combining meat and fruit in a haphazard stew. Even creating a jelly from fish gelatin, sheep fat, and animal entrails that was utterly revolting. Field's chef adhered to such practices, despite Field's repeated requests to refrain from skewering oranges with the roast meat. The devilish chef was convinced that this would enhance the flavor. Is that so? I find the current roasted meat delightful. Ashina tilted her head, pondering. Moreover, can vegetables truly be made delicious? Of course, today, we have the perfect opportunity for you to experience true delicacies. Field gazed ahead and sautéed at the new slave camp beginning his tasks. It was a perfect moment for his advisor to prove himself. Let us proceed to the kitchen, previously occupied with defending his territory and eliminating corruption. Field had not bothered to confront the cook today. However, he decided to personally visit the kitchen to prevent any further culinary aberrations. The kitchen, inherited from the previous estate, was quite spacious, yet as Field entered, he was immediately struck by its rudimentary state. Unlike a traditional Chinese kitchen, this one lacked a proper stove, relying instead on a makeshift camping pot set up with a tripod, requiring careful handling to avoid spills. The walls were adorned with an abundance of smoked meats, while the floor was cluttered with various vegetables. In one corner stood a tree stump with an axe embedded in it, serving as a tool for chopping bones. Additionally, there was a grill already skewered with meat chops and 2 apples. The cook had a particular fondness for fruit concoctions, which he prided himself on, though his fruit pickling and pie-making were tolerable to Field. The cook's peculiarities were often a source of frustration. The rotund cook, the largest individual in the territory, elicited envy from both slaves and free citizens alike, chuckled heartily, "Ho ho, my lord, for lunch today, I shall prepare apple-glazed ribs, Brussels sprout soup, and orange almond marinated ham, with a dash of chili for flavor." A Field could hardly contain his exasperation upon hearing orange almond marinated ham with added chili, nearly suffering in apoplexy, the last time the cook had concocted such a dish. Field had taken but a single bite, subsequently needing 5 cups of red tea to cleanse his palate. Without hesitation, he ordered the entire plate sent to the servants, only to be met with bewildering praise for its flavor. Evidently they had not tasted decent pork in ages. Mistaking slop for a royal feast, remove the orange and almond marinated ham. "I wish to create a new dish, which I shall name dry pot beef. Prepare some beef tenderloin, onions, radishes, mushrooms, and chili," Field commanded. "What is a dry pot?" The cook hesitated, wearing a skeptical expression. Field, understanding the discomfort of being questioned in one's expertise, reinforced his tone, knowing that to avoid future culinary disasters, he must assert authority. He yearned to demonstrate the process himself, but knew that if a noble were to cook, the chef would be humiliated. Do not simply add water to the pot, cook. This method is entirely novel. Listen to me. First, clean and prepare the ingredients, then pour some oil into a heated pot. This step is called hot oil. And then, meanwhile, the maid Sparrow, under the protection of 5 guards, was preparing to serve the slaves. The primary servers were 10 free citizens, with Sparrow supervising to maintain her presence and remind the slaves who sustains them. The midday meal consisted of barley porridge and black bread, the latter batch from Maple Leaf City, significantly superior to that from Golden Eagle City. Chapter 48, Black Feather and White Feather. The chaotic diners. The midday meal comprised porridge and warmed black bread, the latter from Maple Leaf City. Far better than before, weighing 10 pounds, laden with bran, yet thankfully devoid of stones, sand, or wood shavings. The bread was cut into fist-sized chunks for easy distribution. Upon catching a whiff of the food, the slaves hastily abandoned their tasks. Rushing toward the cart, the guards promptly raised their spears, blocking their path, and sternly admonished them to stay back. "I want to eat, damn bricks, it's me. You bastard have forgotten us after a few days of eggs, haven't you? We shared a cage, give me an extra loaf." Some slaves began to appeal to past camaraderie, while others resorted to insults, including those who had previously avoided combat or slacked in training. Now regretting their choices, they spent sleepless nights regretting their decisions, often waking up to the harsh reality that former cellmates were now indulging in luxury, a thought more painful than death itself. Each time they awoke, they would slap themselves in frustration. "I truly am a fool." After all, the guards feasted daily on meat, something the slaves regarded as the pinnacle of existence. Who would have thought that the guards would not merely become cannon fodder, but would genuinely receive food from the baron? "No stealing. The Lord has decreed, line up to receive your portions." The guards paid no heed to the former inmates' appeals, having become fiercely loyal to Field since they began receiving additional rations, such as smoked meats and eggs. They had transformed into his most fervent supporters, more devoted than sycophants. If Field commanded them to strike their own fathers, these formerly starved men would charge forth without hesitation, executing righteous justice. "Line up." Formed 10 lines, the maid Sparrow called out in a delicate voice, but when ignored, she placed her hands on her hips and shouted, "Line up, otherwise, you won't get any food." What a beautiful woman! If only I could have one night, I'd gladly sacrifice 50 years. "Shut your mouth. She is a noble lady. Be careful lest we cut out your tongue." "I know I was wrong." The man who spoke out broke into a sweat, fearing he would be dragged away by the guards to meet his end. Clearly, the maid's pristine attire had led the slaves to mistake Sparrow for a member of the nobility. This was one of the invisible perks of being a castle maid. One's status invariably superseded that of the common folk. Much like a leader's driver, in the leader's absence, the driver assumes authority. Fortunately, Sparrow did not dwell on their misunderstanding. Had Scissors been present, she would have used 2 loaves of black bread as bait to have the other slaves beat the offending man. Truth. Sparrow relished being perceived as a noble lady. The feeling of being admired was intoxicating. She treasured the responsibilities Field had entrusted to her and was determined to fulfill them to the best of her ability. Before long, the slaves jostled and squeezed into 10 lines, with some of the stronger ones cursing as they dragged others to cut in line. However, such infractions were swiftly quelled by the guards, who dealt with the offenders with swift punches, ensuring not a single egg was wasted. Each one transformed into a source of strength. Those cutting in line, to the back, Sparrow declared, hands on her hips. Striving to appear fierce, the slaves finally settled down, reminiscing about the earlier display of violence. Did you see that? Just one punch. Goodness, those guys are incredible. No wonder they can kill a corpse. I heard the Baron allocates me to the guards daily. I want to join as well, then I can beat people at will. The slaves chattered excitedly, relishing the catharsis that violence brought, which would become a topic of conversation for months to come. How terrifying! The disheveled girl White Feather tightened the filthy cap atop her head. The stinking burlap hat belonged to another kind-hearted elderly slave, who had perished on the way to Nightfall territory. Torn to pieces by the bat demon, thankfully, the warm hat could be salvaged, and the sisters would take turns wearing it, sharing their meager possessions. Her twin sister, Black Feather, had already begun to weep softly. Be strong, just don't look at them. We'll be eating soon, White Feather urged. Despite both being 11 years old, she had matured earlier. She held her sister protectively, ensuring she wouldn't be trampled by the throng of slaves. Fortunately, the sisters found themselves positioned toward the front of the line. This food is bestowed by Lord Field. You must work hard for him, Sparrow repeated tirelessly, echoing her own thoughts, for only the dear Baron would be so generous with his provisions. Pouting, she mused that this food was brought at great risk to his life. Work hard, White Feather silently repeated, eventually sighing deeply. They once had a happy family. Their parents worked diligently, braving the elements to till the fields. Their father was skilled with a slingshot, selling his catches at the castle, occasionally bringing back leftover scraps that the Lord no longer wanted. Those were the happiest times for the sisters, as the delicious remnants would often appear in their dreams. Their names were also gifts from the birds. Regrettably, their father had collected branches from the forest, intending to craft a better slingshot. The forest was private property of the nobility, including the animals and berries. Even branches could not be taken without severe repercussions. That very evening, he was hanged for the crime of trespassing on noble land, their mother having been subjected to repeated molestation by the corrupt captain of the guards. Ultimately succumbed to madness and drowned herself. The sisters narrowly escaped the clutches of the captain, but in their desperate state, were captured and sold into slavery in Maple Leaf territory, starving for 3 days before being handed over to a lord named Field. White Feather had contemplated death numerous times, believing it to be the only escape from a world so utterly wretched, where despair was omnipresent. She suspected that Nightfall territory was no different from her hometown. 1 bowl of porridge, 2 pieces of black bread, this includes dinner. No food will be distributed tonight. 2 pieces of black bread constitute a full day's ration. 2 pieces of bread. Reality shattered White Feather's memories in despair. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, "Are you joking? 2 pieces of bread and porridge for a day? Oh, by the heavens, is this a jest?" On the way to Nightfall territory, 2 pieces of bread were meant to suffice until they could reach their destination. Yet, upon arrival, it was customary to receive 1 loaf every 2 or 3 days. Why then, was there suddenly more? Surely the Lord had indulged in too much wine, leading to a mix-up in his orders. Chapter 49. Everyone can rest. A brief respite. White Feather trembled with excitement, certain they would be well fed. "We have so much to eat," her sister, breaking into a smile, turned to White Feather with a dirty grin. "It will be our turn soon." As I felt my younger sister's tiny hand clasping mine tightly, Bayou's gaze hardened with determination. Should I perish, my timid sister would undoubtedly fall prey to the vile men. Meeting her end in a cold, desolate corner, I must survive. No one is permitted to snatch, nor to reach out for the food. Your filthy hands would ruin the porridge of the villagers, wielding sticks and cursing. Ladled a scoop of thin gruel from a clay jar, its sparse grains of wheat unappealing even to dogs. How fragrant! So many grains. Heiyu's eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively released her grip on her sister's hand. Such a thick porridge was a rarity, only served during the new year. Subsequently, a villager retrieved a chunk of black bread, roughly the size of an adult's fist, from a nearby wooden crate, impatiently handing it to Heiyu. It was still warm. Heiyu swallowed hard, eager to depart with the bread. "Wait," Mackay called out to Heiyu, pulling another loaf from the basket and stuffing it into her arms, wearing a sympathetic smile. "You've taken too few, you'll go hungry by nightfall." The villager, begrudgingly offering only 1 loaf, grumbled under his breath, "This useless little wretch doesn't merit 2, 1 will suffice for 3 days. With any surplus food, they could seize the opportunity to pilfer while the maid was distracted. Mak, aware of their intentions, crossed her arms defiantly and averted her gaze. "This is Lord Field's decree. The Lord has commanded that every slave receives 2 loaves of bread and 1 portion of wheat porridge." "Very well," they muttered. In the affluent Bull territory, adult slaves typically receive 1 loaf every 2 days. "And children every 3 or 4. The villagers retorted with sarcasm. "But this is Nightfall territory. Everything here is anew." Mackay's anger flared as she emphatically reiterated, "Everything is brand new." The soldier maintaining order furrowed his brow. The mention of bull territory always struck a nerve, reminding him of Lord Field's past humiliation. He shot a warning glance at the villagers, who began to sweat nervously, retracting their necks as they murmured, "You are right, it was my mistake." Bayou felt a surge of satisfaction but refrained from publicly applauding, instead casting a grateful look toward Mackay, who unexpectedly smiled back at her. Could it be? Such an elegant and pristine woman smiled at me. Bayou felt a rush of warmth as she took her sister's hand and sought a secluded corner to sit. Without hesitation, she devoured a piece of bread, eagerly licking the bowl clean of the porridge used for soaking, rendering it gleaming. The little girl seldom experienced satiety. Her malnourished belly surprisingly swelled slightly. Ah, how delicious! Her sister, drooling, opened her mouth wide to devour a second piece, startling Bayou, who quickly smacked her sister's hand. No more. We must hide this, Bayou admonished sternly. Feeling the sting on her hand, her sister pouted, tears welling up instantly. Don't cry, Bayou soothed, gently ruffling her sister's hair, softening her tone. Such good days are scarce. If we eat everything now, we might starve in an emergency. So let us hide the bread and only eat it when we're truly desperate. Alright, hey you. With a pout, handed the bread to her sister, adding, "But you mustn't eat it secretly." Bayou chuckled, bemused by her sister's cleverness, and affectionately pinched her nose, saying, "Alright, I promise to call you when it's time to eat." Not just the two sisters, but most slaves would hide their bread, for it represented not merely sustenance but the continuation of life itself. Who could predict what orders the noble lord might give tomorrow? Even if the lord had good intentions and wished to provide food, the executors below might not comply, as evidenced by the villagers' behavior today. Sister, what do you think the lord is like? Hey, you asked, hugging her knees. I suppose he is a portly man with a mouthful of rotten teeth, arrogant and full of himself, Bayou replied with a hint of sarcasm, glancing around warily. Or perhaps a scruffy drunkard, who forgets to revise his decrees after a bender. Hey you, still drooling, interjected, don't say that. The one who gives us bread is a good person. As lunch ended, the guards shouted, herding the slaves back to the fields. Mackay felt a bit fatigued, but serving the lord brought her joy as she hummed a tune back to the kitchen of the Grand Tavern, eager for her own meal. What are you all gathered around for? Mackay inquired, noticing several colleagues seated at the table with serious expressions. The maids loved gossip. Mack, this is the Lord's special lunch, dry pot beef. It's quite extraordinary. In the past, we would only receive leftovers from the Lord, but this time we were directly given some. The servants adored Field for his finicky palate. Many delectable dishes prepared by the chef, such as fruits, smoked fish, and nut medleys, would only receive a single bite from Field, allowing the servants to relish the rest. Of course, there were also meat steaks, goat's milk, and even the finest venison. Just a single bite could bring them joy for an entire month. Conversely, the servants had little fondness for Ashina, as she never left any food behind. Ashina would always cheerfully finish every morsel, in stark contrast to their beloved lord, and she never seemed to gain weight. Ugh, how could she look like that? Resembling burnt dung. She even reminds me of my aunt, who was charred into a husk. Scissors candidly remarked, and there are no fruits or sauces. How could it possibly taste good? Just as Field would react to dark culinary creations. The servants were now sweating profusely, having never encountered or even heard of such a dish. They believed it was yet another whimsical creation from Field's imagination. Jar glanced at Scissors, contemplating reporting her remarks. Scissors, you mustn't speak so recklessly, Mackay reprimanded, elbowing her. You are insulting the Lord's gift. Oh, my apologies, you all understand what I mean. I hold Lord Field in the highest regard, Scissors quickly amended, smiling apologetically at the others. If the Lord learns of this, I might end up married to an ugly, perverse old man. Next time, I'll ensure your rooms are spotless. Please forgive my slip of the tongue. At least it smells delightful. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Observer. What are you all looking at me for? Goodness, can you really be picky about beef? We are all servants, not nobles, even if the appearance is peculiar. If the Lord commands you to eat real dung, you must comply with that. Mackay scooped up a piece of beef with her spoon, embracing a mentality of facing death head-on. The next moment, her taste buds were immediately captivated by the unique flavor. The meticulously marinated beef was fried to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within, each bite bursting with rich juices. The dry pot cooking method significantly enhanced the beef's texture, while the vegetables absorbed the essence of the meat, returning the fragrance of the vegetables to perfection. What nonsense about apple and almond braised meats! Rubbish indeed. No wonder the Lord does not enjoy them. Mack fell silent for a long moment, mustering a strained expression. Oh divine deity, this is simply too dreadful. I shall discard it. Why throw it away? If it's not good, you can give it to the slaves. The Scissors squinted suspiciously, reaching for it, only to have Mackay evade her grasp. Something is off. You're hiding something, the group quickly caught on, rushing to seize the dish, and soon a small bowl of dry pot beef was completely devoured, even the remnants of sauce licked clean from the plate. So delicious, Scissors smacked her lips, craving more. Truly the Lord knows of such exquisite flavors. Of course, after all, our master is of noble birth. Only the chef, baffled, muttered to himself, how is this even possible? Why is it so delicious? Field himself thought it mediocre, at least not the flavor he desired. Too much salt, poorly controlled heat, and did they add sweet curry powder? It tastes strange. Field clicked his tongue, turning to Ashina. What do you think? With her mouth stuffed, Ashina could only give a thumbs up to Field, unable to speak. You glutton. Field sipped his tea leisurely, originally planning to rest for 3 days and unwind, yet, the next day, he found himself restless. The territory yielded no produce and remained perilously situated. He felt uneasy without taking any action. There were many matters concerning the territory, but they could not be resolved with mere words. Field decided to address the issue of timber scarcity. After tidying his attire, he opened the door, only to come face to face with Ashina, bow in hand and a gun slung over her shoulder. She seemed to have just returned, her face splattered with blood and grime. While the map revealed an area devoid of skull markers, clearly her doing. Good day, my lord. Upon seeing Field, Ashina's seriousness evaporated, replaced by a warm smile as she lifted her skirt in a charming greeting. What do you need me to do today? I'm fully rested. With that, she pointed to her eyes. Indeed, the slight dark circles had vanished, and her crimson wolf eyes appeared both lively and alluring. This individual had journeyed all the way from Maple Leaf territory to chop wood for 4 days and nights, only resting 1 day yesterday, yet she was brimming with energy, her eyes not even slightly dry. The chosen one recovers swiftly, Field mused, just in time. I plan to lead the troops to reclaim the lumberyard, and I need your protection. Yay, it's exciting to work alongside you, my lord. The young girl flicked her tail and suddenly recalled something. Furrowing her brow as she said, Adult, I sensed something amiss last night. In the latter part of the night, around 3 o'clock, something was lurking in our territory. I ventured out and circled the vicinity several times. Yet found nothing unusual. However, I firmly believe my instincts are not mistaken. It's no wonder you are armed. Do you have any idea what that thing might be? Surely it isn't another goblin. Field immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Stroking his chin in contemplation, it shouldn't be. Goblins can hardly escape your grasp. It's not a goblin. I recognize the scent of goblins. The odor I detected last night was undoubtedly that of a corrupted creature. Yet it was entirely new and capable of masking my perception. The wind revealed everything to me. That creature's scent was imbued with an overwhelming aura of slaughter and hostility. Field fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand now. You should go have breakfast while I alert the patrolling guards to be extra vigilant. Ashina shook her head and, after careful consideration, replied, It would be wise to tighten our defenses. Patrolling in groups of 5, armed with horns, she seldom offered military advice and rarely commented on internal affairs. She simply followed Field's orders. If Ashina were a government official in ancient Huagua, the emperor would certainly take a liking to her. However, it was precisely because Ashina rarely voiced her opinions that Field placed such great importance on her thoughts. The threat must be severe indeed. Field nodded solemnly. Ashina was the kind of person who remained unfazed even when confronted with a third-tier rat demon. Whatever it was that could raise her alarm was certainly no benign entity. A new round of conscription must commence. The current defensive forces were insufficient. This task would be entrusted to Tate. Field rubbed his temples, hoping that the lumberyard still had timber available. With wooden walls, defense would be significantly easier. I vow to protect you with my life, Ashina solemnly assured. The lumberyard lay to the east of the Grand Winery. At the confluence of forests and lakes, this lake, once a beautiful ribbon connecting the Grand Estate to Starlight Lake, now teemed with bones, countless grayish-white, corrupted reeds, and skeletal remains stood in the water, which had turned a dark gray. To purify this lake, thousands of purification potions would be required. Aside from the writhing vines and scattered bones, the most prevalent sight along the way was the tentacles, which had arisen from the corruption of weeds. Field had long since grown accustomed to this grotesque sight. During his first encounter with the Cthulhuesque horrors, the repulsive scenes had filled him with terror and dread. Yet, with time, he found the small tentacles on the ground rather uninteresting, even somewhat endearing. These tentacles were not like those in certain animations that would ensnare women and force them to bear offspring. They possessed no offensive capabilities and lacked strength, merely hindering the movement of wheels and horses. One of Field's daily pleasures was to poke the surrounding tentacles with his lance, watching them curl up like mimosa leaves. After a march, the river gradually entered the area illuminated by the fog lamps, and the group could faintly see the lumber yard across the water, its massive structure concealed in darkness like a monstrous beast waiting to devour. The soldiers had already dispersed, engaging in combat with the corrupted corpses. Keep the noise down. The corrupted corpses have keen hearing. Assist me quietly, the captain Lynx instructed his two companions in a hushed tone before swiftly advancing. Finding himself behind a female corrupted corpse, with a swift motion Lynx gripped the middle of his polearm and pierced the creature's neck with minimal movement. The nearby soldier rushed forward, grabbing the hair of the corpse that was about to scream. And together with Lynx, they yanked the head off in a gruesome display, both remaining unfazed by the revolting scene. Chapter 51, The Lumberyard, Part 1. They made almost no sound during the entire encounter. Save for the occasional crisp clinking of armor plates, however, one soldier, distracted, accidentally stepped on a writhing mass of decayed flesh and involuntarily gasped. 3 corrupted corpses immediately surged forth from the gray mist. Claws bared ready to attack, the clumsy soldier attempted to shout a warning, but was quickly silenced as Lynx hissed, "What are you doing? No need to overreact." With that, Lynx charged at the corpses. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. Daily intense combat had reshaped him from a previously timid and emaciated slave. Lynx lunged forward, thrusting his polearm, feeling the resistance of iron meeting flesh as he easily disemboweled the unarmored corpse. Nearly folding its body in half. As 2 more corrupted corpses closed in, Lynx pressed forward, seizing the right hand of one corpse, driving his polearm into its throat without hesitation. In one fluid motion, he swung his shield, toppling the last corpse. With a squelch, Lynx stood atop the fallen creature, striking down with the edge of his shield until it was utterly obliterated. Captain Hai, the soldier who had caused the ruckus, stammered. Embarrassment etched across his face as Lynx finished dispatching the corpses. Be more careful. Continue clearing the path, Lynx replied, not bothering to dwell on the mistake. The other soldiers followed suit, quickly eliminating the scattered corrupted corpses. The large mass ahead should be the stone bridge. Lynx searched along the riverbank and soon found the bridge overgrown with aquatic plants, where several corrupted corpses were ensnared, their hollow gazes fixed upon the sky. Did you hear something? One soldier inquired. Everyone held their breath, and indeed faint cries of "Don't, help," could be heard from the mist across the river. Are there survivors? Excitement surged among the group. Finding a living person in the dark realm was no easy feat. Let us hurry to rescue them. Rein in your curiosity. The Baron's orders are to locate the stone bridge. I will report this matter to the Lord, one soldier interjected, while the soldiers engaged in battle. Field was not idle either. He was practicing his horsemanship. Go, Field urged, squeezing the horse's flanks, and the steed galloped forward. The wind whistled past his ears, giving him a thrilling sensation akin to riding a roller coaster. Spotting a nearby corrupted corpse, he readied his lance and aimed at the grotesque figure. With a squelch, the lance quivered as it severed the creature's neck, dark blood gushing forth. During combat, do not hesitate to slow down. Trust your instincts, Lord Field, Ashina advised as she maneuvered her dire wolf alongside Field. We must either strike with thunderous force or avoid engagement entirely, seeking opportunities instead. Field nodded thoughtfully. If I were to slow down, the impact would be greatly diminished. Indeed, if cavalry becomes ensnared among infantry, they risk being dragged down and killed. Report, we have located the bridge, Lynx called out, jogging over. Additionally, we have heard cries for help. Crying for help? Are you certain? Field furrowed his brow, glancing at the small map. The opposite bank was densely marked with skull icons. Ashina sniffed the air. I sense no foreign living presence. Everyone heard it, but I did not send them to investigate. Lynx scratched his head apologetically. You've done well. In the northern province, caution is never excessive, Field commended, nodding approvingly. Ashina, the upcoming battle will rely on your skills. Clear a path to the lumberyard. A large-scale undead tide cannot be handled by mere soldiers. It requires the intervention of a chosen one, Field commanded. Lynx, you shall lead the soldiers to protect the slaves. For this mission, Field had brought 10 slaves to assist with transporting supplies and to scavenge for spoils. Even the smallest ant is still meat. They had collected 12 copper coins and 2 copper ornaments along the way. Ashina commanded her dragonbreed wolf to approach the stone bridge. The wolf opened its mouth slightly before suddenly unleashing a blast of bluish magma, transforming the gray lake into a vibrant blue. The aquatic plants were scorched to ashes, revealing the bridge's original structure, driftwood. No, it seems to be a magical plant. Standing on the bridge, Ashina scanned the surroundings, her gaze settling on a brown, knotted mass of wood a few meters away, covered in writhing moss. A flower with purple fluff stood tall, emanating a faint, ethereal aura, its tip shimmering with delicate, beautiful light. Indeed, it was a magical fluctuation. It was rare to find such a phenomenon growing on driftwood. Without hesitation, Ashina leaped to the nearby riverbank, extending her lance to reach it. Just as she was about to touch it, the driftwood suddenly lifted high, splitting open with a menacing crack, and cold light coalesced into a beam, sending a wave of danger surging towards her. How cunning! it concealed itself in the water to mask its scent. This was no driftwood, it was a second-tier corrupted crocodile. The beast burst forth from the water, its massive 6 to 7 meter long body reeking of putrid decay, as it opened its tooth-filled maw and lunged at her. The dragon-breed wolf cast a fleeting glance at the monster, its limbs slightly lowering before it surged forward, easily evading the crocodile's attack. Bang! The colossal head collided with the bank, raising a cloud of gray dust. The corrupted crocodile seemed impervious to pain, twisting its body in an unnatural manner to swiftly turn around. Its massive tail swung with tremendous force, crashing down where Ashina had just landed. In an instant, a deafening thud echoed, creating a deep indent in the riverbed, causing the lake to surge violently and startling a multitude of grotesque corrupted fish. The crocodile's gray eyes scanned the area for a moment before gradually halting its movements. "Are you looking for me?" Ashina's skirt billowed as she appeared behind the crocodile, then suddenly thrust her lance forward, imbued with unstoppable sharpness, piercing through the corrupted crocodile with a single strike, erupting a cloud of blood mist in the air. Without waiting for the crocodile's counterattack, Ashina gracefully landed upon its head, enveloped in the formidable power of the winter deity. With a fierce strike, she brought her blade down upon the beast, and in an instant, the once impenetrable scales, as hard as stone, shattered, sending forth a gruesome mixture of brain matter and blood that splattered across the lake and its shores. Creak! The decaying fish, sporting limbs or digits, approached with a grotesque shriek. Eager to lap up the blood. Apologies, but you too fall within the realm of extermination. With that, the draconic wolf leaped into the lake, dragging the crocodile's carcass ashore before turning and unleashing a torrent of flames, incinerating the feeble creatures that dared to linger in sight. Such a pity for such a large crocodile. Had it been an ordinary beast, it could have been a feast. Ashina plucked a magical purple flower from the carcass, pouting in regret, though the hide may yet prove useful. Chapter 52, The Logging Site, Part 2. What purpose does this magical plant serve? A field, having learned from past experiences, refrained from recklessly handling it, instead craning his neck with curiosity. "Ashina, do you know?" Ashina hurriedly placed the magical plant into a jar. No sniffing or indiscriminate gazing. "What if we were to be poisoned?" "You're being overly cautious," Field replied awkwardly, as the last wicked act had left a substantial shadow upon the young girl. "I have no knowledge of its specific effects. If only we had an apothecary. For now, let us take it back for safekeeping." With that, Ashina placed the jar atop a small cart. The slaves, meanwhile, approached diligently to dismember the crocodile's remains. "Help!" A frantic female voice pierced through the haze, akin to the desperate wails of one struggling in the flames. On the brink of death. Ashina's wolf ears twitched, turning towards the logging site, her nostrils flaring. "I too hear someone calling for aid, and it seems to be from the direction of the logging site. Though I sense no living beings. Indeed, this is the northern province. The possibility of humans is exceedingly slim. Everyone remain vigilant," Field urged, unfazed. Instead, he drew his longsword, vigilance etched upon his face. To call for help for so long and with such vigor means either the situation is not dire, or it is a mimicry by some beast. "I shall proceed with caution." Ashina grasped her lance tightly, dashing into the fog, racing towards the logging site for several seconds, until a tide of corpses came into view. They huddled together, occasionally twitching, aimlessly pushing towards the inner sanctum of the logging site. Creak! The heavy walls of the logging site groaned under the strain, for the corpses were sensitive to sound, drawn closer by the cries for help emanating from within. "Help!" The eerie cries grew louder, suddenly resonating from within the building. The source of the sound lay inside. Field's assertion proved accurate. No living soul could be among the heaps of corpses. Ashina urged her great wolf to leap to a higher vantage point, surveying the surroundings, her lips curling into a smile of delight. There was an abundance of timber. Shelter for the territory had been secured. In the clearings surrounding the logging site, piles of wood rose like small mountains. Most of the timber remained intact, though some showed signs of decay, sprouting mushrooms and moss. Nevertheless, compared to the monstrous trees, this timber was an invaluable resource. The logging site of the Grand Estate not only supplied the estate itself but also the city of Starry Night. Boasting a high yield thanks to the nearby river, felled timber could simply be cast into the water and floated downstream to the city, or it could be retrieved for use, thus saving considerable manpower and resources while reducing transportation costs. Suddenly, a slender tail-tipped with spikes shot out from beside Ashina, bearing a sharp edge and striking with unexpected swiftness. Were it an ordinary person, even a knight skilled in combat could have been felled by such a sudden assault. Yet Ashina remained ever vigilant, her brows furrowing slightly as she nonchalantly tilted her head, allowing the tail to graze past her hair. As the enemy's attack missed, Ashina swiftly thrust her lance in the direction of the assault. Piercing the assailant's throat and subsequently twisting the weapon, the spinning lance unleashed a torrent of crimson as it tore through the first-tier corpse, its eyes bulging in horror, its neck nearly severed. Unable to emit a sound before crashing to the ground, Ashina appeared unfazed by the encounter, murmuring, "We cannot set fire here. If we burn all the timber." Lord Field would surely be enraged, however, with the sheer number of corpses around. It would take at least a day to eliminate them without area of effect attacks. An idea sparked within her. How about this? The draconic wolf let out a ferocious howl, translating roughly to, "I shall strike 1,000. Upon this proclamation, it was as if a dinner bell had rung, awakening all the corpses in the logging site, their grotesque forms twisting towards her. "Charge," commanded Ashina, patting the draconic wolf's head. The beast's limbs flickered with blue light, its body compressing slightly before rushing towards the horde with the ferocity of an unstoppable train. Boom, 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 a straight line of corpses was obliterated, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Any that were struck met a gruesome fate. Without pause, the draconic wolf gathered momentum once more, while Ashina executed a graceful flourish with her lance, making a cheeky face at the oncoming tide of bodies. A fearless, the horde of corpses shrieked, their disordered steps driven by primal instinct. Ashina skillfully led the tide towards a distant clearing, utilizing the draconic wolf's formidable agility to draw the horde further away, and then swiftly turned to unleash the flames of her dragon, reducing them to ash before patiently enticing the next wave of corpses. By the time the slaves had skinned the crocodile and removed its claws, Ashina had already concluded the battle. My lord, the corpses in the logging site have been dealt with, and the site remains intact. We should expect some rewards, Field exclaimed, invigorated as he pumped his fist. Well done, thank you for your efforts. Wait, I need you to do me a favor. As Field began to stride forward, Ashina, slightly flushed, pointed to her head and puffed her cheeks. After such a long fight, my head feels dizzy. I need a pat to feel better. The young girl had become accustomed to this gesture from Field. After every enemy was vanquished, he would pat her head as a form of encouragement, conditioning her to expect it. Field, unable to resist, quickly placed his hand atop Ashina's head, gently ruffling her hair. There, don't feel dizzy anymore. Ashina beamed with joy. After clearing the obstacles along the path, the group arrived at the logging site. Gazing around, Field noted 3 structures: a lumber processing factory, a wood storage warehouse, and a dwelling for the lumberjacks. Help! The strange cry for help echoed once more from within the building. The group was startled. Following the sound, they saw the door to the house ajar, revealing nothing but collapsed furniture and some dismembered limbs. There was not a single living entity to be found. The interior was dim, only a faint breeze whispering through. By the gods, surely this must be the work of malevolent spirits. The guards, initially intent on advancing, exchanged nervous glances, hesitating as they readied their polearms. Their willingness to confront the corpses did not equate to an absence of fear. The slaves were utterly terrified. Had Field not been present, they would have undoubtedly fled in panic. Chapter 53, First-Tier Artifact. This was indeed an era steeped in superstition, where fears of demons and specters ran deep, far beyond the comprehension of modern minds. What could it be? Was that cry truly uttered by a monster? Field furrowed his brow, consulting his map again, confirming no living beings were present. My lord, this is quite peculiar. I assure you, there are no signs of life in the logging site. However, please exercise caution. Ashina unhesitatingly positioned herself before Field, wary of any strange entities that might spring forth to assail the Lord. There must be a basement. That voice seemed to echo from below, hollow and elongated. Field examined the map closely, combining it with basic physical principles to discern the truth. Your status is esteemed. Please do not approach just yet. Allow me to scout ahead. Black Wolf, protect the Baron. Ashina commanded her draconic wolf to stay behind while she drew her long blade, crouching slightly, positioning the weapon defensively before her as she cautiously ventured inside. Help! The cry for aid resounded unexpectedly within the room, emanating from the corner. Ashina's ears perked up as she followed the eerie, distorted voice, slowly making her way to the wall. Why would there be carpet in the corner? And surely lumberjacks would not invest in woolen rugs. Scanning the area, Ashina's eyes lit up with realization as she noted something unusual. She immediately lifted the dust-covered carpet, revealing a pull ring. After a brief hesitation, she extended her hand. Indeed, a basement lay beneath. Let me see what you are. Creak! The hidden door swung open, releasing a suffocating wave of putrid stench. Cough, how disgusting. Even the chosen one found it hard to breathe, squinting as she peered down. Ashina's pupils dilated sharply as she instinctively leapt back from the danger zone, channeling divine power into her long blade, prepared to cleave whatever might emerge. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Field endeavored to maintain his composure, while the guards stood firm, shields raised, spears at the ready. 1 breath, 2 breaths, half a minute passed without the appearance of any foe. Ashina flicked her tail. I distinctly saw a woman in white. There's no need to rush, time is on our side, Field reassured her. This is truly strange. This time even Ashina was curious, cautiously approaching the entrance of the basement. She peered in for a moment and let out a long sigh. My lord, there is no danger. The basement houses a magical artifact capable of preserving sound and images. The magical fluctuations must be too faint for me to sense. Upon hearing this, several slaves collapsed to the ground, their bodies turning limp like overcooked noodles. Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled. That's a relief. It's likely a memory stone. I encountered such an object during my visit to the Mage Association in Maple Leaf City. However, hearing the cries for help from humans in the death-riddled northern province is truly terrifying. Lynx, ensure the slaves outside are safe while they collect the spoils. I shall go down and investigate. A breeze wafted through the basement as Field and Ashina carefully descended the precarious staircase. Good heavens, Field exclaimed, startled into involuntary exclamation. Even for someone accustomed to corpses, the sight before him rendered him frozen in terror. As he sharply inhaled, the room was filled with a multitude of human fragments, alongside 5 young girls, their upper bodies naked and cruelly nailed to the walls, having succumbed to disembowelment, their desiccated intestines mingled with repulsive, decaying worms that oozed onto the floor, while blood pooled from various directions, forming a grotesque magical array in the center of the basement. At the heart of this array lay another girl, presumed to have been dead for over 3 years, nearly fused with the ground, yet identifiable by her nun's attire as a member of the Church of Holy Light. Of course, the most compelling evidence was the continuously replaying memory stone. A girl clad in white robes, her eyes filled with terror, desperately screamed, "Help!" Shortly thereafter an indistinct figure severed her limbs and discarded a worm. As the worm burrowed into her body, a violent explosion of blood mist erupted, accompanied by writhing tendrils, eerie incantations, and the girl's agonized cries. After the memory stone concluded its projection, it paused momentarily before replaying. The bizarre imagery, coupled with the hellish scene, terrified Field to his core. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, yet Ashina, seemingly unfazed, broke the silence after a brief moment, exclaiming in astonishment, "My lord, she is a chosen one. Do you mean to suggest that someone is hunting the chosen of the Holy Light?" Field, having regained his composure, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given their differing positions and perspectives, he tended to consider matters from a political and diplomatic angle. It could very well be agents sent by the Empress. As the Holy Griffin Empire's desire to extricate itself from the Papal State's influence was hardly a secret. Of course, it was also possible that the Kingdom of Frantvia was instigating discord. Ashina appeared bewildered, her expression vacant as she stammered, "ABA, how would I, a white wolf beast person, know anything about human imperial diplomacy? By the way, how do you know she is a chosen one?" Field dismissed his unproductive musings. Acknowledging that imperial diplomacy bore no relevance to him, Ashina strode forward boldly, retrieving an exquisitely dazzling silver brooch from the corpse, shaking it in her hand. "Because of this, look, no wonder I couldn't sense any magical energy earlier. The memory stone is powered by divine force." Only then did Field notice the soft, mysterious glow surrounding them, which he had initially attributed to the basement's ambience, realizing it emanated solely from that small object. The moment the brooch was removed, the memory stone ceased its function, and the tragic fate of the girl gradually faded, leaving the basement awash in gentle silver light. However, Field was unconcerned with the memory stone. Upon taking the brooch from Ashina, he noted with astonishment that it remained untainted despite their prolonged presence amidst the corpses, his gaze fixated on the mysterious brooch, an expression of wonder crossing his features as he murmured, "How does this resemble my family's sacred artifact in such a remarkable way?" The craftsmanship was so exquisite that even modern machinery could not replicate it, let alone the profound power contained within. After all, this was a first-tier artifact, which explained the divine energy it possessed. Ashina clicked her tongue, crossing her arms defiantly. "Yes, that's so surprising. While I may not possess an artifact, I do have a divine gift. You can touch the Black Wolf." Divine gifts come in many forms, and each chosen one receives one of their choosing upon awakening, with weapons being the most common. Just to touch will suffice. While Field was overjoyed, he also made sure to attend to Ashina's feelings, promptly giving her a playful pat. Chapter 54. The silver iris brooch. Though Ashina was clearly ecstatic, her tail wagging uncontrollably, she feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Perverse lord, if you suddenly pull me again next time, I will bite you. I'm so scared." Field had his suspicions earlier, but upon receiving confirmation from Ashina, a wave of uncontrollable joy surged within him. It's worth noting that artifacts are only left behind after a chosen one's death, and given their rarity, the number of artifacts that remain is even fewer. Consequently, each artifact is strictly controlled by the Empire and nobility. making circulation nearly impossible. The Empire had once sold 5 artifacts due to financial difficulties, with one first-tier artifact fetching a base auction price of 1 million gold coins. Field felt as though he held a heavy weight of gold in his hands. This must be what Sister Eliza referred to many artifacts left behind in the northern province. Field felt a wicked sense of pride when he had inquired with Sister Eliza about whether the Nightfall territory possessed any artifacts. She had stubbornly refused to divulge. According to imperial law, everything within a territory belongs to its lord. Without hesitation, Field affixed a label indicating the artifact was produced by Nightfall territory. The church, we are not well acquainted. It is simply a claim passed down through generations, as old as time itself. After toying with the brooch for a while, Field handed it back to Ashina, asking, "Can you use it?" "No, this is a divine gift from the goddess of holy light. And it would conflict with my winter divine power. Forcibly using it would result in backlash. However, you may use it, or anyone else could as well," Ashina replied softly, pushing the brooch back to Field. "Just drop your blood on it, and it will recognize you as its master. I believe it will be of assistance to you." Very well. The Field wasted no time. He had long coveted the artifact and promptly pricked his finger with the brooch. As an arcane energy radiated outward, the brooch absorbed his blood, and he immediately sensed a surge of holy light coursing through his body. A sense of inexplicable warmth enveloped him, and the comfort compelled him to hum softly. After acknowledging ownership, the artifact felt as though it were an extension of his own hands. Their wills united. The Lord's panel now included a section for divine gifts. Divine gift, silver iris brooch, first-tier artifact, source, goddess of holy light effect. The wearer can freely alter their appearance, physique and voice. This is an illusion and does not alter actual structure. Activate the brooch to transform it into a silver iris longsword. First tier artifact, special effects only for holy light chosen. Field laughed heartily, striking a pose with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of self-importance. While the effects appeared humble, they were undeniably powerful. The ability to change one's appearance, voice, and physique meant he could easily assume the guise of anyone he wished. "Sister, don't look back, it's me, your brother. It could transform into the sister. Feel free to turn around. I truly am your brother, daughter, stepmother. Please continue. I truly am your father. My lord, it seems you are contemplating something rather peculiar. As drool has escaped your lips," Ashina observed, her eyes flickering with suspicion. "Does this artifact possess some odd functionality?" Field, undeterred, proceeded to utilize the abilities of the iris brooch. After a distortion of space, he transformed into Ashina's likeness. Ashina gasped, covering her mouth, her pupils dilating in shock. "Oh no. This is terrible. The Lord has become a girl. What am I to do?" "No, wait, this is just my appearance. Let me test the size." Field grinned mischievously, reaching to pat his chest. However, despite the seemingly soft and white appearance, it was all an illusion, and he couldn't even find the slightest hint of fluff. Witnessing Ashina's astonishment, he chuckled, "It's all an illusion. Don't be alarmed, I'm not that perverse." Ashina sniffed the air, then sighed in relief. The scent and heartbeat remain unchanged. "It truly is an illusion. This ability to alter appearances is impressive. It even fooled my eyes. However, the scent cannot change. You must take heed of that. Indeed, it seems I cannot deceive the discerning, but it is quite practical." A Field bent down, curious, to peer beneath his skirt. Hey, please don't do that." The girl was near tears, lamenting, "The greatest regret of my life is handing this thing over to you." "Alright, I shall cease the jest." After deactivating the brooch's transformation ability, Field activated another capability, conjuring a magnificent longsword that shimmered with silver light. Unlike ordinary weapons, the iris longsword trembled slightly, as if it possessed sentience. Unfortunately, only those chosen by the holy light could unlock the full potential of the artifact. Transforming the longsword back, Field affixed the brooch to his attire. Noting its dual capabilities, the ability to alter appearances and summon hidden weaponry, this chosen one likely had connections to the assassin's profession in life, transforming into someone familiar to an assassination target and striking while their guard was down. All while engaging in various romantic entanglements. This sounded like a plot straight out of a movie, quite thrilling indeed. However, with the corpses reduced to mere remnants, Field had little interest in abandoning his noble identity to play the role of Jingku. He shrugged. "Let us take the memory stone as well. I sense that her demise is not as straightforward as it appears. Perhaps in the future, this footage may yield some benefit." Indeed, Ashina, make a note of this peculiar array pattern. It evokes a sense of unease. I share that sentiment. Field emerged from the basement, stepping onto the creaking ladder, while the lynx had organized the slaves to scour for useful supplies, which they piled in the clearing before the lumberyard, mostly furniture. Along with some logging tools. Upon seeing Field, the lynx hurriedly approached to report, "Esteemed lord, the logs here are thicker than my waist. transporting them will be an enormous undertaking. Our manpower is limited, so perhaps we should first move the smaller planks and return for the logs later. It must be so, Field replied, surveying the surroundings. The wood that had not succumbed to the ravages of time included many types he had never encountered in his past life, sturdy and enduring, capable of serving as main beams for large constructions, yet notably heavy. After taking a few steps, he turned and added, "Furthermore, send someone to bury the bodies in the basement. There is no rush, attend to that matter after you finish your current tasks. Oh, and take care on those old wooden steps, do not break a leg." The young girls who perished in the basement met an uncertain fate, yet it was undeniably tragic, having taken possession of their artifact. One must at least show some acknowledgement. As for transporting the logs, let me see if there is a shortcut. If Field opened a small map, intending to find the optimal route for transportation from the Grand Winery S. What on earth is this? A crimson dot wandering at the edge of the territory. Chapter 55, Crisis. The territory is under attack. Field recalled the time when he first arrived at the Grand Estate and felt the unsettling gaze of some creature. That chilling sensation, once experienced, is never forgotten. The source of that gaze emanated from the basement of the main building, marked on the small map as a red dot. Initially, Field was constantly on guard against an attack. But as time passed and the red dot remained stationary, he began to feel a semblance of relief. He had planned to develop his strength before confronting it, but now that red dot had inexplicably appeared on the outskirts of his territory. Without warning, simultaneously a skull insignia manifested out of thin air. Indeed, it appeared out of nowhere. Just a minute ago, the area surrounding the territory was tranquil. The decaying corpses had been diligently cleared away. That thing has emerged. Cold sweat trickled down Field's back as he realized the looming danger and quickly summoned Ashina. "What is it, my lord?" Ashina leaped up from the basement upon hearing her name, swiftly gliding to Field's side, her gaze instinctively scanning the surroundings. "That thing you mentioned has returned to spy around the territory. You must return to safeguard it. I will gather the troops and join you shortly." Field, not panicking, paused for a moment before lowering his voice. "It is best if we can defeat it. If not, retreat to the Grand Winery. If that fails, fall back even further. Remember, do not be reckless. The Nightfall can function without anyone, but without a chosen one, annihilation is only moments away." Ashina nodded solemnly, mounting her draconic wolf, a surge of intense purple and blue light bursting forth from its body. The enormous draconic wolf shot into the deathly haze like a black missile, smashing through various corrupted creatures in its path, sending dust and debris flying. It is truly troublesome without extraordinary power, Field sighed, especially when facing supernatural foes. A sense of helplessness easily takes hold, yet after a brief moment, he clenched his teeth and stowed away the myriad of mundane emotions. It would be strange if the territory remained uninvaded. Otherwise, the nobles would have long since reclaimed the northern province, Field commanded loudly. "Lynx, leave the cart here and lead the troops swiftly to the Grand Winery. Prepare for battle." "Yes, my lord." The slaves remained bewildered, and the lynx dropped the bench she was holding, responding loudly. On the other side, at the Starry Night Grand Winery, a low, mournful horn echoed for the first time, perhaps last heard during the York invasion a decade ago. Nevertheless, the slaves, upon hearing the horn, began to comprehend the seriousness of the situation. Glancing around in confusion as they witnessed the armored guards assembling in formation, chaos erupted in the territory as slaves and free folk abandoned their tools, fleeing towards the Grand Winery amidst screams, wails, and curses. A tumultuous mass of bodies. "Calm down, the monster is still far from you," Tate shouted, wielding his whip, trying to maintain some semblance of order within the chaotic throng. Upon hearing his words, the slaves were instead reassured of one grim reality: monsters were indeed approaching. Instantly, their flight became even more frantic, with some stumbling in the process. Fortunately, Ashina's timely advice prevented Field from sending the slaves to expand new territories, allowing them to remain near the Grand Winery to prepare the soil, thus enabling their swift arrival at the estate. This formidable stone structure, a testament to the Starry Night family's hopes for wine, was constructed from meticulously hewn marble blocks, akin to a fortress and spacious enough, which was why Field chose it as a stronghold. Chow, on the second floor of the Grand Winery, grew furious upon witnessing the slaves flood in for refuge. My lord should not have allowed them to seek shelter. Those wretched lower-class individuals will dirty the floors. Ensure the guards keep a close watch. Do not let them ascend the stairs or enter the basement, contrary to the direction of the fleeing slaves. A squad of 20 guards organized their gear while advancing towards the source of the horn. "Damn fools, what are you running for? If anyone is to perish, let it be us who bear the brunt." Hammer spat, moistening his hands with saliva before polishing his beloved mace until it gleamed. "I only need 9 silver coins to free myself from slavery. Then I can indulge in drunken revelry every day and visit Maple Leaf territory to let that bunch of wretched roasted chickens witness the resilience of a Nightfall man. Ha, you better survive until then. Hammer. A guard beside him donned his iron helmet, the clanging of his armor echoing as he ran. I will. Hammer knocked his helmet with determination, after running for a while. A multitude of corrupted creatures came into view, revealing the state of the territory's boundary. A horde of corpses surged into the territory, countless spectral figures racing and howling, some attacking the carts haphazardly placed in the fields. While others made a beeline for the Grand Winery, occasionally, stray arrows would whiz through the air, piercing into the throng of corpses, pinning the unfortunate ones to the ground and reducing their numbers. Following the trajectory of the arrows, Hammer spotted a wooden fortress encircled by the corpses, due to the severe scarcity of materials in Nightfall territory and the constant need to expand living space. There were no proper walls, instead a small wooden fort had been erected. Wooden stakes were driven into the earth, forming a rudimentary circular fortress. Though it was called a fortress, the wall only reached the height of one's chest. Resembling more of a sheep pen, behind the low wall wooden supports created a triangular stable structure upon which sharp objects or vines could be placed. Behind the wooden wall, there was barely enough space for soldiers to stand in two ranks and launch their attacks. But the same applied to the corpses' engagement area, which would consequently diminish. Such a wooden fort was undoubtedly more suitable for the current territory than a solid wall. Reality is not a game. Constructing a wall is not as simple as clicking a mouse, yet building a small wooden fortress is relatively easy. A field had incorporated the wooden fort into the soldiers' training, constructing several on a whim. Never anticipating their significant utility, those damned sheep dung, they thought they were dead. The guard, referred to as sheep dung, was earnestly thrusting his spear through the gaps in the wood, not needing to aim. A mechanical jab would yield a bounty of mangled flesh. Occasionally, other guards would retrieve arrows from boxes, load them onto crossbows, and shoot at the corpses climbing the wooden walls. Follow me, let us support the sheep dung. Hammer bellowed, hefting his mace as he headed towards the wooden fortress. Roar. The corpses, now aware of the armored group, suddenly quickened their pace, a particularly robust corpse leading the charge, creating distance between itself and the others. Everyone understood that this creature, if not an extraordinary undead, was undoubtedly a fearsome foe. Chapter 56. They threw in corpses at you even while sprinting. Its movements remained unnaturally steady, the muscles of its right arm rippling ominously. There was no doubt, it was about to unleash a devastating blow. Hammer continuously relaxed his shoulders, gripping his mace, ready to clash head-on, yet a comrade pulled him back. Stop thinking about using your brute force like a stubborn mule. Let me handle it. Don't forget to buy me a mug of barley wine afterward. The guard straightened, drawing a longbow from behind him, straining with all his might to draw it back and loosing an arrow towards the corpse. With a sharp whistle, the arrow flew through the air, covering 30 paces in an instant. The undead's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it leaped with momentum, narrowly evading the shot. The unfortunate corpses behind it were not so lucky. The arrow pierced through one, pinning it to the ground. Oh, damn it, that thing can dodge arrows. If you give me another chance, I will surely take it down and give it a rest. Save your feeble attempts for shooting roasted chickens instead. They're coming for us. Form up, Hammer shouted, rallying his comrades for Lord Field. For Nightfall territory, the crowd cheered, invigorated by the call. A small square formation rapidly took shape, their footsteps striking the ground with a rhythm as intense as the beating of drums. Clad in iron helmets and armored suits, the guards gripped their weapons tightly, straining forward, their palms creaking as they exerted excessive force against the metal. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. The sound of weapons clashing with flesh and blood resonated as the seemingly unstoppable corrupted creature, the Kirin arm, was pierced by two long halberds from opposing directions. The corrupted arm staggered under the assault. Its defenses wide open, and was immediately skewered in the abdomen by a halberd, collapsing to the ground with a ghastly wail. What a terrifying cry! The hammer wielder's eyes widened as he raised his spiked hammer high, bringing it down with a thunderous crash that flattened the creature's skull, splattering cold blood everywhere. Even though the foes were monstrous, the advantages of armor and long weapons remained overwhelmingly decisive. Beware, before the hammer wielder could revel in his triumph. A sinister wind swept in from the side. Hearing his comrade's warning, he hastily raised his weapon to block, only to hear a sharp clang as his hammer was violently rattled by an attacker. The immense force slamming against his shoulder armor, causing his face to pale noticeably. Another grotesque corrupted creature leaped forth, its fist swinging, enveloped in streaks of gray light. Watch out, it's an extraordinary corrupted being. The hammer wielder winced as a sharp pain shot through his hand. The iron hammer had been bent by the blow, and had the armor not absorbed some of the impact, his hand might have been shattered. Yet, instead of succumbing to fear, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. With a powerful thrust of his arm shield, he struck the creature, which, lacking any intellect, only clawed aimlessly. The shield rose high, its edge crashing against the creature's nose and eyes, instantly shattering its nasal bone. A mixture of foul blood and grotesque slime splattering across its face. Howling in a frenzy, the creature lost its vision and sense of smell. The deranged creature, embodying madness, unleashed a torrent of chaotic movements, overwhelming the guards. The tremendous force of the creature sent the hammer wielder tumbling to the ground, and he was on the verge of being crushed beneath the rampaging monster. In the next moment, a brilliant silver line tore through the air, piercing the creature's throat with unyielding force, continuing to penetrate several more corrupted beings. Just in time, the dragon wolf had just halted when Ashina began unleashing a flurry of silver arrows in all directions, specifically targeting the most threatening corrupted beings. Those first-tier corrupted creatures were utterly incapable of withstanding the arrows imbued with divine power. Even the rare second-tier creatures would be rendered incapacitated upon being struck. No longer posing a threat, Ashina scanned the battlefield. Where could that specter be? This time, I cannot allow you to escape. The guards felt a sudden lightness. The tide of despair that had engulfed them during the encirclement vanished without a trace, replaced by a fierce counterattack. Reinforcements have arrived, let us slay them, send them to hell. The guards cursed as they charged at the corrupted beings, unable to best the extraordinary corrupted creatures. Could they not handle this mere rabble? Ashina, having found no trace of the observer, decided, never mind, let us first help the guards clear out these minor nuisances. Black Wolf, breathe. An invisible wave rippled through the air, followed by a pillar of ghostly blue fire violently crashing into the dense mass of corpses, akin to a weapon of celestial origins, sweeping across the area. Instantly, the horde of corrupted beings erupted in a spectacular display of flames, countless creatures sizzling and bursting into a twisted mass of fire, flailing and screeching for a moment before collapsing into ashes. With a screech, a gigantic scorpion-like monster landed in the territory, rolling twice upon the ground, its 5-meter-long form exceptionally fearsome. Ashina furrowed her brow, for she discerned through the grey mist that this giant scorpion had been thrown here rather than having come on its own. Based on its aura, it was a genuine third-tier creature, although its aura was not as potent as the rat demon from the Grand Winery. It was still formidable, carelessly tossed in like a toy. Undoubtedly, it was that mysterious individual, too fearful to reveal themselves, merely testing the defenses of the territory. A cold glint flashed in Ashina's eyes. Having merely spied last night, and now sending in corrupted beings today, what a cautious individual, undoubtedly possessing intelligence. Ashina narrowed her eyes, knocking an arrow. An influx of divine power surged into the bow, transforming the once ordinary arrow into one that radiated the essence of a divine artifact. Do not let me catch you, you will regret it. In the next moment, Ashina clearly observed in the mist a figure hiding amidst the trees, ensnaring a dozen corrupted beings with iron chains and tossing them into the Nightshade territory as if it were a game. Now is my chance, die. Accompanied by overwhelming divine power, the silver arrow swiftly flew forth. Ashina's wolf-like ears twitched as she heard the delicate and sharp sound of the arrow piercing flesh, tearing through veins and shattering bones. It hit. A pleasing smile curved Ashina's lips. Let me see what you are, but before that, I cannot allow this third-tier creature to jeopardize the territory. As long as I eliminate the corrupted giant scorpion, the scales of victory will swiftly tip in favor of the Nightshade territory. You all clean up the remaining corrupted beings. I will pursue. Ashina left a brief message for the guards before commanding the dragon wolf to unleash a torrent of fire upon the scorpion's face. Effortlessly drawing its ire, the corrupted giant scorpion moved slowly, merely trailing behind the dragon wolf, while Ashina swiftly made her way to the figure's location. Chapter 57. A new chosen one, yet adversarial. A woman with tightly shut eyes lay amidst the thickly corrupted foliage, blood gushing forth as an arrow pierced her chest, the chilling power of Winter's divine essence utterly shattering her heart, exploding her left rabbit ear in the process. Her beautiful black dress now appeared tattered. Not a corrupted being, impossible. I distinctly sense the stench of corruption. Ashina fell into confusion, instinctively approaching. As her pupils constricted, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within her. Something was amiss, not a human. Black Wolf, evade. Ashina and the dragon wolf swiftly retreated. Almost instantly, a 2-meter-long red-black greatsword flew from the woods, carrying a horrifying aura that raised goosebumps along the skin. Descending with tremendous force, boom, the greatsword grazed the dragon wolf's cheek as it struck the ground, not making contact, yet the scales on the dragon wolf's face cracked. The sound of chains echoed as the greatsword was whisked away, Ashina's crimson eyes betraying a rare seriousness. This was a sword adorned with eyes, its hilt ending in a slender chain resembling a steel serpent from afar. A divine artifact, indeed, the chosen one. Ashina coldly observed the movements of the individual before her, realizing why she could not sense them. It was due to divine powers. Chosen ones cannot perceive one another, correct, an aberrant chosen one, or rather a delicacy of aberrant flavor. A voice of utmost elegance, yet tinged with softness, resonated, exuding the charm of a neighborly lady. The greatsword erupted with countless strands of blood, burrowing into the black-dressed woman's chest, flesh writhing as it swiftly mended her wound. An extraordinarily eerie aura began to manifest before Ashina, as if awakening. This arrow certainly leaves a lasting impression. I had intended to probe further, yet you discovered me. The woman casually withdrew the arrow, flashing a captivating smile as she grasped the floating greatsword, standing at 1.73 meters. Her figure swayed alluringly, her long legs perfectly sculpted, creating an intoxicating silhouette with each step. Ashina caught a glimpse of bat wings protruding from the woman's back and a slender demonic tail. Her eyes glimmering with a frosty smile. Are you a demon? It's my first time encountering a corporeal form. How intriguing, not a demon, merely a delicacy of aberrant flavor. You may call me Rosalia Starry Night. 24 years old, the first-tier chosen one. Starry Night. Ashina suddenly recalled that the former master of the Nightshade territory belonged to the Starry Night family, such a familiar name, one she had heard the Lord mention. Alright, quickly enter my belly, it feels so empty, I'm quite uncomfortable, Rosalia exclaimed, frantically unleashing chains while propelling herself like a cannonball, an overwhelming killing intent permeating the air. Humph, we are both first-tier chosen ones. Who is afraid of whom? Ashina mischievously blinked, playfully responding, furthermore, if your belly is empty, my lord can help you conceive a child. If Field were to hear this, he would surely be pleased, praising Ashina's sensibility. Affirming that his affection for her was not in vain. Clang, Ashina was undeterred, the two figures darting past one another, their long spear and chains intertwining, producing a cacophony of grinding sounds and unleashing violent waves of energy. The woman approached closely, swinging her greatsword. This sword bore a striking resemblance to the two-handed greatsword used by the Empire's heavy infantry, capable of both defense and offense, its substantial weight delivering fatal blows to heavily armored foes. As a divine artifact, its destructive capability was beyond question. Spear and greatsword clashed, erupting in showers of sparks and deafening noises, while the dragon wolf launched an attack from beneath, a torrent of dragon flames forcing Rosalia to retreat from the fray. With a sweeping motion, the chains lashed out as Rosalia bore down with her greatsword. This is quite exhausting. My strength depletes rapidly. Ashina gritted her teeth, her divine power quickly waning amid the clash. In the opponent's grasp lies a divine artifact. While my long spear is merely imbued with divine power, engaging in direct combat would be unwise, especially considering the woman before me, who though seemingly delicate, possesses strength far exceeding that of the monstrous entities I have encountered before. By several magnitudes. My divine gift, a nimble dragon-breed wolf, is ill-suited for a face-off against her strengths. As I deftly maneuver past her, I decide against a stubborn confrontation, with a flick of my wrist. My spear carves an enigmatic arc, striking at an unusual angle through the guard of her great sword, piercing directly into Rosalia's pristine shoulder. The sound of blood gushing forth fills the air. What a cunning little pup, Rosalia chuckles lightly, and from her sword tendrils of blood surge forth to seal the wound on her shoulder. I am incensed, and I protest loudly, not a pup, but a wolf. No wait, a white wolf demi-human, it's all the same, my stomach is empty, and I crave sustenance. Then you should go get yourself pregnant. You are indeed a dog, I am a wolf. Amidst our quarrel, the skirmish continues. Yet soon Rosalia realizes something amiss. She notices that she can no longer land a blow on me. Only when I am cornered does she dare to engage directly, and even then, she strikes and retreats. Should the distance between us widen, she unleashes her colossal wolf to breathe fire or fires arrows with precision. An arrow embeds itself in Rosalia's alabaster neck, and not a sound escapes her lips as she collapses. Blood slowly oozing from the wounded black wolf. Let her stew for 3 minutes, no, 30 minutes. I raise an eyebrow, unwilling to approach for a closer inspection. There is no way she could have succumbed so easily without employing her divine abilities. The energy lingering in the air rapidly condenses within my dragon-breed wolf's maw, as if the very atmosphere has been siphoned away. The fierce dragon flame sweeps forth, just as I anticipated. Rosalia, feigning death, springs back to life. This time, escape is futile. She must brace herself and raise her great sword to defend against the dragon flame, while more blood flows from the sword to mend her wounds. The dragon flame rages for a full 3 minutes, cracking the ground and turning the soil to dust. It is only then that my dragon-breed wolf ceases its assault. 30 minutes is simply beyond its limits. I notice the heavy footsteps approaching from behind. the great sword remains, so she must still be alive, but the corrupted giant scorpion has arrived, and that presents a dilemma. As I suspected, the eyes in the hilt of the great sword flicker with a strange light, and countless blood tendrils emerge, weaving together into a humanoid form once more. Yet, unlike before, this time Rosalia appears significantly smaller, transformed into a young girl of similar age to me, clad in a black gown. Her face resembling the previous one but devoid of allure, radiating an innocent purity. Chapter 58. Repelling Rosalia, battling the giant scorpion. My eyes widen as I fixate on Rosalia's chest, the sensation of overwhelming waves now replaced by a mere average standard. She actually shrank. How irritating that this food would not trick me. Rosalia, having failed her act of deception and scorched by the flames for 3 minutes, is visibly vexed. Her delicate hands tightly grip the great sword, her long white legs crossing defensively. Even her tone has taken on a youthful lilt, which is rather amusing. However, such a foolish ruse would not fool a reasonable person. With a charming smile, I wave my hand while stealthily grasping an arrow from my quiver, adopting a persuasive tone as I inquire, "But tell me, why do you attack Nightfall territory? Corrupted beings are an enemy to all, are they not? As a noble, must I explain myself to a lowly demi-human like you? Nightfall territory rightfully belongs to me. You are the intruders. Moreover, not only you, but all invaders, humans, orcs, or mindless goblins, including whatever pathetic lord you speak of, are destined to end up in my belly." Why does she harbor such animosity towards her own territory? I speculate wildly, suspecting this individual may be an assassin sent by the Ross family. That is unacceptable. Her blatant disrespect towards my lord infuriates me. A fierce murderous intent fills my gaze as I rarely succumb to anger, but hearing this woman declare her intent to kill my lord ignites my fury. I recall the crude language I overheard in Maple Leaf territory, and without hesitation I reveal my malice. "If your belly feels empty, the creatures of Nightfall territory can fill it for you." Why has the treatment deteriorated? Just moments ago, you spoke of summoning my lord, and now you resort to mentioning animals. You would do better to call your lord here. No. Wait, no one should come. I smirk slyly. A filthy, uncouth savage. Rosalia's vocabulary is limited. After a moment of struggle, her cheeks flush with frustration as she hisses, "I will eradicate every last one of you, then come and try." I retort, drawing an arrow and charging forward without hesitation. In her youthful form, Rosalia's speed has significantly increased. She merely tilts her head to evade my lethal shot, gripping her greatsword to counterattack. Our figures intertwine like two high-speed trains, colliding with tremendous force, unleashing waves of energy that warp the very fabric of space, shattering the corrupted surroundings. Her greatsword slips from her grasp, but she seizes the chain, extending the reach of her sword's attack. The air crackles with the sharp sound of her assault, akin to a streak of crimson light, striking the hind leg of my dragon-breed wolf with blinding speed. A thunderous boom resounds as several black scales shatter, spewing forth torrents of blood, divine power ravaging its form. For the first time, my wolf emits a pained whimper. It had withstood the full might of a rat demon without so much as a sound before. Direct hit. No more scurrying about like that bothersome rat. Rosalia smirks. "You would do well to beg for my forgiveness now, or you shall suffer greatly." "That remains to be seen," I reply, my voice ringing clear. Black Wolf, charge. A surge of intense azure energy erupts from the limbs of my colossal wolf, a divine gift and a rare living artifact, not easily subdued by a mere sword thrust. In a blink, it transforms into a comet, trailing a brilliant azure tail, crashing into the unsuspecting girl. Like a grand cannonball, Rosalia is thrust into the forest behind her, scattering dust and debris, as the corrupted plants along her path are flattened, creating a vacuum zone. In a mere 3 seconds, a delicate, boneless hand supports the great sword, lifting her body as she exclaims with a hint of reproach, "You hurt me, I must get serious now." Hearing her voice amidst the dust, I am left speechless. How resilient she is. My tone grows weary as my dragon-breed wolf's injured hind leg trembles slightly. Chosen ones are inherently tough, and this girl seems to have maxed out her resilience attributes. A colossal figure crashes into the fray. The frenzied corrupted giant scorpion emits a strange screech, its grey eyes flickering with rage and agony, its massive pincers snapping menacingly at me. This is troublesome. I command my dragon-breed wolf to retreat swiftly, unleashing a barrage of fireballs infused with winter divine power. This unique flame not only effectively scorches corrupted beings but also produces a potent slowing effect. The third-tier corrupted beings are classified as disaster-level threats. Wherever the pincers pass, whether twisted corrupted flora, corpses, or even solid rock, the inevitable outcome is the same: obliteration, showcasing the terrifying might of its pincers. I must create distance from the giant scorpion before I can deal with that woman. Calmly assessing the situation, I find that things are not as dire as I initially thought. Rosalia, astonishingly, bears her great sword and turns to leave. Wait, once I finish my meal, I shall settle the score with you." With that, she ensnares two hapless corpses with her chains, her greatsword flying out to shred them into fragments, while pure life energy is absorbed into her weapon. What an impressive artifact! It appears to derive its energy from slaughter, then utilizes that energy for healing. Her notion of dining must indeed pertain to mere killing. My eyes gleam with realization. Rosalia vanishes into the mist in a few swift movements. Her presence now nearly impossible to trace. If a chosen one wishes to escape, tracking them is an arduous task, as they are imperceptible. Even I had evaded detection under the nose of a third-tier light divine chosen. Curse it, I shall deal with you first. I glare at the rampaging giant scorpion, frustrated that it has interrupted my chance to eliminate Rosalia and acquire another artifact for my territory. I weave through the scorpion's attacks, evading each strike while my spear unleashes a relentless barrage akin to starlight, each shot finding its mark upon the scorpion's pincers. Unable to withstand the assault any longer, the scorpion's pincers explode, revealing a gruesome wound. Seizing the opportunity, my dragon-breed wolf lunges, its claws tearing into the tender flesh of the wound, forcing dragon flame into its maw. The searing inferno rapidly spreads within the scorpion's abdomen, and the agony from its soul elicits a wretched shriek from the corrupted creature. The sound of galloping hooves approaches, dispelling the surrounding grey mist as Field arrives with cavalry reinforcements. Chapter 59. Do you wish to escape? As the tempestuous whirlwind of lightning struck, the unfortunate, corrupted giant scorpion lay scorched and tender when Field arrived. "Are you all right?" he inquired hastily, dismounting his steed and rushing over her. Upon witnessing the fresh blood streaming from the dragon-bred wolf, he instinctively clenched his fists in anxiety. "Where are you hurt?" With a sweet smile, Ashina replied, "Thank you for your concern. Thanks to you, I am indeed unscathed. The blood belongs to the enemy. And the black wolf has sustained some injuries as well." The dragon-bred wolf appeared quite lethargic. The long journey coupled with its wounds left it grimacing on the ground. The fact that Wonkai was injured suggested that the enemy possessed formidable strength. He had never witnessed it falter before. Field furrowed his brow. "Let us take it back to the territory. We have ample potions to tend to its wounds." Promptly circling the dragon-bred wolf, Field observed the gaping wound on its hind leg. A gruesome mass of flesh and blood, even emitting tendrils of grey smoke. His heart ached at the sight, and he gently patted the wolf's head, uncertain if it could feel his touch through its thick armor. As a divine gift and an exceedingly rare living artifact, it held a significant presence in the territory. Furthermore, it required no sustenance, capable of gnawing on nearly anything, and when hungry, it would simply feast on carrion, earning it the title of the most industrious worker in the Nightfall territory. "What is Wonkai? Are you referring to the black wolf?" Ashina queried, a hint of confusion flashing across her face, which soon transformed into a radiant smile. "No need for such trouble. Ordinary potions have little effect on it. I can simply withdraw it and nurture it with divine power for a day." That essay relief. Field exhaled deeply, finally easing the tension in his brow. "Now tell me about the monsters you encountered." "Well, before that," Ashina leaned closer to Field, her tone laced with slight grievance, "I have been working hard too, you know. Why is it only the black wolf that gets patted? Who was it that said, 'Next time you suddenly pat me, I shall bite you'?" Field replied with a bemused expression, promptly reaching out to ruffle her hair. Once the playful moment passed, Ashina resumed her seriousness. "I am sorry, I lost track of that fellow. Do not blame yourself. I know where it is, down in the basement of the main building. Anything that poses a threat to the territory must be eliminated." Field cast a glance at the mini-map, where a red dot lingered in the main building. "Now tell me about the entity that attacked our territory." "It is a chosen one. She calls herself Rosalia Starry Night." "How can that be?" Field was taken aback. He immediately recalled the classic tagline from the infamous 13th Route's last bus. "What nonsense are you babbling? Tang Xianqing had drowned 10 years ago. Rosalia is the daughter of Baron Sophia Starry Night, who was reported dead during the Grey Mist outbreak a decade ago, torn to shreds by monsters." A shiver ran down Field's spine. What bizarre turns this incident was taking. Ashina scratched her head. "Well, that's what the woman said. Don't worry, her strength is on par with mine. Moreover, she bears a demon's tail, likely a monster in disguise. It should be a monster. Otherwise, there is no way she could have lingered in the Nightfall territory for so long." Field did not believe that a pampered young lady would hide within a building teeming with monsters, but is she truly a chosen one? Seeing Ashina nod gravely, Field pondered, "It seems that monsters can also manifest as chosen ones. Damn it. This is something the Church and the Empire have never mentioned. There is not even a whisper of monster chosen ones in the market. They must be concealing many secrets." Field stroked his chin. "Let us first assume Rosalia is a corrupted chosen one, though it remains unclear whether she was corrupted before or after her death." "She must have died first," Ashina asserted with absolute certainty. The knowledge I have received states that chosen ones cannot be corrupted. Well, now that we've identified what we're dealing with, it becomes more manageable. A field's frustration flared as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Let us smash it to bits. How dare it attack our territory? Whether it's a corrupted chosen one or a remnant noble, it must perish." Previously, the unknown significance of the red dot had been daunting. Now, having engaged it, he felt less intimidated. Moreover, his condition was considerably improved since his arrival. Now equipped with a fully formed guard squad and a fortified stronghold, however, I am not in optimal condition and require a day of rest. Ashina weakly stated. The Black Wolf also needs time to heal. Of course, I must also prepare. I need to mobilize the entire territory. The number of corrupted monsters in the main building is overwhelming. And you will require the guard squad's assistance. Attempting to reclaim the land peacefully, are you? Then brace yourself. Upon returning to the territory, Tate reported the casualties due to Rosalia's peculiar method of summoning the undead, which involved hurling them in chains. The numbers were not high and did not result in any substantial deaths. Only 3 guards sustained minor injuries. Ironically, 7 slaves who had not been attacked were severely injured, having fallen and been trampled during the chaos, narrowly escaping death, though their light weight meant the trampling wasn't excessively painful. 22 others suffered minor injuries, and 1 male slave was slightly injured by another male slave amidst the turmoil. Field fell into a brief contemplation, unsure of how to express his exasperation. Oh, what a bunch of damn fools. He surveyed the floor, now littered with footprints, knowing it would take at least 3 days to clean thoroughly. Kao vented his frustration dramatically. They should have all been dealt with long ago. It seemed that the Nightfall territory was becoming somewhat urbanized. My lord, it is my fault. Tate sincerely apologized. I have let you down. Please punish me. Given the current level of education and discipline, it was inevitable that the majority of people would be ignorant, not to mention the slaves. There was no need to blame Tate, especially now that they were on the brink of deploying forces en masse. After dealing with the main building, the slaves would be punished by having their rations halved for 3 days, but the reason for the punishment would not be the dirty floor, but rather their disobedience. Furthermore, I expect you to undertake your duties with greater rigor moving forward, beginning today. Waving his hand, Field spoke gently. Your family was not frightened, was it? No, came Tate's response, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. He had anticipated a harsh punishment from Field, but was taken aback by the Lord's kindness. He opened his mouth several times, ultimately expressing his resolve through a bow. With the imminent battle approaching, Field would not impose penalties at such a critical time. Well then, all agricultural work will be suspended. He gathered the male slaves and the strong female slaves to transport timber from the lumberyard, dig pits, and construct fortifications. I need to deploy forces against the main building. The remaining elderly and weak will be tasked with transporting supplies, caring for the wounded, and disposing of the corpses. I permit you to employ forceful measures. Chapter 60. If we lose, we must engage in a revival match. Early in the morning, the dull thudding of a carpenter's hammer echoed from downstairs. After arriving at Nightfall territory, the Greyhound had become one of the busiest individuals, inundated with an endless supply of carpentry work. He was currently instructing the slaves in the open space beneath the Grand Winery, guiding them in crafting simple barricades. His skills were commendable. That woman had not exaggerated. Field reached out to push the perfectly fitted window, which no longer emitted the dreadful creaking noise. Looking down at the barricades being crafted through the night, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Jeansy, bring a portion of honeyed porridge to the Greyhound. We cannot allow the only carpenter in Nightfall territory to go hungry. Understood, my lord. Jeansy replied promptly. Seeing Field adjusting his attire, Jeansy rushed over to assist, expressing concern. My lord, are you going as well? Yes, this battle is crucial. Field drew his steel sword for a brief glance before sheathing it again. For the past few nights, he had been plagued by nightmares, fearing he would never find peace until the monsters in the main building were eradicated. As the territory expanded, the areas of activity for everyone grew larger, yet the boundary drew ever closer to the main building, and it was only a matter of time before he would confront Rosalia. A Field glanced at the mini-map, noticing the crimson dot in the basement of the main building moving slowly within, seemingly ready to emerge at any moment. I will not allow anyone to disrupt the development of our territory. Jeansy opened his mouth, intending to dissuade the Baron from going, but the words shifted to, I wish you a victorious campaign. You shall. Field replied in a light-hearted tone before departing from the Grand Winery. You should have advised the Lord against going. The maid Sparrow paused in her dusting, placing her hands on her hips with a gentle reprimand. It's far too dangerous. Why not let the chosen one take the guards instead? Jeansy rolled his eyes. It's not that simple. The last time I followed the Lord to Maple Leaf territory, I realized that many things were vastly different from our expectations. Warfare isn't merely about lining up troops and engaging in barbaric clashes. It relies on strategy and command. I can't explain it precisely, but our Lord can accomplish what others cannot. Sparrow pouted, still feeling upset from being left behind last time, and watching Jeansy boast only served to infuriate her further. As Field exited the Grand Winery, Ashina had already assembled the troops. The main building was perilously close to the territory's boundary, and Field took along 18 cavalrymen, 47 infantrymen, 30 temporarily armed slaves, and an additional 5 militiamen composed of free citizens. According to the defense decree, free citizens were obligated to protect the territory, although Field had no intention of utilizing them. In this battle, aside from the injured, the entirety of the territory's defensive forces had been mobilized. If they failed to defeat Rosalia, there would be no point in worrying about the territory. They might as well engage in a revival match with Lao. Directly. 2 Individuals leaning on wooden staffs approached. Esteemed Lord, allow us to join. We can still fight. They were the individuals who had suffered grievously while defending their territory. Although they had access to medicinal treatments, time was still required for recovery. Field patted the shoulders of the two. Rest and recuperate before anything else. Furthermore, I am not suggesting you remain idle. Go supervise the slaves as they work, contributing to the Nightfall domain. The group set forth. The path illuminated by fog-clearing lamps, as numerous slaves constructed rudimentary wooden fortifications along the way. The construction of numerous cost-effective small fortresses, layered in defense and equipped with crossbows, was the optimal solution for engaging in defensive counterattacks. Albeit regrettably lacking firearms, Field lamented the necessity of advancing firearm technology in the future. The main building of the Starry Night estate exemplified a harmonious blend of romanticism and solemn architectural style. The Starry Night family had toiled in the northern province for over 230 years, opting not to erect fortresses or castles but rather dedicating all their energy to creating this grand estate. Imbued with an artistic atmosphere, corridors, Roman columns, sculptures, and fountains adorned the estate. However, it was unfortunate that these opulent decorations could not preserve the bloodline of the Starry Night family. The family ultimately became extinct, falling under the joint rule and inheritance of the distant Roth family, eventually landing in the hands of Field. Outside the main building, slaves busied themselves, clearing a space and driving wooden stakes into the ground. 3 rudimentary semicircular wooden fortifications began to take shape. Additionally, wooden chevaux de frise were positioned, with the greatest advantage of the corpses being their sheer numbers and reckless ferocity. By utilizing abundant debris to diminish their numerical superiority, they could be effectively dealt with. Moreover, the slaves were tasked with transporting purification potions, medicinal supplies, and crossbow bolts, placing them in the corners of the wooden fortifications. The guards donned heavy armor, shouldering long halberds, forming a formidable forest of sharp and menacing polearms, with lynx and hammer each leading a squad. Though there were only over 40 of them, each had fought in multiple battles and were not mere decorations waving flags. In an instant, the halberds stood like a dense thicket, projecting an air of military might. The warhorses whirled restlessly, and Field tugged at the reins, commanding cavalry, clear away the wandering clusters of corpses. Animals appeared to possess a heightened sensitivity to danger. Exhibiting more agitation than humans, the warhorses were visibly restless, a phenomenon not previously observed. Without a doubt, Rosalia possesses formidable combat prowess, and she has entrusted you with the task. Ashina. Field's gaze was fixed on the small map, where a blood-red warning symbol made his heart race with anxiety. Leave it to me, Ashina replied, her crimson eyes scanning the nearby structures. Extending a slender finger, she should be in the basement. I can sense varying degrees of threat in the other rooms. Yet the basement emanates an eerie silence that feels utterly unnatural. If Field, impressed that this young lady had deduced this, gave her a thumbs up. Should I charge in first to investigate? Ashina inquired. Field shook his head. No rush. Conserve your strength before the enemy emerges. Let us clear away the surrounding corpses to avoid a repeat of last time, when we were interrupted by the corrupted creatures. This battle must be resolved decisively. Ashina nodded obediently. Outside the main building, numerous corpses had their clothing in tatters, or their garments fused with flesh and blood, creating a macabre sight. The demi-human cavalry charged forth like a tempest from the left flank of the formation. Sweeping through the square with a fierce roar, the clusters of corpses were immediately fragmented into smaller groups by the cavalry. Once these smaller groups posed no threat, Silver Claw led the horsemen to encircle each one, their armor colliding with the bodies, producing a crisp sound, shattering bones upon impact, while grazing against them would send them rolling like gourd. There was no need to employ the shock lance. The cavalry could effortlessly wield their sabers to claim a multitude of heads. Ashina's training of the cavalry was exceptional, and coupled with rigorous combat experience, the slave cavalry could now rival the knights of minor lords in a short span of time. These battle-hardened cavalrymen would soon eliminate the corpses surrounding them. Chapter 61. The assault. The main building had 4 floors, its stone walls overgrown with purple, corrupted vegetation. Through the broken windows, one could glimpse the chaos within. Upturned furniture and the remnants of corrupted being secretions adorned the space, reminiscent of a spider's lair. A multitude of vacant corpses clustered together, most clad in burlap, while some wore tattered armor. Field even spotted a corpse draped in a mage's robe. Be cautious, the sounds of battle have stirred them. Ashina warned. No sooner had she spoken than a mass of grotesque, corrupted beings surged forth from the third-floor windows, accompanied by their sinister laughter. A gaunt corpse landed, charging at Field with reckless abandon. Leaving him no time to be awestruck. 12. Ashina began counting. No need to count. There are far too many to tally, she surmised, as at least 100 emerged, and the numbers continued to swell. Witnessing such a horde, a grave expression crossed Field's face. Ashina shook her head. No, I am analyzing their levels. There are quite a few extraordinary corpses among them, extraordinary corpses, and in considerable numbers. Field's eyelids twitched, yet he maintained his composure. Signaling the cavalry to withdraw and take up defensive positions behind the wooden walls, preparing to unleash enchanted arrows, the slaves sounded the horn, and upon receiving the command, the cavalry swiftly retreated from the fray. Panting heavily, their long knives trembling, not solely from fatigue, but from overwhelming excitement, adrenaline flooding their systems, the accompanying slaves busied themselves, continuously reloading the crossbows and dipping the arrows in purification potions. The enchanted arrows Field referred to were those soaked in purification potions, which possessed divine power capable of countering corruption effectively. The horde of corpses advanced at an alarming speed towards the wooden fortifications where Lynx and the halberdiers stood, forming tight ranks and extending their halberds to target the oncoming corrupted beings. Loose, Field commanded. With a swift motion, Ashina drew an arrow, her silver projectile imbued with the power of winter, soaring like a magnificent comet, striking the foremost second-tier corpse squarely in the head. The arrogant expression of the second-tier corpse vanished, or rather half its skull was obliterated by the arrow. Like a signal, the rear guards and armed slaves, upon witnessing the silver arrow, unleashed their crossbows in unison, the sharp cracks resonating like firecrackers. There was no need to reload. The guards simply passed their used crossbows to the slaves behind them, who promptly reloaded and returned them, enabling a contingent of 30 to 40 individuals to maintain an unceasing barrage of arrows. The arrows sliced through the air, creating waves of wails and blood rain among the horde, as countless corpses fell like cut wheat, succumbing to the onslaught. Crossbow bolts were inherently powerful, targeting unarmored flesh. A single arrow was sufficient to slay an ordinary corpse, with bolts occasionally piercing through, taking down additional ones behind. Even the extraordinary corpses fared poorly, under the potent counteractive effects of the purification potions. They could also be dispatched, even if not killed outright. The intense burning sensation would awaken the dulled souls, inducing excruciating pain and rendering them incapable of further combat. Utilizing such an abundance of purification potions was indeed a lavish expenditure. Beware of the enemy's ranged attacks, Ashina cautioned, instinctively positioning herself before Field. She had been closely monitoring the battlefield. Allow me to take the offensive. Patience. I have faith in the soldiers of Nightfall Domain. Field replied through clenched teeth, casting a glance at the small map where the red dot remained in the basement. As all are first tier chosen, conserving strength increases our odds of success. Indeed, Ashina replied, her crimson gaze surveying the battlefield. Be wary, the enemy may also possess long-range capabilities. After enduring several waves of arrows, the corpses finally entered the range of the guards, while peculiar creatures from the rear unleashed a barrage of bone spikes towards the formation. Thanks to Ashina's warning, Field swiftly responded. Ceasefire, raise shields, prepare for engagement. The guards promptly lifted their iron shields to protect their heads. Almost simultaneously, the clattering of metal echoed as the bone spikes rained down on the formation, being blocked by shields, iron armor, and wooden walls. Yet many guards still winced from the piercing pain they suffered. The slaves in the rear were less fortunate. 3 were impaled by the bone spikes on the spot, while the remaining slaves, paralyzed with fear, turned to flee. However, upon seeing the cavalry behind them, they feared being struck down as deserters. Leaving them in a state of indecision, they sought refuge behind the low wall to continue loading their crossbows. Be cautious of the arrows, Field urged. With a single hand, Ashina spun her spear, the rapidly rotating weapon acting like a rotor, deflecting all incoming bone spikes. Field's forehead beaded with sweat, yet he maintained his composure. Refusing to display panic before his soldiers, the variety of corrupted beings was extensive. Those encountered previously, merely howling corpses, were nothing but the lowest tier of cannon fodder. Fortunately, when they first arrived at the Grand Estate, they had not charged in recklessly, otherwise, they would have been utterly obliterated. Boom! The corrupted beings charged forward like rabid dogs, disregarding the glaring halberds, crashing into them with their heads impaled, their bodies colliding against the wooden walls, dislodging a cloud of dust. Roaring incessantly, more corrupted beings poured forth from various exits of the main building, howling hoarsely as they slammed against the defensive line. The wooden fortress strategy proved highly effective. The corpses had to breach or destroy the heavy wooden walls to inflict harm upon the guards, yet the guards could easily shatter the heads of the corpses using their halberds and mace. In less than a quarter of an hour, countless corpses lay sprawled beneath the wooden walls, the air thick with a suffocating stench of decay. They're coming, as Field contemplated ordering the cavalry to launch a flank assault. He suddenly noticed a red dot amidst the tide of decaying corpses, sending a chill of dread through him. Fortunately, he had not lowered his guard. Had he delayed even a second longer, the entire defensive line could have been shattered. Field murmured, "She is hidden among the corpses, leave it to me." Ashina, clearly becoming serious, grew exceedingly solemn, speaking less than usual, pretending to be unaware. Ashina departed from the left flank, feigning an attack on the side of the corpses. Just as she urged the dragon-breed wolf forward, in an instant, a massive wave of black-red energy surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. The corpses along the path detonated, erupting into a cloud of blood mist, the reverberations echoing in the air for an extended period. Still so fond of playing dirty tricks, Ashina remarked coldly, disdain evident in her voice. Prepared for this eventuality, she nimbly evaded the explosive onslaught with a mere sidestep. Chapter 62, Shock, the Etiquette of Corrupted Beings. Supplement to yesterday's omission. After a period of recuperation, Rosalia had reverted to her refined, commanding demeanor. Why, how could I have evaded my divine technique? Rosalia's eyes widened in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, a divine chosen's ambush is exceedingly difficult to anticipate, for divine power is neither martial nor magical, making it hard to perceive. Upon hearing this, Ashina merely shook her head with a cold smile. Choosing not to engage in further dialogue, and directly commanded the dragon-breed wolf to initiate an attack. A ghostly blue light flickered, appearing beside Rosalia in a mere heartbeat. The dragon-breed wolf's jaws opened to an astonishing degree, its razor-sharp teeth poised to sink into Rosalia's delicate form with terrifying force. Due to the exertion of her divine technique, Rosalia found herself in a momentary state of exhaustion, helplessly watching as the foul maw descended upon her. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth as Rosalia was devoured up to her waist. Black Wolf, swallow it whole. Though the tactic was grotesque, Ashina showed no mercy, coldly asserting, "I refuse to believe that consuming you will not allow for your restoration." In but 3 seconds, this approach proved futile. The dragon-breed wolf experienced intense discomfort, even though it typically feasted on corpses. A multitude of bloodlines surged within its mouth, forcefully tearing at its jaw, shattering numerous teeth, and causing blood to seep profusely. With a retching sound, a mass of flesh and blood was expelled, leaving the dragon-breed wolf in evident distress. "How dare you allow a lowly mutt to devour me? You deserve to be hanged." The bloodlines writhed, restoring Rosalia to her human form, but the newly regained noble appearance was fleeting, merely a temporary state. Field barely had time to comprehend the transformation before he was met with the furious gaze of an elegant and pure noble lady glaring at Ashina. "It is a dire wolf, not a mutt," Ashina teased, playfully raising her pale finger and arching an eyebrow, seemingly enjoying the provocation of Rosalia, relishing in correcting her. Then, with a hand over her mouth, Ashina chuckled. "Will you flee again this time, esteemed noble lady?" I have never fled," Rosalia protested, her face flushed with a mix of shame and anger, the long chain tied to her left hand trembling violently, teeth clenched. She directed a furious glance toward Field, lamenting that the Holy Griffin Empire must have suffered greatly at the hands of cowardly soldiers, having been destroyed by demi-humans within a mere decade. And now even the northern provinces had demi-human divine chosen among them. Field met Rosalia's brilliant starry eyes, both momentarily taken aback. "Good heavens, I must be dreaming. You are a human lord." Rosalia's mind whirled. Her fair hand pressed against her forehead. A human lord, of ancient nobility no less, capable of forming a contract with a demi-human. Why was she dreaming such absurdities? Surely hunger had muddled her thoughts. Ancient nobility? Ashina inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked toward Field. It sounded rather grand. The title may not hold significance, but she truly had not left the Twilight Territory in a decade. Field chuckled at the irony of hearing about ancient nobility in the northern provinces. 10 years ago, to be precise, 7 years ago. Black hair and black eyes, as well as gray hair and gray eyes. Darker skin and prominent features are the true emblems of nobility, while blonde and red hair, or any other outlandish colors, including Ashina's silver locks, denote a lower status, often referred to as barbarians or savages. However, the ancient kingdom of the Inner Sea, the Phoenix Empire, has long since fallen, and even its legitimate heir, the Golden Empire, was recently besieged and razed by heretics. At the same time, the eastward nomadic conquests brought calamity and a multitude of black-haired slaves. The so-called symbols of ancient nobility have shifted to another extreme. Unless one can prove their lineage through a family tree, they are deemed the offspring of slaves or enemies and subjected to severe discrimination. Of course, the Holy Griffin Empire itself is the instigator. The empire's upper echelons, including the Empress, are all blonde barbarians, so they cannot possibly despise themselves. Can they do greetings? Though this is not a ballroom setting, it is a pleasure to meet you. In an unexpected turn, Rosalia's demeanor softened considerably, her anger dissipating as a faint smile graced her lips, with her long, slender legs slightly bent at the knees and her hands gently lifting the sides of her skirt. She gracefully nodded in acknowledgement toward Field. In a place rife with filth and the curses of decay, she resembled a golden flower in full bloom, exquisite as a work of art. Good day. Beautiful lady, Field reciprocated with noble courtesy. After enduring countless disdainful glances in the Rose territory, he was taken aback to find a lovely noble lady greeting him in the Twilight territory. It seemed that life was full of surprises. Naturally, he wished she were truly alive. The red dots on the mini-map transformed into a simplified panel. Name, Rosalia. Starry Night level, first tier, corrupted divine chosen, type, elite infantry. Corrupted hybrid being status, confused. Overwhelming desire for slaughter. Lord, none, not defeated, contract unavailable. Does this mean that defeating her could lead to a contract? Field rubbed his eyes, hardly believing his own thoughts. He decided to attempt a peaceful approach. Rosalia? Perhaps we could discuss. No, that will not do, Rosalia replied with a sweet smile, her tone laced with a hint of a moan. Wrapping her arms around herself, she trembled with excitement. Though I do not wish to slay a noble, I can no longer contain myself. The thought of cleaving open an ancient noble's form sends shivers of exhilaration through me. That moment would become the light of my life. Truly deranged, Field thought to himself. Indeed, corrupted beings possessed an innate desire for pure slaughter, regardless of any remnants of memory or intellect they retained. With negotiations having failed, Field commanded, Ashina, eliminate her. Without hesitation, he ordered the attack. Whoosh, silver arrows whizzed through the air. Clang, humph, do you think your little trick will work a second time? Rosalia remained vigilant against the hidden arrows, and upon hearing the whistle of the wind, she swiftly swung her chain, deflecting the arrows. Her murderous intent surged as she swung her great sword, cleaving through the surrounding corpses, drawing a vast amount of life energy into her weapon. Divine technique, endless cleave. The magical eye at the center of the great sword glowed ominously red. And with a powerful hum, 7 or 8 waves of devastating sword energy surged forth. The surface of the sword energy bore the gray-black hue characteristic of corrupted beings. A mere glance threatened to ensnare the mind, drawing one into madness and despair. And now let us see where you can escape. The destructive sword energy tore through the fabric of space, swiftly sealing off all escape routes for Ashina the Black Wolf. Hold steady. Ashina decisively abandoned any thought of evasion, finding herself with no direction to flee, and instead took refuge behind the dragon-breed wolf. With its scales raised, the dragon-breed wolf unleashed its ghostly blue flames, as if donning a suit of armor. Chapter 63. Oh no, it seems I have brought the boss home. Part 1. The sheer force of the sword energy, stretching several meters long, pressed outward as if tangible, obliterating all obstacles in its path, corpses, trees, and structures alike, disintegrating into dust. Under the weight of such terrifying energy ripples, the guards defending the wooden fortress were left trembling, their faces drained of color. What a terrifying divine technique! Field thought, anxiously sweating for Ashina. The dragon-breed wolf's defenses surged, flames enveloping its scales as if they had been tempered in fire. In a thunderous explosion, the two forces collided, and the nearby corrupted beings were slaughtered without even a whimper. With a mournful wail, the dragon-breed wolf was sent flying, its flesh torn apart, and Ashina stumbled 2 steps, finding an opening to evade the attack range. The remaining waves of sword energy gradually faded from sight, ultimately vanishing into the void. Dazed and disoriented, Ashina shook her head, shaking off clouds of dust from her beastly ears as she turned to look at the dragon-breed wolf responding to its master's call. The dragon-breed wolf shakily rose to its feet, its once glorious scales now reduced by half, fragments of scales and bone lodged within its flesh, leaving it looking ghastly and fearsome. Do you think this is where it ends? Rosalia's face was equally pale, yet she rallied her spirits, swiftly slaying her corrupted kin to absorb their life energy. I vow to consume you, and I will not go back on my word. Thwack, a crossbow bolt struck Rosalia's back, immediately exploding in a blinding flash of light. Ah, how painful! Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Rosalia leapt up in fright, hastily pulling out the bolt and shattering it into fragments. Angrily questioning Field, "Where has your noble spirit gone? How can you resort to ambush? Spirit, my foot. Let us focus on surviving before we discuss such things." Field, ever the pragmatist, hurriedly strung the empty crossbow while bellowing at the dazed soldier. "Don't just stand there, shoot." The small, taut feathers of the arrows immediately fell, soaking in the purifying potion, proving highly effective against the corrupted beings. Rosalia, feeling helpless, ceased her harvest of her kind and instead swung her chains to deflect the incoming arrows. Yet, many still pierced through the gaps in the chains, striking the girl and eliciting hissing sounds of burning flesh as Rosalia screamed in agony. If this continued, she would certainly succumb. Field's tension eased. Recognizing the need to manage the damage and avoid killing her outright, however, a terrifying turn of events unfolded. Rosalia ceased to evade the arrows, allowing them to strike her. How annoying, these holy light chosen ones. "Do you really think such trivialities can kill me?" With a casual flick, she broke an arrow, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Though the first impact stung, she had grown accustomed to it, and oddly enough, it felt somewhat pleasant. Good heavens, is this some sort of perverse game? Are you a masochist? Field felt a surge of respect, gasping in shock, but soon a smile crept onto his face. "Ashina, spare her life. She may yet be of use." Field's assault merely bought Ashina time to channel her formidable divine skill. Unlike Rosalia, Ashina seldom employed her divine abilities, for if she missed, she would be unable to unleash another for a considerable time. Yet, the potency of her skill was undeniable. A slender spear of divine energy, swift as lightning, expanded before Rosalia in an instant. Boom! Unlike her previous release at the Grand Winery, Ashina need not worry about collateral damage. This time, her divine skill showcased its true might. The deafening roar of the explosion shattered the sky, as if the entire Starry Night Manor trembled violently, the ground torn asunder by the ferocious force. Ordinary mortals were left reeling, their ears ringing to the point of near deafness. The terrifying power erupted before Rosalia, and her face, still registering shock, drained of color, turning a ghastly white before she violently expelled blood mingled with internal organ fragments. Before the blood could even touch the ground, it was shattered and dissolved by the wintry divine energy, alongside Rosalia herself, vanishing into the void. Is it over? Field gasped for breath, his heart racing, realizing the ashes had been scattered. Well, that could be deemed a favorable conclusion, one he could accept. My lord, be cautious. She is not dead yet. Ashina stepped in front of Field, delivering the shocking news. My lord, please retreat with the soldiers. The ensuing range of destruction will be greater. Indeed, there are scarcely any corrupted corpses left. Field glanced at his mini-map. The surrounding corrupted beings had nearly all been obliterated by the successive bombardments from the two chosen ones and the guards. With a few survivors remaining in the main building, Bobcat, we shall proceed to the second defense line. Before Field could leave, the smoke was suddenly swept away by a fierce gust of wind, revealing a cracked, broken black greatsword at the front of the main building, from which blood poured forth. However, the materials were evidently insufficient. Slowly weaving together a delicate figure, the petite, exquisite feet touched the ground. And Rosalia, in her diminutive form, gradually materialized, resembling a fragile porcelain doll. She pouted, her soft pink lips parting as she huffed, "It hurts so much, my head feels like it's going to be twisted off." Though adorable, Field was left utterly bewildered. From a mature woman to a girl, and now to a little girl, wasn't the whole point of being beaten supposed to entail growth? Why had she shrunk instead? Ashina was astonished. "Can you even wield a weapon now?" After all, the greatsword towered over the petite form. "Damn it, I'll take you all down." The greatsword behind her emitted a grayish-black glow as Rosalia extended her delicate hand. Softly uttering, "Gluttony," greatsword dissolve. Like glass shattering, the greatsword instantly fragmented. Countless twisted bloodlines converged upon Rosalia, akin to small serpents, weaving into her body until they coalesced. A dragon of Western lore, towering 3 stories high, slowly emerged from the void. Its grotesque skeletal wings unfurling, adorned with blood and decay, devoid of any sense of grandeur, instead exuding an aura of death and corruption. "Ashina, let us depart." For the first time since arriving in the North Province, Field felt utterly powerless. Ashina had expended her divine skill and was now in a state of fatigue, while the dragonkin wolf was in a dire situation. Ashina shook her head, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "There's no need. She is nearly flailing in desperation, having even destroyed her artifact. Do you have a trump card?" Field asked, elated. "Of course, I will explode alongside her," Ashina replied with a confident smile, Chapter 64. Oh no! It seems I brought the boss home. Part 2. The corrupted dragon that Rosalia transformed into could not fly. The dragon wings at its waist swept outward, sending the wooden fortifications of the first line and surrounding corpses flying as if they were mere toys. Scattering debris in all directions, chaos ensued, with soldiers fleeing and others engaged in combat with the corrupted beings, the air filled with human screams and the sounds of falling objects. What was once a clear and straightforward situation had devolved into utter turmoil. The giant eyes, radiating a cold deathly aura, lifelessly surveyed everything on the ground before the dragon's form began to shift, moving like an antiquated machine draped in cobwebs, each step causing a shower of flesh and blood to cascade down. As Ashina had predicted, Rosalia was merely lashing out in her death throes. She looked as if she might disintegrate into a puddle of gore at any moment. Roar, the dragon's menacing maw, along with its cheeks, tore open, unleashing a torrent of white light orbs imbued with heart-stopping corruption, raining down indiscriminately like a meteor shower. Despite the dragonkin wolf being grievously injured, it continued to spew fireballs and intercept the luminous projectiles with direct charges. Yet, it proved futile. From time to time, soldiers were struck by the light orbs, leaving them utterly obliterated. To make matters worse, the surrounding corrupted beings began to converge, drawn by the commotion. Damn it, even in death. She refuses to grant us peace. We cannot allow her to continue this slaughter. Ashina's previous ease vanished, replaced by a fierce determination as she gritted her teeth. Moreover, the direction she was heading was towards the Grand Winery. Should she reach it, all of the Lord's efforts would be in vain. Damn it, I'll explode with her. Field was stunned, dodging a flying wooden crate while simultaneously plunging his longsword into the head of a corrupted being. My lord, you should take cover. I can handle that fool soon, Ashina urged, leading Field to a safer location, her urgency palpable. Black Wolf, come here, prepare to charge. Seeing Ashina call upon the dragonkin wolf startled Field, who hurriedly grasped her arm. There's no need for us to perish together. I sense she is on the verge of collapse. Let her disintegrate on her own as long as you are here. We can rebuild 1,000 territories. I understand, but I promised you I would protect the Nightfall territory and its people. Please trust me. I have said it before. I am your sword, Ashina declared, turning away and charging with the blood-soaked dragonkin wolf towards the corrupted dragon. Black Wolf, charge! The dragonkin wolf, covered in blood, crouched low as if hunting, its body ablaze with ethereal blue flames, evaporating the blood that flowed from it. With its grotesque, twisted visage, it resembled a beast sprung from the depths of hell. Boom! Like a cannonball, the dragonkin wolf launched itself into the air, a comet of ethereal blue trailing behind it, colliding directly with the corrupted dragon, which was already crumbling. There was no defense. The dragonkin wolf crashed directly into its belly. Dragonkin Black Wolf dissolved, a dull thud echoed, and in an instant, countless black scales, piercing through space, erupted from the body of the corrupted dragon. Waves of nearly tangible ethereal blue flames radiated from the dragon's belly. Spreading outward, even in death, the corrupted dragon let out a shriek, the explosion of the artifact igniting the very essence of its soul. Field from a distance could see her agony. Boom! The corrupted dragon's pupils constricted, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Countless chunks of flesh and blood rained down, the massive skeletal structure disintegrating into powder. Field raised his shield above his head, feeling the impacts upon it while his mind remained preoccupied with Ashina's situation. Oh! The scattered corrupted beings began to converge. Damn it, the relentless cockroaches. Field drew his longsword, slaying one, but before he could engage another, he witnessed a corrupted being being trampled by a warhorse. The newcomers were a cavalry unit consisting of 8 members. My lord, we arrived late, Silver Claw said, scratching his head through his iron helmet, equally disheveled, being former slaves who spoke plainly. Not late at all. A Field noted 2 streaks of light crashing into the main building and immediately mounted his horse. Follow me to the main building. Leave it to us, Silver Claw replied with concern, but do take care. Let us go. Field, unwilling to engage in conversation, spurred his horse onward. Protect the Lord, the cavalry shouted in unison as they followed. Meanwhile, it hurt so much, Rosalia plummeted through the air, struggling to keep her eyes open. When she managed to squint, she was met with a pair of crimson eyes filled with chilling malice. Ashina stood behind her, a wraith-like wolf spirit at her side, her pallor pale but her fury unmistakable. Greetings, noble lady. Ashurna experienced self-detonation for the first time. Although the explosion originated from the dragon-breed wolf, she herself suffered considerable backlash. Pray tell, what is the sensation of a divine artifact exploding within you? Does it satiate your hunger? Having said this, Ashurna, nearing the ground, delivered a straightforward punch that sent Rosalia crashing directly into the building. Rosalia smashed through a wall, her body rolling before finally colliding with another wall, where she barely came to a halt. Her once pristine legs were now soiled, and her beautiful black gown lay in tatters. Dreaded demi-human, do not expect the noble humans to submit. Rosalia gritted her teeth, attempting to rise, yet, in the blink of an eye, Ashurna was upon her, her crimson eyes gleaming like jewels in the darkness. Grasping a cavalry saber, the elongated blade scraped against the ground, producing a shower of sparks. To the uninitiated, it might appear as if a deranged butcher were pursuing a poor little girl reminiscent of a chainsaw-wielding fiend from another world. With a swift motion, Ashurna pinned Rosalia against the wall, her beastly gaze swept over her prey, and Ashurna teasingly licked her elongated, sharp nails. I am curious, do you possess an infant form, due to the disintegration of the dragon breed wolf? Ashurna now stood in a berserk state, empowered by the divine artifact. You cannot kill me. Corruption will ultimately engulf the entire world, and I shall be reborn amidst the miasma of death. Ashurna cast a cold glance at her, dismissively waving her hand. Do as you please, why would I lose? In her diminutive form, Rosalia's wavering resolve led her to tears, blood spilling from her mouth, possessing divine abilities and causing the artifact to dissolve. She nonetheless faced utter defeat. I in the realm of the chosen, every ounce of power is paramount. From the moment my lord learned of your presence among the corpses, your chances of victory became zero. Furthermore, you cannot control the undead, can you? Ashurna inquired. While I have assistance, just like this. Suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Chapter 65. Oh no, it seems I brought the boss home. Part 2. Ashurna, are you alright? A soldier cleared away the rubble, and Field emerged through the opening in the wall, followed by other shield-bearing soldiers, all donning vigilant expressions. Field's gaze quickly fell upon Rosalia, impaled against the wall, and the smiling Ashurna beside her. Allowing him to finally relax, you all stand guard outside. With a wave of his hand, Field commanded the soldiers to comply. Thankfully, I am unharmed. No longer exhibiting the cold ferocity from before, Ashurna reverted to her previously docile demeanor. Field felt a pang of concern. Ashurna's condition appeared precarious, the wolf spirit behind her flickering and twisting as if it might dissipate at any moment, although the disintegration of the artifact could yield greater power. It was merely temporary and should only be employed as a last resort. Your wolf, Field pointed to the spirit, speaking with concern. I did not expect the artifact could self-detonate. Can it recover? Does it affect you greatly? It does not greatly affect me. A good rest will suffice, and the wolf can recover as well. Aware of her lord's concern, Ashurna retracted the wolf spirit and leaned closer to Field, whispering, the black wolf requires 7 days to regain peak condition. But it can still fight after 3 days. That is good to hear. Field exhaled slowly, feeling relieved. After retracting the wolf spirit, Ashurna visibly weakened, her form swaying slightly. Field quickly stepped forward to support her. Well, I do not require assistance, it is simply, the Lord suddenly leaning in surprised her, causing Ashurna's eyes to instinctively dart around, appearing somewhat bashful, eventually stealing a cautious glance at Field. Oh, is that so? Haha. Field's hand froze mid-air, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Swaying twice should not lead to fainting. Previously in television shows, characters swaying would collapse unconscious and at the mercy of others. Swaying does not equate to fainting, this is the Tangno inequality. But I shall indulge you. With that, Ashurna broke into a charming smile and leaned into Field's embrace. Instantly enveloped in a sweet feminine aroma, Field found himself at a loss for where to place his hands. As every part felt delightful. Hey, please do not touch recklessly. Ugh. Ashurna covered her face, then turned to make a face at Rosalia, who hung on the wall. With a cough, Rosalia spat out a mouthful of blood. Nearly infuriated to the point of collapse, must you be so excessive? If I were to be defeated, it should be me contributing to the defeat animation, not you preparing to perform for me. Show some respect for the little girl, would you? You do not believe that insufferable demi-human. When she attacked me, it was utterly terrifying, Rosalia protested in a raspy voice. Following Rosalia's outburst, the two regained their composure. After all, overly excessive content is not appealing to the audience. My lord, how do you intend to deal with this monster? Ashurna transformed into a medieval peasant, preparing to hunt witches, her eyes gleaming with menace. How about extracting useful information through interrogation and then burning her, or perhaps selling her directly to the Church of the Holy Light? Do not expect to extract any information from my lips. The nobility will not submit. With tear-filled eyes, Rosalia's adorable features, akin to finely carved jade, rendered her utterly charming. Field glanced at Rosalia's status bar, which had shifted from defeated and unable to contract to contractable. Would it not be ideal to contract her? Field suggested. Killing her would be a waste. The damage inflicted upon our territory is substantial, and she must be captured for labor reform. Both women stared in shock. My lord, did Ashurna do something wrong? Why abandon me? Ashurna instantly wilted, her ears drooping like airplane wings, a look of grievance on her face. Roar, roar, roar. Truly, the ancient nobility possesses discerning taste. Submitting at my feet is a wise choice. However, corrupted beings cannot be contracted by humans. I could infect you, creating a precedent for you to become my personal male pet, Rosalia declared with a wicked grin, still hanging on the wall with hands on her hips. Upon hearing their responses, Field found himself at a loss and hurriedly patted Ashurna's head. Why would I ever want to abandon you? Contracting both would suffice, Field proposed. Rosalia chuckled incessantly, but her laughter was so vigorous that she spat out more blood. Stating, of course, that is impossible. Your teacher is too irresponsible. The chosen can only contract one individual, even if they belong to the same divine lineage, let alone the fact that I am from a different demi-human lineage. Even an adversary. Moreover, only beings of the same kind can mutually contract, such as humans with humans, demi-humans with. Wait, why would you contract a demi-human chosen? Are you masquerading as a demi-human? Huh, is that truly the case? Three faces filled with confusion. JPG, then, let us give it a try. Practice makes perfect. Field would not abandon his goal due to a mere statement, and besides, you do not wish to die, do you? This statement resonated with Rosalia. Even as a mad corrupted being, she possessed intelligence and did not desire death or torment. She still remembered when Ashurna had suggested breeding her with animals. Who knew if the demi-human before her would take it seriously? You have quite the audacity. The Empire has conducted countless experiments, otherwise, why would those esteemed nobles offer precious chosen ones to their offspring or subjects? Forget it. Should divine power backlash occur, do not blame me. Ashurna worried excessively. Perhaps we should reconsider. I will strive harder. Let us try once. Field gritted his teeth. To satisfy you. Rosalia tore at her tattered gown, and upon her snow-white thigh, the mark of the chosen gleamed with an eerie light. As countless shades of death surged forth, coalescing into an indistinct yet divine specter, subsequently a divine connection linked into Field's body, Rosalia emitted a mischievous chuckle, speaking in a soft, endearing tone. You are playing with fire. The power of the corruption goddess will surely kill you and then crush your soul. Before her words could fully settle, the contract with the chosen was successfully established. Rosalia's brilliant starry eyes widened in astonishment. It worked. You must be jesting. Field felt no significant change and casually waved his hand. A trivial matter. The goddess of corruption and I are quite familiar. What goddess? Apologies, I am a materialist and an atheist. You all come to work for me, not to serve me in that manner, but to diligently build my territory. It seems I no longer wish to harm you. Rosalia shook her head, her gaze clearing. The murderous intent and deathly aura that once filled her eyes vanished. Sigh, this is truly exhausting. Field casually found a piece of shabby furniture to sit on for a moment, pondering. Wait, does this mean I have effectively brought the villainous boss home? Chapter 66, Ashurna's prank. Field's Lord panel now included Rosalia's name. Rosalia Starry Night level, first tier, corrupted chosen, occupation, corrupted hybrid infantry, divine ability, endless slash, consumes vitality or divine power to unleash large-scale sword energy strikes. Divine artifact, gluttony greatsword, absorbs vitality, condenses blood threads, can easily repair the host's body, with the side effect of inducing a feeling of hunger. Special ability, corrupted immortality, a body formed from special divine power. Difficult to kill, even if shattered into fragments, the soul will return to the mists of death, awaiting its next incarnation. Legion skill, none. Territory bonus, none. Field gazed at the panel, pondering. Corrupted beings are indeed exceptional. They are truly immortal entities. It is quite reasonable that they cannot provide legion and territory bonuses, as corruption only brings destruction. Nevertheless, this is not a significant issue. With Rosalia by his side, the combat strength of the territory has at least doubled. Previously, whenever Ashina ventured outside, Field was always on edge, fearing theft of their home. Now, with Rosalia, the Nightfall territory finally possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. It is astonishing that corruption can have divine chosen ones. And even more so that they can be contracted. This northern province is far from a cursed land. It is evidently a treasure trove of fortune. Field was elated and resolved to conquer all miraculous treasures. To contract every corrupted divine chosen one. The presence of one corrupted divine chosen one indicates the existence of many more simultaneously. Field learned that uncontracted corrupted divine chosen ones are marked by red dots on the map. He turned to the two individuals beside him. Both Ashina and Rosalia bore the same expression, winky face. Did you really contract her? Ashina's pupils trembled. No wonder I was puzzled when you contracted me initially. As there had never been a precedent for contracts between demi-humans and humans, not only can you contract across species, but you can also contract multiple divine chosen ones. It is simply incredible. Field waved his hand dismissively. Let us keep it low-key. It's a trivial matter. The more freedom one has, the more races one can contract. A little shock for the denizens of another world. After all, I too am a product of your nurturing, truly worthy of being called my lord. Ashina recalled Field's earlier words about making her a divine chosen one, enabling her to attain her current strength. Let her down. The contract with the corrupted divine chosen one is highly binding, so there is no need to worry about betrayal, pointing at Rosalia, who was hanging on the wall with a long knife embedded in her chest. Blood gushing down. Ashina noted that any ordinary person would have succumbed to such blood loss long ago. Very well, but please proceed with caution. Corruption is the embodiment of evil. After a moment of contemplation, Ashina stepped forward to extract the long knife, stowing it away, while not forgetting to bare her teeth and warning to Rosalia, do not even think about harming anyone, especially Lord Field, otherwise I shall nail you to the wall a second time. The little girl's eyelids drooped, her strength waning, and without the gluttonous greatsword to heal her, she was unable to recover. What a serious injury! Field removed his robe, applying it to Rosalia's wound, and fished out a potion from his pocket to staunch the bleeding. Although ordinary potions are not particularly effective on divine chosen ones, it is certainly better than doing nothing. Well, I am fine, just need to sleep a bit. Rosalia blinked repeatedly, her lips moving to utter a garbled phrase. What will Field leaned closer to listen, only to discover that Rosalia had already lost consciousness. She expressed immense gratitude to the Lord. Ashina's ears perked up, but her gaze darted around, her hands clasped behind her back. Wearing an innocent expression, Field smiled in contentment. The little girl is quite sensible. In truth, Ashina heard clearly, the little girl had said, pregnant, not now. Previously, during their banter, she had threatened Rosalia, saying that if caught, she would make her pregnant. Who would have known she actually caught her? Now the question remained whether to publicly announce the existence of the corrupted divine chosen one in the Nightfall territory. Field found himself in a dilemma, as this was not a trivial matter. It pertained to the future direction of the Nightfall territory and himself, and thus could not be taken lightly. Whether to reveal the ability to contract corrupted divine chosen ones or expose their existence is a decision of both diplomacy and internal governance. Across the continent, there have been no rumors of corrupted divine chosen ones. Corrupted beings have always been regarded as demons, and indeed, they are no different from demons. If people were to discover that Field could contract demons, the consequences would be dire. Countless righteous individuals would undoubtedly raze the Nightfall territory to the ground. Furthermore, even gentle Ashina has instilled a sense of unease among the humans of the territory. Rosalia's appearance would certainly send them into a frenzy. Ashina refrained from offering any opinions on internal governance or diplomacy, smiling as she said, I will support whatever decision you make unconditionally. Then let us keep it a secret for now, Field said with a smirk. It is just what we need, a force of secrecy. At your command, my dear lord. Ashina stretched lazily, revealing her exquisite curves. Having sweated from battle, her skin glistened with a radiant sheen, resembling a delicate porcelain piece. In the dimly lit room, she exuded an enchanting aura, playfully saying, Lord Field, I want to eat meat when I return. 3 portions, humph, when have I ever deprived you of meat? Field picked up Rosalia, stating, let us return to the Grand Winery. On the third morning, Rosalia lay peacefully on the large bed, the blanket rising and falling with her steady breathing. Her soft, delicate lips, paired with her snow-white skin, resembled an exquisite strawberry atop a creamy cake. The window was open, and a gentle breeze occasionally wafted in. Field gazed outside through the window. The sky above was still shrouded in mist, but it had cleared considerably. Perhaps soon, the sun would grace them with its presence. Field sat at the edge of the bed, sipping red tea. He had never missed the sun so much, although plants could still grow. The absence of sunlight felt profoundly strange. I don't particularly miss anything, yet she has been asleep for 3 days and still has not awakened. Ashina pinched Rosalia's cheek. She had been caring for the little girl these past days, ensuring that the maid did not come into contact with corrupted beings. Ashina wore a mischievous smile as she leaned toward the little girl's ear. If you sleep any longer, you might end up pregnant. Rosalia furrowed her brows, displaying discomfort, yet not entirely resistant. Pregnant with the child of a dragon-blooded black wolf, Ashina said with a mocking expression, her eyes glinting with mischief. Rosalia exhibited a struggle, her small hands gripping the blanket tightly, as if in a desperate fight. I was just teasing you, noble lady. Ashina ceased her antics, and Rosalia returned to her tranquil state. The memorial ceremony is about to commence. Let us go together. Chapter 67, Post-War Compensation. The memorial ceremony took place in the southeastern corner of the territory, an area cleared of corruption, distanced from the Grand Winery, where crops had yet to be sown. Field designated a section of land as a cemetery to eye. In the recent military action against the main building, 26 individuals lost their lives, including 15 slaves, 7 guards, 1 freeman, and 3 demi-human cavalry. Most of the fatalities were at the hands of Rosalia. As the divine chosen one unleashed her artifacts' terrifying power, but such is the nature of war, where is there a conflict without casualties? To only slay enemies would be a fairy tale. As Lord Field's duty is to care for the living, thank you, Goddess of Holy Light, for receiving the souls of your servants. Thank you, Goddess of Holy Light, for granting rest to the souls of your children. The eulogy was recited by the old freeman, a seasoned individual who could barely recite the words, his hands trembling, revealing the emotion behind his delivery. Of course, it was likely also due to sheer nervousness. The slaves were cremated, while the freemen were buried. Burial was a privilege reserved for those above the status of freemen. The believers of the Holy Light hold that there is a divine judgment. After death, one must lie peacefully in the river of light, awaiting the final fate decreed by the Goddess of Holy Light, be it ascent to heaven or descent to hell. This belief system is nearly universal across the continent. As the official faith is the Holy Light Goddess. In truth, there was no atmosphere of mourning among the crowd. Most were quite numb, merely attending the ceremony at Field's behest. Furthermore, they were rewarded with a black loaf of bread and exempted from labor. Death is not an unusual occurrence for them, especially for the slaves. Hammer reached into his chest, feeling a coin hidden within. A real coin. Ha, it feels like a dream. Before coming here, Hammer had never touched a coin in his life. Neither his father nor grandfather had. If they were alive, they would undoubtedly be driven mad with jealousy. The beautiful, heavy texture of the coin is intoxicating. He had slain enough corrupted corpses to exchange for this coin. As long as he presented it to Field, he could shed his status as a slave and live a life worthy of being called human. Hammer had no interest in the old freeman's recitation. In his eyes, slaves were often sent by noble lords to work in dark, dank mines, where they would be lucky to have a mouthful of dry bread every few days, dying from hunger, cold, illness, or the jaws of monsters. Nothing unusual. Instead of lamenting for others, it would be better to think of how to acquire more bread. For the guards, the Holy Light Goddess served only as a source of fog lamps and purification potions. The Lord is about to speak. A comrade nudged Hammer with his elbow, reminding him not to flaunt his coin. Hammer immediately perked up. Oh, the Lord's words are worth listening to. Field's speech was brief. Yet Hammer absorbed every word, particularly the part about the fallen transforming into heroic spirits, eternally guarding the Nightfall territory. We shall forever remember them. This line made Hammer scratch his head, stirring within him an indescribable feeling. Yet lacking education, he could not articulate it, only becoming excited for a moment. Most astonishingly, Field even provided a sum referred to as compensation for the deceased. The guards were entirely unaware of this fund. It was a new rule that Field had just instituted. Announced today. Field cleared his throat. Compensation for free citizens is 1 gold and 20 silver, while for slaves it is 20 silver. The compensation is to be given to relatives. If there are none, it will be confiscated and used to improve the army's rations. When the coins were handed to the widow of the deceased free citizen, nearly all eyes widened in astonishment. Such a fortunate occurrence. Numerous women whispered among themselves, marveling at the substantial sum. The guards felt many fervent gazes directed their way, transforming them from overlooked figures into the objects of desire for the women. Even some attractive free women regarded the slave guards with curious glances. Damn, I better have a son soon. I can't let my money go to someone else. Almost all the guards shared this sentiment. Let us disperse. Having completed all this, the resolution of the war could finally be deemed settled. As Field walked along the road, he sighed, feeling a twinge of sadness for the many who had perished. Recalling the names of quite a few. You have performed admirably. Yashina approached, linking her arm with Field's, offering a gentle smile. A Field nodded, feeling invigorated. It can indeed be better. In truth, ordinary people, or rather slaves, do not require funerals. Fighting for you is an obligation. After a moment's contemplation, Ashina remarked with a tone of exclamation, you are far too kind. Slaves are like wild grass on the prairie, ubiquitous. I too have been a slave, and I understand my lack of value. I cannot read nor manage. Pooh, do not think that way. All of this can be learned. Field patted Ashina's head, chuckling. It is the people who create history, just as wild grass constitutes the prairie. The nobility and elite are merely, where was I going with that? Well, Field had intended to express that the nobility and elite are merely particularly beautiful flowers or trees, yet they must rely on the prairie to thrive. However, this philosophy is of no use in the current context, as productivity does not match. Voicing it would only invite trouble. It is akin to discussing AI with a primitive man. It is better to simply offer him a peach and ensure that the subjects live well. This is the Nightshade territory, a place of new beginnings. Field snapped his fingers. Indeed, the compensation brings great benefit with no detriment. Most plainly, it enhances morale, alleviating their worries. Good day, my Lord Baron. Tate approached, leading over 30 slaves and 3 carts laden with chopped wood and 2 boxes of black bread. Good day, Tate. How is the cleanup around the main villa progressing? Nearly completed. We still have about 7 more trips to make. We have salvaged a great deal of materials, and we shall not return to the Grand Winery for lunch today. Tate replied briskly. Moreover, we shall transport the timber along the way to be used for constructing walls and wooden fortifications. Excellent. Let us keep a distance from the buildings. There are still scattered monsters indoors. The reclamation of the main villa is a foregone conclusion, and with the chosen one in a weakened state, there is no need to take unnecessary risks at this juncture. Field surveyed the surroundings. Contemplating a move to the main villa, leaving the Grand Winery vacant for the slaves' quarters. The Grand Winery is centrally located amidst vast farmlands, effectively radiating to all surrounding fields. Thank you for your concern. I shall be cautious. Tate, busy as ever, departed after a brief report. By the way, Ashina, accompany me to see the little green vegetables. Chapter 68. The little green vegetables, Northern Divine Oil, and Degu. The little green vegetables Field referred to were not the ordinary edible type, but rather a magical plant from Rum Village, capable of instilling a strong desire for procreation. Field had named it Yangchao. Though not particularly melodious, it is simple and memorable. Oh, Ashina's tail perked up, her cheeks flushed, her toes wrapped in white silk rubbing against the ground. Must we engage in such grand matters so early in the day? Field replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the Nightshade territory yields nothing. I am nearly beside myself with urgency. It is rare to have a magical plant, and I must devote thought to its study. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ashina said resignedly, very well, but please maintain your distance for your own safety. The room where Yangchao was planted was locked with iron chains on the second-floor corner of the Grand Winery, adorned with a do not enter sign. Without a key, entry was impossible. Though one could potentially climb through the window, however, should any fool attempt to enter through the window, they would immediately lose their sanity to the magical plant and wreak havoc upon the stone walls of the winery. Alternatively, they might leap out the window and consider wreaking havoc on the nearby cattle if they were not afraid of being gored by an angry bull. The Yangchao in normal soil was nearly withered, Ashina remarked from within. Yet the Yangchao in the corrupted soil appears to be thriving. Fortunately, a control group was established. This plant is specifically suited for corrupted environments. Field pondered. Life will find a way. Even in places deemed lifeless, existence persists, yet it contains no toxins. Ashina took a bite, unfazed, noting a hint of sweetness in the flavor. You are remarkable. The divine immunity of the chosen one is incredibly potent. I merely caught a whiff, and I felt an overwhelming urge to engage in procreation. Although Ashina was the only one present at the time, I shall try it on Rosalina next. Remove the nearly wilted Yangchao and crush it into juice. Field, maintaining a distance, observed Ashina methodically complete her tasks, commanding, now add well water, and add more. Soon, a bottle of blue potion emanating a subtle fragrance was concocted. Let us test it on the sheep. I in the sheepfold. There remained 11 sheep, including 2 rams, 1 old and 1 young. The original plan had been to slaughter the old sheep for meat, but following the battle at the main villa, 2 warhorses had perished, and the remaining feed could sustain the other animals, thus delaying the sheep-slaying plan. Thud thud thud. As a bottle of potion was poured into the old ram's mouth, before Field could even observe its condition, the old ram went berserk, bleeding madly as its once-aged gait vanished, drooling as it charged into the flock of ewes, rampaging with abandon. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. The ewes had never witnessed such behavior. Before they could react, the frenzied ram leapt upon them, mounting them one by one. If only music accompanied this chaos. Daddy's daddy is called grandpa, daddy's mama is called. How brutal! A Field licked his lips, contemplating who to test it on next. I must record the duration of the potion's effect to avoid any fatalities in the future. Hurry and reproduce, generate more meat. Ashina, meanwhile, was murmuring, delighted by the prospect of the Nightshade territory producing more sheep. By 4 in the afternoon, the ram was nearly a carcass, weakly collapsed on the ground, shuddering and frothing at the mouth. The ewes fared slightly better, yet they huddled together in fear, their eyes barely remaining open. 6 hours and 32 minutes. Field rubbed his dizzy head. After nearly 7 hours of observing sheep, he aimed to record the most accurate data. It would need to be diluted, at least 1,000-fold. If a normal man were to endure 6 hours without respite, he would surely perish. Even the sheep could not withstand it, let alone a human. My lord, please enjoy some tea, this is what you instructed. Cold egg tart, correct? The chef prepared it. Please see if it meets your expectations. Ashina approached with a tray of sweets and red tea, placing it on the low table beside Field's chair and thoughtfully pouring the tea. Oh, and it is apple-flavored. A tart resembling a pancake, yet fragrant. It should not be made too often, as cream, milk, and sugar are scarce resources. We shall indulge once the Nightshade territory becomes prosperous. Field took a bite, noting the bits of apple, quite palatable, yet the presentation requires improvement. I shall reward the chef with silver coins this month. I concur. Ashina blinked. By the way, that ram has likely perished. Yes, indeed, it still clings to life. But there is no need for rescue, nor is it necessary. Casting a glance at the pitiful old ram, it had returned to the embrace of the goddess if she were willing to embrace it. Ashina then teasingly flicked her tongue, revealing a mischievous smile. Let us slaughter it for meat. Field was well aware of Ashina's ulterior motives. The little lass eagerly awaited roasted lamb chops, smirking indulgently. By the way, instruct the chef to clean out the entrails. Hooray, long live my lord. Field, dilute the potion another 1,000-fold. Perhaps 1,500 times. We cannot allow anyone to become frantic merely from the scent. As long as the effect lasts 10 to 20 minutes, that will suffice. I plan to sell it all in Maple Leaf City. The decadent place will surely revel in it. Field mused. At the very least, Baron Simon would undoubtedly appreciate it. When he was amidst a pile of women, that potion failed to provoke any reaction, likely due to his exhaustion. As you wish, my lord. However, I prefer combat. Must I always concoct potions in the future? Ashina asked pitifully. We merely need to establish a ratio. As long as the potion's scent does not affect people, we can entrust the subjects to produce it. Moreover, a single herb can yield a substantial amount of potion. It shall not be overly burdensome. Excellent. Ashina readily assented this time, yet pondered further. What do you intend to name it? How shall we price it? Spending time with Field had gradually expanded Ashina's thinking, making her more comprehensive in her considerations, commonly known as becoming smarter. A good question. Pricing will require careful deliberation, yet I have already settled on a name, Field declared with pride. A portion will be coated in flour, fashioned into pills, to be named de Gout. Another portion will remain bottled, termed Northern Divine Oil. Of course, the bottled version will only be available to the nobility. Commoners cannot afford glass bottles. The glass bottle, adorned by the nightfall, is evidently the contribution of potions and purification elixirs. De Dege. Ashina was apparently taken aback by this perplexing term. She shook her head, her beastly ears swaying with delight, and remarked that she found Northern Divine Oil quite melodious, especially since it is a product in which I, Ashina, the chosen of winter, have participated. Any product that involves a chosen one tends to become significantly more valuable. Let us call it Joyous Beans. Field pondered for a moment, then, losing interest in further deliberation, declared, It sounds quite amusing, does it not? Chapter 69, awakening with a decisive tone, Field proclaimed, Henceforth, it shall be known as Joyous Beans. After finalizing the affair of the Joyous Beans, Ashina was finally able to indulge in lamb chops. Such a hearty dinner. Perhaps I should bring a portion for the little girl, though I am uncertain if she can tolerate human food. She filled a bowl with porridge and sliced 2 pieces of white bread before carrying the tray in order to conceal Rosalia's presence. Ashina had been caring for her these past few days. Rosalia had shown remarkable recovery. It was likely she could eat and digest well. Field yawned, expressing concern. I wonder when she will awaken. You have worked hard these days. Had I known, I would not have struck her so fiercely. Ashina felt a twinge of regret as she ascended the stairs with the tray. Field followed closely behind and, upon looking up, beheld her long graceful legs, taut and bending as she navigated the steps, rendered all the more alluring by the contrasting white stockings. The sound of her slippers padding against the floor echoed softly. Cough, cough. It is not your fault. She is likely to awaken akin to Sleeping Beauty. What is that? Ashina inquired. Having never read fairy tales, Field chuckled. It is the notion that only a kiss can awaken her. I shall tell you the story next time, and you will understand. Her ears perked up. Ashina shivered as if electrified, whispering, What a strange tale. It is not unacceptable, but please refrain from recounting it during the day. The two engaged in light banter as they arrived at Field's door. Upon opening it, they both froze. Where is she? The covers were thrown aside, and Rosalia's figure was nowhere to be found. Oh no, she hasn't escaped, has she? Ashina quickly positioned herself in front of Field, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger appeared in her grasp. Sir, be cautious. She may launch a surprise attack. The terrifying frequency of Rosalia's sneak attacks lingered vividly in Ashina's memory. Do not fret, the contract shows no anomalies. Allow me to sense her location. If Field furrowed his brow, maintaining composure. The Lord and the Chosen are connected by an invisible divine power, although the minimap does not display the Chosen's location. As long as the Chosen does not actively conceal herself, the Lord can ascertain her general whereabouts. In the cemetery, Ashina's thoughts turn grim. She isn't digging up graves for sustenance, is she? Or perhaps she is attempting to infect corpses. That would be perilous. Should we gather our forces? We must guard against greater losses. That is unlikely. If she harbored malicious intent, the corruption contract would lead to her immediate demise. Let us investigate first. The binding nature of the corruption contract is exceedingly stringent. Those who violate it face obliteration of their souls. Conversely, the winter contract is somewhat gentler. Should either party breach it, they merely suffer severe repercussions without death. Of course, the contract is mutual, and the Lord cannot slay the Chosen one. Ashina took Field with her and swiftly approached the outskirts of the cemetery. A gentle breeze wafted through the shadows of the tree swaying, and the tranquil night was imbued with serenity and peace. The surrounding corruption had long since been cleansed, as long as they remained far from the grey mist. The Grand Winery now appeared as a solitary cottage shrouded in fog amidst the woods. Rosalia remained in her youthful form, her black dress fluttering gently in the wind, revealing delicate skin that glowed like the moonlight. Although she bore the innocent visage of a charming little girl, her radiant starry eyes betrayed a deep sorrow. After a prolonged silence, Rosalia folded the black handkerchief in her hand into the shape of a flower and placed it reverently before a gravestone. I am sorry. Rosalia let out a heavy sigh. After her moment of mourning, she turned to return to her room but was met with the astonished gazes of Field and Ashina. This lady merely stepped out for some fresh air. What has become of the Grand Winery? Rosalia flustered and at a loss, then feigned innocence, crossing her arms. The night is truly splendid. Would you not agree, Field? Do not address the Lord so casually. Ashina's tone softened. Even for a Chosen one, such familiarity was inappropriate. Rosalia puffed out her meager chest, hands on her hips, and declared proudly, I am also of noble birth, and as Field's sister, I may certainly call him by name. Very well, Lady Rosalia. Field found amusement in her antics, genuinely pleased to see her awake. Come inside and have something to eat. Field, as a noble with the spirit of a knight, you should not so boldly tease a noble lady. I am still unmarried and cannot simply enter a gentleman's quarters, Rosalia retorted, brimming with self-importance. Though you, like everyone else, have fallen for me at first sight, I maintain the pride of a noblewoman. However, you are now my lord, and I shall bestow upon you a modicum of favor. Rosalia, renowned for her beauty in life, had only grown more enchanting after becoming a Chosen one, yet Ashina was no less captivating. Field surely would not grovel before her solely for her looks. Moreover, she now appeared as an adorable little girl, exquisitely crafted and utterly charming. Bang! Field playfully tapped Rosalia on the head, akin to a roasted chestnut. Ow, Field, that is excessive, you scoundrel. Rosalia's eyes brimmed with tears as she cradled her head. I shall ignore you for 30 seconds, you little actress. Do you wish to eat now? Field chuckled at her antics. Bemused by the fact that he had not even struck her with force, yet she acted as if he had wounded her gravely. Rosalia, looking pitiful, replied, I do wish to eat. By the way, do not behave in such a manner in the territory. Ashina surveyed the area. You will frighten the townsfolk. I am so adorable. Encountering me would be a blessing for them, something they could boast about for a lifetime. Boast? Are you referring to your demon tail or the little wings on your back? Ashina laughed. From now on, you must conceal your face when you go out and wear a cloak. If your existence is discovered by the church or other nobles, it could lead to significant trouble. So I hope you understand, that is a trivial matter. I seldom revealed myself before. What noble lady would parade about like a monkey for all the commoners to see? Rosalia gracefully bowed, her demeanor shifting as maturity flickered in her eyes. She addressed Field with solemnity. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me. Although we may have had our disagreements in the past, I implore you to forgive me. We are now in the same boat, sharing both glory and disgrace. That is for the best, Field said, feeling a sense of relief. By the way, as your Chosen one, I must inform you that I am a corruption Chosen, of no assistance to the territory's production. Rosalia placed her hands on her hips, a look of nonchalance on her face. However, I am of noble birth, well educated, and adept in internal affairs. Additionally, I have a gift for you. What is it? Field inquired with curiosity. You shall soon find out. Rosalia smiled mysteriously. Do not be afraid, relax your mind. Also, Miss Ashina, please do not be anxious. Chapter 70, Rosalia's gift. How has the gluttony greatsword transformed into this, as Rosalia's divine artifact was summoned? Field could not contain his amusement. The originally fearsome and imposing greatsword was now more aptly named the gluttonous dagger, measuring no more than the size of a palm. Strikingly, the once menacing magical eye at the hilt now gleamed with wisdom. Resembling the innocent blink of a husky's eyes, utterly endearing. Do not interrupt. Rosalia attempted to stifle her laughter, biting her lip to maintain a serious facade. She stomped her foot in frustration. The artifact requires time to recover after being released. Just look at Ashina. I doubt her dog remains imposing now. It is a wolf, Ashina corrected. Field was thoroughly entertained by the two lively characters, struggling to suppress his rising smile. Very well, no more interruptions. Humph, you must utilize it wisely from now on. Do not squander this, my first and only offering. Before Field could retort, Rosalia transformed into a stream of blood, weaving into the gluttony greatsword. Subsequently, a pure line of blood gracefully entered the back of Field's neck. What the hell? Field gasped in surprise, immediately feeling a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. However, he quickly composed himself, reassuring Ashina beside him. Do not worry, Rosalia harbors no ill intentions. He felt a warm surge coursing through him. An unprecedented energy streaming through his veins and flooding every cell in his body. In an instant, Field's pores dilated, his mind racing as if on a roller coaster, tightening abruptly, then suddenly emptying, as though his consciousness ascended to a higher dimension. Merging soul and body, then, pure fighting spirit began to manifest, flowing through every corner of his being. Field felt an overwhelming surge of power, feeling as if he could crush a bull with ease. Of course, it is fighting spirit. Am I not impressive? Came Rosalia's soft voice from beside him. It is permanent fighting spirit, albeit only at the first tier. However, should I advance, I will elevate you alongside me. Field was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had missed the prime age for cultivating fighting spirit, yet through this extraordinary means, he could regain it and enter the realm of the extraordinary. Fighting spirit is not something to be taken lightly. Countless ordinary nobles dedicate their entire lives to its pursuit. However, Field effortlessly obtained it. Should they become aware, it would undoubtedly infuriate them to the point of bloodshed. Especially his own brother, who, despite consuming various rage elixirs and exhibiting erratic behavior, ultimately failed to ascend to the rank of a first-tier knight. Truly remarkable. It is no wonder that countless individuals seek out the chosen ones. Field sighed. Each chosen one possesses bizarre and formidable abilities, quite terrifying indeed. Rosella proved to be of no assistance to the territory, yet unexpectedly contributed significantly to his personal advancement. This was the sole occasion of his newfound martial energy. He must not squander it in the future. Of course, as the Lord, do not rely solely on your martial prowess to show off. Leave the fighting to us, and please take care of yourself. As the voice faded, Rosalia's bloodline dissipated, only to reconstitute into the form of a petite girl. Once again, she emphasized, take care of yourself, do not seek to impress, with one hand on her hip and the other extending her delicate finger. She adopted a teacherly demeanor. No problem. Now, having advanced to a first-tier martial knight, he possessed a degree of self-defense capability. However, should he encounter a chosen one, he would still face instant annihilation. Field was keenly aware of this reality. Do not act foolishly, arrogance invites disaster, Field added. Thank you for your generosity. Had she not spoken, he would have remained oblivious. The interface was flawed, and there were numerous details he was unaware of, such as the possibility of artifact disjunction. And perhaps his lordly abilities had not upgraded. Just don't bully me in the future. Rosalia's maturity vanished from her eyes, replaced by childlike innocence. So Field, your bed will belong to me from now on. Just as you finish saying not to bully you, you turn around and claim my bed. Your thought process is rather erratic. We are supposed to share a bed. Have I conquered you with my body fragrance? But I am still unmarried. This is rather premature. Alliances are no trivial matter. Rosella fidgeted. You should prepare another bed. I permit you to stay a meter away from me. Unbeknownst to them, Ashina had appeared behind the little girl, lifting her as if she were a doll, pinching her cheeks. Noble lady, you shall share a room with me. Do not disturb the adults. Rest. Welcome to disturb. Ideally, you two should come together. I can handle it. Field, the muscular devil, declared. I abhor demi-humans. Release your sharp claws, Baron Field. Save me. Rosalia's pupils dilated in terror, waving frantically at Field. My knight, will you simply watch as the evil dragon wreaks havoc? Ashina retorted indignantly. You are the wicked dragon. If you misbehave, I shall have the black wolf bite you. Bite me? Impossible. It must be in a weakened state. Rosella broke free, triumphantly declaring, look at your little dog. Field too cast a curious glance, eager to see what the disjoined dragon wolf looked like. Prepare to be satisfied. A flash of blue light ensued, and a small black dog, akin to a newly mooned pup, landed on the ground, rather comical in appearance. Wait, let's talk things over. Do not unleash the dog upon me. before Rosella could finish her teasing, the dragon wolf began to chase after her, prompting the little girl to scurry about in panic until she ultimately clung to Field's back. Field covered his face. Things are bound to get lively from now on. No wonder Ashina endlessly delighted in teasing Rosella. She had discerned the latter's playful essence. The following morning, ding, Rosella flicked her fingers against the gluttony greatsword, producing a melodious resonance. The 3-day period had elapsed. This lady's gluttony greatsword had returned to her. Although it was not yet in peak condition, it was serviceable. Artifacts could be reforged in a day. Usable after 3 and fully restored after 7. Rosella had rested for 3 days, making today perfectly timed for use to Field. Next, I require bloodshed to regain my state. Let us go chop down some foes. Any creature that stands in your way shall be cut down. The little girl struck a heroic pose, wielding the greatsword, exuding an air of a powerful leader, calmly munching on bread. Field nodded. Just so happens I wish to test my martial energy as well. I shall trouble you today. Must I be on duty today? Ashina lamented, her beastly ears drooping, gazing despondently at the duty roster. The schedule illustrated a rotation with dog heads and bone wings, representing the guarding duties of the Grand Winery. Field quickly reassured her, tomorrow we shall combine efforts. The territory requires your protection. Alright, Rosella, be sure to protect the adults. If even a single hair is lost, I shall have the Black Wolf gnaw at you. Chapter 71, Dowry. For comments, discussions, rewards, and the lovely readers, an additional chapter. In the Nightshade territory, within a concealed iron mine. Roar. A decaying corpse, shackled and bound, screeched as it charged toward Field. Thud. Field unsheathed his iris longsword, stepping closer to the corpse, channeling his shoulder and elbow to unleash a resonant strike. The IT met no resistance, slicing through as effortlessly as cutting into soft tofu. The blade cleaved into the corpse's cheek, severing its entire jaw. Shattered teeth scattered across the ground as the foul blood gushed forth, followed by a terrifying wail as it collapsed. Field advanced, pinning the corpse down with his foot, delivering a finishing blow to ensure its demise. Few of the corpses in the mine are nearly eradicated. They must have been criminals before their decay. This place is not far from the Grand Winery, and as our territory expands, we shall be able to mine here. Shaking off the slight tremor in his overexerted hand, Field glanced back at the 12 uniformly clad corpses, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, most of the criminals from Nightshade territory had been sent to the front lines as cannon fodder against the orcs, leaving few behind. By the way, have you adapted to the power of martial energy? Rosella rummaged through a nearby box, complaining, if only I could enlist the soldiers' assistance. It is unacceptable for me to have to search for items myself. The cold, tainted blood trickled down the blade, making Field's right hand feel sticky and uncomfortable. I am nearly accustomed to it. Martial energy has significantly enhanced my strength and speed. If only I had martial energy manuals to accelerate my training. Rosella brushed off the dust from her hands, shaking her head thoughtfully. There is no need to rush the manuals. Your talent should not be squandered on martial energy alone. We must focus on developing our territory. A prosperous domain will encourage the chosen ones to advance. Moreover, most martial energy manuals originate from the chosen ones. They are not particularly remarkable. Your ability to contract differing talents from various chosen ones is unprecedented. Acquiring more contracts with chosen ones will greatly assist you. You are correct. Engaging in combat is not suitable for a lord. Possessing self-defense capability is sufficient. Field would not abandon his role as a proper lord to indulge in reckless berserker antics. What would become of the ladies if he were to fail? Clang, clang, clang. Found it, Rosella exclaimed, proudly displaying a plain little key, which she shook with enthusiasm. What is this? Field's eyes brightened, with Rosella, a native noble at his side. Nightshade territory held virtually no secrets. This concealed mine was not marked on any maps sold in the market, nor could it be discerned from his own small map, yet Rosella was quite familiar with it. Follow me, I have something delightful to show you. Rosella giggled mischievously. You will certainly be pleased. Delightful? Is it a new game? Come, it's even more thrilling than a game. The two weaved through the grey mist, ultimately halting at a hunter's cabin. Upon entering, Rosella smashed the floor with her greatsword, revealing an iron cellar door beneath. Inside is my secret dowry. Rosella beamed with mischief. I've saved it for quite some time. My stingy mother forbade me from associating with men, forbade me from marrying, and even planned to send me to a convent to safeguard her treasures. Field was taken aback, staring incredulously at the little girl before him. Is this something I should know? Much like in the East, women in this world require a dowry to marry, which may encompass vast sums of money or servants. Some generous nobles even offer cities or territories as part of the marriage settlement. However, encountering a miserly family can be troublesome. For instance, the king of Frandvia possesses vast fertile lands and endless gold, yet to save on dowry expenses, he sends several of his daughters to live as nuns. Of course, you can know, Rosella chirped like a cheerful magpie, swiftly descending. My dowry is a first-tier divine artifact. The basement was damp, with unpleasant dirty water occasionally dripping down, splattering against a slightly decayed golden chest. In the center of the basement, a display rack held exquisite crystal cups, lacking the luster of artifacts, having developed cracks instead. Oh no, Rosella trembled as she lifted the cup, tears streaming from her eyes. After merely 11 years, its power had completely faded. Divine energy, as a form of energy, inevitably succumbs to degradation. Without the nurturing of a chosen one, an artifact will gradually degrade, ultimately turning to dust. An immaculate creation. Truly befitting a lady of the Starry Night family, your taste is impeccable. Field gently patted the little girl's head to offer comfort. Noticing Rosella's continued silence, Field's heart ached for her. Isn't there's still a chest full of treasures. If you desire an artifact, I shall purchase one for you in the future, and you can start saving again. In foolishness, who am I saving dowries for? It all belongs to you. Rosella playfully punched him, and once she calmed down, she wiped her tears. Do not touch that chest. It is a treasure chest monster that captures people and makes them give birth to babies. I wonder if it has survived these 11 years, cursed the treasure chest monster. Pewfield could hardly contain himself, wondering why such grotesque entities were allowed within the confines of the dwelling. Is this a measure against thieves? He mused. After gathering the shattered crystal goblets, Rosalia began digging a small pit in the corner, retrieving a key. Though her excitement was evidently diminished, there's a bit of private savings left. Not much. Let us take a look, Pewfield inquired. How much approximately? Perhaps over 1,000 gold coins, along with some jewelry, if it hasn't been discovered, she replied. Impressive. Pewfield felt a twinge of embarrassment. Even a young girl could amass such wealth. Surviving a decade after her death, while he had arrived in this world with nary a coin to his name, unfortunately, the fortune of the Xingye family, built over generations, had been entirely seized. Rosalia spoke gravely. What happened? To be honest, I find this matter perplexing. Why did you not leave the northern province when the Empire announced the release of the Death Fog? As nobles, were you truly unaware? This was indeed baffling. Pewfield thought, yes, it is quite strange. Before the eruption of the Grey Mist, my mother, Lady Sophia, along with the family's chosen one, secretly transported all the wealth, artifacts, and potion formulas from our family treasury, and I still do not know where they were taken. The war raged fiercely. The orcs breached 17 fortresses in 3 days, and even the central city of the north, Lionheart City, was brutally ravaged, with 20 chosen ones perishing in the chaos. Yet, the various families exhibited not even a basic response. I was unable to contact my mother, and with no fortifications in the Nightshade territory, I had no choice but to retract our defenses and send scouts to attempt to evacuate the populace to Xingye City for refuge. Chapter 72, Pregnant, yet not increasing the population. However, the scouts had yet to return when the guards reported the emergence of corpses in the lumberyard, catching the Nightshade territory off guard. Soon after, the corruption spread along the river into Xingye City, infecting the entire city in an instant. The Nightshade territory took no action, succumbing to the blight. I had intended to consolidate my forces and rely on the main building for defense. You are aware of what happened next. I was slain by the suddenly appearing corruption dragon, and when I awoke, I had become a corrupted chosen one. Pewfield recalled the bizarre runic formation at the lumberyard. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, the rumors suggest that the former empress communed with the powers of demons, sacrificing all the inhabitants of the Nightshade territory to slay the orcs and their minions. I wouldn't know. Rosalia shook her head. The past no longer concerns me. Look, we have arrived. That cave is where my private savings are hidden. Those funds will belong to us both from now on. Under Rosalia's guidance, they discovered a concealed cave. Surrounding them were numerous shattered corpses, still fresh. Something feels amiss. Pewfield, take care of yourself. Recently, living beings have frequented this place, Rosalia said, frowning as she summoned her devouring greatsword. There are indeed people moving within the cave. Hopefully they are just a few foolish thieves, and I can savor the taste of human blood. Are you certain they are humans and not goblins? Pewfield retrieved a pack iron shield from behind him and drew his iris longsword, assuming a defensive stance. Yes, I am quite sure. The uniquely sweet scent of human blood, and, is that the smell of amniotic fluid? How astonishing, someone has been giving birth amidst the grey mist. Upon mentioning pregnancy, Rosalia paused momentarily, casting a furtive glance at Pewfield's expression, then licked her lips. However, my senses are not as refined as Ashina's. Do be cautious. Without encountering any resistance, the two ventured into the cave. A fog-clearing lamp? Pewfield spotted a small luminous device casting a gentle glow that dissipated the mist within the cave. It truly is amniotic fluid. Moments later, Pewfield beheld a shocking sight. Women lay sprawled on the ground, their abdomens grotesquely inflated, rendering them unwatchable. Indeed, this must be a world akin to an H game. Pewfield was astonished. He crouched down, instinctively wishing to assist these women. But he quickly halted, realizing that in this strange northern province, one must not recklessly meddle. Could this be the work of goblins? No, Rosalia smiled, glancing at the large stone within the cave before casually stating, "These women are beyond saving. Their minds have been shattered, becoming vessels for monsters. Their babies could be born at any moment." Pewfield noticed Rosalia wink at him, immediately grasping the little girl's implication. He feigned nonchalance while slowly approaching the corner, his right hand gripping his longsword tightly. Nerves taut. How tragic. I wonder who the perpetrator is, then we shall inquire of the masters of this place. Before he could finish, a shadow fell from above, accompanied by a violent rush of wind, crashing down upon Pewfield. They attempted to ambush him. Luckily, he was prepared. Pewfield slightly reclined, raising his shield, before the impact could register. A grotesque greatsword, bound by iron chains, glimmering with lethal intent, struck the ambusher mid-air, cleaving her in two. It was like a watermelon bursting, blood splattering everywhere, while pure life energy was siphoned away by the devouring greatsword. "Daring to ambush my lord, you must have a death wish," Rosalia snorted coldly, her expression transforming into one of delight, the essence of a night of rage. How delectable! With the first strike executed, Rosalia lost any pretense. Turning to the large stone with a mischievous grin, swinging her devouring greatsword, with red-black radiance swirling around it, she sliced through the enormous stone. "Come forth and kneel before my lord." As the sword passed, the stone shattered. Two figures emerged simultaneously, both women. "Damn it, we've been discovered. No wonder she is a chosen one. There is no escape now. Let us take them down together." They exchanged knowing glances. Pewfield crossed his arms with an air of authority, demanding, "Who are you, and what are you doing here? Be honest, and I might consider sparing you." "I'm not a villain. I am Baron Pewfield, known as the Northern Lion." Of course, Pewfield was fabricating a tale. The moment they laid eyes on the chosen one, their origins mattered little. They would either become part of the Nightshade territory or be buried in the earth. The northern province was far from as simple as it appeared. Pewfield sensed the stench of conspiracy. "Spare us, worry about yourself," the red-haired woman cackled. "I regret to inform you that even chosen ones can exhaust their divine powers. For interrupting our affairs, you will pay with your life." "Pay with my life? If you were truly formidable, you wouldn't need to resort to ambush." While Pewfield analyzed the situation, he remained vigilant. Be careful, Rosalia. Retreat at the first sign of danger. Not a problem. Rosalia smiled. "Everything is under control." Suddenly, the two women tore apart the scrolls in their hands. The bound women emitted anguished wails, and in the next moment, with a series of sickening sounds, grotesque creatures with spider legs burst forth, blood splattering in a grotesque display. As the spiders emerged, they climbed the cave's ceiling in bizarre formations. The red-haired woman, like a fervent devotee, proclaimed in a lofty tone, "Let you taste the wrath of the vengeful spider." Rosalia's lips curled into an adorable smile. "I will savor it, as my stomach is empty." 13 shrill spiders unleashed an eerie chorus of screams, and in an instant, Pewfield's mini-map erupted with countless red skull icons, nearly painting the entire map crimson. It was even more spectacular than the previous monkey corpse tide. Countless corrupted spiders surged toward the cave. Corrupted spiders, common aberrations, were the size of hunting dogs and adept at ambushing and tearing apart their prey. One or two posed no threat, even slaves could crush them, but a tidal wave of spiders was another matter entirely. The sound of their scuttling filled the air, sending shivers down one's spine. "Ha! Do you hear that delightful sound? Countless spiders will engulf this place, and you shall be buried alongside us." The two women cackled maniacally, resembling lunatics, causing Pewfield to take a step back, fearing contagion. To his shock, they began to strip themselves bare, lying in a spread eagle position. "We offer our flesh and blood to summon the descent of the divine. May glory shine upon us." Chapter 73, Unmatched Harvesting. TSK. What poor physique, all clumsy muscle, likely soldiers of the Empire. Glancing casually, Rosalia neither attacked the vengeful spider nor the two women. "Pewfield, please don't stare so intently. Trust me, my figure is far superior to theirs." The little girl placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of pride. Once Rosalia pointed this out, Pewfield maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, openly observing their performative art. "What are you planning, by the way? Could you perhaps take a bath? This overwhelming scent of the ocean can be detected from 20 meters away." The two women, eyes closed, offered no response, mumbling incomprehensible incantations. They seemed to be awaiting their fate at the hands of the insects. Appearing to be cultists mingling within the military, Rosalia gripped her devouring greatsword, swinging it casually, but their hopes might soon be dashed. Be careful, Pewfield warned, holding his shield aloft, prepared for an attack from the vengeful spider. In less than half a minute, a swarm of corrupted spiders surged through the entrance, like a slowly advancing black tide. Before the smaller spiders could reach Rosalia, a vengeful spider the size of a motorcycle could no longer contain itself. It twisted grotesquely in the air, spinning in circles before thrusting forth sharp spider legs that viciously jabbed at Rosalia. A mere first-tier creature dared to act insolently before me. At the moment of their intersection, Rosalia deftly grasped the delicate spider leg with her fair hand, then with a powerful flick, sent the vengeful spider crashing against the stone wall like a kite severed from its string. Before the spider could emit a cry of despair, the gluttony greatsword was hurled back, cleaving the arachnid in two and scattering its viscera in all directions. The remaining corrupted spiders had arrived. Mere food for the taking. Rosalia seized the chain, maximizing her slashing range, and then abruptly swung the gluttony greatsword in a fan-like arc. The instant her palm moved, the air was rent asunder by a terrifying force. Producing a deafening sonic boom with a resounding whoosh, the gluttony greatsword, along with its trailing chain, swept through the area, erupting in a vast cloud of blood mist, accompanied by the shrieks of countless spiders and the sickening sounds of dismemberment. The cavern floor was soon littered with foul blood and severed limbs. How terrifying the killing radius is, reminiscent of the dragon flames of the dragonborn wolf. It seems Rosalia can effortlessly inflict area damage. Field gazed at the now empty spider lair, feeling an immense sense of relief, yet recalling that Rosalia had once been an adversary filled him with dread. What if she had chosen to disregard Ashina and charged into the fray? Wielding her blade, the essence of countless lives surged into the greatsword, converting into strands of blood that flowed back into Rosalia's form. Just a bit more, the more I slay, the more exhilarated I become. Rosalia's pupils quivered with excitement as she unleashed a series of terrifying sword lights, a divine technique, endless slash. 3 waves of sword energy, imbued with the essence of corruption and death, swept through the air. Cleaving through the cavern walls, the sword energy then crashed into the oncoming tide of spiders, plowing through them for miles, annihilating everything in its path, whether spider, tree, or stone. All were shattered into oblivion. Using a divine technique now? Truly courting death, the 2 mad women ceased their incantations, their faces twisting into cruel smiles. Field raised his hands in a gesture of calm, stating, "Why can't we discuss this? Perhaps our territories could engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Arms, artifacts, or even slaves, all are negotiable. Recently, I acquired something delightful called joy beans, said to help alleviate your temper and restore femininity. With you, you dare to presume?" The red-haired woman laughed boisterously, yet her hardened physique, a result of rigorous training, rendered the laughter devoid of beauty, leaving Field nearly in stitches. "You short-sighted nobles will never grasp the magnitude of the world we aspire to build. Could it be a society?" Field's eyes widened, but upon recalling the atrocities these individuals committed against women akin to crazed zealots, he extinguished the thought. Displaying a look of disdain, he retorted, "Speak your riddles elsewhere, Riddler." Ha, in any case, nobles like you must die. The red-haired woman coldly declared. Do not think that the Chosen can shield you. Divine techniques are not to be wielded at will. Just as she finished her words, Rosalia delivered a resounding slap to her face. Having amassed enough life energy for a second release of her divine technique, this time, the breadth and might of the sword light were even more terrifying, unleashing 7 waves of sword energy that slowly cut through the air. Much to the bewilderment of the red-haired woman, wherever the sword energy struck, spiders were obliterated, their remnants and foul blood forming a ghastly carpet underfoot. Savage woman, make your spider delicacies more potent, bring forth more. More, countless pure life forces surged into Rosalia's being, gradually transforming her petite form into that of a young maiden, even her voice maturing. What manner of creature is that?" The 2 mad women took a step back in unison. They had not anticipated such a scene. Shouldn't divine power rapidly deplete, leading to their retreat, ultimately consumed by spiders? Field's patience was wearing thin. Mimicking their tone, he coldly asserted, "Do you even think you deserve to know? Crawl away." Unlike ordinary Chosen, Rosalia's divine technique, which consumed her life force, was perfectly suited to her. Possessing the ability to absorb life, she could only grow stronger the more she fought. Thus, confronting Rosalia head-on was unwise. Guerrilla tactics or overwhelming firepower were the better strategies. For instance, Ashina's divine technique could directly strip her of a form and damage her artifact. Within a minute, Rosalia unleashed her 3rd endless slash. Countless erratic sword energies nearly leveled the surrounding cavern. The corrupted spiders were decimated inside the cave. The remaining vengeful spiders, their voices hoarse from screaming, could no longer summon any corrupted spiders, left only to stare blankly at one another. Field could even see the fear reflected in the compound eyes of the vengeful spider. Was the ball about to end? I remained but half-sated, still yearning for more. Rosala elegantly turned, and then the greatsword, entwined in blood-lightened fierce momentum, shot forth at breathtaking speed, turning the vengeful spiders into a mushy pulp against the stone wall. Upon meeting Rosala's unfriendly gaze, the usually reticent madwoman's pupils trembled, and yellow liquid streamed down her thigh, her eyes regaining clarity. Now you see my prowess, do you? You were so arrogant before. Field was nearly in stitches. Wait, halt, what you mentioned earlier, we can indeed discuss. I will say anything. We hail from Chapter 74, the Imperial Investigation Corps. Perhaps due to overwhelming fear, the woman's deranged expression suddenly cleared, and grasping her own hair, she pleaded, "Please stop. We are the Imperial Investigation Corps. Hurry to rescue Miss Sherry Gashina. She is on the Claudia Road, retreating towards Nightfall territory, carrying crucial intelligence regarding the corruption." What she spoke seemed to be the truth. Previously, they had been on the brink of mental collapse. Rosala nodded solemnly, addressing the two women. "For the future of the Empire, quickly divulge the vital information. I sense a surge of power swelling within your minds. We were attacked by horrific corrupted monsters. Miss Sherry instructed us to retreat with the wounded. But at Nightfall territory, we were..." Just as she was about to mention a critical keyword, both women's heads exploded simultaneously, yellow and white filth splattering everywhere. Rosala swiftly positioned herself before Field, waving her hand to shield him from the filth. They triggered a restriction. The spellcaster forbids them from thinking about or mentioning certain matters. No wonder they appeared deranged, resembling fanatics. They had been mentally parasitized. Field furrowed his brow, his expression grave. After interlacing his fingers thoughtfully for a moment, he concluded that the Imperial Investigation Corps primarily investigated the extent of corruption. Logically, no humans should attack them. The spread of corruption was a matter of concern for all humanity. Field paced back and forth. It could be a personal vendetta against the Investigation Corps, or perhaps a conspiracy. She was about to articulate a specific term but failed. How vexatious! The terms corruption, heretics, and cults were all tangled together. Field felt a sense of confusion. The various factions were all stirring restlessly. The heretics' Western expedition had an unexpectedly profound impact. After contemplating for a while, Rosala shrugged her snow-white shoulders, stifled a yawn, and gently waved her hand. "I am utterly ignorant of the current state of the Empire. However, this matter bears no relevance to us. No matter how dire the situation, can it be worse than remaining amidst a horde of corrupted beasts?" As Field's chosen, Rosala had completely shed any awareness of the corrupted creatures, having transformed into a thoroughgoing corruption fanatic, unyielding in her slaughter of corrupted beings. Indeed, Field nodded in agreement. As a mere baron, I have no control over the Empire's grand affairs, with no interests to pursue and surrounded by trouble from all sides. As long as they do not provoke me, it is of no concern. A sense of relief washed over him as he sheathed his iris longsword, transforming it into a brooch pinned to his chest, flicking his wrist. The matters concerning the Investigation Corps require careful contemplation. I shall return to the Grand Winery first. I am delighted to see you relaxed, Rosala remarked, lifting her skirts and smiling at Field. I believe my hidden savings are still intact. I in her maiden form. Rosala appeared somewhat aloof. She rose onto her toes, traversing the carcasses of spiders, and unearthed an iron chest from the cave's corner. This is it. Wow, golden legends. As she opened the chest, Field felt as though he had been blinded by a spotlight. His eyes met with a dazzling array of gems and coins. Various exquisite jewels, crafted from gold and silver, adorned with gemstones, shone brightly in the dim light. In addition, the chest was filled to the brim with gold, silver, and copper coins, revealing that she habitually hoarded even the smallest denominations. This is for you. Rosala lowered her head slightly, her tone softening considerably. Her alabaster feet seemed restless, her knees brushing against each other, even reddening, betraying her unease. Are you truly giving this to me? Field found himself at a loss. In his entire life, he had never received a gift from a girl, especially from such a beauty. Moreover, Rosala had mentioned that this was her personal savings, prepared as a dowry. Could it be? Rosala's gown would transform with her form. Now, the upper part of her gown, secured by a circular ring at her neck, appeared to overflow with creamy skin and a delightful cleavage, boldly displayed before Field. She had not been mistaken. Rosala's figure was indeed remarkable. The mature form would undoubtedly be even more alluring. Of course, Sir Field, all of this is your wealth. To command as you wish. Rosalia looked up with a smile, declaring, from now on, you shall be my foot servant. Oh dear, what should one do when a noble lady confesses her feelings? The plot is unfolding far too swiftly. I pondered, have we not only known each other for a few days? Must we speak of marriage already? Field's face flushed crimson, his head spinning as he instinctively longed to embrace her. Truly, I am at a loss with you, to be your husband. Wait, what did you just say? As my foot servant, of course, though it is my first experience, I trust you will excel at it, Rosalia said, elegantly stifling a giggle. A foot, servant? What on earth is that? Field slapped his forehead, cold sweat cascading down his brow. It certainly entails tending to my daily needs, making me smile, and massaging my delicate feet to relieve my fatigue. Naturally, when you greet me in the morning and evening, kissing the tops of my feet will suffice. For any other areas, if you wish to kiss, it will depend on your performance. A question mark slowly emerged in Field's mind. Return my adorable little lowly version. This terrifying lady is far too formidable. I initially thought Rosalia was the submissive type, yet now it seems she is quite dominant. Please, do not be so outrageous. Field resolutely refused, then lightly tapped her head with his knuckles, offering Rosalia a sweet chestnut while exclaiming, "Young lady, do not be too absurd. If I do not give you a good beating today, I fear you will not recognize your own place." Massaging feet is no issue, but it ought not to become a ritual. I may enjoy doing it, but that does not mean I am obliged to. Liking delicate feet does not equate to being a sycophant. That is a fallacy. Rubbing her head, Rosalia chuckled. I was merely teasing you, dear Field. How could I bear to make you my servant? I see you are not jesting. Field sighed deeply, then smiled. Thank you for your generosity. You may keep the jewelry, and I shall use the coins to develop our territory, compensating you 100-fold in the future. Just be good to me. I appreciate your gentleness and sense of responsibility, Rosalia beamed, assuring that her earlier jest should not be taken to heart, as she genuinely wished to be his foot servant. Please, do not say such things. Field nearly spat blood in disbelief. At least not now. You truly are the submissive type. I did not misjudge you. If this continues, I might be struck down by the laws of the universe. By the way, let us investigate the area nearby. Since they are the investigation corps, they must have equipment in the vicinity. Field thought of the pressing matter at hand. He was nearly driven to desperation after losing a significant amount of weaponry in the battle at the main building. And he now craved arms. Chapter 75, who was spreading rumors. The two searched near the cave and indeed discovered the investigation corps carriages, 5 in total. The horses that pulled them had perished, their bodies covered in tentacles and tumors. Before long, they would transform into corrupted steeds. The Field had no choice but to put them out of their misery. Inside the first 2 carriages lay numerous male corpses. Lifting the white cloth revealed their bodies riddled with bite marks and lacerations, perhaps the fallen soldiers of the investigation corps, all lifeless, their eyes wide open in a final expression of unwillingness. There were no survivors. Rosalia shook her head and swung her blade, severing the heads of the corpses to prevent any potential reanimation. Field remarked, anyone capable of orchestrating such a gruesome scheme as the vengeful widow Spider would not make such a basic error. The remaining 3 carriages contained valuable items. Field discovered superior armor compared to that at the border fortress, 10 sets of heavy chainmail. In the absence of gunpowder weaponry, the defensive capabilities of chainmail were formidable. Most weapons could not penetrate it, and blunt force would be significantly diminished. The worth of 10 sets of chainmail could easily purchase an entire farm. Additionally, there were 17 pieces of heavy horse armor, several fine weapons, 2 crates of battle aura potions, and a box containing personal effects stained with blood, such as jewelry, coins, farewell letters, and family banners. Undoubtedly, they had exhausted their resources, aside from the hard and cold weaponry and armor. There were no potions or food. Field quickly grasped the critical situation. He found only half a piece of nibble jerky hidden away. Even the wounded who retreated first are in such dire straits. I can scarcely imagine Miss Sherry's plight. They had likely been defeated and were now performing a defeat animation with the corrupted creatures. After all, there were no supply depots along the route, nor villages for them to plunder. The Knights of the Empire had no means to procure sustenance. Rosalia, with one hand on her hip, swung her meteor hammer like a propeller, playfully stating, even the chosen ones require nourishment. Except for the invincible me, Rosalia considered killing to be a means of sustenance. You shall earn my title, First Model Worker of Nightfall Territory. Field was delighted to bestow her the title. From now on, the Dragonkin Wolf, which survives on corrupted corpses, and Rosalia, who survives by slaying corrupted corpses, would be jointly recognized as the First Model Worker of Nightfall Territory. Absolutely not, Rosalia protested loudly, punishing him with 30 seconds of not being allowed to kiss her feet. Compared to titles like Peerless Dancer or Crimson Rose, First Model Worker of Nightfall Territory seemed utterly ridiculous. Therefore, in the future, our army must establish a comprehensive logistics system. Field automatically disregarded Rosalia's outrageous remarks. Unlike the Eastern philosophy of ensuring supplies before mobilizing troops, the various nobles of the empire do not place sufficient emphasis on logistics. often resorting to plunder to replenish their food supplies. Only in the kingdom of Franvia, influenced by mercantilism, has there been progress in military support. However, the mainstream on the continent still prefers to take from the enemy. Rosalia used chains to bind the carriages together and drag them back to their territory. She then carefully wrapped her jewelry to hide it in a place known only to her. "Are you a hoarder? Why do you enjoy hiding things so much?" Ofield scoffed, returning to the grand winery ahead of her. He had just instructed the slaves to store the spoils when he had barely settled into his chair. "My lord, Tate requests an audience." Vaken, wielding a rag, was cleaning the entire grand winery. "Let him in." As soon as Tate entered, he wasted no time discussing business. "My lord, I have discovered a serious issue of infighting among the slave population." "How can slaves, already at the bottom, engage in infighting?" Field sat up straight, signaling him to continue. "It appears that strong and healthy slaves are taking advantage of their physical prowess and combat skills to carve out territories and populations for themselves, forming gangs and engaging in internal strife, such as stealthily uprooting crops planted by their rivals. Wherever there are people, there exists a community, and this holds true even for slaves. Within these gangs, there are hierarchies. Robust slaves shirk their duties and offload work onto the weaker ones, using force to seize their food and money." Field exhaled sharply, his tone darkening. "So a significant amount of resources is gathering around those who do not work, while those who labor are receiving less and less. My food is continuously nourishing the lazy, while those who toil must struggle and hunger." "Indeed, your analysis is spot on." Tate was indignant. He detested freeloaders. "We need to root those individuals out and execute them." That seems a bit extreme. Nightfall territory has a total population of 427 after the battle. We cannot afford such losses. Slaughtering them will not resolve the issue and will only decrease the population and happiness of the territory. No one wishes to live in a place where they might be executed at any moment. Even if we hang a few, others will still gather. Consolidating resources is an instinct of living beings. We cannot place the blame solely on individuals. Do not expect everyone to be a saint, Tate, otherwise, why bother with management? Field maintained a level-headed stance, his fingers gently tapping on the table. "Tate, I filtered through 30 individuals yesterday for training as new recruits. Have them assist in suppressing and punishing gang members, temporarily acting as a security team." Turning to the nearby eavesdropping Cow, Field added, "Additionally, Cow, dedicate an hour each night to teach the soldiers and security team. Just a few commonly used words and numbers will suffice." Why teach them to write? They could die on the battlefield at any moment." Cow looked reluctant, doubting their ability to learn. "Just do as I say." Field waved dismissively. Cow protested. I heard someone spreading rumors about me peeping at female slaves in the restroom." Field leisurely sipped his tea. I wonder which wretched scoundrel would dare utter such outrageous claims. The goddess shall surely cause his mouth to rot." Cow's body broke out in a sweat, his legs trembling like noodles. "I will definitely teach the soldiers to write, my lord. This is not a burden but an honor. I will cherish it very well." Go. Field set down his teacup. Cow scurried away in haste. Tate, looking puzzled, rose. "My lord, I shall return to work as well. Do not rush. I intend to devise a new method of work, dividing tasks among individuals. For instance, if a slave farms 1 acre, he will receive 5 copper coins. For cleansing a piece of corruption, he will earn 3 copper coins, rather than the previous chaotic system where everyone worked together and received the same wage." Chapter 76, Mastering Instant Magic. "Of course, I plan to abstract the copper coins, calling them labor points. You only need to do simple additions and subtractions next to their names, without giving them real money. After all, money can be stolen, but labor points cannot." Field shrugged. "Once they accumulate to the value of 1 gold coin, they will be granted freedom from slavery and become free citizens. Furthermore, as the resources of the territory accumulate, labor points can be exchanged for additional bread, living supplies, or other essentials. In pursuit of a better life, they will strive diligently." Tate's pupils trembled in realization. Indeed, as long as labor points are recorded, the robust slaves cannot seize them. Moreover, only individuals who perform the work will earn points on the spot, thus preventing the strong from indulging in deceit. Just as Field contemplated concluding the conversation, he suddenly recalled the previous decree prohibiting indiscriminate defecation had lapsed. "No, I have succumbed once again to my overly civilized and benevolent tendencies. This stride is too ambitious." Field tapped his head, recognizing that labor points should be approached as a long-term goal, to be advanced slowly and steadily. First, let the security team strictly address gang issues, encouraging reports, and confiscating the assets of wrongdoers, subjecting them to public flogging, and subsequently assigning them to the most arduous tasks for relentless labor. Field pounded his fist on the table. Those who harm the populace shall face severe penalties and hard labor. Your sense of justice is truly astonishing. Tate trembled in shock, privately lamenting that coming to Nightfall territory might be the wisest decision he ever made. Proceed with the execution. I will monitor the process in real time. After bidding farewell to Tate, Field sought out Ashina, intending to discuss the investigation core with the two chosen ones. Rosalina had not yet returned. So you came first. I have matters to discuss with you. Field pulled Ashina into the room. In broad daylight, you want to? Ashina's voice dwindled, ultimately resorting to covering her face. Indeed, waiting idly is a waste of time. It is the perfect opportunity to study magic. Field retrieved a book on quick magic from the shelf and handed it to Ashina. Can you master this, or perhaps copy it, after perusing the book? Ashina replied, I cannot replicate or utilize it. This is a creation of the chosen ones, akin to a divine artifact. However, you or others may learn from it. Would you care to try, just like the church's fog-clearing lanterns and purifying potions, which are also products of the chosen ones? It is no wonder they are so costly. Field felt disheartened. No one in the territory possessed magical abilities, and it seemed that it would only gather dust for now. A charming smile graced Ashina's lips as she said in a teasing tone, however, precisely because it is a creation of the chosen ones, there exists the possibility of harnessing divine power. If you wish to experiment, I can lend you some divine energy, and you should be able to perform it yourself without issue. You can actually lend it? Field was taken aback. Does that mean I could become a grand sorcerer? Not quite. It is not that I am hoarding it. Divine energy can only be transmitted to a contract holder, and its effect is particularly feeble, making it challenging to utilize. It is not akin to Rosalina sharing her fighting spirit. You will understand once you try. It is less than 1% of a first-tier mage's power. Ashina rose on her toes and then perched atop Field's desk, crossing her legs, her toes playfully gripping her slippers. Her delicate soles even the finest silk could not conceal, perfectly arching to create a graceful curve. My lord, do not blame me for your disappointment. It is best to find a magic book that consumes minimal energy. Field gazed at the subtle glimpse, momentarily lost in thought. This young lady has grown increasingly bold. When I first acquired her, she merely sat on the floor to eat, and now she dares to lounge on my desk with her legs crossed. At this rate, she might soon be seated upon my face, though that wouldn't be too bad. If Field cleared his throat. I shall not hold it against you. Very well then. Ashina's wolf ears suddenly twitched mischievously. Her playful spirit igniting, she sighed, adopting a tone of feigned helplessness laced with allure, stating that to gain divine power, one must share a kiss to facilitate the transfer. As soon as she uttered these words, Ashina's face flushed crimson, and she quickly stuck out her little tongue, waving her hand to cool herself. Oh my, what have I just said? Ashina immediately regretted it. No problem. I have been eagerly awaiting this phrase. Field sprang to his feet, decisively striding towards Ashina. Hey, I was just joking. Ashina gasped, startled. She was rather conservative, daring to tease Field solely because he had spoiled her so much. Field paid no heed to her protests. Seizing her hand with one hand while the other began to wander, exploring her soft skin, then came the sweet taste of jade. It was no exaggeration akin to nightly tales, but genuinely sweet. The warm breath stirred, fanning across their faces, immensely pleasant. Ashina, whether bewildered or fearful of injuring Field in her fluster, simply shut her eyes tightly, trembling slightly. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, I have come to repair the floor, as you instructed this morning. A knock sounded from outside, belonging to the Greyhound. Ever since being captured by Field and brought to Nightfall territory, he had been responsible for all the carpentry in the camp. Not now, come back tomorrow. Field's tone was harsh. I actually forgot about this. The Greyhound flinched at Field's terrifying tone, retreating with a flurry of sounds. Ashina, equally startled, seized the opportunity to wriggle free from Field's embrace, rubbing her head as she said, Let's save it for next time. Let us return to the matter of divine power. No way. Field was quite agitated. Spare me. I was joking. Transferring divine power does not require a kiss at all. Ashina clicked her tongue. She had almost suffocated just now, although it felt inexplicably intoxicating. Field was astonished. Then where should one kiss? Anywhere. My lord is quite perverse. Ashina shyly covered her face. Very well, I shall let you off this time. The contract with the chosen ones is far more binding than a marriage certificate. There is no rush. Ashina reached out and tapped Field's forehead, a surge of pure energy accompanied by a terrifying pressure coursing through, causing Field to envision a towering snow-capped mountain, nearly suffocating him. Fortunately, the pressure subsided in an instant, and Field regained his senses, only to find himself drenched in sweat. That is all I can provide. Observing Field's fatigued demeanor, Ashina felt a pang of concern. Her knowledge stemmed from tradition, and practical application always bore some deviation. She hesitated. Are you all right? there is only a trace of divine energy, but it is sufficient to activate quick magic. Naturally, this trace of divine energy holds no utility in other aspects. It is akin to borrowing 2 batteries from an AI to power a flashlight, but it does not equate to possessing the AI's computational prowess. Taking out the feather beast empathy, Field dripped blood into it, causing the magic book to flutter open, and extraordinary runes burst forth with dazzling light. Field instantly grasped the magical techniques of feather beast empathy. As if it were second nature, although he did not comprehend the specific meanings of the runes, he could still invoke them. I shall try it right away. Chapter 77, Divine Perspective, Current State of the Territory. Extracting a white homing pigeon from the pigeon coop, Field cast the feather beast empathy magic upon it. A silver energy shot from his fingertips, entering the pigeon's mind. In an instant, Field felt his vision expand. Akin to viewing a split-screen video, rendering him uncertain of where to focus. How intriguing! Fortunately, Field conceived a clever idea. He reclined back onto his bed and closed his eyes. One side of the screen immediately darkened, leaving only the pigeon's perspective visible. Ashina, release the pigeon. Very well. She opened the old wooden window of the Grand Winery, and the pigeon soared into the sky. Field immediately obtained a divine perspective, witnessing the entirety of Nightfall territory. The overall tone was a muddy brown-black, tinged with a hint of pale gray. The earth was steeped in the haze of death, although it had been purified. Remnants of its color lingered from above. It resembled an old black and white television screen. The slaves resided in tents constructed of rotting wood, tattered cloth, and dried grass. The broken wood had been salvaged, a scarce resource. The decayed plants were a blessing not to claim lives. So do not expect to construct houses. Those in poorer conditions lacked even shanties, wrapped in tattered burlap, huddled together for warmth. The lives of the free folk were marginally better, as they were not subjected to forced labor. They had begun excavating the earth to build houses. Field observed the quintessential fire pit, an installation situated at the center of the dwelling, serving as both a cooking area and a source of warmth. While women wove cloth beside it, occasionally glancing at the pot of porridge simmering above the fire, the pigeon, enticed by the aroma, flapped its wings and landed upon the earthen wall erected by the free folk. Oh, how I longed for the days in Bull territory. Even though food was scarce, at least I had a roof over my head. Silence. Do you not remember the last time you were lashed 5 times? The woman weaving cloth shot her husband a fierce glare, asserting that she would rather marry a slave soldier from the guard than continue living with him. Oh, damn it, this short-sighted harpy. You would actually consider a slave. The man bristled with anger, for slaves would never rise above their station. Their sons would also be slaves, and so too would their grandsons. The woman spat disdainfully. Humph, the Lord has declared that as long as one earns a gold coin, the slaves will be set free. Do you have any notion of how much the guard can earn? It is said that the hammer has already amassed a gold coin in savings. I have never seen such a fortune in my life. Should this money return to Bull territory, it could make one the wealthiest in the village. The humiliated man nearly fainted from rage. But can you even leave? There are no merchants, taverns, or markets in Nightfall territory. Having money means nothing if there is nowhere to spend it. One day, there will be, the woman retorted defiantly. Stop using that as an excuse to avoid work. I am already weaving cloth, and I can directly exchange it for oats at the winery. Nobles do not keep their promises. The Bull Baron takes so many young girls each year under the pretense of making them maids or choir members. Yet not a single one has returned. Our little Fanny is among them. With no word of her, a heavy silence fell within the room. Field listened quietly, contemplating. It is time to establish a market or a system of exchange to facilitate the circulation of goods and currency. Otherwise, the productivity of the free citizens will suffer a significant blow. As for the young girl, it is likely that she has encountered some misfortune at the hands of Baron Bull, though she can hardly concern herself with him at present. The homing pigeon, irresistibly drawn by the enticing aroma of the porridge simmering in the pot, could no longer contain itself and descended. The porridge in the pot had yet to reach a full boil, but it already exhibited delicate bubbles, with bran floating atop the surface. In this modern era, it hardly surpassed the quality of rice-washing water, yet under the veil of night, it was considered a culinary delight. Heavens, where did that bird come from? Shoo, that S meant for the children. The couple, united in their disapproval of the intrusion upon their food, waved their arms vigorously to chase the pigeon away. It was not a matter of Field's cruel amusement at the expense of his subjects. Rather, he simply lacked control over the bird. This trivial magic granted him only the ability to see and hear. The pigeon, startled, took flight and began to circle the vicinity of the Grand Winery. While Field worried that the foolish creature might inadvertently fly into the death fog and transform into a grotesque pigeon monster, fortunately animals possess a keen instinct for danger, and the pigeon eventually landed in the fields tended by the slaves. Field observed the crooked furrows of the land where a slave was laboriously planting broad beans. One male slave, lost in thought, scraped a shallow hole with his hands before tossing in the seeds. Casually stepping on them without even glancing back, the seeds were kicked out of the hole, and he lazily moved on to dig another. This was not the worst of it, another slave had already succumbed to slumber amidst the furrows. Field even caught sight of someone chewing on raw seeds. Goodness, if they managed to yield a harvest, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Field nearly sprang from his bed, ready to rush into the fields and administer a thorough beating to them. It was no wonder that slavery was destined for extinction. This level of productivity would make even a dog shake its head in dismay. Just then, a voice rang out, cursing, "Get up and get to work." Tate arrived with 2 members of the constabulary. The new recruits Field had enlisted, wielding clubs and whips. They kicked and struck several slaves mercilessly. "You fools, eating the seeds, your food supply will be halved within 3 days. Those who are not diligent, you supervise them and make them redo the work. There will be no payment for this plot of land. As for the one who is sleeping in, let him carry wood. Once he is running back and forth, he won't feel like sleeping anymore. Don't waste the adult's bread." Tate swiftly issued a series of judgments, and the 2 new recruits wore expressions of gleeful malice as they promptly executed his orders. Excellent, a just punishment, neither brutal nor overly lenient. Field watched this unfold with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The orders were executed effectively, and Tate's ability to act immediately after Field's commands pleased him greatly. A person capable of executing orders appropriately was a treasure to the Nightfall domain. "Sister, look at those pigeons." Hushed, Field was still lost in thought when he heard the girl's voice. The pigeon, too, turned its gaze in that direction and found 2 filthy little mud monkeys, wide-eyed and blinking at it. Quite a rare sight, twins, no less. Field compared the 2 back and forth, confirming their identical appearances, though their temperaments were markedly different. The one clutching a stone appeared strong and assertive, while the crouching girl wore an expression of timidity and melancholy. "Wait a moment, a stone." Field was taken aback. Bayou gripped the stone tightly, her mind racing with the bird-catching techniques her father had imparted to her during his lifetime. She lowered her body, her right hand firmly clutching the sharp stone. "Sister, don't!" Hayu exclaimed in a panic, wanting to scare the pigeon away, but upon meeting her sister's gaze, she recoiled, too frightened to act. Licking her lips, Bayou recalled the enticing scent of meat, and her stomach involuntarily churned. Drool spilling from the corners of her mouth. "Sister, don't make a fuss, soon we will have bird meat to eat." Chapter 78. The bird has struck the pigeon, blissfully unaware of its impending doom. Remained motionless, cooing softly. Field, unable to control the pigeon, could only silently pray that it would not be hit. "Sister, no." As her sister prepared to throw the stone, Hayu flailed her arms in desperation. "Stop, that's the Lord's property." "Fool, the bird is not," Bayou retorted, disregarding her sister's warning as she hurled the stone, striking the flapping pigeon with unerring precision. Field felt as though the world were spinning, and when the pigeon's vision cleared, he found himself staring into a pair of clear, large eyes. They were beautiful eyes reminiscent of pure, crystalline blue gemstones, yet Field could discern a raw, primal hunger within them, according to the laws of the Empire. Everything on the land belonged to the local lord, which constituted one of the core tenets of the Griffin Empire. Land belongs to the nobility. However, this law had loopholes. It did not specify the oceans and skies. Thus, hunting birds was indeed not illegal, whereas hunting land animals without permission, be it squirrels, rabbits, or foraging for firewood, was. Yet, lords could issue local decrees to amend imperial law, such as designating areas for collecting firewood and granting permits to hunters. Field's expression darkened as he contemplated summoning a servant to retrieve the pigeon. "His sister, we should return the pigeon to the Lord's castle," Hayu said, her teeth chattering. Nightfall domain had no ordinary birds, only flying monstrosities, so the pigeon must surely belong to the Lord. "What? Oh yes." Bayou, suddenly realizing, felt her heart race, though she stammered, What if it is truly wild or a divine gift, and besides, I've already been seen." Other slaves had witnessed their act of striking the pigeon, and greedy eyes now turned towards them from all directions. Everyone was eager for a share of the spoils. Bayou understood that using the excuse of finding an injured pigeon would no longer suffice. They had struck the Lord's pigeon. Quick reported, "Lord Tate said there would be a reward for informing on wrongdoers. Isn't that a wild one? I've seen a caravan carrying birdcages." It must be the Baroness' pet. Pets and wild animals were 2 different matters altogether. The noble lord would undoubtedly resort to severe punishment upon discovering that his pet had been harmed. "Boo-hoo!" Hayu had already crouched down, weeping, her tears washing away the dirt from her face, leaving streaks of sorrow. "I don't want my sister to die." Their father had been hanged for taking the Lord's branches. Bayou, too, slumped to the ground in despair, torn between discarding the injured pigeon and holding onto it, as if it were a burning brand. If she were to perish, how would her sister endure the torment of the scoundrels? She could not bear to think of it, so she stubbornly declared, "We will heal the pigeon." Poor child, rubbing his temples, Field attempted to sever the magical connection with the feathered creature, trying several times until he finally succeeded. Sitting up, he noticed Ashina curled up beside him, asleep. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her long rounded toes and smooth nails hinting at a pale pink hue, as if adorned with elegant nail polish. Perfectly complemented by her fair skin and graceful arches, evoking a sense of tender admiration, Field unceremoniously began to massage her delicate foot. How pitiful it was! Here the Lord was forced to attend to the needs of his subordinates. The girl murmured sleepily, her voice laced with drowsiness. "You lecherous lord!" She shot him a mock glare, a combination of reproach and playful charm. It was best not to resort to harsh measures against the young girl. While pigeons were not inexpensive, Field, possessing a modern soul, would never truly condemn a wayward child to death. A single lash of the whip could easily send her back to her mother's womb. However, to grant complete absolution or to punish too leniently would be ill-advised, as it might convey to the subjects that the Lord was overly merciful, even cowardly, or saintly, prompting others to follow suit. In the savage hierarchy of the sacred Griffin Empire, Field needed to maintain absolute authority. My lord, a slave has come to report. The nearsighted fool has injured your pigeon. The male servant Vagan rushed in, knocking on Field's bedroom door. Field stretched lazily. "I am aware. Bring 3 black loaves as a reward for the informant. One must separate the matters. Loyalty must be rewarded. Your generosity is commendable," Vagan praised, hurrying off to fetch the bread. This fellow had recently been rather sycophantic and had even reported on Cow for spreading rumors. Field stroked his chin in contemplation, recognizing Vagan's loyalty and considering teaching him some management skills. The castle would eventually recruit more servants. A reliable individual would be necessary for coordination. Field rose and opened the door, descending the stairs alongside Ashina, the 2 sisters huddled in fear below. Bayou had often imagined how she would greet the Lord upon their meeting. How she would bow and kneel, but this time was different. Having erred, her mind was filled only with terror. Perhaps Baron Field was a hulking figure with a voracious appetite for children, now seizing the opportunity to devour them. The sisters recalled their father, who had knelt before the castle awaiting the Lord's judgment. They had prayed for a miracle, yet in the end, their father had been hanged in despair for all to see. With a creak, the door to the Grand Winery swung open. Bayou saw a very young man striding towards her, clad in a fitted black robe adorned with a splendid silver brooch, a finely crafted steel sword hanging from his waist. He walked with an air of enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the timid male servant. Surely he must be one of the Baroness knights, Bayou speculated, recalling tales sung by bards about the knight's gallantry and handsomeness. Now vividly confirmed, the only discrepancy was her own position. If only she were a princess or a noble maiden rather than a slave awaiting her fate. "Kneel, do not look directly into the Lord's eyes." Vagan, seeing the 2 girls frozen in their tracks, was instantly filled with indignation. How dare they infringe upon the Lord's property when there were only 3 pigeons in the Nightfall domain? 2 little girls trembled as they knelt down, while Field rubbed his temples. As a well-educated young man born under the red flag, he could hardly bear to witness the suffering of the common folk. In truth, it was not a grave matter, merely a modern apology was in order, and at most, a compensation of 100 coins. "How did you manage to bring down the pigeon?" Field feigned ignorance. Noticing the little girl shuddered, he spoke gently. "Do not be afraid, let us discuss this calmly." "I threw a stone," one of them replied, shrinking like a timid kitten. Bayou stammered, "I swear, I truly had no idea that the pigeon belonged to the Lord." Chapter 79, The Chosen Counsel. Field chuckled, wondering if it was luck or skill that allowed him to hit the target with a single throw. The pigeon was in fair condition, with its right wing injured. Now resembling a ground chicken, staring vacantly. "I shall heal it." Hey, you mustered her courage, clenching her fists. With tearful eyes she pleaded, "Please do not harm my sister. I will do anything. Haha, poor little girl, I have no intention of taking a life." Field reassured himself. After all, the Night Lord had yet to issue a decree prohibiting the hunting of birds. The imperial law merely stated that land belonged to the nobility, and only decrees issued by the nobles themselves would dictate the ownership of rivers and skies. However, the pigeon did indeed belong to my private property. I shall assign both of you to labor reform. Each evening, you will clean the chicken coop for a month, without pay. Do you have any objections? The sisters were taken aback. Field inquired, "Any objections?" "No, thank you for your grace," they responded excitedly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had not anticipated such a lenient punishment. Cleaning chicken droppings hardly constituted a punishment for 2 sisters accustomed to farm work. It was merely part of their daily routine. Go to the yard behind the Grand Winery and find Steward Keo. He will instruct you on what to do starting today. After Field concluded his matters, he watched the two girls scurry away, utterly bewildered. Why were they punished yet appeared so joyous? Ashina playfully winked. Perhaps they feel honored to be working for you. Upon returning to their room, the sisters found Rosalia already back, seated at the desk, legs crossed, sipping Field's red tea, yet perplexed as she held Field's development plan. Why can't I understand a single word you've written? She exclaimed, flipping the paper back and forth in confusion. It would be strange if you could. It's written in modern Chinese, Field replied. I intend for it to be this way to prevent any spies from sneaking in and discovering my little secrets. Shrugging, he continued, since Rosalia has returned, let us discuss the affairs of the investigation corps. Field recounted the details of their recent outing to Ashina. For whether to rescue Shelly Gassina or not, that remained uncertain. We might end up toiling in vain, but that was a discussion for another time. Pointing to the paper map of the northern province, he explained that the outermost three territories were Yunmu, Yemu, and Shenmu, leading to the Gaobao province and the Lik province. Notably, Yunmu could also connect to the homes of elves and dwarves. Originally, Yunmu was a battleground for elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs, and the corrupted monsters were undoubtedly far more formidable than those in Yemu.